Chapter 686. Taiwa had gotten the news from Tai that Gu Hai wasn't dead. He had accepted Tai's invitation and gone to the heaven realm. Gu Hai sighed softly. He extended his hand and stopped informing Zhanlong. At this moment, with Tai's help, even if Long Zhanghua came immediately, he wouldn't be able to save him. Secondly, when he was dealing with Luya, Long Zhanghua might come to save him. Now that he was in Tai's hands, it was hard to say whether Long Zhanghua would come or not. Taiwa flew into the sky, and Taichu also flew out of Emperor Dong's palace. Taichu Palace Lord. Countless demons, the demon kings on the demon star, and Kong Xian also bowed slightly. Taichu instantly flew in front of Gu Hai. He emitted a holy light as he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Greetings, Taichu Palace Lord. Gu Hai smiled. Ha, Gu Hai, you're really lucky. Taiwa is so desperate for you. Taichu sneered. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord Taiwa. Gu Hai nodded. Taichu sneered and turned to look around. All around, monsters heard the commotion and quickly gathered. The Dragon Warring Kingdom has raised an army to attack the Solar Divine Palace. They have overestimated themselves. From today onwards, I will lead the disciples of the Solar Divine Palace to defend against the invasion and destroy the dragon demons. Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Yes. Countless monster kings answered. Kong Xian looked up at Emperor Dong's palace. Tai seemed to have acquiesced to Taichu's order. Yes. Kong Xian nodded with a trace of reluctance. Crown Prince Luya, let me deal with Gu Hai for now. What do you think? Taichu smiled at Luya. Since it's father's order, I have nothing to say. Luya narrowed his eyes and nodded. Luya wanted to hand Gu Hai over to Taichu, but Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya. Crown Prince Luya, I obtained your trust and unsealed my seal. I was prepared to kill Kong Xian. However, things have changed. With Taichu watching, I can't kill Kong Xian anymore. I'll have to trouble you to reseal the seal that you unsealed. Gu Hai suddenly said to Luya, Luya, Kong Xian, Taichu. The demon kings, angels, Yanhua, and Yihua all had strange expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for Taiwa saving you, you would have been killed by Kong Xian 100 times. Now you're boasting that you can kill Kong Xian? Are you kidding me? Humph, you overestimate yourself. This is what you asked for. Only this crown prince can undo this crown prince's seal. Luya gave a cold snort. Bam, bam, bam. Just like when he sealed Gu Hai in the past, Luya tapped a few more times on Gu Hai's body. Buzz. It was as if a golden net had locked Gu Hai and entered Gu Hai's body. Humph, if it wasn't for Master, would you still be alive? Kong Xian looked coldly at Gu Hai. Taichu reached out and grabbed Gu Hai. He checked. Buzz. A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Crown Prince Luya, your sealing technique is really unique. Taichu frowned. Luya nodded and rushed into the sky. He rushed to the branches of the Fusang giant tree. There was a floating city there, and Crown Prince Luya flew into it. Yanhua, bring Gu Hai back to Heaven City. Taichu said in a deep voice. Yes. Yanhua immediately stepped forward. Father, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yihua also shouted excitedly. Gu Hai was immediately escorted by a group of angels and flew to a huge city in the sky. There were a total of 49 cities on the branches of the Fusang giant tree. At this moment, there was no first ray of sunlight in the morning, so they couldn't see the Fusang giant tree. Similarly, every city seemed to be covered by a large amount of clouds and mist. Other than the people nearby, they couldn't tell where the city was at all. So, Heaven City isn't a floating city, but a city supported by a branch of the Fusang giant tree, and it's at the bottom of the city? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, you've already become a prisoner, and you still have the mind to care about Heaven's City? Yanhua sneered. Humph, you also have a day like this. Along the way, you made us wear shackles every day. Today, you also have a taste of shackles. Yihua sneered. Immediately, he took out a very heavy shackle and forced Gu Hai to wear it. The shackle was heavy. If his cultivation wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Crown Prince Luya, and he was like a mortal, so the shackle was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Hai put on the shackle and sat aside extremely quietly. He didn't say anything to the two of them, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak to them. Humph, there are many demons here. When we reach Heaven City, we'll teach you a lesson. Yihua said coldly. The Fusang giant tree was too big. With the speed of the flying boat, it would take a long time to reach it. Gu Hai closed his eyes and leaned against the railing of the deck, ignoring everyone. Hall leader, it's all Ao Shun's fault. Ao Shun was imprisoned on the other side, looking guilty. Unfortunately, Gu Hai ignored everyone. Gu Hai's mind sank into his body. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was disheartened, but they didn't know that Gu Hai had found a hope to escape. When Luya first sealed him, he set up a golden net restriction that Gu Hai couldn't undo. But when Luya undid it, a strange, unsealing energy instantly undid Gu Hai's golden net restriction. The moment it was undone, there was a slight remnant of the unsealing energy. Gu Hai didn't disperse it. Instead, he forced it into his dantian and into the heaven-mending pool. The heaven-mending pool instantly repaired it. Soon, Gu Hai had repaired a portion of the unsealing energy. This was also the reason why Gu Hai asked Luya to seal him again. It was because Luya's seal could already be undone by Gu Hai himself. Also, Absolute Beginning wouldn't make the unnecessary move of sealing it again. Ordinary energy couldn't break Luya's seal, but this unsealing energy could. Gu Hai instantly released it. Bam! A muffled sound came from Gu Hai's body. The seal was undone. However, Gu Hai restrained his aura so that no one could see that the seal was undone. Gu Hai continued to sit there, with his eyes closed. Yihua continued to threaten Gu Hai along the way. Heaven City, go in. The escorting angel escorted Gu Hai into a rainy valley. This is a prison? Where's Ao Shun? Gu Hai frowned as he looked around. Ao Shun? He's locked up somewhere else. This is where you're locked up. Go in. The escorting angel shouted. Once he entered the valley, Gu Hai immediately felt waves of killing intent coming from all directions. Around the valley, there was a group of prisoners curled up. There were all kinds of demon beasts, and they seemed to have sealed their cultivation. All of them had a large number of wounds on their bodies. They were different from Gu Hai in that they didn't have the shackles on Gu Hai. Gu Hai walked step by step into the depths of the valley. Countless prisoners looked at Gu Hai coldly. Yihua Manor. Gu Hai has been locked up. Yihua sneered. Yes, they are already locked in ferocious Evil Valley. Inside are the most ferocious animal spirits prisoners of the fiend race. Although their cultivations are sealed, their physical bodies are definitely not something a human like Gu Hai can compare to, the angel who escorted Gu Hai earlier said with a smile. That's good. Humph, you've told them everything? Yihua said coldly. Don't worry, second young master. This subordinate has already explained. This group of prisoners will properly bully Gu Hai tonight. Oh, right. There are also a few ferocious demons who like men. I have also explained to them. They will definitely properly pamper Gu Hai. The angel said, fawningly, Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. I knew you've done a good job. Such a disgusting thing should only be done to Gu Hai. That's the only way to vent my hatred. Yihua said with a ferocious expression. Second young master, I say, you are still too benevolent. For Gu Hai's crimes, it would not be enough even if he were to die 10,000 times. Die. It's not that easy. I'll make him beg for death. Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. Yes, Big Brother went to Father's place to discuss how to deal with the Long Zhanghua. Leave Gu Hai to me. We'll play with him slowly. However, the Evil Valley tonight is too disgusting. I'm not going to watch it. Ha ha. Remember to remind me to visit Gu Hai tomorrow morning. Yi Hua laughed. Yes. On the second day, Yeha led the 5 angels to the Evil Valley. Go, ask someone to bring me to see Gu Hai. Yi Hua said with a cold smile. Where are they? Where are the guards in the Evil Valley? One of the angels asked in surprise. What? The guards are gone. Where's Gu Hai? Yi Hua's expression changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 angels flew into the Evil Valley. Second young master, Gu Hai is still here. He's still here, the angel exclaimed. Gu Hai is still here? Humph, these guards are neglecting their duties. How dare they slack off in front of me? They don't know what's good for them. Yi Hua said angrily. He stepped into the sky. He looked down at the Evil Valley. It had been raining in this prison. Gu Hai was sitting cross-legged under a big rock in the Evil Valley. He seemed to be sheltering himself from the rain. Where are they? Didn't you say that there are many prisoners here? Where are the prisoners? Yi Hua asked coldly. I don't know. The angel said blankly. The prisoners are gone. The guards are gone. Where are they? Good. You dare to go against this young master? Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. No, I really didn't. There were many prisoners here. The angel said anxiously. Bang. Yi Hua kicked him into the Evil Valley. Humph, a bunch of trash. How dare you lie to me? Yi Hua slowly flew toward Gu Hai. Under the big rock, Gu Hai opened his eyes slowly. Gu Hai, you're so lucky. Your first night in Heaven City is so quiet. Humph, no prisoners to play with? No problem. I'll play with you today. Yi Hua walked slowly to Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Looking down from above, Gu Hai was like a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Yi Hua, only a few of you came? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. What? Yi Hua raised an eyebrow. I mean, only a few of you came to die. Gu Hai's face suddenly turned cold. Yi Hua shivered when he saw this. However, in the next moment, Yi Hua flew into a rage out of humiliation. Humph, how dare you scare me? Luya took all your Dharma treasures and weapons, sealed your cultivation, and shackled by me. Are you trying to scare me? Humph, come and kill me then. Kill me if you can. Yi Hua kicked Gu Hai, wanting to vent the hatred in his heart. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a saber rang out, and Yi Hua's head was instantly sent flying. Yi Hua's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. He had broken free from the shackles and stood up with a bone knife in his hand. Just now, it was this bone saber that had instantly chopped off his head. A gust of black gas flew out of the bone knife. The black gas rushed toward Yi Hua's body and head. There seemed to be countless skeletons in the black gas gnawing at Yi Hua's flesh. No, Yi Hua screamed. The life-extinguishing saber is gone, but I still have a life-ender saber. Gu Hai looked at the other 5 angels with a cold smile. Chapter 687. Lu Ya flew up the Fusang tree. In a huge city, it was Bingheim's prison. Your Highness, the Taichu Palace Master said that no one is allowed to see Bingheim. A few men who looked like guards stopped Luya. Oh, I won't allow it either. Luya's tone suddenly turned cold. The few guards immediately quivered. A guard still wanted to argue. Luya glared. It was as if a ray of saber energy shot out from his eyes. Boom! The guard's body suddenly exploded from the saber energy in Luya's eyes. Your Highness, please forgive us. The other guards immediately knelt down. Lu, you didn't even look at the others, and walked toward the prison. The guards knelt on the ground, trembling, but no one dared to stop him. In the prison, Bingheim sat cross-legged. Luya walked over, and Bingheim opened her eyes slightly. Did you hear the sound outside? Luya said in a deep voice. The sound outside was naturally the sound of Taiwa protecting Guhai. At that time, the loud sound of the battle shook the entire Fusang tree. How could she not hear it? Bingheim looked at Luya with a gloomy face. But she didn't expect Luya to really capture Guhai. Back then, when Luya wanted to kill Guhai, Bingheim said that she wanted Luya to capture Guhai and follow Luya because this could remind Guhai and let Guhai deal with Luya. But she didn't expect Luya to be so powerful. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. In the future, you will follow me. Now you can go out with me. Luya said coldly. After a moment of silence, Bingheim shook her head. Huh. Luya's face turned cold. Mother is dead. I don't care anymore. Now, there's the Emperor. You captured him, but he ran away. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Run? How? He is imprisoned in Heaven City. Luya said solemnly. That's not because you captured His Majesty. In my heart, as long as His Majesty is fine, I will listen to you. But now His Majesty's life and death is not up to you to decide. Bingheim looked at Luya coldly. What do you want? Luya asked in a deep voice. Bring His Majesty with me. I can follow you. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Luya stared at Bingheim. After a while, Luya sneered. All right, I'll listen to you this time. Bingheim's eyes lit up. Come with me. You don't have to stay in this prison anymore. Luya said solemnly. Leave. Of course, let's go to Heaven City and pick up Guhai. Luya said solemnly. Bingheim's eyes lit up and she nodded. Luya walked in front and Bingheim walked behind. Crown Prince, don't. Bingheim can't be taken away. We can't explain it to her. Suddenly, a large number of prison guards ran out in horror. Treasure, please turn around. Luya snorted coldly. From the Immortal slaying gourd, an Immortal slaying flying knife suddenly flew out. As soon as the Immortal slaying flying knife came out, the light suddenly illuminated the entire prison canyon. Swoosh! The Immortal slaying flying knife flew out, and soon flew back into the Immortal slaying gourd. The knife light converged, and immediately nearly 100 heads flew out. The 100 prison guards who came forward to stop all had their heads fall to the ground. When the prison guards who came from all directions saw this scene, they instantly quivered. No one dared to interrupt, and they all knelt down. This Crown Prince doesn't like to talk too much. All right, the road is clear. Let's go. Luya said coldly. Bingheim and Luya stepped on the corpses and slowly walked out of the prison. Heaven City, Evil Valley Prison. The bone knife slashed out. Bang! Yihua's head flew out in an instant. The life ender saber carried with it a black aura. In the black aura, countless small skeletons crazily gnawed at Yihua's flesh. No! Yihua screamed. The life ender saber is gone, but I still have the life ender saber. Guhai smiled coldly and looked at the other 5 angels. The 5 angels were instantly stunned. Only when Guhai charged at the 5 angels did the 5 angels manage to react. He killed the second young master. No, save the second young master. Someone? All the angels screamed. However, Guhai was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of 2 angels who were leaning against each other. Screech! The life ender saber slashed through the 2 of them. leaving behind a black aura. Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the remaining 3 angels who were scattered. Screech! When another angel's head was slashed open, the remaining 2 angels realized that something was wrong. Oh no, let's go and find the second young master. Gu Hai is rebelling. Someone help! The 2 angels fled in fear. However, Gu Hai was faster. He caught up with one of the 2-winged angels in an instant. Boom! With one slash, Gu Hai killed the 2-winged angel. Only 1 angel was left. The angel seemed to know that there was no way to escape. He screamed in fear. Someone, help! Gu Hai is escaping. The angel roared with all his strength, but strangely, his voice did not travel out of the room. What's wrong? The angel's expression changed. It's been 1 night. You think I haven't done anything? Call for the others? If you could, the prisoners and guards last night would have been able to do the same. What a pity! I've already set up a sound barrier array here, Gu Hai said coldly. Screech! He stabbed the angel between his eyebrows. Buzz! The black aura quickly gnawed at the angels and Yi Hua's corpses. Very soon, all the angels and Yi Hua's corpses were eaten until only their bones were left. The black aura returned to the life ender saber. Gu Hai walked to where Yi Hua's bones were. Crack! Gu Hai broke off one of Yi Hua's bony little fingers. Then he gently took out a few peacock feathers and stuck them in the gap between the bony fingers. Bang! Gu Hai instantly crushed the remaining Yehua white bones and the angel white bones into powder. Then he gently scattered the powder into the surrounding soil. When the rain fell on them, the bone powder merged with the soil and disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that could prove it was Yi Hua's bony finger with a few peacock feathers stuck between it. Ha! I don't need you to prove anything. I just need Tai Chu to suspect something. I just need to escape and disappear. Then, Yi Hua's death will be pointed at Kong Xian, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. As he sneered, he threw the bony finger into the forest. He kept the spiritual stones that were used to set up the array and was about to leave. Just as Gu Hai was about to leave, beams of holy light came from afar. Eldest young master, it's over there. Prince Luya, Gu Hai is being held in the evil valley. A series of hurried voices came from afar. Damn it! Gu Hai's face darkened. He was about to escape when Luya and the others came. While Gu Hai was frustrated, he could only put the shackles on himself again. He activated the heaven-mending power. Instantly, the broken shackles were repaired. There's still Luya's golden net seal. Luckily, I have some of the golden net seal. Gu Hai took a deep breath. The heaven-mending power repaired the golden net seal. Buzz! Gu Hai immediately used the energy of the golden net to seal his cultivation and curled up under the big rock. Gu Hai closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Boom! A beam of holy light descended on the evil valley. The surrounding dark rain was instantly dispersed by the holy light. A flying boat appeared in midair. Yanhua, Luya, Bingheim, and a group of angels stood on the flying boat. Where's the guardian? Yanhua glared. No, we don't know. A few angels said in fear. Go, call Yihua to see me. Humph, if Gu Hai runs away, who's going to be responsible? Yanhua glared. Looking at the valley, Yanhua was completely enraged. Gu Hai was the only one in this huge prison valley. He could have run away so easily. Luya narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was asleep. What happened here? Your Majesty! Bingheim suddenly cried out with heartache. Gu Hai's current appearance did not have any of his usual aura. His clothes were tattered, his cultivation was sealed, and he was still wearing shackles. Was he curled up in a corner and asleep? Boom! A large number of angels rushed into the valley. At the same time, many angels flew in all directions. Ha! Yanhua, father asked Tai Chu to guard Gu Hai. He's really guarding him well. Luya said coldly. Crown Prince Luya, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Yanhua said anxiously. Everyone was also puzzled at this moment. Why did the prison become like this? Luya was one step faster and went to Gu Hai. He reached out and pinched Gu Hai. Buzz. A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Oh, my seal is still there. Gu Hai is only unconscious? Luya's expression darkened. With a start, Gu Hai suddenly sobered up. What's going on? Gu Hai stared at Luya. Luya also narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai, as if he wanted to see the truth from Gu Hai's eyes. However, it was not so easy to see through Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai, what happened here? Where are the prisoners? And where are the guards? Yanhua stared and shouted. Gu Hai stood up blankly and looked around. How would I know? I just came here and a black gas covered the valley. After that, I don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Black gas? What black gas? Yanhua stared. Gu Hai looked at Yanhua coldly, as if he was unwilling to say. Your Majesty, how are you? Bingheim quickly went forward and looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Bingheim, are you okay? Gu Hai looked happy. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Bingheim cried and looked at Gu Hai. Why are you crying? It's not your fault. Gu Hai comforted her. Young master, we can't find second young master. An angel flew over. Look again. Humph. I just went to father's place. And he's gone? Yanhua glared. Yes. All the angels flew away. Yanhua stared at Gu Hai, as if she wanted to see something in Gu Hai's eyes. Even Luya could not see it, let alone Yanhua. All right, Yanhua, I've already told Tai Chu that Gu Hai will be under my watch for now. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Luya said, Father said so, but what exactly happened here? Only Gu Hai is still here, I think. Yanhua said with a frown. There's nothing for you to think about. Gu Hai was sealed by me. Who can undo his seal? Humph, he must have fainted. You can investigate the rest yourself. Luya said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Hai and Bingheim were swept up and flew out of Heaven City. Looking at the light that Luya left, Yanhua's expression was dark. Find. Get Yihua to see me. Yes. All the angels answered. Chapter 688, 50 million miles north of the solar divine palace. The 33 cities of the heavenly court were flying quickly. In the Lingxiao palace, Long Zhanghua wore a crown and a white dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The three princes, the dragon race's supremes, and Sima Zongheng stood at the front of the two rows, while the officials stood respectfully behind them. Long Zhanghua, the solar divine palace, sent news that Ao Shun has been captured by Tai Chu. Tai Chu seems to want to use Ao Shun to threaten you? Long Zhanghua looked at the dragon race's supremes, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang stepped forward and took a deep breath. His Holiness, Ao Shun's luck is bad. He can't blame others. His Holiness, don't worry. The North Sea Dragon Palace is leading the dragons this time. We've already given up on life and death. We'll share honor and disgrace with the Deqian. Long Zhanghua stared at Ao Tianhuang for a while and nodded. All right, if that's the case, I'll appoint Ao Tianhuang as the vanguard commander. Ao Tianhuang will lead the dragons to attack Tai Chu. I, Ao Tianhuang, accept the decree. Ao Tianhuang immediately roared. Tai Chu didn't perform well in the heavenly court, but this is his home ground after all. He has luck. Moreover, He has the 10th Dharma treasure in the world, 10 direction annihilation. Ao Tianhuang, don't let your guard down. Long Zhonghua said. His Holiness, don't worry. Ao Tianhuang replied. Long Zhonghua nodded. Solar Divine Palaces, 361 Heavenly Palace Monster Kings, are all extraordinary. They're the strongest monster kings that Tai Yi chose to subdue. They're given 361 monster stars and can set up the heavenly cycle star formation. They're powerful and are one of Tai Yi's arms. Long Zhonghua said. At this moment, Sima Zongheng stepped out from the crowd. I, Sima Zongheng, request to be the vanguard and lead the Deqian army. Dozhan Heavenly Star Formation. Sima Zongheng said in a deep voice. This subject is willing to follow Grand Preceptor Sima. This subject is willing to be the vanguard to destroy the stars for His Holiness. For a time, a large number of valiant generals in the imperial court asked for battle. Solar Divine Palace had a strong foundation, and the Deqian Celestial Dynasty was not weak either. Although the Deqian Celestial Dynasty had been established for thousands of years, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty was a place where all the strong cultivators in the world could gather. At this moment, all of them were filled with fighting spirit. Appoint Sima Zongheng as the vanguard of the left path, Commander Day 1. He will lead the Heavenly Court's 33rd Army and immediately battle the 361 demon kings of the Solar God Palace. He will break the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Long Zhonghua instructed. Yes, we will definitely not disappoint you. Sima Zongheng and a large number of officials responded. Reporting to His Holiness, First Crown Prince Long Shun-ing stepped forward. Long Zhonghua looked at Long Shun-ing. Eastern Sovereign Tai Yi has two arms besides Tai Chu and Taiwa. One is the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, and the other is the 10 Golden Crow Princes. The 10 Golden Crow Princes can set up the 10 Sun Sky Traversing Formation with overwhelming power. This subject, Long Shun-ing, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Long Shun-ing said. This subject, Long Shunwen, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Second Crown Prince Long Shunwen also said. This subject, Takashi Ryushin, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Third Crown Prince also said. Long Shun-ing will be the vanguard of the right path, Commander Day 1. Long Shunwen and Takashi Ryushin will be the vice marshals of the right path. From today onwards, lead your respective troops and kill the Golden Crow Princes. Long Zhonghua said. Yes. The 3 Crown Princes responded. As they approached Sun God Shrine, Long Zhonghua continued to issue military orders. In an instant, all 33 cities in the Heavenly Court were mobilized. Long Zhonghua had to stay in the Heavenly Court, and Long Zhonghua's target was Eastern Sovereign Tai Yi. The army quickly gathered and prepared to attack Sun God Shrine. Heavenly Stellar City, Long Chun Hall. Ao Tianhuang sat in the center of the hall as a group of dragon tribe members respectfully reported the news from Sun God Shrine. Ao Shun? Was he accidentally captured? Ao Tianhuang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai was also captured. Not long ago, there was a huge battle under the Fusang tree. Tai, Crown Prince Ao Shun is being closely guarded. A dragon tribe member said worriedly, Sovereign, that's Crown Prince Ao Shun. If we rush in like this, Tai Chu will definitely kill him. Sovereign, if we go now, what about the Crown Prince? The elders of the dragon tribe were anxious. Ao Tianhuang also frowned. Ao Tianhuang had said resolutely in the Lingxiao treasure hall, but how could he not care about his son, who he cared about the most? After a moment of silence, Ao Tianhuang sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Shun-er is unlucky. I can only hope that I can find Shun-er's soul in the future. What? Sovereign, You're giving up on Crown Prince Ao Shun? The elders asked anxiously. Remember, don't have any other thoughts this time. If His Holiness succeeds, even if you die in battle, His Holiness can control the reincarnation of heaven and earth and revive you. Ao Shun is dead. He will be revived soon. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Yes, the elders were helpless. Report. A guard rushed into the Longchun Hall. Sovereign, there is the Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, outside. He said that he has a way to save Crown Prince Ao Shun. The guard said respectfully. Oh, let him in. Ao Tianhuang's eyes lit up. Soon, Guqin and Montez stepped into the Longchun Hall. The Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, greets Sovereign Ao Shun. Guqin solemnly bowed to Ao Shun. Meng Tai followed suit and bowed. Guqin, why are you looking for me? Ao Tianhuang asked in a deep voice. Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush with Supremacy Ao. My great Han Dynasty's experts have also come to assist Supremacy Ao in rescuing Crown Prince Ao Shun, and my imperial father, Guqin, solemnly declared. Guhai? Humph, you are well informed. You know about the Solar God Shrine. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Yes, although the Dahan Dynasty has many experts, they are not as strong as the Solar God Shrine. Ao Shun and my father are in the heavenly city. I have a plan to save them. I only ask for your cooperation. Guqin solemnly said. Ao Tianhuang squinted his eyes and said, How can I trust you? Sovereign Ao, this is my plan. Please take a look. Guqin took out a bamboo scroll and handed it to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang took it doubtfully and opened it gently. It was filled with small words. Ao Tianhuang's pupils shrank when he saw the words. He then squinted his eyes and thought about the possibility of the words on the bamboo scroll. Sovereign Ao, time is of the essence. Once the two armies fight, there will be no more chance. Guqin said anxiously, Good. Gu Hai's son is not to be trifled with. I have underestimated you. Ao Tianhuang stared at Guqin. You want to save Ao Shun, and we want to save our father. We will each take what we need. Guqin smiled. We will do as you say. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Heavenly City, Evil Valley, a large number of angels were guarding this place. Holy light soared into the sky. Yen Hua was standing respectfully behind Tai Chu. Tai Chu waved his hand, and countless white powder suddenly appeared from the ground. The powder quickly gathered, and gradually the powder gathered to form 500 skeletons. Skeletons? These skeletons? Father, those prisoners and guards who disappeared were killed, and Yen Hua's expression changed. Tai Chu's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not refute, but silently agreed with what Yen Hua said. Slap! Suddenly, a small finger flew out from the forest and landed on one of the skeletons. Yi Hua is not inside, right? Father, Yi Hua is not dead. Yen Hua said anxiously, This is Yi Hua. Tai Chu looked coldly at the skeleton in front of him. This is Yi Hua. Yen Hua gasped, and his expression changed. Second young master. Suddenly, countless angels knelt down. Yi Hua? He has been resurrected once. He can't be resurrected again. Is he dead? Yen Hua's expression also turned cold. Are you sure that Gu Hai was the only one left in the valley? Tai Chu said coldly. Yes, only Gu Hai was there. It was him. He killed Yi Hua. Yen Hua said angrily. Tai Chu suddenly turned and looked coldly at Yen Hua. Ridiculous. What? Yen Hua's expression froze. I've checked Lu Ya's seal. Even I can't break it. Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed and shackled. How could he kill so many prisoners and angels? How could he kill Yi Hua? Tai Chu said coldly. Yan Hua's expression froze. Moreover, if Gu Hai killed Yi Hua, why would he stay in the valley and wait for you? Tai Chu said coldly. I don't know. Yan Hua's expression changed. If they came to save Gu Hai, they would naturally take Gu Hai away. But Gu Hai did not leave. Are they trying to frame Gu Hai? Is the person who killed Yi Hua Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu's expression darkened. But how could Gu Hai's enemy enter Heaven City? The four directions black angels are always guarding the four directions. Yan Hua said anxiously. Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu looked at Yi Hua's white bones and suddenly saw a strand of green hair between the gaps of the bones. The hair was very thin. Tai Chu pinched it gently and narrowed his eyes at the green hair. Is this a peacock's feather? Yan Hua's expression darkened. Peacock? Impossible. The great Miaojin would not kill Yi Hua to frame Gu Hai. It's not Kong Xian. Tai Chu said solemnly. Father, Heaven City is heavily guarded. Other than Kong Xian, who else could sneak in? Yan Hua shouted angrily. Allah, I remember that when Gu Hai confronted Kong Xian that day, he said that Kong Xian was the spy of the Long Zhanghua. Yes, Allah, I heard it too. The surrounding angels shouted. Shut up. Remember, it's not Kong Xian. It's someone else. Tai Chu shouted coldly. Yes. Yan Hua and the rest of the angels replied. Although Tai Chu repeatedly emphasized that it was not Kong Xian, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kong Xian was Tai Yi's most trusted person. That was why Tai Yi gave Kong Xian the right to control the cosmic cycle star formation. What if Kong Xian betrayed them? Tai Chu's hair stood on end in an instant. A thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. Luya brought Gu Hai and Bingheim to the sky above the Fusang tree, where a huge city was. This is Luya's city? Crown Prince Luya, your own city? Bingheim said solemnly. Luya did not say anything. He just led the two of them into the city. There was a large amount of fog outside the city, making it difficult to see inside. In the center of the city was a huge palace called Temple of the Gods. Outside the Temple of the Gods, there were countless demon guards. Temple of the Gods? How arrogant! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Temple of the Gods? The most mysterious palace in Solar God Palace. No one has ever entered it. Even Tai Yi has never entered your Temple of the Gods. Bingheim narrowed her eyes. Today, I'll bring you in to take a look. Luya sneered. Bring us in to take a look? I remember that the reason why the Temple of the Gods is so mysterious is because anyone who enters the Temple of the Gods never comes out again, including one of your sisters. You want to kill us? Bingheim looked coldly at Luya. Luya brought the two of them to the entrance of the Temple of the Gods. Greetings, Master. Countless Yao clan guards bowed respectfully. Luya ignored the guards. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and Bingheim. Do I have to wait until now to kill you? The Temple of the Gods is my world. Let's go. Chapter 689. The shackles on Gu Hai's body were removed by Bingheim. Because his cultivation was sealed by himself, Luya did not take it seriously. The door of the Temple of Gods opened, but the interior was dark like a black hole. Under Luya's urging, Gu Hai was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped in, Gu Hai immediately felt the world spin. The dark hall lit up instantly. After standing firm, Gu Hai realized that he had arrived at a new small world. Behind him was a huge black void hole. It looked extremely strange. The Temple of Gods is the entrance to a small world. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, when he looked up at the sky, it was an extremely strange world. There was a sun in the sky, but it was not dazzling enough. There were layers of mountains all around, and it was extremely vast. In the distance, there seemed to be a strange light shining. Most importantly, when Gu-hai entered, his soul suddenly trembled, as if it was about to leave his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. What world is this? My soul is trembling? Gu-hai raised his eyebrows. Just as Gu-hai was puzzled, boom! With a loud bang, the black hole behind him suddenly disappeared. Huh! Gu-hai's expression changed. The entrance was gone. He couldn't get out. Luya was deliberately playing tricks. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the forest in the distance. The roar shook the sky, and the earth trembled. Luya! Gu-hai snorted coldly. With a bang, he undid Luya's seal. Gu-hai instantly rushed into the forest. After a while, where Gu-hai had landed previously, a huge creature landed with a bang. Boom! The huge creature landed, and the earth shook violently. In the forest, Gu-hai stared at the monster. It was a 30 feet tall pig demon. However, this pig demon was very strange. Its entire body was blood red, and it emitted waves of scarlet aura. Evil karma? Evil karma floating on the surface of the body? Gu-hai's eyes widened, revealing a trace of astonishment. He had the heaven-mending karma pool, and the karma pool was used to refine evil karma. Evil karma had always been formless, but why did this pig demon seem to be surrounded by evil karma? Where is he? I smelled someone's aura just now. Where is he? The pig demon looked around. Gu-hai took a closer look and saw that there seemed to be a white light spot in between the pig demon's eyebrows. That light spot seemed to allow the pig demon to connect with the heavens and earth. With every step he took, a strong wind blew. Over here. The pig demon's eyes suddenly widened as he looked in the direction of Gu-hai. Have we been discovered? Gu-hai's expression darkened. Roar! The pig demon roared and instantly appeared in front of Gu-hai. Gu-hai didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he retreated and carefully observed the pig demon. However, this pig demon was extremely strange. Its body seemed to be illusory yet corporeal. Oh, an expert is here. Ha 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 ha, I like to eat experts. The pig demon's body swayed and charged toward Gu-hai again. Boom! A huge mountain was trampled down with a loud bang. The power of the peak of the lower celestial palace. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes. Screech! Gu-hai took out the life ender saber. He looked coldly at the pig demon. Ha! You overestimate yourself. Watch me eat you. The pig demon instantly pounced on Gu-hai. Gu-hai also slashed with his saber. You are the world of the monster gods. Do you think you can defeat me with that saber? The pig demon sneered. Boom! There was a loud sound. The life ender's saber suddenly stopped on the pig demon's skin. The pig demon was pushed back by the huge force, but the life ender saber didn't cut through the pig demon's skin. What? Gu-hai's face darkened. It couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. It was not difficult for him to cut through an ordinary middle celestial palace in the outside world, but he couldn't even cut through the skin of a lower celestial palace here. Do you feel that your power has become weaker? Ha 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 ha! Did you just come to this world? The pig demon walked forward with a cold smile. Gu-hai's eyes narrowed. Did his power become weaker? But he didn't seem to have changed. The pig demon looked at Gu-hai with a cold gaze, as if he was determined to win. He was drooling. In this world, even if I am the weakest monster god, I am much better than you humans. Humans will only be eaten when they come here. The pig demon suddenly pounced on Gu-hai with a cold smile. Boom! Gu-hai slashed again, but he still couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. Gu-hai retreated. At the same time, Gu-hai's body felt very uncomfortable. It felt like his mortal soul was about to leave his body. Gu-hai continued to flee, while suppressing the human soul from his body. Ha ha ha! Run, run, run! Let's see where you can run to. 8 feet of human soul. It is enough for me to replenish my godly power. Ha ha ha! The pig demon followed closely behind, getting closer and closer to Gu-hai. The pig demon was as tall as a 3-story building. Gu-hai could only weave through the forest. Flying? Flying in the sky would only make him a target. If he weaved through the forest, the pig demon would not be able to find him. After running for a while, Gu-hai was forced into a huge valley. Ha 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 ha! Come on, you're the 10th human war god that I've eaten this month. After eating you, I can gain another portion of godly power. Ha 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 ha! This world is so good. As long as I eat people, I can refine their soul power into godly power. One day, I will reach the level of Loach God. The pig demon closed in on Gu-hai. Gu-hai's head was about to explode, and his human soul was about to leave his body. As time passed, his human soul grew bigger and bigger, and his brain was about to burst. Forget it, let it come out. Gu-hai said gloomily. 1. The human soul instantly left his body. The moment the human soul left his body, Gu-hai felt as if his body had become secondary, and his human soul had become the main body. As soon as the human soul left his body, a strange energy surged from heaven and earth, filling the human soul. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the human soul turned blood red like the pig demon, and turned into a solid body, surrounded by a scarlet aura. His body merged with the human soul's huge body. Human soul, 490 feet. Burp! The ferocious expression of the pig demon suddenly stopped, and he looked at Gu-hai in shock. You were not a human soul before. Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Why is your human soul so big? The pig demon suddenly exclaimed. Gu-hai suddenly looked at his own body, and his eyelids twitched. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. In the Azura Dao secret realm, his soul had appeared, and the Azura Dao secret realm's energy surged into his soul, giving him an Azura incarnation. Now, this world also gave him an incarnation. How big was the body and soul? The life ender saber in his hand also grew bigger. Gu-hai lowered his head and looked at the ferocious pig demon in the valley. Previously, the pig demon was a giant in front of Gu-hai, but now the pig demon was smaller than one of Gu-hai's feet. Boom! Gu-hai stepped on the pig demon's body. Don't eat me. I'm innocent. I didn't know. Great God, I didn't know you were so powerful. The pig demon screamed in fear. Where is this? Gu-hai asked solemnly. I don't know. I only know that in this place, the human soul and divine body decide the size and power. The pig demon said in fear. Human soul? Divine body? Divine body? Gu-hai stared at the pig demon. I'm a pig demon king from the outskirts of the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain. The pig demon said. I was lucky enough to cultivate a god and subjugate a bunch of pig demons. I ate a small town and was wiped out by the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain. At first, I thought I was dead, but then somehow my mortal soul and the god I cultivated arrived here. My god and mortal soul fused together, and I became about 5 meters tall. Then some power in heaven and earth remolded my demon body. Oh, how big was your human soul in the past? Gu-hai asked solemnly. My human soul used to be only 5 inches tall. It took me 300 years to grow to 3 feet tall. My pig deity allowed me to grow to 3 feet tall. But why are you so big? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? The pig demon asked in fear. You eat people? Gu-hai stared at the pig demon. No, it has nothing to do with me. All the demon gods here eat humans. Every once in a while, someone will come into this world, for no reason. We can only grow by eating humans and their souls, the pig demon said in horror. Hiss! Gu-hai slashed at the pig demon. The pig demon's skin was still tough, but at this moment, Gu-hai's knife could already cut a hole in it. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, black gas gushed out from the bone knife, and it opened its mouth to eat the pig demon. Ah, ah, ah! The pig demon was in pain, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the skeleton in the black gas. However, the bone knife didn't seem to eat anything for a long time. The pig demon's human soul and his negative karma were swallowed by the pool of karma. The bone knife only ate the white spot between the pig demon's eyebrows. The white spot looked like the pig demon, and it wanted to escape in fear. However, it was digested by the bone knife in the blink of an eye. This small white spot had a strange energy, and it was like a great supplement, making the bone knife tremble excitedly. This time, the bone knife slightly refined the energy of the white spot and fed back 1,000th of it to Gu-hai. Buzz! Gu-hai suddenly felt his body shake, and a warm current flowed into his body. Divine power? Divine power? That white spot just now was the pig demon's divine. The monster race cultivates the divine and can command an entire race. There are different kinds of divinities in the divine body. The life ender saber swallowed the divinity and also refined 1,000th of the human soul that was fed back to me. The human soul's power increased again. Gu-hai's eyes flashed with surprise. He walked to the side of a small lake and looked at himself in the lake. His body was blood red, and there was a green halo behind his head. This was the second level of the lower celestial palace that he reached when he killed the Qing emperor. Killing a pig demon just now actually caused a red dot of light to appear behind the green light circle. Killing demons to refine the divine and increase my cultivation? Gu-hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Roar! Roar! Standing at a high point, Gu-hai looked around. In the distance, there seemed to be countless monster gods killing and killing everywhere. Gu-hai even saw some humans fleeing. Swish! Gu-hai quickly ran in front of a human. Boom! With one slash, Gu-hai killed a 50-foot-tall ox demon god. He saved a group of humans. We are saved. We are saved. Brother, we are saved. The group of humans trembled in fear. The ox demon god was killed. The group of humans looked at Gu-hai with excitement and fear. You are so big. Which tribe's war god are you from? One of them looked at Gu-hai in astonishment. Why are you here? Where is this? Gu-hai asked in a low voice. You don't know? The group of people were stunned. Senior, are you from the divine continent? The leader of the group, a green-robed man, asked in surprise. Who are you? Where is this? Gu-hai frowned. My ancestors were also people of the divine continent. Legend has it that since 800,000 years ago, the heavens would randomly grab a few people from the divine continent every 100 years to become food for the demon immortals. We hid here and there and formed our own tribes. That was how we survived, generation after generation. Each tribe had its own war god who fought against the demon immortals here to protect us and keep us alive. You were also thrown here by the heavens? That shouldn't be. It hasn't even been 100 years. The green-robed man exclaimed. 800,000 years ago, all of this was done by the immortal of the six paths. Gu-hai frowned. I heard from my grandfather that when the demon gods fought, they would strengthen their own spirit. Loach God's spirit was the strongest. He even commanded a third of the demon gods. Another person exclaimed, Demon gods? This is a farm of the immortal of the six paths, raising this group of demon gods. And the food for this group of demon gods is the human race. The demon gods eat humans, And the demon gods eat each other? Guhai frowned. Maybe. Everyone's face suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression. Then is there a name here? Guhai stared at the group. I heard from a battle god in the tribe that it was called the Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast. The green-robed leader frowned. Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast. Guhai's pupils shrank. Chapter 690. Guhai stepped into the Temple of the Gods, and Luya followed behind. However, before Luya entered the Temple of the Gods, he reached out and squeezed. The Temple of the Gods trembled slightly. Let's go. Luya smiled faintly. Bingheim did not understand and followed Luya in. The moment they entered, they appeared at the entrance of a huge palace. This palace was also called the Temple of the Gods. However, their surroundings were no longer a city. Instead, they were surrounded by a vast sun, a mini world. Bingheim was taken aback. In the next instant, Bingheim's expression changed. Where's the emperor? Luya, where is the emperor? When Guhai entered this world, he was teleported to Mud Fish's side. However, don't worry, he's still alive. Luya sneered. Why you did that on purpose, didn't you? Bingheim glared. Luya sneered. Yes, I did it on purpose. Guhai is here now. Don't you care about him? Every day he stays in this world reduces his chances of survival. Only by working with me and defeating Mudfish can you save him. You. Bingheim glared. This is a star that I refined. If you want to save Guhai, lend me the power of the jackdaw. Let me complete the great yin-yang three-legged crow and cultivate the power of chaos. Come with me to kill demons and steal gods. When I can kill Mudfish, no one in this world can stop me, Luya said coldly. Humph. Bingheim glared. On the ground below, Guhai shrunk his human soul to the size of an ordinary person. He came to the same tribe as that group. The tribe's living conditions were very simple and crude. They all lived in caves because this was the world of the demon god. If they wanted to survive, they had to hide. A large number of humans were gathered in the cave. The leader was a white-haired elder. Senior, you can call me Old Shaman. Your human soul is 490 zhang tall. Senior, you must be an extraordinary existence in the divine continent. The white-haired old shaman said respectfully. It's just a coincidence. But now, I'm also in prison. I wonder if you have a way to get out. Guhai asked in a deep voice. Get out. There's no other way. Our land is under the control of Loach God. Loach God is 1,000 meters tall and possesses unparalleled might. We don't dare to show our faces at all. The old witch sighed. Then have you heard of Luya? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Great God Luya? Of course I have heard of it. Senior, do you see the sun in the sky? It was brought by the great god, Luya. That is the residence of the great god, Luya, the temple of all gods. The old witch explained. Oh, the sun? Guhai was slightly taken aback. Luya only appeared 80,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and the moment he appeared, he kept on killing to seize the Yao god's divine power. He also stole countless Yao arts. He was also one of the few powerhouses in this world. Only when he met the Loach god did he stop his path of slaughter. The old shaman explained. Oh, Yao arts? Guhai stilled slightly. Today, the demon immortals that Senior encountered were actually the lowest level of demon immortals. They only had some strength and physical strength. However, there are too many demon immortals here. Those powerful demon immortals don't even need to know where you are to kill you. Our human race did our best to cultivate some powerful war gods, but when they showed themselves, they all died under Yao arts. One of the Yao arts was called the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book. It was really eerie, the old witch recalled. Nailhead 7-Arrow Book, Guhai said in surprise. Yes, it was a rusty nail that became a Yao and formed a Yao god. When the Nailhead Seven-Arrow book was released, countless war gods of our human race died. That Yao god took human form and was 50 zhang tall. His divine body was strong, and his divine power was boundless. He used his divine power to cast Yao arts. Whoever he worshipped would die. In the past, he was a loyal subordinate of the Loach god. Later, he was killed by the Loach god and refined by the Loach god. He also obtained the Yao arts of the Nailhead Seven-Arrow book, the old which explained. 50 zhang tall? The bigger the Yao god's body, the stronger they are? Guhai asked in a low voice. That's basically the case for Yao gods. But to us humans, we can't compete with them in terms of size. We can only compete with soul power. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to increase soul power. The old witch explained. Increase soul power. Guhai narrowed his eyes. The old witch nodded. The tallest soul body in the human race is only 30 zhang tall. The soul power they can store is limited. Senior, your soul body is so big. After a few thousand years, you will definitely be able to store more soul power. You will be comparable to normal Yao gods. Just as the two were talking, a scream came from outside the cave. Look, Yao god Luya is back. Guhai quickly walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the somewhat dim sun in the sky suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light, becoming very bright. Wah! A crow's cry came from the sun. Luya has come out of seclusion. Is he declaring war? Roar! Suddenly, the roars of powerful Yao gods came from all directions. In an instant, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky and pounced on the sun. Boom! A beam of light shot down from the sun, revealing the three-legged golden crow. It was 1,000 zhang tall. On the head of the golden crow, Guhai saw a white ball of light. Within the ball of light was a white three-legged jackdaw. Bingheim? Guhai showed a hint of worry. Roar! 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 Countless Yao gods rushed out. Treasure! Luya's three-legged golden crow roared. Be careful of his immortal slaying flying saber. Spread out. The immortal slaying flying saber won't turn back until you see your head. Spread out. Water type, Yao gods attack. You don't have heads. Go. Wood type Yao gods attack. You won't die even if your heads are chopped off. Hurry. Suddenly, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky. At this moment, Luya opened his mouth and spat out 3 gourds. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd. A large number of flying sabers flew out of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Boom! A large amount of True Samadhi fire flew out of the True Fire Gourd. Whoosh! Billions of vines suddenly emerged from the Vine World Gourd. My gourd? Guhai narrowed his eyes. He saw the Yao gods in the sky suddenly suffer a destructive blow. The 3 gourds were activated by Luya, and their power was even stronger than when Guhai used them in the past. Immediately, an overwhelming fire rushed out, destroying all the wood-type and water-type Yao gods. The Yao gods that rushed past the true Samadhi fire were immediately wrapped up by the Vine World Gourd. The Yao gods that broke through the vines were suddenly beheaded by the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Instantly, the 3-legged golden crow opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the gods on the heads of the slaughtered Yao gods were swallowed by the golden crow. The golden crow grew larger, and its body emitted an even stronger heat. Luya, you have a new treasure? How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. They saw a giant loach that was 3,000 feet long suddenly soar into the sky. It broke through the true Samadhi fire zone, the vines, and the immortal slaying flying saber zone to reach Luya. Luya was only 1,000 feet long, but the loach was 3,000 feet long. The loach demon deity opened his mouth and spat out a black hole towards Luya. "Old loach, this isn't the last time." The three-legged golden crow shouted coldly and grabbed with its claw. Boom! The huge black hole suddenly wrapped around the three-legged golden crow's huge claw. "Loser! Your claw was broken by my black hole once. Now it's healed." The loach demon god sneered. "Rumble!" As expected, Luya's golden crow claw seemed to be unable to hold on. "Bingheim, it's your turn. Don't worry, you won't die," Luya said ferociously. "Wah!" Luya roared and opened his mouth. In the sky above, the white jackdaw hesitated. "Luya, if I die, please let His Majesty leave," the white three-legged jackdaw shouted. "Sure," Luya shouted. "Wah!" His mouth opened even wider. Whoosh! The white three-legged jackdaw instantly flew into the three-legged golden crow's mouth as if it had been swallowed. "Bingheim!" Gu-hai, who was on the ground, shouted in shock. "Eaten?" Luya had eaten Bingheim, released the power of frost. Yin and yang coexisting technique. Luya roared. Buzz! Suddenly, the flames on the three-legged golden crow's body surged. The three-legged golden crow instantly grew to 3,000 feet long, but most of it was illusory. It was the effect of the flames. Boom! The golden crow clawed and shattered the black hole under its claw. What? Lord Loach's expression changed. The Loach demon god was 3,000 feet long, and the three-legged golden crow was also 3,000 feet long. Immediately, the two demon gods tore at each other. Rumble! For a moment, the sky darkened. The two experts were surrounded by storms of energy. The energy wreaked havoc, and the ground trembled. For a moment, no one could see what was inside. Bingheim was eaten by Luya. Gu-hai's expression suddenly twisted. However, at this moment, in the sky, it was not something he could interfere with. Boom, boom, boom. After a day and night of fighting, the battle suddenly stopped. Luya couldn't do anything to the Loach demon god and fled into the sky. "Ha ha ha! Old Loach, what do you think? You can't do anything to me, right? I just devoured 368 gods. Just wait until I refine this group of gods, and you die. Ha 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 ha." The golden crow laughed heartily as he flew up into the sun. Loach looked at the sky with a cold expression. "You swallowed those gods, but the wills of the gods aren't that easy to refine. Forcefully refining them will only make you go crazy. You want to become stronger? It's still early. You can't swallow too much either, right? Let's see who's faster. I have the great yin-yang coexisting technique now. You're not as fast as me. Just wait for your death. Ha ha ha." Luya's laughter came from the sun. Roar! Loach roared. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucking close to 400 huge demon gods in front of him. "Loach demon god, spare us, spare us." The 400 demon gods cried out. Loach demon god opened his mouth and spat out a black hole, crushing the 400 demon gods. Once the demon gods died, their gods were swallowed into Loach demon god's stomach. Humph! Loach demon god snorted coldly and rushed into the mountains, disappearing. The entire world suddenly returned to its calm. Loach demon god has become so strong. The old shaman said in shock. "Luya can only eat 300 gods at once." Gu-hai frowned slightly. The old shaman looked at Gu-hai in surprise. "Yes, it's a miracle that he can eat so many this time. In the past, he could only eat 30 gods at once. He has become stronger." "Wait, if Loach demon god is so strong, he can eat as many gods as he wants. Why did he only eat 400? It's the same for Luya. Why did he only eat 300? Gu-hai was puzzled. "Senior, you don't know?" Oh, right, you just came. Refining other gods is easy, but every god has their own will. It's easy to swallow divinity, but it's extremely difficult to wear down the will of every god. If you meet a strong god and don't absorb well, your own will be twisted by the other party. Then you are no longer yourself. The more gods there are, the more will there is. It's not easy to wear down the will. The strongest war god of the human race can only wear down the weakest god at most. There are a few times when he can't wear down the will of a god and went crazy himself. The old shaman said worriedly. Guhai narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of the Azura Dao secret realm. Back then, when killing Azuras and obtaining their soul power, one had to digest the will of the Azura. At that time, one had to stop every 3 months to use the Book of Daoda to digest. Otherwise, one would become violent and even become a killing machine. Was the will of devouring gods the same? Needed to be digested? Hard to digest? The Immortal of the Six Paths also wanted this god. Therefore, the demon gods in the Beast Dao mystic realm had to kill each other and slowly refine the strongest demon god. All the Immortal Six Paths had to do was to devour the demon god's soul and refine its will. Others needed to slowly wear down the will of a god, but he didn't. He had the life ender saber. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. After killing a god, the life ender saber could absorb its godly power and refine it. Then it would give him 1,000th of the refined godly power. What was the origin of the life ender saber? Old shaman, I have something to ask of you. Guhai said solemnly. Senior, please tell me. I want Fey gods. I want countless Fey gods. Please contact all the humans and lure the Fey gods to me. I want to kill them. I want to become stronger too. The next time Loch God and Luya fight, I want to be stronger than them. Guhai's eyes flashed with a light. The old shaman said in shock. Chapter 691. In Dragon God Ying's camp, the 3 princes, Dragon God Ying, Long Shinwen, and Takashi Ryushin were all reading a letter. At this moment, the Deqian Celestial Empire shared a common enemy, sharing all news. Guhai has broken through to the lower Celestial Palace? That's really fast. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. 490 zhang? Even Sage Father is only 490 zhang, right? Long Shenwen exclaimed. 490 zhang. That's the limit of the lower Celestial Palace. I thought that only Sage Father could reach it, but who would have thought that this Guhai is so lucky? If I'm not wrong, he must have broken through from the Azura Path's secret realm. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Azura Path's secret realm? Guhai is really lucky. Ha ha! His starting point is so high. A trace of jealousy flashed across Long Shinwen's eyes. But Dragon Godding shook his head. No, Guhai is considered a cripple. Oh, big brother, you're saying that Guhai is imprisoned? Will Taichu kill him? Takashi Ryushin asked solemnly. Dragon God, Ing shook his head. I'm saying that he has broken through to the lower Celestial Palace, and his human soul has reached 490 zhang. Isn't he a cripple? Why? Takashi Ryushin was puzzled. Long Shenwen, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and said, That's right. Big brother is right. Guhai is finished. Father did not reach 496 meters in one go. Instead, he slowly matured through his later cultivation. Is there a difference? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Third brother, you're not the main body. This clone is much more foolish. When will your main body return? Dragon God Ing asked solemnly. Takashi Ryushin's face stiffened. 3 souls, also known as divine soul. What is the divine soul? How do you cultivate the lower Celestial Palace? Long Shenwen asked. The soul is the vessel, and the power of divinity is the foundation of cultivation. The bigger the soul, the more divinity it can store. This is a good thing, but it is a bad thing for Gu Hai. Dragon Shenning said, solemnly. For example, when an ordinary person enters the celestial palace, the human soul is like a dried-up pond. As long as the pond is filled with the power of divinity, it will be filled, and one will be able to enter the celestial palace. But Gu Hai was different. Gu Hai's mortal soul was like a dried-up sea. It needed to be filled with a sea of divinity before it could be filled. Tell me, with Gu Hai's current cultivation speed, how long do you think he'll need to fill up this ocean? Long Shunwen sneered. Oh. Takashi Ryushin's pupils shrank. Sacred Father's mortal soul is also like an ocean. It was not expanded to this size in the lower celestial palace, but in the middle celestial palace or even the upper celestial palace. With the help of the earth soul and heavenly soul, this ocean will be filled with divinity, and with the help of the immortal dome. Gu Hai will not be able to fill up this ocean in this lifetime. If this ocean is not filled, he will not be able to enter the middle celestial palace. Therefore, I said that he is crippled. He can only stay in the lower celestial palace for the rest of his life. Dragon Shenning sneered. What a pity! Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. There is no need to feel pity. In 2 days, we will reach the Fusang tree. Our people have already sent the battle invitation to the Golden Crow Crown Prince Palace. I believe that the Golden Crow Crown Princes are already waiting for us. Dragon Shenning said, solemnly, 10 Golden Crow Crown Princes. Heh, only that Luya is worth mentioning. The others are nothing. Long Shunwen sneered. Don't underestimate them. Only victory is allowed in this battle. Dragon Shenning said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Beast Path Mystic Realm. With the old shaman in charge of gathering, countless humans were very cooperative. At the very least, Gu Hai had brought a huge hope. He even promised that as long as they succeeded, all humans would return to the divine continent and lure the demon gods. The location was chosen in an extremely deep mountain. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds and miasma. Gu Hai had even set up a large number of sound barriers, in case the sound was too loud. Senior Gu, can you do it? At the peak of a mountain, the old shaman asked worriedly, Don't worry. I only want more. The more the better. Gu Hai said solemnly, Senior, don't worry. I have already informed all the tribes and all the war gods. They are fully responsible for luring the demon gods here. Just as he finished speaking, roar. A loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. A group of humans fled in front, followed by a huge wolf demon god. They are here. The old shaman's eyes lit up. Roar. A loud roar sounded from the other side. Another group of humans had attracted a leopard demon god. Oh no, there are two. What should we do? The old shaman's expression changed. Then he saw Gu Hai taking a step forward and flying out. When Gu Hai flew out, his human soul came out of his body. As soon as his human soul came out, a boundless blood-colored aura suddenly rolled over. In the blink of an eye, it reformed Gu Hai's human soul into a huge blood-colored body. Ha 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 ha! You human war gods dare to provoke me now. You are courting death. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god sneered. Oh, you even provoked the wolf demon god. You are really courting death. Another 6-feet-long leopard demon god laughed. Boom! The 2 human war gods were instantly knocked to the ground by the demon god's aura. Ah! The war gods fell and were about to be eaten by the demon gods. Senior! The war gods exclaimed. Senior? No one can save you. Where is the senior? Ha 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 ha! The wolf demon god sneered. The wolf demon god opened his mouth, and was about to swallow. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded them. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look, and suddenly saw a 49-feet-tall giant. "I am their senior," Guhai said coolly. Shing! The life ender saber suddenly slashed down. "Ah!" The wolf demon god cried out in shock. A huge wound was immediately cut open. Rumble! Rolling black energy flew out of the life ender saber. A large number of skeletons quickly gnawed at the wolf demon god. No, in the blink of an eye, the wolf demon god was gnawed clean. Perhaps it was too weak and did not have any bones left. Humans, when did the humans have such a huge human soul? Loach god, something happened. The leopard demon god cried out in shock. Shing! The saber passed, and the leopard demon god's head was instantly cut open. In the blink of an eye, he was shrouded by rolling black energy and gnawed clean by the skeletons. It's useless to shout. There is a soundproof array formation here. Sound can't spread out. Guhai said coldly. The humans who were nearly eaten earlier immediately rejoiced. "Senior, long live Senior. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods again. I'll go again. I'll go too. Ha 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 ha. If I can really save the humans, even if I die, it will be worth it. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods." The various human war gods rushed in all directions excitedly. The old witch also showed wild joy. There was finally hope for the humans. Roar! 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 Loud roars came continuously from all directions. Many beast demon gods were lured over. Guhai discovered that this human soul condensed the scarlet energy of the world and was not very strong. However, as the life ender saber continuously refined the divine nature for him, the divine nature filled the halo behind his head. Guhai's strength seemed to grow increasingly stronger. As more beast demon gods were lured over, Guhai's saber slashed faster and faster. Kill! 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 This was the weakest batch of beast demon gods. After the life ender saber slaughtered them, not a single one was left. This continued until a 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god arrived. However, Guhai fought with the ox demon for a long time before he pierced the ox demon's eye with his saber. Billowing black gas instantly entered the ox demon's eye and devoured the ox demon's eye, leaving behind a pile of bones. The old witch and the other human war gods were on tenterhooks earlier. That 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god was extremely lucky. In the past, it was the despair of the human race. However, it was killed by Senior Gu. Senior Gu was also fine. That's the 60th beast demon god. Although most of them are small beast demon gods, it's still the 60th. Senior, do you feel uncomfortable? The old witch asked worriedly. Don't worry. The wills of these gods can't hurt me. Lure more beast demon gods to me. If you know where they are, you can bring me there. Guhai said seriously. Ha ha ha. Senior, just you wait. Just you wait. Our war gods will soon attract more beast demon gods. Just you wait. Just you wait. The human war gods shouted excitedly. Behind the cyan light circle behind Guhai's head, a red light circle appeared. Once again, a hazy red halo appeared, but it was not complete. However, it had already appeared. Cultivating in the lower heavenly palaces is really difficult. Previously, I thought that there was no way to break through. Now, it looks like this is an excellent opportunity. Guhai held the life ender saber and took a deep breath. As the red light circle slowly formed, Guhai's strength grew increasingly stronger. However, this human soul's body was determined by divinity. The more divinity one had, the stronger one would be. It was the same for the beast demon gods. They killed each other and consumed the divinity to grow stronger. Fortunately, I cultivated to the lower heavenly palaces this time. Otherwise, even if I could consume the divinity, there would be no place to store it. Guhai said with a sigh. A 49 zhang tall soul was like a fish in water here. It could store more divinity. Humans could not cultivate to become gods. However, humans were gods themselves. The size of the 49 zhang tall soul did not change. Guhai continued to kill and grow stronger. At the same time, he looked up at the huge sun in the sky. Bingheim, thank you for your love. You did not forget to plead for me even when you died. I will use Luya's head as a sacrifice for you. Guhai looked at the sun with a ferocious expression. That day, Luya swallowed Bingheim. It was still vivid in his mind. Guhai's heart was filled with rage. Kill, 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 kill. Guhai continued to kill. The red light circle behind his head had already condensed. It slowly condensed into the third layer of light circle, a purple light circle. The third layer of the lower heavenly palaces. It's not enough. Guhai's eyes were red. Just like that, he continued to kill for 10 days and 10 nights. Senior, you have already killed 3,200 Fey gods. The old witch said excitedly. In the valley, the ground was covered with white bones. They were all left behind after the Fey gods were killed. After 10 days, the purple light circle behind Guhai's head also condensed. The fourth layer of the lower heavenly palaces. Guhai's human soul body became more and more solid. The surroundings were filled with bloody evil karma. However, this evil karma was not a problem for Guhai. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the transformation pool. Wah! Suddenly, Luya's crow cry came from the sun. Old Loach, this prince has the great yin-yang coexisting technique. I have already refined the gods of 380 Fey gods. What about you? It's still early, right? Ha 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 ha. Today is the day you die. Luya's roar reverberated throughout the world. Roar. In the distant forest, Loach God's roar suddenly came. All Fey gods, come out. Follow this great god and tear Luya apart. Loach God roared. Roar. 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 In an instant, in the entire small world, countless Fey gods roared and jumped out. Guhai looked up at the sky, but his eyes narrowed. Luya is here. It's about time. Next, it's time for you to die. Chapter 692. Wah! The three-legged golden crow suddenly flew down from the sun. When it flew down, it was 600 feet tall, and golden light radiated from its body. Guhai understood that the golden light was Luya's divine power. However, there was a white jackdaw above Luya's head. Bingheim, you're still alive? Guhai's eyes widened in ecstasy. Bingheim, hurry up and come again. Luya shouted. You said you'd let the emperor go, the white jackdaw said unwillingly. Guhai is down there. I don't know where he is. Only by killing Loach God can we find him. Besides, didn't your cultivation increase this time? You've reached the peak of the middle celestial palace in such a short time. Haven't you? Luya said coldly. Ha! My cultivation did increase, and you gave me a portion of that surging divinity. But why am I still alive? Isn't it because I haven't opened my celestial palace yet? Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be time for you to eat me. The white jackdaw said unwillingly. Oh, you guessed it? Luya said coldly. Great yin and yang coexisting technique. Huh, do you think I can't see through it? You can only get this bit of power from me by force. I haven't opened my celestial palace yet, and you're still unwilling to eat me. Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be my death. Borrowing power from me every time is better than using your own power. Bingheim sneered. What? You still want to resist? Luya said coldly. Resist? I can resist, but if I self-destruct, you'll lose more than you gain. Do you believe me? Bingheim said resolutely. You dare. Luya glared. Bingheim stared at Luya. Don't worry. As long as I find Guhai, I'll definitely let Guhai go. I'll do as I say. Luya compromised in a low voice. Bingheim stared at Luya for a while, then let out a crow's cry and flew toward him. Awoo! Luya swallowed Bingheim again. Boom! The flames around Luya's body suddenly soared into the sky. His 600 feet figure instantly grew to 320 feet. Below, Guhai felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Bingheim, you don't have to do this. Guhai's eyes were slightly moist as he said bitterly, Old Loach, are you out? Luya roared. Boom! Amidst the rolling bloodlight, Loach God flew out again. At this moment, Loach Great God had reached a size of 310 feet. Although it was not as big as Luya's, Loach Great God's body was solid. All Yao gods, come out! Loach God roared. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 demonic deities soared into the sky. They were of varying sizes, some dozens of meters tall, some hundreds of meters tall, and some nearly 600 meters tall. They all followed Grand God Loach into the sky. Demon God, this is not a competition of numbers. Please treasure. Luya shouted. Boom. Suddenly, Luya spat out 3 gourds. They were the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Vine Realm Gourd, and the True Fire Gourd. In an instant, the overwhelming Samadhi True Fire vines and Immortal Slaying Flying Daggers rushed toward the demon gods in all directions. Boom! Loach God and Luya also instantly tore at each other. Rumble! The sky was filled with energy storms. The battle was chaotic. Senior Gu, why don't you wait a little longer? We can slowly accumulate in the future. One day, you will become the strongest. The old shaman advised. No, today. Guhai's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and soared into the sky. Senior, be careful. The old shaman and countless human war gods prayed. At the same time, they clenched their fists, waiting for a miracle. With 100,000 demonic deities in the sky, Guhai immediately charged toward the group of demonic deities at the back with the life ender saber. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 demonic deities' skin were cut open by the life ender saber. The rolling skeletons crazily gnawed at the group of demonic deities. Ah, 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 ah. The group of demonic deities screamed in pain. The demonic deities nearby were shocked by the screams. A human? Bastard. Human, quick, kill him. Since when did the human race have such a powerful war god? Humph, humans are the lowest beings. They are just our food. We eat humans. Humans don't have divinity or the will of gods. Eating them is very nutritious. Immediately, a large number of demonic deities pounced on Guhai. However, the current Guhai was no longer the same person as 10 days ago. The current Guhai could already compete with ordinary demonic deities. Kill, kill, kill. Although Guhai was seriously injured by the demonic deities, the life ender saber would fill his body with surging divinity as long as it devoured a demonic deity. The injury just now healed instantly. Ah, skeleton, save me. Loach God, save me, save me. As Guhai killed, he collected more and more divinity. At first, in the eyes of the demonic deities, Guhai was a great tonic. However, as Guhai killed hundreds of demonic deities, Guhai became a dangerous person. When Guhai killed 2,000 demonic deities at an extremely fast speed, not many demonic deities dared to find trouble with Guhai. A group of top-notch demonic deities were hunting Luya. Screams continued. When Gu Hai killed 3,000 demonic deities, no demonic deity dared to approach Gu Hai anymore. Surging blood-red fog surrounded Gu Hai. That was the sin of killing. The powerful sin of killing made the demonic deities flee in fear like a demon. Below, the old witch and the other war gods were so excited that they were trembling all over. He is a human. Senior Gu is a human. That's great, that's great. Senior Gu, nothing must happen to you. The humans prayed excitedly. At that moment, Gu Hai was extremely depressed. Wherever he went, the demonic deities fled. How was he going to kill them? In the distance, Loach God and Luya were fighting when they noticed the abnormality in the distance. However, Gu Hai was shrouded in the bloody fog of killing and couldn't see his figure clearly. Luya couldn't guess that the 49-foot-tall figure was Gu Hai. In Luya's eyes, Gu Hai was already a dead man. Who was this? You are Luya's helper? Loach God suddenly exclaimed. After all, this group of demonic deities was here to kill Luya. Now, this humanoid demonic deity shrouded in bloody fog was killing demonic deities. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately lowered his voice. God Luya, I'm here to help you. Let's work together to kill old Loach. Gu Hai's roar made all the demonic deities' expressions change. Is he really Luya's helper? Loach God's expression changed. Luya was at a loss. Oh, could it be another demonic deity of this world? Has he always been lurking in the past? Ha ha ha. Good. This crown prince will give you a chance to follow. Come, kill old Loach with me. Luya said with a big laugh. Luya, I'll stay here. You guys go and tear that blind thing apart for me. Loach God roared. Roar. Immediately, large swathes of demonic deities swarmed toward Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was still fighting some ordinary demonic deities, but now it was powerful demonic deities. Gu Hai was only 49 foot tall, while these great demonic deities were hundreds of feet, even 1,000 feet, or even bigger. They quickly surrounded Gu Hai. Boom! The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's chest was torn apart by a 1,000-foot demonic deity. However, the life ender saber quickly killed a group of 300-foot demonic deities. In the blink of an eye, surging divine power filled his body, repairing his human soul and restoring his human soul body. Rumble! Gu Hai was surrounded in the center by countless demonic deities. At this moment, it was a fierce battle for Gu Hai. He was injured again and again, hovering on the edge of life and death. However, it was also a feast. As the life ender saber continued to kill, Gu Hai obtained 1,000th of the divine power, while the life ender saber obtained 9,000th of the divine power. With this huge amount of divine power, the cracks on the life ender saber slowly recovered. The cracks on the life ender saber recovered, and the life ender saber also slowly recovered its former glory. It kept getting stronger, and the surrounding black fog became bigger and bigger. There were also more and more skeletons inside. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai was already surrounded by countless demonic deities, but Gu Hai seemed to be unkillable. He kept fighting. The humans below could no longer see the battle situation clearly. They could only see the eerie bones of demonic deities falling from the sky. More and more. Wherever Gu Hai went, white bones were everywhere. The demonic deities attacked like moths to a flame, killing countless. Old witch, there are already 8,000 demonic deity bones falling, a demonic deity said excitedly. Senior Gu, can you take it? 8,000 bones. Those are powerful demonic deities. Ordinary demonic deities don't even have bones. Senior Gu, how many have you killed? The group of demonic deities was excited and worried. There is hope for the human race. Perhaps we can really be saved by Mr. Good and return to the divine continent. The old witch said excitedly. We can go back. A strong longing flashed across the demonic deity's eyes. If we can really go out, and if Senior Gu doesn't mind, I will follow Senior Gu, a demonic deity said, excitedly. Me too. The humans below were excited. The killing in the air was also getting more intense. Luya's pressure was lessening, while Guhai's pressure was increasing. However, the greater the pressure, the more intense the battle on Guhai's side. Guhai's human soul was extremely huge. It was like a dry sea. No matter how much water there was, it could hold it. There were no bottlenecks. He constantly absorbed divinity, constantly absorbed, and constantly grew stronger. After a day and a night, Guhai had already killed more than 40,000 demonic deities, and most of them were great demonic deities. This crazy battle left the distant Loch god and Luya god astounded. They saw demonic deity bones falling one after another. The demonic deity in the blood mist was growing at a terrifying speed. At first, the 1,000-foot demonic deities had him fleeing. Now, he was slaughtering them as if they were pigs. The demonic deities in the blood mist were growing too fast, so fast that even God Loch and God Luya were a little scared. Where did this monster come from? Tens of thousands of demonic deities had surrounded him. In just a day and a night, he had become the one hunting them down. Chapter 693. Heaven City. On a huge square, Yen Hua led a large number of angels and looked coldly at the people who were tied up. The people who were tied up were none other than Guqin, Montez, and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards. A group of Golden Core realm warriors. Golden Core realm, only a dozen from the Yuanying state, and you dare to barge into Heaven City? Yen Hua looked coldly at Guqin and the others who were tied up. Young master, Yen Hua, please forgive us. We have gone the wrong way. Guqin pleaded. Wrong way? Haha, do you really think I don't know you? Guqin. Yen Hua said coldly. Guqin's expression changed as he looked at Yen Hua. How would I not know the people from the Han Dynasty? You are Guqin, and this is Montez, right? The commander of the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards. These 3,000 people are the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards. Am I right? Yen Hua laughed coldly. How do you know? Guqin's expression changed. And how do I know? Not only do I know who you are, I also know that you went to beg the Dragon Tribe's leader, Ao Tianhuang, to help you save Guhai. Ao Tianhuang has no time to help you when the two armies are fighting. You caused a huge ruckus at Ao Tianhuang's Dragon Tribe camp, and then disappeared. Then you sneaked into my territory. Ha ha ha. Yen Hua laughed coldly. You know everything? Guqin's expression changed. The Deqian invasion, the Dehan Guhai? How could I not investigate you? But I didn't expect you to be so daring. A group of Golden Core, realm warriors. Oh, you dare to look for Guhai? Yen Hua said coldly. How is my father? Guqin asked anxiously. Your father? He is in Heaven City. But I won't let you see him. Take them to the prison. Yen Hua said coldly. Yes. A group of angels responded and led Guqin and the others away. Eldest young master, why did you keep them? An angel asked in confusion as he watched Guqin being escorted away. A bunch of Golden Core, realm warriors. Killing them will only dirty my hands. Wouldn't it be better to kill them in front of Guhai in the future? Yen Hua sneered. Eldest young master is wise. That Guhai will definitely be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. The angel beside him laughed loudly. In the Heavenly City's prison, Guqin, Montez, and the others were imprisoned in an ordinary valley. Everyone's cultivation was sealed, and they were no different from mortals. The group of embroidered uniform guards surrounded Guqin and Montez in the center, making it impossible for the guards to see them clearly. "Crown Prince, we're in." Montez revealed a hint of excitement. "That's right. Why don't we ask Ao Tianhuang to seal our cultivation and make us look harmless? The heavenly city is heavily guarded, and it's impossible to sneak in. We let Yan Hua capture us. Yan Hua is in charge of the heavenly city. If he wanted to kill us, we could have escaped with the help of the dragon tribe's elders. If he didn't kill us, he would have brought us into the heavenly city. We're in." Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "If we're in, then we'll be sealed by the angels again." Montez frowned. "It's okay, we're in." Guqin said, "Oh, Supreme Elder, Ao, we've brought in a strand of your divine consciousness. Shouldn't you unseal our cultivation?" First, Guqin said, "Buzz." A dragon whisker suddenly flew out from Guqin's arms. The dragon whisker condensed into a transparent figure that looked exactly like Ao Tianhuang. "A projection?" Montez narrowed his eyes. "Guqin's crown prince, good move." Ao Tianhuang's projection laughed. Whoosh! Ao Tianhuang's projection immediately unsealed the seals on everyone. Boom! Suddenly, waves of air surged out from everyone's bodies. "Conceal your aura," Guqin shouted. Buzz! The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards concealed their aura, and no one would be able to tell that the seals had been unsealed. Rumble! Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the heavenly prison. "Oh no! Tai Chu has set up an array in the city to prevent my projection from sneaking in. I can't show myself. Guqin's crown prince, it's up to you now." Ao Tianhuang's projection shouted, "Supreme Elder Ao, please follow our agreement and begin. Don't make any mistakes, please." Guqin said solemnly, "Don't worry." Ao Tianhuang nodded. Buzz! Ao Tianhuang's projection instantly turned into a dragon whisker and fell to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. Guqin carefully kept the dragon whisker and led to hands 3,000 embroidered uniform guards to the entrance of the heavenly prison. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" The guardian angels glared at them. Guqin narrowed his eyes. Pissed, 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 pissed. The group of embroidered uniform guards exploded and beheaded a large number of angels in an instant. Only 3 of them were left alive. Their mouths were covered and their bodies were restrained. Aren't you in the Golden Core realm?" "Why, a 2-winged angel exclaimed. "Where are Gu Hai and Ao Shun locked up?" Guqin looked at the angel coldly. "The power of the heavenly palace. How is that possible? Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? All of you are in the power of the heavenly palace." The angel looked at the group of people in horror. "Speak." Guqin's eyes were cold. I don't know. The angel exclaimed. Pissed! Guqin raised his blade and killed one of them instantly. The remaining 2 were still in shock. However, the angels were indeed unaware. Montez also killed the remaining 2 angels. "It seems that we have to go out and look for them. Half of the embroidered uniform guards will continue to look for the Emperor and Ao Shun with me. Montez, you will lead the other half of the embroidered uniform guards and be in charge of setting up the array nearby. Let's move quickly," Guqin said in a low voice. "Yes," Montez replied. Whoosh! The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards moved quickly in the secret realm of the Way of Beast. Surging blood mist encased Gu Hai's body. After killing 40,000 Fey Immortals, although his figure did not change, remaining 490 meter tall, his divine might was overwhelming. Wherever his saber pointed, The Fae Immortals fled in all directions. Mudfish God and Luya's expressions changed drastically at the sight of the massacre. Where did this monster come from? The more he killed, the stronger he became. Moreover, he could not be killed. The life ender saber only gave Gu-hai 1,000th of its divine power. However, this 1,000th helped Gu-hai to refine the divine power. It was also the purest divine power. Although the other demon deities fought and devoured each other's deities, most of the divine power was wasted. However, Gu-hai did not. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Gu-hai felt that his entire body was filled with power. Below, the old witch and the human race's war god clenched their fists in excitement. The ordinary humans even cupped their fists and prayed that Gu-hai would be fine. Luya, have you not killed old Mudfish yet? I'll help you. Gu-hai lowered his voice and shouted. Boom! Gu-hai, surrounded by blood mist, charged toward Mudfish God. Mudfish God's eyelids twitched wildly. Luya's eyelids also twitched wildly. Is he here to help me? Mudfish God and Luya both felt that the person surrounded by blood mist was getting stronger as he killed. It was as though he was devouring the demon deity's divine power as he killed. This is impossible. Even the Immortal of the Six Paths could not do it. How could he? Has he been hiding his strength? Luya narrowed his eyes. However, it was fortunate that this monster had a grudge against Mudfish God. He could ally with him. Are you all dead? Why aren't you killing him? Mudfish God roared angrily. Patriarch, he's a devil. He's a devil. We're no match for him. The demon deities screamed in terror. The demon deities did not dare to step forward, but if none of them dared to go, would they want them to fight Luya and this monster at the same time? Humph! If none of you go, I'll chant the curse. Mudfish God said coldly. A demon art? A curse? Luya's face fell. I've put a curse on all of you. If you don't want to die, go and kill him. Mudfish God roared. As he roared, Loach God began to mutter to himself, as if he was chanting some sort of bizarre incantation. Yes, at #yen% and asterisk as soon as the incantation was uttered. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen demon deities suddenly exploded. The other demon deities also began to swell in pain. Don't. I'll go. Chanting the curse will definitely kill you. If we fight that monster, we won't necessarily die. Kill him. He must be tired after fighting for so long. Kill him. All of the demon deities lunged at Gu-hai. Gu-hai revealed a cold smile when he saw the overwhelming number of demon immortals charging at him. If it was before, he might not be a match for this group of ferocious demon immortals. But now he had already killed 40,000 demon immortals and was incomparably strong. Only now did he come, courting death. Boom! He swung his saber, and a black mist surged into the air. Countless skulls erupted from the black mist and began to gnaw at the demon deities. Ea, kill! Don't eat me! God Loach, save me! The chaotic slaughter continued. The bloody mist around Gu-hai grew thicker and thicker, and the slaughter sped up. At this moment, it was not the countless bones that fell. Instead, Gu-hai shattered them in midair, sending them flying in all directions like a rain of bones. Kill! 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 Of the 60,000 demonic immortals, it didn't take long before half were gone. After another 20,000 were killed, there were still several thousand demonic immortals left, and they began to flee in terror. The monster in the bloody mist was even more terrifying than the curse. God Loach and Luya's eyes widened. God Luya, I'll help you. Gu-hai lowered his voice and rushed forward. Luya's eyelids twitched. That was close to 100,000 demon deities. Although he was confident that he was stronger than all of them, he was not so exaggerating that he could kill them all in such a short time. Who was this monster? The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine World Gourd, and True Fire Gourd faced Gu-hai. Luya hesitated. God, Loach's eyes were bloodshot. How is this possible? I've been in this world for so many years, but I've never seen a demon deity like you. Who are you? God, Loach pounced at Gu-hai with a ferocious expression. Luya narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He watched as God, Loach charged at Gu-hai. Instead, he was more wary of the monster in the bloody mist. For some reason, Luya suddenly felt a sense of danger. The danger did not come from God Loach, but from the monster in the bloody mist. Chapter 694. Luya was on guard against the monster in the blood fog, his expression terrifyingly dark. The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd were all facing the blood fog monster. Although this monster kept saying that it was helping him, for some reason, Luya felt an extremely dangerous aura from the monster. This danger was even more terrifying than the danger from Loach God. Who exactly was he? Roar. Loach God charged straight at Gu-hai. As he charged, streaks of blue light appeared around him, as if forming a huge net, crashing toward Gu-hai in the blood fog. Demonic arts again. Not enough. Gu-hai slashed with his saber with a ferocious expression. With a slash of the saber, countless skeletons rushed into the sky. Boom! The huge net was completely devoured by countless skeletons. Loach God spat out a longsword. Boom! The bone saber and longsword collided. The longsword trembled, and a gap appeared. In the blink of an eye, rolling skeletons gnawed at it. Loach God's tail whipped toward Gu-hai. As it whipped, it seemed to cause the whole void to tremble. Loach God's tail collided with the bone saber. Hung! Gu-hai was thrown 300 meters away by the huge force, but Loach God's tail was unaffected. Ha 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 ha! I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just something strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Humph! You can't even break my skin, and you want to kill me? Loach God roared with a ferocious expression. Below, the old shaman and countless commoners had already knelt and prayed, chanting. It was unknown what they were saying, but they were all praying that Gu-hai was unharmed. Humph! Can't even break the skin? When the skin breaks, it will be the time of your death. Gu-hai said coldly. Boom! 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 Loach God swung his tail again and again, and indeed beat Gu-hai back repeatedly, but the difference was not big. Gu-hai just could not break Loach God's skin. In the distance, Luya narrowed his eyes. Did I see wrongly? In the distance, after Gu-hai was knocked away again, he paused. All right, it's time to end this. End. You're the one who's finished, aren't you? Roar. Loach God opened his mouth and swallowed Gu-hai. Loach God was extremely confident in his own defense. Everything that had happened just now had proven that the blood mist monster in front of him couldn't break through his defense at all. It could only be continuously chased by him. He had to be killed. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it wanted to swallow the monster in front of it. Zhou Tian. Gu-hai raised the life ender saber again. However, this time, when Gu-hai swung his saber, countless saber beams appeared around him. They arranged themselves like a chessboard, instantly forming a chessboard. As Gu-hai swung his saber, the countless saber beams quickly gathered at the astral saber and headed for Loach deity. What? High in the sky, Luya's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. 5. The energy saber gathered, and a surging force shot out. This time, the saber's force was many times stronger than before. When the saber slashed down, a black hole as big as the sky seemed to tear open as it shot toward Loach God. under the saber force, Loach God couldn't resist at all. All he could do was cry out in shock. No, no. Hung. A huge air current swept out in all directions. All the humans and fey gods who were watching the battle suddenly shuddered. They saw Loach God, who used to be the strongest in this world, being sliced in half. The two halves of Loach God seemed to be alive. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who are you?" Boom. The life ender saber emitted billowing black gas that instantly transformed into billions of skulls. They charged at the two halves of Loach God's body and started gnawing at them. The powerful air current formed by the huge explosion dispersed some of the blood mist around Gu-hai, revealing a face in the blood mist. "Gu-hai!" Luya suddenly cried out. When Gu-hai slashed out with Cycle 5, Luya had a bad feeling. He seemed to have heard of Gu-hai's move, the Cycle Saber technique, but he didn't think much of it. Even when Gu-hai slashed out, Luya didn't believe that it was Gu-hai. After all, how could the extremely weak Gu-hai be so strong? Furthermore, Gu-hai's cultivation had been sealed by him. He was basically doomed after entering this world. How could it be? How could it be him? Luya couldn't believe it until he saw Gu-hai's face. Luya had no choice but to believe it. Was it really him? Was it really him? A sense of grievance flashed through Luya's heart. "It's me, Crown Prince Luya. It's my turn now." Gu-hai sneered. Luya suddenly realized that Gu-hai had been forced back by Loach God time and time again, not because he was weaker than Loach God, but because he was finding excuses to get closer to him. Now, Gu-hai and Luya were very close. 5 heavenly cycles. Gu-hai slashed down again. "Treasure, please turn around." Luya suddenly exclaimed. Boom! 108 white Immortal slaying flying sabers suddenly flew out of the Immortal slaying gourd. They instantly shot towards Gu-hai. Immortal slaying flying sabers? Hee. In the Beast Tao mystic realm, the body that I condensed is different from the outside world. Gu-hai said coldly. Under the Cycle 5 saber technique, Gu-hai's saber aura domain surrounded him. Immediately, 108 saber auras collided with the Immortal slaying flying sabers. Boom! The 108 white Immortal slaying flying sabers were instantly sliced in half. What? Luya's face sank. At that moment, another golden flying saber suddenly appeared from the Immortal slaying gourd. In front of the golden flying saber, there seemed to be a pair of sharp eyes as it charged towards Gu-hai. Boom! After breaking into Gu-hai's saber aura domain, it immediately shattered a large number of saber auras and charged towards Gu-hai. Its power was several times stronger than the previous white Immortal slaying flying saber. Slash! Gu-hai glared. Boom! The life ender saber slashed down, and the golden Immortal slaying flying saber was instantly knocked back. A crack even appeared on the golden Immortal slaying flying saber. In an instant, rolling skeletons wrapped around it. Buzz! The golden Immortal slaying flying saber turned around and fled in pain. However, the little skeleton stared at it and kept gnawing at it. Swish! Instantly, the Immortal slaying flying saber flew back into the Immortal slaying gourd. Everything was over. Slash! Gu-hai's attack that broke the golden Immortal slaying flying saber did not weaken. He continued slashing towards Luya. A large number of vines rushed out of the Vine World gourd. Boom! It was instantly slashed into pieces by the heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. A large amount of true Samadhi fire rushed out of the true fire gourd. Boom! The heavenly Cycle 5 saber force broke through the fire and charged towards Luya. Wah! Luya's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out Gu-hai's life ender saber. When the life ender saber appeared, purple light shot into the sky. A huge explosive force charged towards the life ender saber. Hung! With a loud sound, Luya was instantly thrown back 1,000 feet. The Life Ender saber was also blasted away. Luya was in a sorry state. Gu-hai took a step forward and approached him again. No, no, impossible. How are you so strong? How can you have such a saber? Luya exclaimed. You took my Life Ender saber. Unfortunately, you don't know my saber technique. If you don't know how to use it, what's the use of a powerful treasure? Gu-hai sneered. Rumble! The black energy that had just devoured Loach God quickly returned to the Life Ender saber. Waves of energy entered Gu-hai's body, and he became even stronger. The Life Ender saber flew far away, and the 3 bottle gourds exploded. However, Gu-hai did not care. He only had one target in his eyes. Luya! Gu-hai stepped forward and slashed again. Wah! Luya let out a ferocious roar, and a myriad of flames immediately burst out from his body. In an instant, he was like a sun, enveloping the surrounding sky like a large furnace. Then he opened his mouth and charged at Gu-hai. A powerful aura surged over like a long river. Heavenly Cycle 5 Saber Force. Gu-hai slashed again. Surging saber chi went against the flow and charged at Luya. Boom! The surrounding flames exploded. The saber force landed on Luya's body, forming a spherical shield that looked like the sun. Blazing sun in the sky. 10 suns crossing the sky. Luya roared. Luya seemed to have circulated all the divine energy in his body and infused it into this spherical shield. When the surrounding Fey immortals accidentally approached and touched this shield, they were instantly incinerated, not even leaving behind ashes. Chop! Gu-hai glared. The Life Ender saber force actually failed to break Luya's secret technique. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Gu-hai. Heavenly Cycle 6. Gu-hai shouted. When Luya swung his saber, his heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Boom! Indeed, when Luya swung his saber, that blazing sun shield exploded. Blarg! Luya vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back 3 kilometers. Die! Gu-hai slashed with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Luya looked like he was severely injured. He could not resist at all. When Luya saw Gu-hai's saber slash at him, his expression changed. Ha ha ha! Kill me! Kill me! If you kill me, Bingheim will die as well. Luya shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Life Ender saber force stopped before Luya, kicking up a strong wind. However, Gu-hai's saber could not continue. Ha 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 ha! You don't dare to kill me, right? In that case, you will never have the chance. Luya sneered. As Luya spoke, he flapped his wings. Whoosh! Luya instantly flew into the distance. Humph! You are strong, but you might not be as fast as me. Gu-hai, I hate that I did not kill you back then. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he fled. Gu-hai looked at the fleeing Luya, but did not give chase. Instead, he stepped forward and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Gu-hai quickly flew towards the sun, the fixed star in the sky. From afar, Gu-hai already saw a large hall in the sky above the fixed star. Deity's Palace. Deity's Palace? Once I cross this deity's palace, I will be able to leave, right? Anticipation flashed in Gu-hai's eyes. When Luya, who was fleeing earlier, saw that Gu-hai was not chasing after him, he was slightly stunned. Gu-hai is not chasing after me? Luya turned his head and happened to see Gu-hai charging towards the deity's palace. When Luya saw that Gu-hai was about to enter the deity's palace, his face lit up with joy. Then he showed a ferocious expression. You want to go out? If you go out, you will not have this divine power. Your cultivation will return to the lower heavenly palaces. If you go out, you will die. Luya soared into the sky in excitement. This was why Gu Hai was so strong in this world. Once he left this world, he would no longer be in a world where divine power reigned supreme. After returning to the divine continent, Gu Hai would return to the lower heavenly palaces. It would be easy for Luya to kill him. Thinking of this, hatred flashed in Luya's eyes as he charged towards the sun. In the distance, on the sun, Gu Hai had already reached the entrance of the deity's palace. He retracted his human soul, and the blood mist disappeared completely. Gu Hai stepped into the deity's palace. Good. Gu Hai, you are dead meat. Luya laughed maniacally. However, just as he finished laughing, Gu Hai stepped back from the entrance of the deity's palace. The moment he stepped back, his human soul appeared. This world suddenly gathered rolling power for him, and he reconstructed his demon-like body. Why are you back? Luya was shocked and angry. Chapter 695. South of the Fusang tree, above a vast ocean, a large number of overlords were flying in the sky, separated into two rows. On one side were angels enveloped in sacred light. Some flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Some stood on flying boats, holding weapons as they looked at the other side coldly. On the other side were countless dragons and lesser dragons. They looked ferocious as they bared their fangs at the angels, as if they would pounce at any moment. The battle between the two sides was about to start, but it stopped there. Under a great pressure, the entire ocean was as quiet as a mirror. The angels and dragons were staring at a small island in the middle. On the island, Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang were sitting together. They didn't look at each other angrily. Instead, they were drinking wine. To the east of the Fusang tree, Sima Zongheng is leading the Deqian 33rd Army against the Cosmic Stars formation. To the north of the Fusang tree, the three Deqian princes are fighting against the 10 Suns Sky Crossing formation. Ao Tianhuang, is the Deqian really going to die with the Solar Divine Palace? Tai Chu drank wine and looked at Ao Tianhuang coldly. It's too noisy over there, so I moved the battle here. Tai Chu, you and I are old friends, right? Ao Tianhuang took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice, Yes, we are. I knew that we would fight one day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Tai Chu said in a deep voice, Soon, not soon. It will be over soon. Ao Tianhuang said coldly, You invited me to this island before the battle just to have a drink with me. Tai Chu said coldly, What? I can't invite you? Ao Tianhuang smiled. Invite? You did invite me. If you can invite me here, it means that we still have room to talk, right? Tai Chu said in a deep voice, What do you think? Ao Tianhuang smiled. Ao Tianhuang, Long Zhanghua is courting death. You dragons should know more about the strength of the deity of six paths. Can Long Zhanghua defeat the deity of six paths? Besides, Long Zhanghua can't compare to Tai Yi's strength. Tai Chu said in a deep voice, Tai Yi's strength? 800,000 years ago, you were nothing in front of my dragon clan. Ao Tianhuang said coldly, You are really arrogant. Dragon clan? Do you think it's still the same? Ao Tianhuang, since you took the initiative to show goodwill, I will give you a chance. From now on, lead your dragon clan to abandon the darkness and join the light. We can plead with the Immortal of the Six Paths to let bygones be bygones. Tai Chu said, solemnly, Forget about the past. Should I thank you? Ao Tianhuang sneered. What? Can you still resist? If you're not abandoning the darkness for the light, could it be that you want your son? Grand Primordium laughed loudly. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. Ao Shun, this is the pride of your life. Although you removed the crown prince, do you think I don't know? You just wanted him to avoid this battle. That's all. Ha, now he's in my hands. If you're so stubborn, I'll make him accompany you in hell. How about it? Absolute Beginning said coldly, Tai Chu, do you only know how to use my son to threaten me? Ao Tian Huang said coldly, so what? The Deqian, Celestial Empire, and Solar God Shrine are in a battle of life and death. Do you really think we can sit down and talk at this time? Long Zhangguo has already gone too far. It's either the Deqian Empire or Solar God Shrine. Humph, do you still expect us to be friendly to you at this time? Tai Chu said coldly, when you went to the Deqian Celestial Empire to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference, His Holiness had already started to defy the heavens. However, he didn't pester you and let you go. The two armies are in a battle, and it's up to fate. Yet, you use my son to threaten me? Ao Tian Huang said coldly, that's because he's stupid. Humph, Ao Tian Huang. Let me ask you, are you willing to abandon the darkness and join the light? Tai Chu said coldly. Ao Tian Huang suddenly sneered. You're the one who abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Just as Tai Chu was about to scold him, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a whoosh. Ao Tian Huang, you lied to me? Bastard, you were wasting time with me, but your projection went to the heavenly city? Tai Chu shouted with a ferocious expression. All right, now the battle can begin. Ha ha ha. Ao Tian Huang suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he threw a punch at Tai Chu. As he threw the punch, a huge yellow dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Tai Chu. Bastard! Tai Chu threw a punch. Boom! Ao Tian Huang and Tai Chu immediately started to attack each other. In the sky, the angels and dragons instantly erupted into action as the two leaders fought below. Kill! Kill! Countless dragons and angels roared together. Kaboom! The two armies started to fight. The strong physique of the dragons instantly gained a huge advantage. They swept across a large area and instantly killed a large number of angels. Ao Tianhuang's punch was too powerful. When Tai Chu's palm collided, he was instantly sent flying. Ha 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 ha! Tai Chu, you're really weak. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Humph, weak? What do you know? Total annihilation. Divine light heaven and earth. Tai Chu shouted. With a flip of his hand, a cross-like treasure suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's hand. The moment it appeared, it instantly lit up the sky. Above the apocalypse, there seemed to be billions of runes that suddenly emitted a dazzling light. All the angels that were illuminated by the light suddenly had their eyes turn crimson red. Their bodies also abruptly increased in size, as if they had all gone mad. Boom, boom, boom. The battle suddenly became intense. The one-sided defeat of the dragons instantly changed. The two sides were now evenly matched. Oh no, the angel strength increased? 10-direction annihilation. It's the 10-direction annihilation divine light. The surrounding dragon clan members gathered. Ao Tian Huang was still fighting Tai Chu. At this moment, Tai Chu's strength also surged as the 10-direction annihilation shone on him. His strength seemed to have multiplied. Boom, boom, boom. As he exchanged blows with Ao Tian Huang, ripples appeared in the void. This time it was a tie. Oh, 10-direction annihilation? Unleash your potential, Ao Tian Huang said with a ferocious expression. Tai Chu's expression changed. Ao Tian Huang, you despicable man. Humph despicable, who said, you expect me to be friendly to you at this moment? Ao Tian Huang said coldly, so what if the 10-direction annihilation was over? Ao Tian Huang could still fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fought, huge tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Tai Chu was very anxious. Something happened in the heavenly city, and he had to return immediately. However, Ao Tianhuang kept pestering him. Humph, Ao Tianhuang. Do you really think I don't have a way? 10-direction annihilation. Transform into my form and guard for me. Tai Chu shouted. In the sky, the 10-direction annihilation that was shining with billions of holy light suddenly transformed into Tai Chu's appearance. However, Tai Chu transformed from the 10-direction annihilation had 12 wings, 6 pairs of huge white wings, and he suddenly pounced. Hum! Rolling holy light lit up the sky. 10-direction annihilation? It can transform. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. The 12-winged angel charged at Ao Tianhuang. Break for me. Ao Tianhuang punched with all his might. Boom! The 12-winged angel's punch collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Surprisingly, it was a tie. The huge impact caused countless dragons and angels to be knocked over. 10-direction annihilation. You stop Ao Tianhuang. I'll be back soon. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Tai Chu turned around and flew towards the Fusang tree in the distance, towards Tai Chu City. Stop! Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. However, at that moment, the 12-winged angel blocked Ao Tianhuang's path. Ao Tianhuang's face was filled with anxiety. Heavenly City. Tai Chu only took a short while to rush back. Boom! Tai Chu paused, and a storm instantly blew away the clouds above Heavenly City. How dare you? Tai Chu suddenly roared. The true Lord is back. The true Lord. The true Lord. Save the eldest young master. In Heavenly City, countless angels exclaimed. At this moment, Heavenly City was also in chaos. Ao Tianhuang's projection appeared, with rolling dark clouds above his head and lightning striking down. There were 6 black angels surrounding Ao Tianhuang's projection, but they still could not do anything to Ao Tianhuang. The other angels did not come to help because there was a terrifying scene not far away. The eldest young master, Yanhua, was being choked by a man. At this moment, his limbs were broken, and he was on the verge of death. The man was none other than Guqin. You. Yanhua looked at Guqin in despair. Guqin was choking Yanhua, but he looked at the embroidered uniform guards beside him. At this moment, Meng Tai was supporting the injured and dying Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, are you feeling better? Guqin shouted. Thank you, Crown Prince Guqin. I was almost killed by Yanhua just now. Thank you, Ao Shun said weakly. You don't have to thank me. It's a pity that father was taken away by Luya. Otherwise, Guqin was depressed. He cooperated with Ao Tianhuang, this time to save his father. Guhai, but his father was not here? The Guqin Emperor is blessed. Crown Prince Guqin, don't worry too much. Ao Shun said weakly. All right, let's not worry about this for now. We must leave immediately. I have Yanhua. All angels move away, or I will crush his head. Guqin roared. Just as the angels were at a loss, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept over. Boom! A loud roar came from the sky as the wind blew. How dare you? Tai Chu's eyes widened as he looked down. Oh no, Tai Chu is back. Montez supported Ao Shun and his expression changed. Guqin's expression also darkened. Sovereign Ao, what happened? Guqin stared at Ao Tianhuang's projection, who was fighting with a group of black angels not far away. Crown Prince Guqin, I'm sorry. My main body is trapped by the 10-direction annihilation. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Ao Tianhuang? It's just a projection. You're really good at scheming. Tai Chu's figure flashed as he slammed his palm over. Oh no! Ao Tianhuang's projection's expression changed as he hurriedly countered with his palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Tai Chu used a huge amount of strength. Ao Tianhuang's projection was instantly shattered into pieces. Sovereign Ao. Montez's expression changed. At this moment, there were angels everywhere. Tai Chu was back, and Ao Tianhuang's projection was shattered. Was it over? Chapter 696. Tai Chu smashed Ao Tianhuang's projection and stared coldly at Guqin. Fa father, save me. Yan Hua was on the verge of death. Tai Chu didn't say anything and slowly approached Guqin. A powerful aura was released from him. If it was in the past, this aura would have suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't move. Unfortunately, Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards had entered the Azura secret realm, and their soul power was extremely strong. A large number of angels knelt down, but Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards were still standing. Don't come over. Guqin glared and tightened his grip. Crack! His finger stabbed into Yan Hua's head. You have nowhere to run. You're courting death by coming to Heaven City. You're Guhai's son, Guqin? Humph! None of Guhai's men are good people. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, I have the soul-destroying powder that Ao Tianhuang gave me. If you take another step forward, I'll destroy Yan Hua. Guqin said coldly. Buzz. Tai Chu paused, and his face twisted. Open the Heaven Palace. Great. I didn't know that so many of Guhai's subordinates had opened the Heaven Palace. Although he was surprised, Tai Chu still cared about his son. Yi Hua was dead, and he only had one son left. Montez, take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. Guqin took a deep breath and said, Yes, what? Crown Prince, I'll take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave? What about you? You're not coming with me? Montez's expression changed. Tai Chu won't let me go. Guqin laughed coldly. Oh, you're smart. Humph, let go of Yan Hua, and I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. Ha, Tai Chu, do you think I believe you? Guqin laughed coldly. What do you mean? Tai Chu's expression turned cold. Guqin said, Let them go, I'll stay. Crown Prince, you can't. You should come with us. Montez exclaimed. Go together? Things are different now. If I take Yan Hua away, Tai Chu would rather not have Yan Hua, or even kill Yan Hua. None of us can leave. Guqin said in a low voice. How could this be? Montez's expression changed. Just like how Ao Tianhuang didn't want Ao Shun to be a hindrance to him, Tai Chu didn't want Yan Hua to be a hindrance to his soul. In this life and death battle, we can't have any psychological hindrances. He would rather kill Yan Hua with his own hands than let Yan Hua be held hostage by Ao Tianhuang to threaten him. Listen to me and leave. You can only leave if I'm here. Guqin said coldly. No, let me hold Yan Hua hostage. Crown Prince, you go first. Montez said anxiously. Guqin pinched Yan Hua and stared at Tai Chu, shaking his head. Change. The moment someone else takes Yan Hua hostage, Tai Chu will be able to destroy both of us in an instant. Let's go. Crown Prince. Montez said anxiously. This is an order. Montez, take the order and take Crown Prince Ao Shun away. Guqin shouted. Yes. Montez said with red eyes. Ao Shun, who was being held by Montez, looked at Guqin's resolute expression and was shocked. Tai Chu, one person for one person. You can ignore Yan Hua, but Ao Shun and Ao Tianhuang can ignore Ao Shun as well. How about using his son to exchange for yours? You can fight with your own abilities. Guqin shouted. What if I'm not willing? Tai Chu said with a cold expression. If you're not willing, then let's die together. I killed Yan Hua, and Montez killed Ao Shun. No one can hold anyone hostage. Montez killed Ao Shun, and let Ao Tianhuang die together with you. Guqin said coldly. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. Ha, 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 ha. Good, good, good. Guhai's son is as ruthless as Gu Hai. We have already disregarded our lives this time. Tai Chu, what do you think of my suggestion? Guqin said again. Tai Chu's eyes were cold. Ha ha, good, good. Let them go. Yes. The four angels moved aside. Crown Prince, Montez, and the embroidered uniform guards' eyes turned red. If Imperial Father returns, Meng Tai, help me tell Imperial Father that this child is incompetent and can no longer be filial to Imperial Father. Gu Qin revealed a trace of sadness. Montez and the embroidered uniform guards suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Qin with tears in their eyes. Crown Prince, we deserve to die. Go, this is an order. Gu Qin shouted. Go. Montez wiped his tears and led the embroidered uniform guards to take out a flying boat and left quickly. Whoosh! The flying boat carried Montez, the embroidered uniform guards, and Ao Shun and shot into the distance. Tai Chu stared coldly at Gu Qin until Montez and the rest disappeared into the sky. Tai Chu then said, All right, they're gone. Now, you should let Yanhua go. After confirming that Montez and the rest had left, Gu Qin stared at Tai Chu again. Tai Chu, what will you do to me if I let Yanhua go? Gu Qin said with a smile. I'll spare your life, Tai Chu said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Qin saw a trace of viciousness in Tai Chu's eyes. Father, give him to me. Yanhua trembled, and his voice was filled with hatred. Spare his life. Gu Qin believed that as long as he let Yanhua go, he would die immediately. It was very likely that Yanhua would kill him instead. There's no need. I'm Gu Hai's son, and Yanhua is your son. How can Gu Hai's son die because of Tai Chu's son? Doesn't that mean that Gu Hai's son is not as good as Tai Chu's son? My father has always been the most powerful, and the son he taught will definitely be the most powerful. You, Tai Chu, aren't even fit to carry my father's shoes. Gu Qin's face was ferocious. What did you say? Tai Chu's expression changed. Explode. Gu Qin shouted. No. Yanhua screamed. Boom. Yanhua's head exploded, and the soul-vanquishing powder in his hand instantly shattered Yanhua's 3 spiritual souls. You're courting death. Tai Chu suddenly shouted in anger. Tai Chu flew into a rage out of humiliation and slammed his palm toward Gu Qin. Father, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Gu Qin gave a bleak smile. Before he died, for some reason, memories of his childhood suddenly appeared in his mind. Gu Qin, you're the eldest. You have to set an example for your 3 younger brothers in the future. Big brother, Father praised you again today. You're amazing. Qin, come, this is the rice cake I made for you. Your father wants to eat it, but I won't give it to him. Hee. Boom. A palm slammed out. With a loud boom, Gu Qin was blasted to pieces, turned to ashes. Roar. On a flying boat in the distance, Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards knelt on the deck with tears in their eyes in the direction of Heaven City. After killing Gu Qin, Tai Chu still could not vent the depression in his heart and roared angrily. Boom. Suddenly, Ao Tianhuang arrived at Heaven City. You killed the crown prince of Gu Qin? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Behind Ao Tianhuang, the 12-winged angel also chased after him. The 12-winged angel could not stop Ao Tianhuang. Tai Chu was extremely depressed as he stared at Ao Tianhuang. Ao Shun was saved. Ao Tianhuang's son was safe, but his son was dead. Another son was dead. Everyone was dead. All angels, listen up. Recite the Tai Chu scripture and lend me your strength. Roar. Tai Chu roared as the Tai Chu scripture appeared in his hand. Wang. The Tai Chu scripture vibrated and transmitted its voice to the ears of all the angels. Apart from Heaven City, All the angels heard the voice and started reciting the Taichu scripture. In an instant, streaks of light rushed over from all directions. The angels were channeling their strength into the Taichu scripture. The Taichu scripture seemed to have melted and entered Taichu's body. Wang, Absolute Beginning's body, instantly released a monstrous aura. This aura was even stronger than the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. All the angel's strength. Ao Tianhuang's expression darkened. At this moment, Taichu was in a tough spot. Ao Tianhuang, go to hell! Taichu roared. He instantly appeared in front of Ao Tianhuang and punched him. Boom! When the two fists collided, the surrounding space suddenly rippled out, and at the place where the two fists collided, there were even cracks in the void. This time, Taichu did not retreat. Ao Tianhuang's full-powered attack was on par with Taichu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Absolute Beginning still had Apocalypse and the 12-winged angel. Roar! The 12-winged angel attacked Taichu from behind. Boom! In an instant, the entire heavenly city was in chaos. It was chaos outside the Fusang tree. North of the Fusang tree, Heaven City was still flying quickly. In the Lingxiao Palace, some officials were standing respectfully in the palace, reporting the battle at the Fusang tree. His Holiness, Tai has not appeared yet. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. How's the battle? Long Zhonghua asked calmly from his throne. Long Zhonghua's target was only Tai. He left the other battles to his subordinates. Tai had not appeared, and Long Zhonghua had not moved. Sima Zongheng is leading the 33rd Army and fighting the massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation, led by Kong Xian, is extremely stubborn. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and it is difficult to determine the victor. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. As expected, Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Ao Shun is leading the dragon tribe to Heaven City. The Crown Prince of Dahan and Guqin sacrificed themselves to save Ao Shun. Ao Tianhuang has nothing to hold him back, so he can fight to his heart's content. Yi Shenzhen explained. Guqin. Long Zhonghua raised an eyebrow. Yes, in the end, the 3 Crown Princes fought the Golden Crow Prince. 9 Golden Crow Princes appeared, and Luya was missing. The 3 Crown Princes had a difficult battle. Among them, the 3rd Crown Prince, Takashi Ryushin, sacrificed himself. Yi Shenzhen explained. Takashi Ryushin? Humph! Long Zhonghua snorted. His Holiness, Jinmu of Silla, is a doppelganger, right? Why hasn't his real body appeared yet? This is the end of the battle. Yi Shenzhen said worriedly. Takashi Ryushin? Forget it. He didn't want to interfere in my battle with the Immortal of 6 Paths, so he deliberately hid from the beginning. That's fine. It's fine if he doesn't come. Long Zhonghua said coldly. Yi Shenzhen nodded, not daring to say more. The 10 Suns sky traversing formation is indeed powerful. The 9 Golden Crow Princes already made it difficult for the 2 Crown Princes. If Luya also appeared, I wonder what would happen. However, it seems that the Golden Crow Princes kept urging Luya, but Luya never appeared. Yi Shenzhen said with a frown. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Luya captured Gu Hai? Yes, we just received the news. 12 days ago, Luya took Gu Hai away. His Holiness, do you want to inform the 2 Crown Princes to save Gu Hai when the time is right? Yi Shenzhen asked. Long Zhonghua fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath. The final battle is near, and I can't spare any time. If something happens to Gu Hai, I'll find his soul after I defeat the Immortal of 6 Paths. Moreover, he didn't ask me for help. Yes. Yi Shenzhen lowered his head and answered. Long Zhonghua didn't plan to save Gu Hai, and this time he couldn't relax. Reporting to Dai Qianxing. Suddenly, a man rushed into the hall. Qin Zibai? Yi Shenzhen frowned. Mo Yike left the heavenly court, and after returning to the Han dynasty to take back the territory, he left Qin Zibai behind to pass a message. Did Qin Zibai come to ask for help from Dai Qianxing? Mr. Qin, if Gu Hai asks for help, let's not talk about it. We can't afford to lose this battle, Yi Shenzhen immediately said. Some words didn't need to be said by His Holiness. As an official, he had to say it first. No, it's a message from the emperor, and he hopes that Dai Qianxing will hear it. Qin Zibai immediately said. Long Zhonghua frowned. Yi Shenzhen's face also sank. Qin Zibai, why are you so insensible? I already said, don't disturb us when we're dealing with Solar Divine Palace. Qin Zibai flipped his hand and took out the Qin figurine. The Qin figurine repeated a sentence in Gu Hai's tone. Dai Qianxing, Long Zhonghua, I am Gu Hai, and I found the Beast Path secret realm. It's in Luya City's All Deities Palace. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Qin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhonghua's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 697. Dai Qianxing to Long Zhonghua, I am Gu Hai. I have found the secret realm of Beast. It is at the Divine Palace in Luya City. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Guqin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhonghua's expression suddenly changed. Yi Shenzhen, who was at the side, also felt his eyelids twitching. Gu Hai said that on purpose, Your Majesty, Gu Hai only wishes to ask you to save him. He knows that you are currently preoccupied, so he can only resort to such a despicable method. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed as he cried out, Bai Mingshou, let's go. Long Zhonghua suddenly stood up. His Holiness, Gu Hai is lying. Yi Shenzhen shouted, His Holiness, maybe Luya forced Gu Hai and Tai Yi to set a trap. His Holiness, we can't ignore the lives of our Deqian soldiers just because of Gu Hai's words. At this moment, we can't be careless. A group of officials called out anxiously. Long Zhonghua pulled Bai Mingshou. His figure flickered and rushed out in an instant. Boom! Long Zhonghua and Bai Mingshou disappeared from the Lingxiao Palace. In the Lingxiao Palace, the officials' faces froze. What they did not understand was that for Long Zhonghua, as long as there was a possibility of the secret realm of Beast, he had to give it his all. He already had the Human Path secret realm and the Azura Path secret realm. Now, if he got the secret realm of Beast, he would have 3 reincarnations. How could he just ignore it? Phew! Long Zhonghua was extremely fast. In just a short while, he arrived at the Fusang giant tree. In the western sky, the stars were shining. Sima Zongheng led the 33 troops to fight the enemy. In the northern sky, 9 suns were in the sky. Dragon Goding and Long Shunwen led the troops to fight. In the south, the dragon race and the angel race were fighting desperately. Ao Tianhuang was fighting Tai Chu and the 12-winged angel alone. Long Zhonghua did not even look and rushed to a city on the Fusang giant tree. Before the war, Long Zhonghua had already known the Fusang giant tree like the back of his hand. He was also very clear about the cities in it. Luya City, Long Zhonghua saw it in an instant. Boom! Long Zhonghua immediately rushed to Luya City. Outside Luya City, fog filled the air. Long Zhonghua entered in an instant, bringing with him a gust of wind. He stopped at the entrance of the various divine halls in the center. In the distance, the expressions of Tai Chu, Kong Xian, and the Golden Crow princes changed drastically. Who? Did he just enter the Fusang tree? Absolute Beginning's expression changed as he turned to look. I am your opponent now. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. The intense battle continued. Even though someone noticed Long Zhanghua, they were too busy to deal with him. However, Emperor Dong's palace did not move at all at the top of the Fusang giant tree. Inside the Beast Path's secret realm, Luya was happy to see Gu Hai step out of the deity palace. He had 10,000 ways to kill Gu Hai. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai stepped back. "You are not playing by the rules." Wow. Luya flew to the sun and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with a cold smile. "Come, Luya, what other tricks do you have? Use them." Luya looked at Gu Hai coldly and opened his mouth to spit. Wow. He suddenly spat out an ice ball. A three-legged jackdaw was trapped in the ice ball. "Gu Hai, is this your woman?" Luya sneered. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and narrowed his eyes. "Originally, I wanted to eat her. However, she has not reached the heavenly palace. It would be a waste to eat her. But now I can eat her. If I eat her, I can become stronger. Perhaps you will not be my opponent then." Luya sneered. "How dare you?" Gu Hai glared. "Ha ha ha, let's see if I dare. Either you get out now, or I will eat Bingheim now." Luya stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. Gu Hai was strong, but he could not save Bingheim instantly. If he was not careful, Bingheim could be killed by Luya. "Your Majesty, don't worry about me," Bingheim said anxiously. Bingheim felt that she was a burden. She was used to threaten the emperor every time. Bingheim's eyes were filled with tears of sadness. "Should I eat her, or should you go out?" Luya roared again. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's useless for me to go out. You are dead meat." "What?" Luya raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean it's useless for you to go out? If you go out, I can kill you. What do you mean by I am dead meat?" Boom. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the entrance of the divine palace. Before Luya could see who it was, the huge figure suddenly grew. Rumble! The person who had come had released his human soul. As soon as the human soul was released, it suddenly grew to 490 feet tall, the same height as Gu Hai. However, its aura was several times stronger, or even hundreds of times stronger. "Long Zhanghua!" Luya suddenly exclaimed. The person who just stepped in was Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua's human soul condensed. Behind him, millions of rays of light suddenly appeared. The rays of light covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean. Behind Gu Hai, there were only 6 light circles. Long Zhanghua's light filled the sky. It was so bright that the sun under his feet was overshadowed. In the distance, on the ground below, the old witch rubbed her eyes. "Did you see wrongly? What did you see?" "Another human. Another powerful human," the gods of war exclaimed excitedly. That figure that had suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than Senior Gu. Long Zhanghua stepped in. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he turned to look at Gu Hai. "Did you really find her again? Daqianxing, go. Please help me save Bingheim first." Gu Hai pointed at Bingheim, who was in the ice ball. "Not good. Humph. Gu Hai, how did you do it?" Luya suddenly exclaimed. Luya opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Luya was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than Long Zhanghua. How could Gu Hai summon Long Zhanghua when he went out? Long Zhanghua would be in trouble if he came. Luya couldn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and a ray of light suddenly enveloped Luya. Long Zhanghua instantly appeared at Luya's mouth. His right hand grabbed Luya's upper mouth, and his left hand grabbed Luya's lower mouth. The Bingheim that was about to be swallowed was stuck in his throat. "Luya, so you have the entrance to the Beast Tao mystic realm. No wonder you have so many demonic arts. Humph! Long Zhangwa snorted coldly and pulled with his hand. Rip! Luya's mouth was instantly ripped open by Long Zhangwa. That enormous strength didn't just rip open the golden crow's mouth. It even tore from the mouth all the way to the abdomen. The golden crow's enormous body was almost ripped in half. However, even so, the golden crow did not die. It was just heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Why is he so strong? The divinity of a human soul is so much more than Gu Hai's. Luya, who was on the verge of death, broke down. This was a world of divinity. The stronger one's divinity, the stronger they were in this world. Loch, great god, used to be the strongest in this world. Not long ago, Gu Hai strangely surpassed Loch, great god, and himself. Originally, he was even more invincible in this world. However, now, the divinity that Long Zhangwa displayed was hundreds or thousands of times more than Gu Hai's. How could he be so insignificant in front of him? Your Majesty. Bingheim immediately flew out and flew towards Gu Hai. She turned into her human form with tears in her eyes and excitement. Gu Hai also withdrew his enormous human soul body. He hugged Bingheim and gently stroked her hair. It's all right now. It's all right. Long Zhangwa lifted the dying Luya and turned to look at Gu Hai. Do you still want this, Luya? Long Zhangwa looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. Just now, Long Zhangwa had almost given up on Gu Hai. After all, his own battle was more important. In fact, Long Zhangwa didn't know if he should tell Gu Hai that his son, Guqin, was already dead. If he had come to save Gu Hai earlier, perhaps Guqin wouldn't have died. He had almost given up on Gu Hai, but Gu Hai was still helping him find the secret realm of samsara. Long Zhangwa felt a sense of guilt. Gu Hai didn't know what Long Zhangwa was thinking. He looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, Luya wants to devour your 3 souls? What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The Tao of Yin-Yang? Can you cultivate it too? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. The great yin-yang coexisting technique. These days, Luya has also passed it to me. I can cultivate it too. I can also devour him and refine him. Bingheim nodded. Daqianqing, go. Leave Luya to Bingheim. Gu Hai shouted. All right, I'll help you cripple him first. Erase his intelligence to prevent him from devouring Bingheim. Long Zhangwa nodded. No, don't. Luya screamed. However, at this moment, Long Zhangwa felt a sense of guilt towards Gu Hai. Everything was perfect for Gu Hai. Buzz. A ray of light surged towards Luya. Immediately, Luya trembled. His intelligence was completely destroyed, and his eyes became hollow. Wah! Bingheim turned into a huge, 3-legged jackdaw. She opened her mouth and swallowed the 3-legged golden crow. Boom! A strange blue flame appeared on the jackdaw's body. Your Majesty, I want to go out and refine it. Bingheim shouted. All the demon guards outside have been killed by me. It's safe outside. Long Zhangwa nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, I'm about to take this secret realm of the way of the beast. Do you have anything to say? Long Zhangwa looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also realized that Long Zhangwa was acting strangely today. However, there was no time to think about it. There are humans in this realm. I'll have to trouble Daqianqing to release them back to the divine continent. I can do it too, Gu Hai said. Long Zhangwa looked at the countless civilians below. Sure, once I take this secret realm of reincarnation, I can do it immediately. Long Zhangwa nodded. Also, I want to kill all the demon immortals in this realm. Gu Hai said, solemnly, kill all. Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes. Yes, kill all. After you take the secret realm of the way of the beast, bring all the demon immortals to me for me to kill. That will do. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. This request was not difficult. However, Long Zhangguo did not understand. However, when he took the secret realm of the Azura path, he had promised Gu Hai that the next time he found the secret realm of reincarnation, he would not rush to take the items inside. He would inform him first in case anything happened. He promised that all the treasures inside would belong to Gu Hai. All right, I promise you. Long Zhangguo replied. Chapter 698. Lu Yaqing. Not long after Long Zhangguo entered the secret realm of Beast, he quickly came out with Gu Hai and Bingheim. With a flip of his hand, Long Zhangguo took out his immortal dome. Bai Mingshou, who was beside him, set up a longevity array and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless chains appeared from the secret realm of Beast and rushed towards the immortal dome in Long Zhangguo's hand. Rumble! Long Zhangguo kept the secret realm of Beast. In an instant, the void shook violently and many cracks appeared in the void. What's going on? All the experts who were in the middle of the battle turned their heads and looked over. At this moment, they could vaguely see the center. His Holiness Ao Tianhuang, who was far away, was shocked. Long Zhangguo, why are you here? Tai Chu's expression changed. They didn't know what Long Zhangguo was doing, but they knew that they had to stop Long Zhangguo. Tai Chu was about to rush over. Ha ha ha, Tai Chu, now is not the time for you to leave. Let's continue. Ao Tianhuang laughed and blocked Tai Chu. In the starry sky, Kong Xian's expression changed. Kong Xian, your opponent now is only me. Break! Sima Zongheng shouted. All of a sudden, the formation of the great Qin dynasty army shot up into the sky, and a giant yellow fist crashed into the Zhou Tian stars formation. Hung! Wah, wah, wav! A series of caws sounded, and 9 suns rushed towards Long Zhangguo. Jiang Chen's body, come out! With a loud roar, 9 coffins appeared in the void. A figure in an emperor's robe blocked the 9 suns in each of the 9 coffins. Long Zhangguo's expression was ferocious as he quickly absorbed the secret realm of Beast. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky cautiously. Tai, you should be making a move now, right? However, Emperor Dong's palace was extremely peaceful. Tai did not appear. In fact, at this moment, even the eye of heaven wasn't paying attention to him. Did the samsara not care about him taking away the secret realm of the Tao of animals? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. In the heavenly realm, humph! It was chaos outside, but Long Zhangguo's face was gloomy. Tai was not here, and neither was Immortal Six Paths. They were setting up a bigger trap. Rumble! Whoosh! A loud sound rang out. After the void was torn apart, the Beast Tao's secret realm was completely sucked into Long Zhangguo's immortal dome palm. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining the Beast Path secret realm. Bai Mingshou laughed excitedly. Gu Hai, you go in. Long Zhangguo said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded and was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome by Long Zhangguo. At the same time, countless humans in the Beast Path secret realm were instantly moved to Luya City. Are we out? The old witch looked around blankly. The battle was extremely intense, as though it was the end of the world. The humans were confused. We're out. This is the Solar Divine Palace. It's the Fusang Tree. Someone said excitedly. The Beast Path secret realm was sucked into Long Zhangguo's immortal dome palm. The inner world had not been refined, but Long Zhangguo could already control it. Gu Hai condensed his 490 feet body again. He put away the True Fire Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Life Extinguishing Saber. He grabbed the Life Extinguishing Saber and looked around. All right, Daiqianqing, let them come. Gu Hai shouted. whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a mystic realm of the beast Tao, the Fey immortals were suddenly pulled toward Gu-hai by a huge force. Why can't I control myself? Be careful of that human. Is the human race flourishing? In the past, I was the one eating them. Now, it's the other way around. Be *starred. Let go of me. Otherwise, I'll eat 3 more human tribes. The monster gods flew toward Gu-hai. There was no mercy in Gu-hai's eyes. He slashed with the life-extinguishing saber. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of slashes, the monster gods were instantly wounded and surrounded by countless skeletons. There were too many monster gods. The 100,000 monster gods that Loach God commanded were only a portion of the monster gods in this world. There were more than 1 million monster gods in this world. They flew toward Gu-hai. When they arrived, Gu-hai was completely shrouded in a huge black fog. In the black fog, there were rolling skeletons. Don't eat me. I won't eat humans anymore. Let go of me. Save me. The screams of countless monster gods came from the rolling black fog. Long Zhangwa stepped in and looked up at the black fog that Gu-hai was in. Countless shadows of the life-extinguishing saber flashed in the black fog. Any monster god that entered was instantly killed. This saber is very strange. Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. The 1 million monster gods flew toward Gu-hai almost instantly. Boom! With a loud scream, all the monster gods were killed by Gu-hai. The skeletons were still eating the monster god's divinity. More and more halos appeared behind Gu-hai's head. At the same time, like Long Zhangwa, the halos seemed to turn into rays of light that shot into the sky. 9 rays of light shone brightly. After the last monster god was devoured, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from Gu-hai's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The 10th level of the lower celestial palace. Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes at Gu-hai, who was not far away. In the past, Long Zhangwa also knew that Dragon Godding could obtain the news of Gu-hai's human soul size. Long Zhangwa did not think highly of Gu-hai in the past. He thought that Gu-hai would be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, Gu-hai actually used the Beast Path mystic realm to break through to the perfected lower celestial palace. This terrifying divinity was not weaker than his. Gu-hai opened his eyes. Buzz! A ray of 9-colored light shot out from Gu-hai's eyes. Daiqianqing is going? Gu-hai looked at Long Zhangwa, who was not far away, in surprise. Done. Long Zhangwa glanced at the life ender saber. However, Long Zhangwa merely glanced at it. He did not have any thoughts about the life ender saber. My luck is pretty good. The lower celestial palace is already perfected. I just need an opportunity to break through the celestial palace. Gu-hai said with a smile. My luck is more than just good. It is almost impossible to fill a perfected human soul with divinity. Before this, no one thought highly of you. Long Zhangwa said with a sigh. Oh, Gu-hai was slightly stunned. Since it is done, I will refine the Beast Path mystic realm. Long Zhangwa said. Then he raised his hand. Boom! The place where the 2 of them were suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. The human soul's body suddenly collapsed. Gu-hai's human soul retracted back into his body. Is this still your immortal dome? Gu-hai's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. It was still the same place as before. However, the sky was churning. Gu-hai understood that Long Zhangwa was refining the immortal dome. The immortal of the 6 paths and Tai-yi are in the heaven realm. When I arrive, the battle of the heaven realm will be decided in one battle. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice. Oh, Gu-hai revealed a trace of doubt. In the past, I promised you that I would take you to see the Immortal Dome. Before the battle with Tai, I will take you to see it. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhangwa flew up with Gu Hai. They looked at the land in front of them. Soon, they arrived at a gathering place of the human race. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at the battlefield below. Rumble! Amidst the rumbling, Gu Hai saw dozens of fighter jets shooting at each other. Gu Hai seemed to have seen these planes before. They were the propeller planes from World War II on TV. There were 3 types of planes, each with 3 different flags, but Gu Hai had never seen them before. Gu Hai was shocked. Human wisdom is infinite. Ha! In my world, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, no spiritual chi, and no laws. Human development will not stop. It is still changing. In just a few thousand years, since the discovery of gunpowder and steam, it has not stopped. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Daqianxing, I don't understand. What is this immortal dome of the warring states all about? Also, what is this immortal dome? Immortal dome? How do you explain it? It's like there was nothing in this world at the beginning. Do you understand that there is nothing? Long Zhangwa looked at Gu Hai. Chaos era? Gu Hai was puzzled. Chaos? You can say that in the beginning there was nothing. There was no sky, no earth, no space, no time. However, everything will change. The book of changes that you read in Shenong City is correct. Everything will change. There is nothing. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. Nothing will give birth to something. The immortal dome of the 6 paths came from the infinite and gave birth to something, Long Zhangwa explained. The immortal dome of the 6 paths? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The infinite will give birth to Taiji? Nothing will give birth to something. When heaven and earth were born, there were no living things, and they slowly changed. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. There were no living things, and gradually there were living things. The first living thing was called the Immortal. He led the people to multiply. He led everything. He made everything. He was the Immortal. He was the heaven of the people. However, one day, the 6 paths enlightened master appeared. He killed the heaven of the people and took everything from it. He became the new Immortal and controlled the world. Long Zhangguo explained. I can roughly guess. As you said, your immortal dome is also a new something. You are the immortal of this world. You control everything and make everything. Make all the decisions. Gu Hai asked. Long Zhangguo nodded. Something like that. However, my immortal dome is far inferior to the immortal dome of the 6 paths outside. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. The world outside is a perfect Taiji. The 6 paths of reincarnation help it operate. An immortal dome that exists eternally in the infinite. That is the true heaven and earth, the true immortal dome. In my hand, this is just a broken celestial dome. Every million years, the outside world will nurture a broken celestial dome. In the past, the 6 Tao used a broken celestial dome and a series of methods to kill the previous generation of immortals. I obtained this celestial dome by coincidence. It was not born with me. Longzhan explained. In your immortal dome, human civilization developed on its own. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanggua. That's right. I did not interfere with them. Long Zhanggua nodded. The infinite gives birth to Taiji. Besides the 6 paths immortal dome, are there any other perfect immortal domes in the infinite? Gu Hai asked curiously. Other immortal domes? I don't think so. The immortal dome represents life. Outside the immortal dome, it represents destruction. There is no such thing as the immortal world that you hypothesized. Outside the heaven and earth, there is nothing. There, time will slow down and eventually stop. There, space will compress and even disappear. There won't be any more, right? Long Zhonghua frowned. No more? Since the infinite can give birth to the six paths immortal dome, why can't another immortal dome be born? Gu Hai frowned. According to Long Zhonghua, the earth that he was on was also an immortal dome. The edge of the universe was perhaps the place where time slowed down or even stopped. At the edge of the universe, space would compress and disappear. The earth really existed. Otherwise, where did he come from? Long Zhonghua fell into deep thought. What you said may be right. However, no one can prove it. Perhaps we can only know everything when we become an immortal. Gu Hai was silent for a while and nodded. You can visit my immortal dome. 3 days later, I will refine the secret realm of the path of the beast. Then I can attack the heaven realm. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Chapter 699. Warring States Immortal Dome. 3 days later, when Long Zhonghua finished refining the beast Tao mystic realm, Gu Hai, on the other hand, was in a huge bookstore reading a large number of books. Long Zhonghua came before Gu Hai. With a wave of his hand, no one outside could enter the bookstore. Only the owner was in the bookstore, looking at the two in fear. Who are you? The bookstore owner exclaimed. What's wrong? Long Zhonghua looked curiously at the frowning Gu Hai. Take a look yourself. Gu Hai frowned as he picked out a few books and handed them to Long Zhonghua. Prehistoric Tales, Tranquil Taiji Sutra, God Loves the People, The Legend of Tathagata Buddha. Looking at the titles of these books, Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have found something strange. You haven't let anyone else come to this world, right? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, you are the first. Long Zhonghua nodded. Look at these books. There's Taishang, Tong Tian, Primordial Beginning, Tathagata Buddha, Tai, and God. This God should be the original form of Tathagata Buddha. Perhaps the names are different, but the descriptions are more or less the same. Those elite figures of the divine continent. You seem to have them here too? Gu Hai asked curiously. You come here. Taishang, Shinnong, Yellow Emperor, what's going on? Long Zhonghua looked at the bookstore owner. In this immortal dome, Long Zhonghua was the heavens. The pressure of the heavens made the owner's expression change. He knelt down and told him everything he knew. These are all novels. They are all novels. Someone else made them up. Made them up, the shop owner said in horror. Made up. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, made up. They are all stories. It's just that they are more widespread. They are all made-up novels. I don't know. The shop owner said in horror. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes and immediately probed the world with his consciousness. After a while, Long Zhonghua's consciousness returned. He looked at Gu Hai and said, It is indeed a story, a novel. Is it a coincidence? Coincidence? In the primeval age, the names were different. The Tongtian sect master was exactly the same, and the immortal slaying four swords were exactly the same, right? Also, this Pan Shun's heaven-splitting axe is the same as yours, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Long Zhonghua frowned and said, Perhaps because this is my world, my thoughts have more or less affected this world. That's why this world has a trace of my will. And that's why these stories are born. Gu Hai frowned and shook his head. I don't think so. Oh, you said that you did not care about this world. In other words, you allowed it to develop on its own. That means that without your interference, there will still be people or places that are identical to the divine continent. Doesn't that mean that this is an inevitable phenomenon of the immortal firmament's development? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Inevitable phenomenon. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. For example, if there is an immortal firmament like the divine continent, and they develop separately, perhaps at different times, but their starting point is the same. Therefore, some inevitable developments will be born. For example, if there is a Tongtian sect master in the divine continent, there will be a Tongtian sect master in the other immortal firmament. This is the inevitable result of development. It's like how your immortal firmament invented the airplane and the divine continent invented the flying boat. It's an inevitable phenomenon of the development of things. Guhai frowned. Inevitable phenomenon? That's interesting. But how can there be exactly the same? Long Zhangguo asked in disbelief. They might not be exactly the same. Perhaps they will appear in different forms. Just like the characters of the divine continent, they can appear in your immortal firmament novels, Guhai said. You mean that different immortal firmaments will develop towards the same end? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Yes, because the starting point is the same. It's like a journey. The starting point and the ending point are the same. There can be all kinds of developments along the way. Guhai explained. Long Zhangguo was deep in thought. I don't believe it. This is all a coincidence. Perhaps my will influenced this world. All right, time to go out. Long Zhangguo said solemnly. As he spoke, Long Zhangguo led Guhai and disappeared from the bookstore. The shop owner was stunned. He thought he had seen a ghost. Long Zhangguo didn't believe it, but Guhai firmly believed in his own theory. Because not only in the immortal firmament of the warring states, there were similar characters and myths on Earth. He had even seen Laozi not long ago. Every independent immortal firmament had the same starting point. Some important characters were also the same. The immortal firmament of the warring states was a broken immortal firmament. It could only appear in novels and myths. Earth? Was it a broken immortal firmament? No, it didn't seem like it. It was because of the black chess piece that he had fused with the heaven-suppressing god Imperial Seal. The black chess piece that had brought him from Earth to the divine continent might be the divine weapon of Earth, the heavenly go chess. The heavenly go chess from another immortal firmament. It wasn't a myth, but a real thing. Then Earth should be a perfect immortal firmament like the divine continent. It was just that the immortal firmament of Earth seemed to be a cage. Was the end of the immortal firmament to be a prisoner? Guhai frowned. In the next instant, he appeared at the entrance of the temple of all gods. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continued. The battles on the 3 battlefields were not over yet. Your Majesty? Bingheim walked up happily. How's the refinement? Guhai asked. Luya's consciousness has been erased by Daiqianqing. There won't be any problems. It's just a matter of time. We still need some time. Bingheim said with a smile. Good. Guhai nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Luya City, the people of the Beast Dao mystic realm, bowed respectfully to Guhai. Guhai nodded. Long Zhangguo looked at the Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Emperor Dong still didn't move. Humph, Tai, you won't come out? Fine. I'll see if you come out or not. Long Zhangguo said coldly. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 9 golden crow princes fighting Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shunwen. Shenying, Shunwen, get out of the way. Long Zhangguo said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 princes in the distance answered. Wah, wah. The 9 golden crow princes charged at Long Zhangguo with ferocious expressions. 10 suns crossing the sky. The 9 golden crow princes shouted. Buzz. The 9 golden crow princes seemed to have turned into 9 suns, illuminating the sky above Luya City. A huge wave of heat rushed down as if it was going to melt everything in Luya City. Tai, if you don't come out, it's too late. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. The dragon warring state extended his right hand toward the sky, which transformed into an enormous white astral palm. His hand covered the sky, and it was like a net that covered the 9 suns. In the blink of an eye, the area was completely surrounded. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed 9 eggs. The 9 suns were instantly held in Long Zhangguo's hand. What? The 9 golden crow princes in the sky were shocked. In the distance, Kong Xian's eyes also widened. Long Zhangguo? He's holding the 9 princes in one hand. Impossible. Tai Chu's expression also changed. Explode. Long Zhangguo's eyes widened. It was as if 9 eggs had been crushed in an instant. The terrifying power rushed toward the center. The 9 princes had nowhere to run. They were squeezed in Long Zhan's palm. No. Save me, Imperial Father. Impossible. Impossible. How can Long Zhangguo be so strong? Imperial Father, Imperial Father. The 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain. Boom. There was a huge sound. Billions of rays of light shot out from the center of the huge energy palm and lit up the entire divine continent. After the 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain, the light dimmed. The 9 huge golden crows exploded and turned into a pile of flesh. They fell. The battle in all directions came to an abrupt end. Long Shenwen's expression froze. The 9 golden crow princes that he and his big brother couldn't hurt for so long were all crushed by their father's palm. How? Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. He was shocked by Long Zhangguo's strength. 9 golden crow princes. Even if it was an imperfect 10 suns sky crossing formation, it was still one of the top formations in Solar Divine Palace. He crushed them with one slap. Tai Chu shuddered, and the demon kings in the sky were also shocked. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang from Emperor Dong's palace. As the bell rang, a huge yellow bell suddenly appeared at the entrance of Emperor Dong's palace. The huge bell rippled as if it was creating a huge hole in the void. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be another small world. The Bell of Chaos. So the Bell of Chaos is the entrance to the heaven realm. The gate of heaven. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Heaven realm? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the small world guarded by the Bell of Chaos. Long Zhangguo, you dare to kill my son? Do you dare to come here and fight? Tai Yi's loud voice suddenly came from the heaven realm. Tai Yi was furious, but he didn't come down. Clearly, there was a huge ambush in the heaven realm. Even when the golden crow princes were killed, no one came to help. The gate of heaven realm is finally open. Ha 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 ha. Tai Yi, I'll kill you later. I wouldn't care about these little things, but I'm happy today. I'll kill them all before I come. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhangguo laughed. As he laughed, he turned to look at the cosmic cycle star array in the sky. Sima Zongheng, get out of the way. Long Zhangguo shouted. Yes. Sima Zongheng led the 33rd Army to withdraw the array. However, Long Zhangguo punched into the sky. With a punch, a huge cyan fist appeared in the void. The fist rushed into the sky. Oh no, the cosmic cycle star array, astral palm. Kong Xian suddenly shouted. Buzz. The 361 demon stars shone brightly and connected to form a huge net. Then they formed a huge palm. The astral palm was the palm that tore through the void and blocked Tai Yi's powerful attack. The astral palm reached out and tore countless cracks in the void. It seemed to be trying to block Long Zhangguo's fist. In the starry sky, Kong Xian and the 360 demon kings all looked ferocious as they activated their astral powers. Humph! Long Zhan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. Long Zhangguo's green fist shattered the astral palm. At the same time, it enlarged and rushed into the starry sky. Hung! The net made of astral powers exploded. Like the light of the golden crow, the endless starlight lit up the entire divine land. Ah, no, impossible. My heavenly cycle star formation. A series of miserable shrieks instantly died down amidst the rumbling. The 361 demon stars exploded one after another under Long Zhangguo's fist. Boom, 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 shattering the stars with a punch. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. What was the limit of Long Zhangguo's strength? Chapter 700. Long Zhangguo punched the sky, shattering the cosmic cycle star formation. The sky full of demon stars exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, and Bai Mingshou's eyelids twitched violently. Not far away, the battle between Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang also stopped. Tai Chu originally thought that he was quite powerful, but after seeing Long Zhangguo's punch, he realized that he was too naive. Was that the cosmic cycle star formation, the number 1 formation of Solar Divine Palace, was destroyed by Long Zhangguo with just one punch? No, impossible. Tai Chu exclaimed. Ah, ah. A series of screams came from the starry sky. In addition to the explosions of the stars, countless demon beasts also exploded. Most of the 361 monster kings exploded and were completely destroyed. Hiss! Gu Hai gasped. Bingheim's face twitched slightly. That was the cosmic cycle star formation. Long Zhangguo's punch tore a large number of black holes in the starry sky. The shattered stars were suddenly sucked into the black holes and filled them up. Puff! Only a dozen monster kings spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven, where the Emperor Dong's palace was located. Master, we are useless. Kong Xian, the leader, spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven with a sad expression. Long Zhangguo, good, very good. You are bullying the weak. You are really something, aren't you? Tai Yi's voice came from the gate of heaven. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Bullying the weak? Ha! I will be bullying the weak today. Long Zhangguo's eyes turned cold. Long Zhangguo turned his head and looked in Tai Chu's direction. In the 3 battlefields, the 10 Suns sky array was destroyed with one punch. The cosmic cycle star formation was destroyed with one punch. Now, only Tai Chu was left. Beside Absolute Beginning was the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. Before the Long Zhangguo arrived, Tai Chu thought that he could stop the Long Zhangguo. After all, he had 800,000 years of foundation. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of all the angels through the Tai Chu scripture. His strength had increased exponentially. In the previous Myriad Sage assembly, he didn't use his full strength. This time, he would definitely be able to block Long Zhangguo. But now, Absolute Beginning no longer had that thought. He crushed 9 suns with a single palm and shattered a sky full of stars with a single punch. He couldn't do it even if he tried his best. When Long Zhangguo turned his head to look at him, Tai Chu knew that Long Zhangguo had targeted him. Tai Chu was scared out of his wits. Block! What a joke! Absolute Beginning didn't hesitate as he soared into the sky. Long Zhangguo, if you have the ability, come to the heaven realm and fight it out. Tai Chu roared. With a roar, Absolute Beginning stepped into the heavenly realm gate and entered the heavenly realm. Hulong Long. Dozens of black angels also rushed into the heavenly realm. Ao Tianhuang didn't even have time to react when he fled. Ha 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 ha. His Holiness, you scared them to death with a single palm and punch. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Father, you may enjoy immortal blessings forever. Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shunwen shouted. Long live His Holiness. Sima Zongheng led the army and shouted. In the Solar Divine Palace, the monsters all around retreated in fear. Many of them fled in panic, wanting to get as far away from the Solar Divine Palace as possible. Long Zhangguo's aura was too ferocious. The solar divine palace seemed to be invincible. Kaboom! In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court also flew over. The Qian army, follow me to conquer the heavenly realm. Today, I will kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Long Zhangguo roared, kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Thunderous roars came from all directions. Gu Hai stood beside Long Zhangguo, shock flashing in his eyes. Boom! Long Zhangguo stepped into the heavenly court. Dragon shennying Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianhuang, and Bai Mingshou all returned to the 33 cities of the heavenly court. With Long Zhangguo's order, the 33 cities of the heavenly court flew toward the Emperor Dong's palace, toward the heavenly realm gate opened by the Bell of Chaos. The Deqian army rushed toward the heavenly realm with unstoppable momentum. The solar divine palace was in a mess. Buzz. As the first city entered the heavenly realm, more and more cities followed. In the blink of an eye, all 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. Rumble! The Bell of Chaos disappeared as the 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. The huge heavenly realm gate slowly shrank. Lu Yaqing, Your Majesty, will Long Zhangguo succeed? Bingheim's eyes flashed with shock. I don't know. Gu Hai looked at the shrinking heavenly realm gate and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhangguo had finally revealed his fangs. Would he be able to completely tear Tai apart and devour the 6 paths? Just as Gu Hai was pondering, a shout came from afar. Your Majesty, we have committed a capital crime. Montez flew over with 3,000 embroidered uniform guards in a flying boat. Montez led Ao Shun and the embroidered uniform guards out of the heavenly city and hid. Montez and the others only saw Gu Hai after Long Zhangguo destroyed the golden crow and shattered the stars. Montez and the others trembled when they saw Gu Hai. They quickly flew over on the flying boat in ecstasy. You? Why are you here? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The flying boat stopped. Montez and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards immediately fell to their knees. We have committed a capital crime. We failed to protect the crown prince. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried. What? Gu Hai's face froze. Ao Shun's injuries had improved, but he was still weak. Mr. Good, I've implicated the crown prince of Guqin. Gu Hai had a bad feeling. What happened? Montez, tell me. Gu Hai glared at him. Yes. This official is in the wrong. We did not listen to your Majesty's orders. The crown prince and I came. Meng Tai knelt on the ground, crying as he described everything to Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai staggered. Guqin is dead. You said that Guqin is dead. Gu Hai roared with red eyes. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground. Although Guqin wasn't his biological son, he was still his eldest son. Memories of the past suddenly replayed in his mind. Guqin was a stubborn boy when he was young. Father, isn't this child too stupid? This child has embarrassed father. I will study hard and not disappoint you. Father, I will do whatever you ask me to do, even if I have to risk my life. Father, I'm not as smart as my 3 brothers, but I will work harder than them. Father, I'm useless, but I really want to avenge my mother. Please let me be stubborn for once. Father, Guqin wasn't as smart as his 3 brothers, but in Gu Hai's heart, he valued Guqin the most. This was because he was calm and steady. Back in the mortal world, when he had no hope of training, he had groomed Guqin as his successor. Every time he saw Guqin staying up late to read books, Gu Hai would quietly avoid him. He was proud of Guqin, but now he was dead. Before he died, his last words were, I'm useless. I can't be filial to my father anymore. Filial? Ha 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 ha. Guhai laughed bitterly. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Bingheim wanted to comfort Guhai, but she was pushed away by Guhai's rising anger. The beginning? The beginning? You dare to kill my son. Guhai looked at the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Your Majesty, the beginning has left the heavenly city. If we go now, we might be able to find the crown prince's corpse. Montez cried. Guhai suddenly lowered his head and looked at Montez coldly. Montez knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. You don't have to worry about it. From now on, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Guhai said coldly. Ah. Montez's expression changed. I said, all of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. I will deal with the heavenly city. This Luya city should be a floating city in the past. Ride the Luya city and return immediately. Guhai said coldly, You go too. Guhai looked at Bingheim, his eyes filled with determination. What about you? Bingheim asked worriedly. Guhai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm above his head and said coldly, I'm going to kill the beginning. What? You want to go to the heavenly realm battlefield? No, you can't go. The battle? There is too much. Bingheim said anxiously. Guchin is dead. Ha 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 ha. The beginning killed my son. I must kill him with my own hands. Kill him with your own hands. Guhai said coldly. Don't. Bingheim said anxiously. Go back. It's dangerous inside, but there's no difference even if you don't go. It's fine if Longzhongle wins, but if he loses, the Immortal of the Six Paths will definitely implicate me. Why don't I give it my all? Guhai glared. Your subjects are willing to go with your Majesty, even if we die. Montez immediately shouted, All of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. This is an imperial edict. Guhai said coldly, Your Majesty. Montez said anxiously, Are you going to defy the imperial edict? Guhai glared. Yes. Montez and the rest said bitterly, Mr. Good, I'm sorry. Ao Shun said bitterly, It's not your fault. My son is dead, and he died honorably. I'm proud of him. However, he must die for killing my son. Guhai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm that was shrinking in the sky. Bingheim tried to persuade him, but Guhai also told her to leave immediately. Bingheim was helpless. Although Guhai already recognized her as his woman, Bingheim felt so inferior in her heart that she only dared to call herself a subject. Lu Yacheng slowly flew up and flew towards the outside world. Your subjects will wait for your Majesty's good news in the limitless celestial capital. Montez and the rest kowtowed. Guhai looked up at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Although his eyes were filled with hatred, he did not charge in immediately. Instead, he took out another Guqin figurine. Notify all the Guqin figurines of the Han Dynasty. Notify all the subjects and citizens of the Dahan. If I am not in the Han Dynasty, I will appoint Chen Tianshan, the commander of the Second Army of the Han Dynasty, as the Tianshan King of the Han Dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han Dynasty. All subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan King's orders and guard the Han Dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I don't return, the Tianshan King will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is an imperial edict left behind by me in the past. The Tianshan King can take it out and guard the Han Dynasty with my orders. Guhai shouted. Buzz. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Guhai's words to all the Guqin figurines. This time, it was to inform all the Guqin figurines that wherever the Dahan figurines were, there would be Guhai's imperial edict. After handing over his will, Gu Hai looked at the Guqin figurine again. Notify the blood-clad guard's commander, Changming. Changming, receive the imperial edict. I know that you have the chaos essence pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for me. Do not leave a single one alive. Kill them all. At the same time, collect Crown Prince Guqin's corpse in Heavenly City, Gu Hai said coldly. After doing all this, Gu Hai soared into the sky and instantly headed for the entrance to the Heavenly Realm. Chapter 701. Han Dynasty, Boundless Celestial Capital. In a large hall, notify all the Qin figurines of the Han Dynasty. Notify all the officials and citizens of the Han Dynasty. If I am not in the Han Dynasty, I will confer Chen Tianshan, the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, as the Tianshan King of the Han Dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han Dynasty. All my subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan King's orders and guard the Han Dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I do not return, the Tianshan King will guard the nation. In the Soaring Palace Hall, under the Dragon Throne, there is the Imperial Edict I left behind in the second purple gold box. The Qin figurines sent the message. As the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, Chen Tianshan naturally had the right to know about the Qin figurines. At this moment, he received the message immediately. Congratulations, Lord Chen. No, congratulations, Tianshan King. The officials in charge of the Qin figurines in the hall immediately looked at Chen Tianshan with congratulatory expressions. However, Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Chen Tianshan did not expect that the emperor would confer Tianshan King on him. Chen Tianshan's strategy was not as good as Mo Yike's or Gao Xianji's. It was somewhat far-fetched for him to be the Second Army's commander. Yet, the emperor actually conferred Chen Tianshan King on him, Tianshan King, to guard the nation. Chen Tianshan King's noble rank instantly surpassed everyone else's. The surrounding officials congratulated him, but Chen Tianshan felt confused for a while. He thought back to the past. Since he was in the mortal world, he did not seem to have any political achievements or military exploits that he could take out. When was he not outdone by Gao Xianji and Mo Yike? Even Bingheim did not seem to match up to him. Why? Although his heart was filled with doubt, Chen Tianshan's heart was filled with gratitude. Chen Tianshan's abilities were average, but he could also see the others' contempt for him. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and even Crown Prince Guqin did not respect him. They were all capable people, and they only respected capable people. Chen Tianshan felt like a burden. Only the emperor would approve of her. The emperor gave him control of the strongest immortal demon army in the Han Dynasty. It was not to balance the factions, but to trust Chen Tianshan King. It was not a decision made on the spur of the moment. The emperor's letter said that under the Soaring Palace Hall's Dragon Throne, there was an imperial edict in the second purple gold box. This showed that the emperor had always trusted me. Chen Tianshan immediately felt a warm current in his heart. Let's go. Chen Tianshan's mood fluctuated as he rushed towards the soaring sky hall. Chen Tianshan Palace's palace. Indeed, there were a few purple gold boxes under the Dragon Throne. Chen Tianshan took out the imperial edict in the purple gold boxes before all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Then, a ceremonial official at the side read it out. According to the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. While I am not in the Great Han Dynasty, the King of Tianshan will be in charge of managing the dynasty. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. That's it. When the imperial edict was read out, the entire court was in an uproar. Chen Tian Tian Chen King Tian Tian King Tian Chen. Chen SS. Emperor Tianshan King Emperor Dynasty King Chen 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 Chen. Greetings, King. The officials could only kneel respectfully. Chen Tianshan received the imperial edict, and his eyes reddened slightly. The imperial edict did not say much. However, the line about Chen Tianshan being extremely loyal moved him immensely. This official swears to protect the Han Dynasty for His Majesty. Long live His Majesty! Chen Tianshan said resolutely with reddened eyes as he received the imperial edict. Former Daewon Empire, capital city. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji led the army and quickly subdued the former cities of the Daewon Empire. The Deqian officials retreated. However, they still made things difficult for Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike had governed the Daewon Empire for many years. The Deqian had only occupied the Daewon Empire for a few years. How could it be difficult for Mo Yike? The former Mo clan forces quickly mobilized, and countless other clans responded. Soon, they subdued a large number of cities. The other dynasties and sects in the surroundings grew restless. However, Gao Xianji's army moved swiftly. Of the army that entered the Azura Path's secret realm, 500,000 were in Chen Tianshan's hands. However, 100,000 were in Gao Xianji's hands. Chen Tianshan was not willing to lend the authority of the Immortal demon army to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji also did not lend the Immortal demon army to Gao Xianji out of spite. Gao Xianji's 100,000 general-level experts continuously reached the lower heavenly palace. They led the army and swept through the surroundings, unrivaled. Hence, Gao Xianji did not even need to lead the army. She only needed to command from the capital city. On this day, in Great Leisure Hall, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji listened to the Qin figurines recount and raised their eyebrows. Chen Tianshan. Gao Xianji raised her eyebrows as well. That's right, Chen Tianshan. His Majesty conferred him the title of Tianshan King. While His Majesty is not around, Chen Tianshan will guard the nation. Mo Yike also frowned. Then he smiled bitterly. How can it be him? What is His Majesty thinking? Why can't I understand? Gao Xianji showed a complicated expression. You can guess His Majesty's thoughts. Mo Yike looked at Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook his head. No, I've known Your Majesty since the mortal realm. No one can guess what Your Majesty is thinking, but in the end, all the results show that Your Majesty is right. Mo Yike nodded. In so many years, His Majesty is the only one that I cannot figure out. However, His Majesty's abilities completely subdue me. Mr. Mo, can you figure out why His Majesty values Chen Tianshan so much? His Majesty even conferred him the title of Tianshan King? Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike shook his head. In terms of loyalty, all of us are loyal to His Majesty. I can't see through him. However, since it is His Majesty's decision, we will wait and see. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yaqing. Lu Yaqing followed Montez to the floating hub in the city. He transferred a large number of spirit stones and floated toward the limitless celestial capital. Bingheim and Montez stood at the entrance of a large hall. They were looking worriedly at Gu Hai in the distance when they saw Gu Hai take out a Guqin figurine. A Guqin figurine? Montez widened his eyes and quickly took out a Guqin figurine. Bingheim and Ao Shun looked at the Guqin figurine curiously. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's instructions. Chen Tianshan was the Tianshan King. The Tianshan King? Montez's expression changed. Montez had followed Gu Hai for a long time and knew Chen Tianshan. Chun Tianshan was not capable and was rather pedantic. Why did the emperor trust him so much? The crown prince died, and the emperor let Chun Tianshan govern the nation. From afar, Gu Hai soared into the air and flew toward the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. Whoosh! Soon, Gu Hai flew in. After Gu Hai flew in, another person charged in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Taishang? Zhang Yulian? Ao Shun felt slightly startled. Taishang also flew in with Gu Hai. What is she going in for? The entrance to the heavenly realm slowly shrank. It became smaller and smaller. Just as everyone thought that no one would dare to enter, Amateus Buddha, a majestic Buddhist chant, suddenly sounded from the west. However, he saw a golden beam of light shooting straight towards him from the west. Boom! It was like a strong wind had arrived. 3 men suddenly appeared. The one on the left was the future Buddha. The future Buddha closed his eyes, looking rather anxious. The one on the right was rather old. He had his palms pressed together, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In the center was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. He looked incomparably dignified. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the entrance to the heavenly realm. The 3 of them had rings of light behind their heads. At this moment, they all frowned slightly. It's the 3 Buddhas of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. The past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Bingheim's face sank. The people of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land are also here, this time. Montez showed an anxious expression. Buddha, they have all entered the heavenly realm. Long Zhanghua is really going crazy this time. Let's quickly enter, the future Buddha shouted. Before the future Buddha could finish speaking, a huge sword light suddenly shot over from the southwest. Boom! A ray of purple sword light instantly rushed forward. The sword light was so big that it was 1,000 feet wide. As soon as the purple sword light arrived, the swords of the people and demons in the surroundings all trembled as if they were worshipping their king. Montez reached out and pressed down on his long sword. He looked at the purple sword light not far away from him with a horrified expression. Boom! The sword light disappeared, turning into billions of sword chi that surrounded a man with purplish-black chi. The man was extremely burly, and there was a huge purplish longsword on his back. He had a ferocious look on his face, and the ferocious look on his face seemed to be able to tear one's soul apart with just a glance, causing one's heart to tremble. The Tongtian sect master? Ao Shun's expression changed. When the Tongtian sect master arrived, he coldly looked at the present Buddha, but he ignored him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sword shadows flew out from the surrounding forest and instantly flew in front of the Tongtian sect master. Among these sword shadows, there was a Ho. Greetings, sect master, the sword cultivators said respectfully. Ho, did Long Zhanghua obtain the secret realm of the way of animals? The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked at Ho. The sword cultivators were subservient to the Tongtian sect master. Only Ho remained calm at this moment and nodded. Sect master, you must have seen it from afar. Yes, Gu Hai must have helped Long Zhanghua find it and made Long Zhanghua come here at all costs to disrupt Long Zhanghua's plan. However, he found that Tai didn't care about the cosmic cycle star formation at all. He didn't care about the Golden Crow Princes at all. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Sect master, are you going to enter the heaven realm? Ho frowned and asked. The Tongtian sect master didn't say anything. This was because another streak of light had shot over. This time, it came from the south. Boom! A green light suddenly appeared. Jiang Lianshan, who was wearing a green dragon robe with golden threads, suddenly blocked the Tongtian sect master and Sonya's Buddha's path. Tongtian sect master? The 3 Buddhas of Spirited Mountain It's been a long time. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha also narrowed their eyes. Dian, His Holiness, what are you doing here? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, Me? But I'm here to watch this epic battle with all of you. I want to see how the Immortals deal with the rebels. Jiang Lianshan said with a slight smile. Immortals deal with the rebels? You're here to watch Long Zhangguo die. The future Buddha frowned slightly and was quite confused. At the side, the aged past Buddha narrowed his eyes. Great Yan's sacred majesty, are you saying that you want to watch it with us? Watch. So you're saying that if you don't interfere, we won't interfere either? You're here to stop us? The past Buddha is wise and farsighted. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan stood in front of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain and Wanshou Taoism. He formed an alliance with Long Zhangguo to stop all forces from interfering in this battle. Chapter 702. In the distance, Ao Shun and the others were stunned. His Holiness is fighting the Six Paths, Immortal, while Jiang Lianshan is in charge of stopping the others. Ao Shun asked in surprise, Can Jiang Lianshan stop the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha? Montez asked with a frown. I don't know. However, since His Holiness values Jiang Lianshan so much, Jiang Lianshan should have some tricks up his sleeve too. Ao Shun said with a frown. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura surged out from his body. He took a step forward, and chants of Sanskrit resounded around him. He looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan blocked the two sides. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He slowly emitted a sharp aura that pressured the two sides. Just as the three sides were in a deadlock, boom! Another yellow storm came from the west. As the storm blew, a figure stopped in front of everyone. It was a man wearing a yellow dragon robe. The man had a handsome face and radiated a heroic aura. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Big Yellow His Holiness, Matriarch Ji? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sanya's Buddha looked at His Holiness warily. Even Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. Everyone is here? Matriarch Ji laughed softly. As she laughed, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lianshan. When she saw Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji bowed slightly. My name is Matriarch Ji. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Matriarch Ji used to be the Yellow Emperor of the Dian dynasty. Although she had established a new dynasty, she was still polite to Jiang Lianshan. What are you doing here? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Just like all of you, we are here to observe the battle between the heavens. Matriarch Ji smiled. Watch the heavenly battle. Are you saying that you want to stop us from going to the heavenly realm, just like Dian and His Holiness? The future Buddha's face sank. Future Buddha, what's wrong? Do you want to go in? If you want to go in, then go ahead. This emperor will follow behind you. Empress Ji said with a smile. The future Buddha was slightly taken aback, but the present Buddha's expression darkened. Even though Matriarch Ji didn't say anything about stopping him, it was clear that Matriarch Ji was following behind the future Buddha. Even though she didn't say anything about stopping him, her attitude was clear. It was as if he was assisting Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, this sect master would also like to see the difference between Long Zhangguo and Tai. The Tongtian sect master suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at the Tongtian sect master. However, they saw the Tongtian sect master wave his hand. Boom! A sword-shaped mountain suddenly rose from the ground and reached the Tongtian sect master's feet in an instant. Standing on top of the mountain, the Tongtian sect master no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Tongtian sect master, I will accompany you. Matriarch Ji looked at the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. He snorted coldly and ignored Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled, faintly. She also stood on top of a mountain and looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Jiang Lianshan looked at the third era Buddha. The third era Buddha put his palms together. Wang. 3 golden lotuses suddenly appeared under the third era Buddha's feet. Standing on the golden lotuses, the third era Buddha no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Thank you, everyone, Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan and ignored him. Jiang Lianshan also stood at the side with his hands behind his back and began to look at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Rumble! The entrance to the heavenly realm became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The heavenly realm gate is closed. Everyone, sorry for the disrespect. Jiang Lianshan let out a long sigh. He had completed Long Zhangguo's instructions. Although the heavenly realm gate was closed, the top experts of the various factions did not leave. They continued to stand there and wait. Montez and the others' eyelids twitched, but they did not dare to say anything. Lu Yaqing continued to fly into the distance. Bingheim seemed to be hiding from something. However, at this moment, Matriarch Ji suddenly turned her head. Bingheim. Matriarch Ji suddenly called out. Bingheim's expression changed. She turned her head and said respectfully, "Greetings to Big Yellow and His Holiness. You and your mother are really alike." Matriarch Ji frowned. Bingheim bit her lips and did not dare to reply. "Logically speaking, you should call me grandfather, right?" Matriarch Ji looked at Bingheim. Bingheim's expression froze. She lowered her head and said, "Bingheim does not dare to claim connections with you. The blood flowing in your body is my blood. After the Thousand Saints Conference, Emperor Kong has already reported to me. He has always wanted to bring you back, but he did not have the opportunity. Come, when this matter is over, follow me back to the imperial court." Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. "Big Yellow and His Holiness, I am the army commander of the Han Dynasty. I really do not dare to claim connections with the Great Yellow Dynasty. I hope that Big Yellow and His Holiness can be magnanimous." Bingheim said respectfully, "How can my bloodline be a subject of an imperial court? Come over immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy this small imperial court and help you make a decision." Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. She revealed a bitter expression. "Lord Bingheim." Montez said anxiously. Bingheim smiled bitterly. "Lord Meng, you can go back first. It seems that I will not be able to return for the time being. When the Emperor returns, please help me to ask for forgiveness. This subject has caused trouble for the Emperor." Montez smiled bitterly, but he could not stop her. Matriarch Ji was not someone he could offend. "Lord Bingheim, take care," Montez said solemnly. Bingheim nodded helplessly and flew towards Matriarch Ji. When she arrived at Matriarch Ji, Bingheim said respectfully, "Greetings to His Holiness. You are my granddaughter. From today onwards, you are the Great Yellow Dynasty's Princess Bing." Matriarch Ji said solemnly, "Yes." Bingheim nodded helplessly. In a mountain forest far away from the Fusang tree, Changming was dressed in black robes. He stood in the depths of a dark valley and looked coldly at the heaven realm's entrance slowly closing. A group of black-robed subordinates stood respectfully behind him. Beside him was a zither figurine. Inform the blood-clad guard's commander, Chong Ming. Chong Ming, receive the decree. We know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for us. Leave none alive. At the same time, collect the corpse of Crown Prince Guqin in Heaven City. The zither figurine repeated Gu Hai's orders. Chong Ming looked at the zither figurine and bowed respectfully. This subject, Chong Ming, receives the decree. With a flip of his hand, Chong Ming put away the zither figurine. Then, he looked at his subordinates behind him. Back then, when you followed me and the Emperor in the Azura Path's secret realm, you all improved greatly. Did you hear the Emperor's orders? Chong Ming said coldly. The angels have 24 cities. Each 10,000 guard leader will lead their own troops and choose a city. Kill all the angels as fast as you can. I don't need to hear any complaints. You just need to know that if you can't complete the mission, you will bring your head to me. Chong Ming looked coldly at his subordinates. Yes, the group of black-robed men answered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Amidst the sounds of bats, Chong Ming and his subordinates instantly turned into bats and flew into the sky, flying in all directions. The gate to the heaven realm. With the death of Long Zhanghua, he would definitely be implicated by the Immortal of the Six Paths. After all, he had helped Long Zhanghua obtain 3 reincarnation secret realms. Although he knew that he might not be able to help Long Zhanghua, Gu Hai still went to the heaven realm. Moreover, Guqin's death made Gu Hai's heart filled with anger. The beginning, compared to the beginning, Gu Hai's cultivation was still far from it. But, so what if the difference was far? Didn't Xiyu the Great die in his hands? Didn't Qing Emperor die in his hands? Even if the two of them were weak, they should not be much weaker than the beginning, right? Gu Hai firmly believed that as long as he could find the beginning's death point, even if he was at the peak of the heavenly palace, he could still kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Hai immediately rushed into the heaven realm. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, Gu Hai immediately entered a vast expanse of fog. There seemed to be some discomfort around his body, but he did not know what the problem was. Gu Hai, behind him, there seemed to be a woman calling out to him. Gu Hai turned his head. Although he could not see the figure behind the fog, he could vaguely hear that it was Zhang Yulian's voice. Here, Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Soon, Zhang Yulian flew close again. In the fog, they could barely see each other. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You followed me? Gu Hai's face darkened. Tell me, what is the secret of Taishang's longevity sound? Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? You chased me here for Taishang's longevity sound? Gu Hai glared. No, I have been studying Taishang's longevity sound all my life. When the previous Taishang passed it to me, I swore that I must find the secret. However, only you know this secret. Please tell me. Zhang Yulian's eyes were full of pleading. Looking at Zhang Yulian's pleading, Gu Hai's heart suddenly softened. Hurry up and go out. When I come out, I will tell you. It is too dangerous in here. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this time, how could he have the time to explain this to Zhang Yulian? If you want to follow, then follow. If Long Zhanghua dies, don't stand on my side. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian nodded. Whoosh! The two continued to fly in the fog. After flying for a while, they finally rushed out of the fog. Whoosh! The two appeared in a mountain forest. The moment they appeared in the forest, a heavenly pressure suddenly pressed down. The huge aura seemed to crush the two of them in an instant. How? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened, and she exclaimed. However, just as she shouted a word, Gu Hai covered her mouth and hugged her in his arms, hiding in the bushes. Woo woo! Zhang Yulian shouted, but she could not make a sound. Shut up, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Only then did Zhang Yulian stop shouting and look into the distance with wide eyes. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were floating in the air. At this moment, a scene that shocked Gu Hai appeared in the sky. Eyes. Gu Hai had seen the eyes of heaven at the Thousand Saints conference. But now, the sky was densely packed with tens of thousands of eyes. There were so many that some of them overlapped and spread out, filling all the space in the sky. They were looking down at the 33 cities below coldly. At this moment, the 33 cities of the heavenly court seemed to have become incomparably small. The tens of thousands of eyes of heaven seemed to carry the supreme judgment. Gu Hai felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 703. In the heavenly realm, Gu Hai covered Zhang Yulian's mouth as he hid in the bushes. He stared at the sky. In the sky, the 10,000 eyes of heaven descended upon the 33 cities of the celestial court, bringing with them great scrutiny and pressure. The 33 heavenly cities rotated slowly, as if forming a superformation. They gathered a powerful aura that rushed towards the eyes of heaven. Gu Hai saw from the bushes that Long Zhanghua was at the entrance of the Lingshao Palace in the heavenly city. He was holding the heaven-splitting axe and looking at the eyes of heaven coldly. Long Zhanghua, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to this day. Today is your doomsday. You can't hurt me in the heavenly realm. Six Paths' cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly realm? Transformed from your corporeal body? I don't believe it. You can do it endlessly. Long Zhanghua snorted. With a cold snort, the heaven-splitting axe in his hand slashed towards the sky. The dazzling axe light was like the Milky Way, slashing from one side of the sky to the other. Boom! The might of the heaven-splitting axe caused Gu Hai's eyes to tremble. He saw nearly 1,000 heavenly eyes split in half wherever the axe chopped down. Eyes of heaven. It doesn't seem like much. Zhang Yulian said in shock. That's because of Long Zhanghua. That's because of the heaven-splitting axe. Gu Hai said with a frown. The heavens weren't angry that the eyes of heaven were split in half, but Long Zhanghua's expression became more serious. However, he saw that after the 1,000 eyes were split in half, each half was strangely restored. The 1,000 eyes had become 2,000 after being split. The more he split, the more there were. In the heavenly realm, I am immortal. You can continue, but the power of each strike will only nourish my body until you use up all your energy. Immortal Six Paths cold, snort spread in all directions. Is that so? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua, and the people of the heavenly court, do you see this tablet? Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It wasn't the voice of the Immortal of Six Paths, was it Tai? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. There were 3 black pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. They were emitting billowing black gas. In the middle of the 3 pillars stood 3,000 feet tall figures. They were Tai, Tai Chu, and Taiwa. Tai stood in the center and merged into the pillar. Tai Chu and Taiwa merged into the pillar as well. One on the left and one on the right, they were coldly looking at Long Zhanghua. Around them were a group of black angels and a group of demon kings who had escaped, including Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to have fully recovered from his injuries. The peerless cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace were surrounded by 6 kinds of light at this moment, and they emitted a monstrous aura. Tai, Taiwa, and Tai Chu, who were in the 3 black pillars, were also surrounded by 6 kinds of light, giving off a terrifying aura. All of them had one thing in common. There seemed to be a circle drawn with blood between their eyebrows. Tai-yi? Tai-chu? Taiwa? Ha! You've merged with the path of hungry ghost, path of hell, and path of heaven? Ha ha ha. 3 paths of reincarnation? Immortal 6 paths. You're really generous. But isn't it a waste to split the 3 paths of reincarnation between 3 people? You're really careful. Tai-yi is following you, but you can't completely trust him. You only let him control 1 path of reincarnation. Oh, if I'm not wrong, Tai-yi's reincarnation should be the path of hungry ghost's reincarnation, right? Long Zhangwa sneered. Long Zhangwa, you don't have to sow discord. What's the use of that at this time? Tai-yi sneered. Tai-yi was a burly man. Golden light shot out from his body, and his eyes were sharp. Your Majesty, let me test them first. Ao Tianhuang said with a smile. Ao Tianhuang laughed loudly as he flew towards Tai-yi in the distance. Humph! Tai-yi sneered. Tai-yi didn't attack. Kong Xian was the one who attacked. I'll do it. Kong Xian sneered and flew over. Kong Xian? Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes. Long Zhangwa knew Kong Xian's strength. He could fight Shiyu the Great without losing, so he was one of the strongest in Heavenly Palace. However, he was still a bit weaker than Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang's true strength was even stronger than Tai Chu's, let alone Kong Xian. None of the monster kings moved. Ao Tianhuang arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant and threw a punch at Kong Xian. There seemed to be a dragon head fist force at the center of his palm. It tore through the void and collided with Kong Xian's hasty punch. Kong Xian's punch, which was covered in 6 types of light, collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Hong! There was a loud boom. The space where their fists collided was torn apart. The impact was similar to the impact of the cosmic star's formation and Taiwa's cauldron of universe. How can this be? Gu Hai's face darkened. The stellar palm of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was formed by 361 fiend stars and fiend kings setting up a super large formation. However, Kong Xian was alone. Kong Xian didn't retreat after the punch, but Ao Tianhuang's face changed. Because his full-powered punch was actually blocked by Kong Xian, that was impossible. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Ao Tianhuang suddenly roared and turned into a 1,000-zhang long dragon. He unleashed the power of a monster and continued to fight with Kong Xian. Ao Tianhuang's power suddenly doubled, but Kong Xian still looked like he was at ease. That's it. Kong Xian sneered and shook his fist. Boom! The 1,000-zhang long dragon flew towards the heavenly courts. It was so fast that it seemed like it was going to smash the heavenly courts into pieces. Whoosh! Long Zhangwa extended his palm and caught Ao Tianhuang's dragon body. Puff! The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human. Saint, His Holiness has embarrassed you. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Kong Xian? It was just Kong Xian, and he was actually not a match for one of his punches. How could this be? Zhang Yulian squinted her eyes. Is it those 6 lights? As expected, Long Zhangwa also noticed the light around Kong Xian's fist and comforted Ao Tianhuang. It's not embarrassing to lose to the immortal of 6 paths. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Long Zhangwa looked up at the 10,000 eyes in the sky. 6 paths? Looks like you still have some time before you wake up. Using this trick, borrowing power, lending your power to them so that they can fight me? Looks like you're at the end of your rope, Long Zhangwa said coldly. The power of the immortal of 6 paths? Those 6 lights? Ao Tianhuang wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Kong Xian. Other than Kong Xian, the other monster kings, including Tai-yi, Tai Chu, and Tai Hua all had 6 lights on them. The Immortal of 6 Paths didn't say anything. Tai Yi snickered in the distance. Long Zhonghua, you know quite a lot, don't you? That's right. This is the power of the heavens, the power of the Immortal of 6 Paths. Immortal power. Ao Tianhuang, you're not even a match for Kong Xian, who has immortal power. Don't embarrass yourself. Immortal power? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Dragon shennying, and the others also looked serious. This wasn't just fighting Apollo Divine Palace alone, but the Immortal of 6 Paths had also lent his power to Apollo Divine Palace. Immortal power? Wouldn't that be fighting both the Immortal of 6 Paths and Tai Yi at the same time? Actually, you can also have immortal power, as long as you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, pledge your loyalty to the heavens, and become an enemy of the Dragon Rebellion and the Warring States period. Then use your blood to draw a circle between your eyebrows and chant, Immortal of the 6 Paths, the heavens will bestow you with immortal power. Tai suddenly said, "Oh, reverse curse art? Are you trying to turn my subjects against me?" Long Zhonghua said coldly. "You can say that, because this is the heavenly realm. The Immortal of 6 Paths can lend his power to us. No matter how much you rebelled with the Long Zhonghua in the past, no matter how serious your sins were, as long as you repent and become enemies with the Long Zhonghua, the Immortal of 6 Paths will forgive your past sins. Otherwise," Tai Yi said coldly. "Otherwise what?" Long Zhonghua sneered. "See that steel over there?" Tai Yi pointed at a steel in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Then he saw the words "List of Crimes of Rebellion" written on the stone tablet. Below it was a dense list of names. The first one, Long Zhonghua. The second one, Gu Hai. The third one, Bei Ming Shou. The fourth one, Ao Tianhuang. The names of all Deqian officials were listed. All the names of those who rebelled with the Long Zhonghua. All of them were listed on the crimes of rebellion. You rebelled against the heavens and acted against them. You should be punished by the heavens. After the death of the Long Zhonghua, all the people on this list must be killed. If you come to your senses and turn over a new leaf, the heavens will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and forgive your past sins. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about going anywhere." Tai Yi shouted coldly. The names on the steel made the hearts of the Deqian officials tremble. In the forest far away, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, because his name was also on the list. Indeed, the heavens had their eyes on him. "Your name is ranked second?" Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. "It's wrong." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "Wrong. If it's not wrong, as long as the Long Zhonghua dies, you will be the first person the Immortal of 6 Paths will punish. The heavens will destroy you first. What did you do?" Zhang Yulian was shocked. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, but he ignored her and continued to look into the distance. "What a crimes of rebellion. Ha 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 ha, 6 Paths? If that's the case, 800,000 years ago, you were also the first? Back then, you were the first and succeeded in defying the heavens. Today, I am the first. Does that mean I can also succeed in killing the heavens? Humph, everything coincides. I'll start with Tai Yi. When I kill Tai Yi, I'll destroy your celestial body." Humph. Long Zhonghua snorted coldly. As he took a step forward, Long Zhan's figure suddenly soared. Tai Yi had merged with the path of the hungry ghost and was 1,000 feet tall. Long Zhonghua suddenly grew to 1,000 feet tall. Tai Yi fused into a huge black pillar. Behind Long Zhan, 3 black pillars suddenly appeared. They were the human Tao reincarnation, the Azura Tao reincarnation, and the animal Tao reincarnation. Boom! As soon as the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, a super stirring force caused the sky to spin. The eyes of heaven in the surroundings all retreated. Chapter 704. the human path reincarnation, the Azura path reincarnation, and the animal path reincarnation. Once the three paths of reincarnation appeared, they were like three black Tongtian pillars, emitting a fierce aura. Long Zhangwa stepped forward, and an invisible aura rushed toward Tai Yi. Tai Yi merged with the hungry ghost path reincarnation, so his aura was a bit weaker than Long Zhangwa's three paths of reincarnation. However, when Long Zhangwa stepped forward, Tai Yi also stepped forward. The other monster kings and angels didn't dare to touch Long Zhangwa's blade. Even though deity force was already close to them, no one stepped forward. A giant yellow bell appeared above Tai Yi's head. It was the second Dharma treasure in the world, the Bell of Chaos. Unfortunately, it was still a bit weak in front of the top axe in the world. Tai Chu! Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Tai Chu waved his hand, and the giant cross in his hand flew into Tai Yi's hand. Taiwa's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he couldn't resist Tai Yi's coercion. He waved his hand. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and flew toward Tai Yi. The 8 trigrams outside the cauldron shone with dazzling golden light. Boom! With the second bell of chaos above his head, the 10th apocalypse in his hand, and the 3rd cauldron of heaven and earth under his feet, Tai Yi rushed toward Long Zhangwa. The Dharma treasure aura around him was no weaker than the sky-splitting axe. Fushi's cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha! Dharma treasures are just external objects. Tai Yi, can't you see this clearly? Long Zhangwa laughed. While laughing, he slashed down with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. Using the power of the 3 reincarnation secret realms, the sky-splitting axe slashed at Tai Yi. Humph, that's easy to say. If you're so strong, don't use the sky-splitting axe. Tai Yi glared and activated the 3 treasures. They suddenly flew out. The sky-splitting axe, the bell of chaos, the apocalypse, and the cauldron of heaven and earth clashed. Hung! A super huge black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The black hole swelled, causing the entire heaven state to shake crazily. Rumble! The Tao of the hungry ghost's reincarnation, and the immortal power given to you by the samsara of the 6 paths isn't much, is it? Long Zhangwa laughed coldly. As the sky-splitting axe hacked down, it gained a huge advantage and suppressed Tai Yi. Tai Yi's eyelids twitched wildly. Long Zhangwa's strength was actually this great. Are you all dead? Come and help! Tai Yi roared. Boom! Boom! Taiwa and Tai Chu immediately went to Tai Yi's side. They activated their reincarnation powers and infused them into Tai Yi. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was as if 3 reincarnations were fighting against 3 reincarnations. The 6 reincarnations were already squeezed together. The huge collision force continued to tear apart the void, growing bigger and bigger. The impact caused the entire space to vibrate continuously. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven retreated and looked coldly at the battlefield from afar. Kong Xian, the angels, and the monster kings all had immortal power. They pushed on the reincarnation behind Tai Yi and infused their power into him. Tai Yi activated a group of Dharma treasures and barely blocked Long Zhangwa, but his face was trembling. Ha! Long Zhangwa roared. Blue veins popped out all over his body. The terrifying power brazenly blocked everyone in front of him. With his own strength, he suppressed everyone in Solar God Palace, including the power lent by immortal 6 paths beside Long Zhangwa. The aftermath of the power even surged like energy flames, hitting the faces of everyone in front of him. It was as if they were cut by knives. Ha 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 ha, 6 paths, what do you think? Long Zhangwa roared. His roar shook the sky. The entire heaven state was in turmoil. At this moment, Warring Dragon's power was pushed to the extreme, suppressing everyone. Even the Immortal of 6 Paths' immortal power couldn't stop it. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! Deqian's side cheered endlessly. Impossible! How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Tai exclaimed, I've cultivated external arts to the Khanate realm. The nascent souls in my body were all refined by the monster god. My Dantian is also the spirit mother divine king. My lower celestial palace has reached perfection, and my human soul is 490 feet. Middle celestial palace has reached perfection, and my earth soul is 640 feet. Upper celestial palace has reached perfection, and my earth soul is 810 feet. All the realms that need to be cultivated, I have cultivated to the great perfection realm. Whether it is the soul, or even the flesh, I am invincible. Breaking you is as easy as flipping my hand. Longzhan roared. Boom. Longzhangua exerted strength again. Uffed. Tai and everyone in Solar God Palace spat out blood. Impossible. No one can cultivate 3 souls to perfection. Tai exclaimed. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Longzhangua said with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Longzhangua stepped forward step by step. Everyone in Solar God Palace struggled bitterly with a look of horror on their faces. Longzhangua seemed to be about to win. In the sky, the eye of heaven kept staring at Longzhangua. Longzhangua, I didn't expect that other than me, someone else in this world has reached the perfection of the human path perfected level. Immortal 6 Paths, voice came from the sky. I know that you 6 Paths did the same in the past. That's why you were able to defy the heavens. I'm the same today. However, you can't use your power? You think you can fight me with these little things? You can deal with others with that little bit of power, but against me? Humph. Longzhangua sneered. Longzhangua, have you forgotten? I'm the heavens now. Immortal 6 Paths said coldly. The heavens. Longzhangua's face darkened. My power, the people of Solar God Palace, the 3 treasures, and the 3 reincarnation powers are all no match for you, but I have the greatest power in this world. Have you forgotten? The power of the common people. Immortal 6 Paths sneered. Longzhangua's face darkened. I'm the heavens of the common people. The power of the common people is my power. Immortal 6 Paths said coldly. Immortal 6 Paths snorted. As Immortal 6 Paths snorted, dark clouds suddenly covered the divine continent outside of heaven. In the outside world, Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the 3 world Buddhas all looked at the sky with dark expressions. Longzhangua? He actually forced Immortal 6 Paths to this extent. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Is Immortal 6 Paths only left with this final battle? Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Dark clouds covered the divine continent. Suddenly, Immortal 6 Paths' voice sounded from the dark clouds. The divine continent, all living beings, give me power to eliminate all traitors. A cold snort resounded throughout the world. All living beings in the world trembled slightly as if they had heard a terrifying voice. On Luya City, Montez and Ao Shun suddenly closed their eyes and fell down. A white power came out of their bodies. Not only the 2 of them, but everyone on Luya City also fainted. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. All the officials and citizens in the imperial court suddenly fainted. White power came out of their bodies and rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky. In the east, south, west, and north of the divine continent, in the 4 seas, all living beings suddenly fainted. It was as though they had been drained of all energy. All of the energy in their bodies surged to the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Billowing power passed through the dark clouds and rushed towards the heavenly realm. The power of all living beings was forcefully taken away by Immortal Six Paths. Only in the Deqian Celestial Empire, the citizens heard Long Zhanggua's voice. Citizens of the Deqian Empire, I, Long Zhanggua, am shamelessly borrowing power from all of you. Please raise your right hands. Quickly raise your right hands. Borrow my power to break the cage. In an instant, countless citizens raised their right hands and borrowed power from Long Zhanggua. After borrowing power, they suddenly sat down on the ground. Although Long Zhanggua borrowed power, he didn't let the citizens collapse to the point of fainting. The borrowed power of countless citizens was pulled towards the huge golden dragon of destiny in the sky above the heavenly palaces. Just as the citizens borrowed power, Immortal Six Paths took it away again. The Deqian citizens' power was once again greatly depleted. Instantly, all of them fainted. Deqian wasn't big enough after all. Long Zhanggua also didn't mobilize much power. Moreover, they were all human. Countless other living beings in the Deqian Empire couldn't mobilize their power. Immortal Six Paths was the biggest winner in robbing the power of all living beings. In an instant, except for a few of the most powerful people under the Fusang tree, almost all living beings in the divine continent fainted. Humans, demons, in the sky, on the ground, in the water, no matter what kind of living beings they were all robbed of their power and fainted. The divine continent was silent in an instant. Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and Sanya's Buddha looked at the heavenly palaces. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and said with an ugly expression, "All living beings are drained of their power. There's no life at all. It's dead. All the power in the world. Hee, can Long Zhanggua withstand it?" Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and looked at the heavenly palaces on the Fusang tree. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha frowned and remained silent. In the heavenly palaces, billowing white energy surged in and slowly condensed into golden energy that rushed towards Tai Yi in the distance. Boom! Tai Yi's power suddenly surged. Ah! Tai Yi roared in pain. Obviously, the power of all living beings was too strong. Even his physical body couldn't take it. Although his physical body was in pain, the effect was significant. The slump just now was suddenly eliminated. A strong force came out of his body and blocked the axe of Long Zhan Luo. It also suppressed Long Zhanggua. Ha 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 ha! Long Zhanggua, how's the power of all living beings? Tai Yi laughed. Long Zhanggua's other hand suddenly had a bubble-like thing in it. It was the Warring States' Immortal Dome. My Immortal Dome, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I'll borrow your power. Sleep for a while. Wait for me to destroy the demon. Long Zhanggua roared. The Warring States' Immortal Dome in his hand emitted billions of golden light and rushed towards Long Zhanggua. Rumble! The power of all the people in the Warring States' Immortal Dome was also forcibly extracted by Long Zhanggua. It filled his body and rushed towards Tai Yi. Boom! The Dragon Warring State blocked the power of Tai Yi, but it was still very difficult. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. You've lost, Long Zhanggua. Ha 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 ha! Tai Yi laughed savagely. Although Long Zhanggua had gathered the power of the Warring States' Immortal Dome, it was still not enough. Compared to the Divine Continent, the power of the Warring States' Immortal Dome was too weak. Although his body was swollen with pain, and even his face was cracking, if he continued, Long Zhanggua would definitely die. Lost? Ha 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 ha, I'll lose to you? As long as I can stop you, I won't let you run wild. Roar. Long Zhangguo roared, his hair disheveled. He looked like a demon god. He continued to struggle. Chapter 705. The battle between Long Zhangguo and Tai was getting more and more intense. Thunderous booms resounded through heaven and earth. Guhai was in the distant forest, and the ground was shaking nonstop. Zhang Yulian, you want to know the secret of Taishang's longevity tune? Guhai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian looked surprised. Let me tell you about it. Guhai said with a solemn expression. Zhang Yulian said in surprise, why are you willing to tell me? Long Zhangguo is first on the list of crimes of treason, and I'm second. If Long Zhangguo wins, that's fine. If Long Zhangguo loses, I might not have the chance to tell you. Guhai said with a wry smile. Zhang Yulian looked at Guhai in shock. You're my woman. Let me tell you, after I die, I'll have one regret. Guhai said solemnly. I'm not. Zhang Yulian glared. If I say you are, then you are. Hurry up. Guhai glared. Zhang Yulian's eyes softened at Guhai's shout. She looked a little wronged, but she didn't resist. Take out your guqin and play Taishang's longevity tune. Guhai said solemnly. Now, Zhang Yulian was startled. The earth was shaking nonstop, and there were thunderous booms everywhere. Would she be disturbed if she played Taishang's longevity tune now? So many people were at the sage assembly, but nothing happened. Hurry up. Now is the only time. The heavens won't notice this. Guhai said solemnly. All right. Zhang Yulian took out her guqin. Guhai flipped his hand and took out his imperial seal, the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Zhang Yulian was a little confused when she saw Guhai take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. However, Guhai didn't explain, so Zhang Yulian could only set up her guqin and start playing. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of the zither rang out. The sound of the battle was too loud, so the sound of the zither was almost inaudible. However, it was fine as long as Guhai could hear it. Guhai took out the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal and gently stroked the black chess piece on top of the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. It was this black chess piece from Earth that had brought him to the divine continent and was now being refined by him within the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. Clink, clink, clink. The Taishang's longevity note continued to play. Guhai looked at the black chess piece, his thoughts drifting away. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, the first Taishang? Perhaps he discovered something back then. He was a powerful individual, and when he created this song, he exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. Although the Wanshou Taoism was the helper of the immortal of the six paths, I think the first Taishang regretted it and created this song. Oh, Zhang Yulian stared at Guhai, as if she didn't want to miss a single word that Guhai said. Wang. Guhai released a strand of soul power into the black chess piece. The black chess piece vibrated slightly. The frequency of vibration was actually the same as the frequency of the Taishang's longevity note. Guhai and Zhang Yulian didn't notice this minute frequency. The Taishang's longevity note can be summarized in one sentence: sleeping immortal longevity dream. Taishang's Tao connects to the immortal dome. If others say it, I don't say it. If I say it, everyone says it. Guhai said solemnly. What? Zhang Yulian was slightly taken aback, as though she didn't understand. However, Guhai paused abruptly and stared at the black chess piece before him with wide eyes. The black chess piece vibrated at the same frequency as the Taishang's longevity note. Just now, when Guhai recited the chant in his dream, the space around the black chess piece suddenly trembled, as though it was about to collapse. As it collapsed, it formed a void tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel gradually expanded from the size of a finger. Tunnel Tunnel? Wasn't this a dream? Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately pressed the heaven-suppressing divine seal and put it away. Whoosh! The finger-sized passageway suddenly shrank and disappeared. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me? Halfway through, Zhang Yulian stared at him. Gu Hai suddenly stopped halfway through. Did he regret it? At this moment, Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. That tunnel? Gu Hai knew where it led to. Back to Earth? And this time, it wasn't a dream, but reality. In other words, his physical body could also go back. Whoosh! Gu Hai's heart surged as he looked up. Was it that black chess piece? Yes, it must be that black chess piece. That black chess piece brought him here from Earth. It had crossed 2 immortal dominions, and he thought it couldn't go back. However, the Taishang's longevity note opened a tunnel. Could the black chess piece bring him back? There's a black chess piece. And the Taishang's longevity note, I can go back to Earth by myself? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the crimes of rebellion in the distance. Even if the Long Zhangguo lost, did he still have a way out? There was still a way back to Earth. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed excitedly. This way, he wouldn't be in a desperate situation. Gu Hai, are you going back on your words? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. In his excitement, he hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Smack! What are you doing? Zhang Yulian stared at him angrily. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yulian, wait for me. I'll tell you everything. When the battle here is over, regardless of whether the Long Zhangguo wins or loses, I'll bring you to a place you've always dreamed of going. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. A place she'd always dreamed of going? Zhang Yulian had only had one dream recently. It was when she'd entered the human Tao's secret realm and made love with Gu Hai. Ever since she'd relaxed her mind and accepted this moment, she'd often dreamt of it. Gu Hai wants to take me to a place I've always dreamed of going? Uffed. Zhang Yulian spat, face red. However, Gu Hai was no longer looking at Zhang Yulian. His eyes were glued to the battle in the distance. Immortal Hexapath channeled the power of life into Tai's body. Long Zhangguo also channeled the power of the immortal firmament. However, he was still suppressed by Tai. Tai's physical limitations prevented him from using all of the power of life, but he was still stronger than Long Zhangguo. His Holiness will do our best to help you. In the 33rd layer of heaven, everyone channeled their power into Long Zhangguo's 3 paths of reincarnation at the same time. Ao Tianhuang, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, and all the officials channeled their full power. However, Long Zhangguo was still suppressed by Tai. The power of life in the divine continent is different from the power of life in your broken immortal firmament. Long Zhangguo, you've lost. Immortal Hexapath sneered. I will not lose. Long Zhangguo's body turned a deep purple. Long Zhangguo was burning his potential. His strength was growing. Although he was suppressed by Tai, his strength was still rising. Immortal Hexapath, Long Zhangguo's strength is increasing. Tai's expression changed. Although it wasn't as strong as him, this trend made Tai panic. Boom! Long Zhan's arm was suddenly filled with blue veins, and a large amount of blood spilled out. However, Long Zhan's strength was stronger. You're burning your lifespan, giving it your all. Immortal Hexapath exclaimed. Long Zhangguo was burning his lifespan. His body was bleeding, and he was getting stronger. However, the price he was paying was huge. Giving it my all? Yes, giving it my all. Even if I die today, I will not turn back. Hexapath, do you know why old man Guanxi fought so hard? Ha 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 ha. Long Zhangguo's face was covered in blood, and he snarled. You're doing this for that bitch too? Immortal Hexapath's eyes narrowed. Bitch, Hey, yes, bitch. She only found out about your scheme and wanted to tell the world about it. You control the heavens and earth and exhaust reincarnation. You steal souls and spirits for your body. You don't care about the reproduction of life. You kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. When people die, they are completely annihilated. No more reincarnation. All of the common people are only your slaves, only your food. She only wanted to tell the world, and you would consign her to eternal damnation. You would destroy her body and soul. Before she dies, she will suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. Ha 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 ha. I'm doing this for that bitch, for myself, for the world, for everything. Hexapath, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Roar. Long Zhangguo was spurting blood as his power continued to rise. Behind him, the 33 cities rotated. All the power of the people gathered to support Long Zhangguo. At this moment, Long Zhangguo wanted to defy the heavens. He wanted to break and destroy everything. At this moment, Long Zhangguo was almost at the top of the world. He blocked everything. His hair turned white as he burned his lifespan. When his hair turned white, his power was about the same as Tai's. Tai's expression changed drastically. Long live the Deqian, the people behind Long Zhangguo roared. Long Zhangguo was bathed in blood, but he radiated an indescribable brilliance. The pupils of the deities of the six paths suddenly shrank. At this moment, the people of the Deqian felt their blood boiling. It was as if they were about to win. Long Zhangguo was about to kill Tai and destroy the six paths body. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Long Zhangguo was about to succeed. Suddenly, two loud sounds came from behind Long Zhangguo. Hung! Hung! However, at the final moment, Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen suddenly flipped their hands and landed a palm strike on Long Zhangguo's back. Deqian's Grand Preceptor, Sima Zongheng, Deqian's second prince, Long Shunwen, they didn't lend power to Long Zhangguo. Instead, they attacked Long Zhangguo. Long Zhangguo was fighting Tai with all his strength. There was no defense behind him. The door was wide open, and the two of them slammed down. Logically speaking, the flames that surrounded Long Zhan's body were not something that the two of them could shake. However, at this moment, the power of the two of them seemed to have suddenly soared by countless times. The power was so great that it instantly passed through the flames around Long Zhangguo and hit Long Zhangguo's back. Two loud sounds. Long Zhangguo staggered. Bastard, bastard! Long Zhangguo roared furiously. Bell of chaos, cauldron of heaven and earth, 10-direction annihilation. Tai suddenly roared. The bell of primordial chaos and the cauldron of heaven and earth slammed into each other as Long Zhan staggered backward. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth and the bell of chaos seemed to form a huge cauldron, trapping Long Zhangguo in the center. The 10-direction apocalypse instantly stuck to the joint of the two, like a huge cross-shaped scar that welded the joint. Sky splitter! Break! Long Zhangguo roared from inside the cauldron. Boom! When the sky splitter appeared, the huge cauldron seemed to tremble as if it was about to break open. Whoa! Tai turned into a 3-legged golden crow and stepped on the bell of chaos at the top of the cauldron. He quickly activated it. Long Zhangguo, just wait for this cauldron of heaven and earth to refine you. Ha 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 ha! Tai laughed. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and looked in shock at the two people who had betrayed Long Zhangguo, Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng. At this moment, they were covered in 6 kinds of light, which was the immortal power bestowed by heaven. How dare you? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. You betrayed his holiness. Bastards! Bai Mingshou yelled. Everyone turned around and saw a red circle between Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen's eyebrows. They had used the reverse curse art to betray Long Zhanghua and pledge their loyalty to the deity of six paths. Chapter 706. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng? Betraying Long Zhanghua. Zhang Yulian was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he looked at the two in shock. Long Zhanghua might not have had the absolute advantage, but his fighting spirit had influenced Gu Hai. Immortal six paths, and Long Zhanghua had almost regained their balance, but now someone had betrayed them. One was Long Zhanghua's son, and the other was De Qian's grand preceptor. Did they choose to betray us because they were not determined enough, or were they just pawns placed beside Long Zhanghua by Immortal Six Paths' side? Zhang Yulian asked in shock. It's not important now. What's important is that they have betrayed Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua's hard work may be in vain. Gu Hai frowned. In the distance, Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen had betrayed Long Zhanghua and stabbed Long Zhanghua in the back, causing Long Zhanghua's efforts to be in vain and trapped in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Sima Zongheng, how dare you? Baiming Shou, Ao Tianhuang, and the other ministers were furious. Ao Tianhuang punched Long Shunwen, his eyes spitting fire. Baiming Shou stretched out his hand, summoning black smoke towards Sima Zongheng. Ao Tianhuang, a wise man submits to circumstances. I was no match for you in the past, but now I have immortal power. Long Shunwen roared. Long Shunwen punched Ao Tianhuang fiercely. Hung! Their fists collided in the air, creating a huge shockwave that shook the entire heavenly courts. You! Ao Tianhuang's face was ferocious. When the fists separated, Long Shunwen stood still while Ao Tianhuang was sent flying. Clearly, he was not as strong as Long Shunwen. Bastard, he's your father. How dare you kill your father? Ao Tianhuang was furious. Father? Yes, he is my father, but his lifespan is about to run out. He is about to lose. He can't drag us down with him. Ao Tianhuang glared and roared. Bastard! Ao Tianhuang said furiously. Ah! On the other side, there was a scream. It was Sima Zongheng, who had caught Baiming Shou in his palm. With a violent squeeze, Baiming Shou exploded. Sima Zongheng. Ao Tianhuang roared furiously. Ao Tianhuang, it's all over. Look at the list of crimes. Now you have a chance to atone for your crimes. Whoever wants it, immediately. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance. As for the 16th-ranked Long Shunwen and the 8th-ranked Sima Zongheng, they instantly disappeared. He was no longer on the list. Ha 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 ha! The sage of the six paths laughed loudly in the sky. In the heavenly courts, some of Long Shunwen's and Sima Zongheng's trusted aides quickly bit their fingers and drew a circle on their foreheads, chanting, Immortal of the six paths. Wang. Suddenly, beams of six-colored light appeared out of nowhere. The ordinary officials who chose to betray Long Zhanghua instantly gained immortal power. That's right. I will always honor my words. As long as you turn from darkness to light, I will let bygones be bygones. Immortal of the six paths shouted coldly in the sky. All of a sudden, many officials began to learn how to use the reverse luck curse technique. How dare you? Ao Tianhuang glared. Ao Tianhuang reached out and punched one of the ordinary officials. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, I have immortal power now. What can you do to me? The official glared and punched. Boom. Instantly, the official exploded. What? The surrounding officials were shocked. Didn't one's strength increase with immortal power? The stronger one is, the more immortal power one will gain. You weak people want to gain immortal power. Immortal of the six paths said coldly. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one would gain. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Zongheng narrowed their eyes. Although the official who exploded just now died, his immortal power didn't disappear completely. Half of it suddenly scattered and flew to the others who had immortal power. If one dies, half of the immortal power will be transferred to others. Ao Tianhuang's face turned cold. As long as you are loyal to me, you can only take all of it after killing one. Immortal of the Six Paths said. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng looked at Ao Tianhuang together. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Long Shunwen, Long Zhanghua is too kind, too kind. He can see that you're cunning. You're smart, but you don't have great ambitions. You're his son, so he let you do whatever you want. He didn't want to bring you on this trip, but in the end, he kept a scourge on his side. Sima Zongheng? No wonder you can only be the Grand Tutor, and not the Lord. You were the one who suggested going against the heavens. I didn't expect you to be so scared by a steal from the Six Paths. Ha ha ha! Immortal power? You have immortal power. Are you strong? Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Ao Tianhuang bit his finger and drew a circle on his forehead, chanting, Immortal of the Six Paths. Supreme Ao. Countless officials were shocked. Whoosh! Instantly, a large amount of immortal power surrounded Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang felt boundless power and rushed toward the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth in the distance. Lend me your immortal power, and I will take your life. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ha ha ha! Immortal of the Six Paths laughed in the sky. If you are not loyal to me, then the immortal power will be your death lock. Explode! Immortal of the Six Paths shouted. No! Ao Tianhuang screamed. Hung! Ao Tianhuang, who was flying, suddenly exploded. Half of the immortal power flew into the sky, while the other half flew to everyone who had immortal power. Supreme Being! The surrounding dragons immediately roared in grief. On the divine continent, Lu Yacheng, Ao Shun was drained of all his power by Immortal of the Six Paths and fainted. He fainted as though he had a dream. Shun. It was as though someone was shaking Ao Shun. Ao Shun woke up in a daze and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Father, let me sleep for a while more. Ao Shun said groggily. In the dream, the man standing in front of him was Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang was dressed very cleanly and emitted a gentle glow. He smiled, and his eyes were filled with kindness and satisfaction. Shun, I have to go. Take good care of yourself in the future. Ao Tianhuang patted Ao Shun's head. Father, where are you going? Where are you going? Ao Shun asked groggily. Do you still remember the dragon pearl that I let you eat back then? Ao Tianhuang smiled warmly. Ah, the dragon pearl you let me eat when I was young? It was disgusting. What was that? Ao Shun asked blankly. That was the North Sea dragon god. It's time to unseal it. In the future, the dragon tribe will depend on you. Your brother is a little jealous of you. It's all my fault. I neglected him in order to motivate him and make him jealous of you, so that he can work hard for you. After all, he's your brother. If you have the ability in the future, help him. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped Ao Shun's forehead. Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. I'm leaving. My son, I'm proud of you. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, Ao Tianhuang seemed to be drifting away. Father, wait for me. Where are you going? Father, don't go. Father, don't go. Wait for me, father. Ao Shun ran desperately towards Ao Tianhuang. However, he couldn't catch up to him. Ao Tianhuang's silhouette was getting further and further away. Ao Shun didn't know why, but he started to cry as he ran. "Father!" A sorrowful cry sounded. Ao Shun, who was on the Luya city, suddenly woke up. It was just a dream. Everyone on the Luya city had fainted except for Ao Shun. Ao Shun touched his cheeks. They were completely wet from his tears. "Father, is this all a dream?" Ao Shun asked blankly. At this moment, Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded from Ao Shun's forehead. "North Sea Dragon God, it's not a dream?" Ao Shun was stunned. In the heavenly realm, Ao Tianhuang was dead. All the dragon tribe members suddenly knelt down in tears. Long Shunwu and Sima Zongheng, on the other hand, revealed a rejoicing expression. "Traitor!" An official roared. "If you don't want to die, give up the darkness and join the light. Otherwise, none of you will live." Sima Zongheng shouted coldly. He hollered coldly and stopped all the great Gon subjects. Long Shunwen looked at Long Shenying. Long Shenying didn't move. He just looked at Long Shunwen coldly. In the distance, Long Zhangguo was sealed in the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Even the pillars of the 3 paths of reincarnation disappeared. Tai turned into the golden crow and activated the chaos bell with all his might. However, Long Zhangguo had the heaven-splitting axe. He was so powerful that he kept slashing at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth that it looked like it was going to break apart at any time. Even though the omnipotent annihilation sealed the connection between the chaos bell and the cauldron of heaven and earth, it didn't help. "I can't hold on any longer. Come here." Tai shouted. Long Zhangguo was going to break out of the seal. Everyone's expression changed. Taiwa quickly activated the cauldron of heaven and earth, but it still couldn't seal Long Zhangguo inside. "The cauldron of heaven and earth isn't strong enough. It can't unleash its full power," Tai said coldly. I've tried my best," Taiwa said anxiously. "No, you haven't tried your best." Tai narrowed his eyes and said, "What?" Taiwa was slightly stunned, revealing a trace of puzzlement. Boom! Suddenly, a fist hit Taiwa's back from behind and pushed him toward the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. It was Grand Primordial. Grand Primordial attacked Taiwa from behind. Taiwa staggered. He crashed into the omnipotent annihilation. Sizzle! 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 Nails suddenly appeared on the omnipotent annihilation and nailed Taiwa to the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Taiwa screamed as blood splattered all over his body. As the blood splattered everywhere, it was suddenly absorbed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth absorbed Taiwa's blood and immediately emitted a dazzling green light. Suddenly, it merged with the chaos bell and sealed the Long Zhangguo inside. Even when the Long Zhangguo's heaven-splitting axe attacked, the chaos furnace of heaven and earth only made a loud noise and stopped shaking. The sudden change caused everyone to change their expressions. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. Blood flowed out, and his face was filled with grief and anger. "Tai Chu, how dare you sneak attack me?" "Tai, did you order all of this?" Taiwa glared at him and roared. "Yes, it was me." Tai said coldly, "I control the heavenly path reincarnation. I'm here to help heaven and earth destroy the Long Zhangguo. Immortal 6 paths, save me." Taiwa roared in grief and anger. The immortal of the 6 paths stared at him coldly. "Heavenly path reincarnation? There's no need for that now. Please go to heaven and take the heavenly path reincarnation away from Taiwa, just in case." Tai shouted. The heavenly path reincarnation immediately withdrew from Taiwa's body. "Let Kong Xian take it." Tai pleaded. Suddenly, The heavenly path reincarnation enveloped Kong Xian. Why? Tai, why? Taiwo was shocked and angry. Kong Xian merged with the heavenly path reincarnation and became 1,000 feet tall. He also looked at Tai blankly. Didn't his lord like Taiwa? Did he have to be patient to make Taiwa his woman? Why? Why? Ha, ha, ha. Taiwa, do you really think I like you? Tai sneered. What do you mean? Taiwa said coldly, back then, I asked heaven to let you into the solar palace because I wanted to find the cauldron of heaven and earth that Fuxi made. You were reluctant to take it out for 800,000 years, but you exposed it for Guhai? Fine. You exposed it yourself. Fine. The cauldron of heaven and earth. Do you think I don't know its secret? It was made by Fuxi, and only Fuxi's blood can activate it to its maximum power. Fuxi is dead, and you are his sister, so your blood can also activate it. If you want to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth to its maximum power, you have to be sacrificed. Tai said coldly, You've been plotting against me since the beginning. Taiwo looked at Tai angrily. Humph. Tai snorted. Immortal of the 6 paths, I helped you destroy the Long Zhangua. Let me go. Taiwo said angrily, Your sacrifice is the real help to destroy the Long Zhangua. Taiwo, give up. Humph. Tai Chu said coldly. Kong Xian was confused, but he didn't dare to interrupt. To kill the Long Zhangua, Taiwo's blood sacrifice was needed. It was as if the dust had settled. The blood sacrifice of Taiwa, the cauldron of heaven and earth, to refine the Long Zhangua, and the situation was completely under Immortal of the 6 paths control. The dust had settled. In the forest far away, Zhang Yulian looked at the sky in shock. The sudden change shocked Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, who was nailed to the cauldron of heaven and earth by the cross. Taiwa was bleeding in pain, and for some reason, Gu Hai thought of Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou. The first time he saw Xiao Rou, she was also so helpless, nailed to the ground by a group of people. Heaven and earth didn't respond. Is that Taiwa? Is that Xiao Rou? Gu Hai took a deep breath and stood up. What are you doing? Zhang Yulian's expression changed, and she looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this time, the Long Zhangua didn't move. You want to go out? Are you looking for death? Hide well and wait for me to call you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, What? You really want to go out? Do you want to die? Zhang Yulian exclaimed, It's not over yet. It's time for me to go out. I have to go out. Gu Hai flew into the sky with a cold face. Whoosh! Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle in between his eyebrows. He shouted, Immortal of the 6 paths. Chapter 707. Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle on his forehead. He shouted, Immortal of the 6 paths. No, Zhang Yulian said anxiously. However, Gu Hai was already in the sky. It was too late. Even though it was very far away, a 6-colored ray suddenly shot out, causing everyone's expression to change. Gu Hai? Kong Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Gu Hai, who was ranked 2nd on the list of traitors. This was the person Long Zhangua valued the most over the years. Ha! Gu Hai has also turned over to the light? Sima Zongheng sneered. Long Shunwen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. His face was gloomy. Long Shenying frowned. He was confused. Gu Hai was afraid of death and started to betray his father. Tai Yi looked at Gu Hai coldly. Tai Yi only knew about Gu Hai from what others told him. He didn't know much about Gu Hai. Kong Xian and Tai Chu knew Gu Hai too well. They knew Gu Hai so well that they wanted to kill him the moment they met. Especially Tai Chu. Tai Wa was nailed to the cross. When he saw Gu Hai flying over, He panicked. What are you doing here? You want to die? Guhai looked at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. The people you meet are too dangerous. No matter what your cultivation is, they will all end up the same. Taiwa was stunned. When Guhai first met his reincarnation, Xiao Rou, he was also nailed to the wall. Now, he was also nailed to the wall. His life and death were decided by someone else. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried. Last time, at the brink of death, it was Guhai who appeared to save him. At that time, he looked at Guhai as if he was looking at a war god. Now, is Guhai here to save me? But now, it was much more dangerous than before. Guhai, you still dare to come? Absolute Beginning glared at him, his body exuding a monstrous, murderous aura. Yihua died, mysteriously, because of Guhai. Although a peacock feather was found in the end, did it have anything to do with Guhai? Yanhua was also killed by Guhai's son. Guhai was a scourge, and the person Tai Chu wanted to kill the most was Guhai. Why wouldn't I dare? The heavens have already made it clear that as long as one renounces the darkness and defers to the light, they will let bygones be bygones. How can the heavens' words not be a match for your anger? Guhai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, isn't it too late for you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light now? Long Zhanghua is about to die. What's the use of asking you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light? The heavens let those who renounce the darkness and defect to the light make up for their mistakes. What about you? You're second on the list of traitors. Second, it's you who helped Long Zhanghua find the 3 paths of reincarnation. You've committed a heinous crime. How can you atone for it? Do you think your last plea will be of any use? Absolute Beginning said coldly. All around, everyone looked coldly at Guhai. The Eye of Heaven also stared at Guhai. Obviously, like Absolute Beginning, Guhai seemed to have been sentenced to death. Not to mention, Long Zhanghua had already been refined into the furnace. What's the use of you? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? The 3 paths of reincarnation, did I find it, or did someone help me find it? Did I just get lucky, or did someone deliberately plan this? Guhai suddenly shouted. Immortal 6 paths snorted coldly in the sky. Reporting to the heavens, Guhai has renounced the darkness for the light today. However, I have something to report. Guhai said seriously. Important? What important thing can you have? Is there anything more important at this time? Long Zhanghua's death is enough. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng were spies arranged by the heavens. They played a crucial role in the last moment. However, this is not the end. Long Zhanghua is not dead yet, Guhai said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. What I want to say is that Deqian has your spies. Solar God Palace also has Deqian's spies. They are right here, right beside you, Guhai said solemnly. How dare you? The Monster Kings, Kong Xian, and Absolute Beginning all glared at him. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he instantly assumed a defensive posture. Although Guhai might be making things up, and Absolute Beginning did not believe Guhai at all, what if Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen were the 2 spies who had ambushed Long Zhanghua from behind, causing Long Zhanghua's battle to fail. Although Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen were powerful, they were not worth mentioning in front of Long Zhanghua. However, these 2 small fries in Long Zhanghua's eyes had caused Long Zhanghua's battle to fail. What if, just in case, there was really a Long Zhanghua's spy behind him? And what if he did the same thing to him when he was the most focused? Absolute Beginning instantly shivered. While guarding against everyone around him, he narrowed his eyes at Guhai. The pupils of the deity of the 6 paths in the sky also shrank. If what Gu Hai said was right, it was extremely dangerous. Spy? Who's the spy? Don't change the topic. You helped Long Zhanghua find the 3 paths of reincarnation and caused the destruction today. Do you think changing the topic will solve the problem? Absolute Beginning sneered at Gu Hai in disbelief. I told you, I just happened to be there. There's a mastermind behind this. I'm just being used, Gu Hai said coldly. Huh. Everyone's eyes widened. When Long Zhanghua took the human Tao's secret realm, I'm sure everyone knows. Thousand Saints, Assembly? You don't need me, right? Long Zhanghua killed a saint by force, which is the same as forcing people to enter the human Tao's secret realm. If it were me or the other Deqian, would they be able to do it? I helped Long Zhanghua obtain the human Tao reincarnation. Huh, it's me. But do you really need me? Gu Hai glared. Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. The faces of the monster kings around also darkened. Human Tao reincarnation? Ha ha ha. Good, good. Let's not talk about it. What else? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Wait, before that, shouldn't we take a look? During the Thousand Saints Assembly, other than me, how many of the monster kings here were very close to the human Tao reincarnation? How many of them could conspire with Long Zhanghua and make me the scapegoat? Gu Hai said solemnly. While Gu Hai was casting him aside, he was also pouring dirty water on others. I'm beside you. What? Gu Hai, are you trying to accuse me of being Long Zhanggua's spy? Absolute Beginning sneered. I didn't say that. Absolute Beginning, don't take it personally or confess in advance. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh. Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with killing intent. Maybe someone else is hiding in the dark. Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. Gu Hai flew closer and closer to the cauldron. All right, next, let's talk about the Beast Path Mystic Realm that Long Zhanghua just took. Did I find the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm on my own initiative, or did someone send me to the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm? Huh. Absolute Beginning's face darkened. One of the entrances to the Beast Path Mystic Realm was with Luya. This was something that Absolute Beginning had just found out. Back then, I was imprisoned and at the mercy of others. It was Tai who imprisoned me in Taichu's hands, right? But how did I end up at the entrance of Luya's Beast Path Mystic Realm? Did I find it, or did someone deliberately send me there? Gu Hai stared at Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning's pupils suddenly constricted. You're saying that I deliberately let you go and let you come into contact with the Beast Path Mystic Realm? I'm not talking about you. I just find it strange. When I was in Luya's hands, Absolute Beginning took me from Luya and placed me in your hands. Why did you go behind Absolute Beginning's back and return me to Luya? Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph, you are slandering me. Back then, Dong Wang handed you over to me to watch over, just to appease Taiwa. Luya asked me for you, and I gave you to him because of our relationship. Tai Chu anxiously glared at him. Although what Tai Chu said was the truth, everyone's mind was filled with doubts. This was the difference between who said it first and who said it later. If Tai Chu said it first, no one would doubt him. However, Gu Hai was the one who said it. Everyone's expressions sank. That's right. Did Absolute Beginning do it on purpose? I'm not slandering you, and it might not be you. Why are you rushing to admit it? If it's as you said, Luya came to find you again. But I was taken away from Luya by Absolute Beginning. Why did Luya take me to the Beast Path Mystic Realm? If it's not you, maybe someone else instigated him? Gu Hai smiled. Absolute Beginning suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that after Gu Hai left, he found Yi Hua's body and found a peacock feather. Absolute Beginning suddenly looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian bewitched Luya? and then found the beast path mystic realm, was it him? If he was a spy, it made sense. He was Absolute Beginning's most trusted person. At this crucial moment, he definitely couldn't inform Long Zhanghua. He could only find another way. This was also because of Yi Hua's death. At that time, Absolute Beginning was a little dissatisfied with Kong Xian, which caused Absolute Beginning to suspect Kong Xian. Just as everyone was suspecting Absolute Beginning began to suspect Kong Xian. When he looked at Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Why is Absolute Beginning looking at me? Is he trying to slander me? Gu Hai, you're too close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Absolute Beginning warned Gu Hai coldly. Unknowingly, Gu Hai was already close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Is that so? I've just entered the heavenly palace. Even if I have immortal power, it's limited. You're not worried that I'll destroy the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. The stronger one was, the more immortal power would increase. Now, even Long Zhanghua couldn't break the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, let alone Gu Hai. All right, now let's talk about the Azura Path mystic realm. I'm sure it won't be a secret even if I tell you. This is the scroll I took when His Holiness fought with me. The scroll has the blueprint of the entrance to the Azura Path mystic realm written on it. This is it. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the scroll. Whoosh! The scroll flew out, and everyone's face fell. I got this by chance. I'm sure everyone knows how I got it. It's no secret, but am I that lucky? I wonder if there were other people from the Solar God Palace nearby at that time. Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian, Absolute Beginning's eyes suddenly widened, because at that time, Kong Xian was in the Day One Imperial Dynasty. After fighting with Shiyu the Great, he had a confrontation with the Drought Demon Ancestor and Emperor Qi. The location of the confrontation was not far from His Holiness. Kong Xian left, and Gu Hai got this scroll. Or Kong Xian didn't leave. Absolute Beginning, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to slander me? Kong Xian glared at him and said angrily, when everyone was suspecting you, Absolute Beginning, you still dared to slander me. Shut up, Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Master, Kong Xian said anxiously. Dong Huang, Absolute Beginning also said anxiously. Shut up, all of you. This is Gu Hai's one-sided story. We'll talk about it after the Long Zhanghua dies. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Yes, the two answered. Absolute Beginning looked at Kong Xian, and Kong Xian looked at Absolute Beginning. Both of them had a cold look in their eyes. It was no longer important whether the two were spies. What was important was that Absolute Beginning didn't dare to trust the two of them without caution. While refining the Long Zhanghua, he was wary of the two. Chapter 708. Even though Gu Hai said a lot and instigated a lot of discord, Tai Yi and the others remained wary of him. They did not trust Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not want them to trust him. He had said so much just to tie their hands so that they would not have an excuse to kill him, so that he could continue to stir up trouble. At this time, Tai Chu and Kong Xian wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. However, Long Zhanghua was not dead yet. If they killed him now, wouldn't they be silencing him? Wouldn't they be admitting that they were spies? They would not kill Gu Hai easily. The Immortal of the Six Paths in the sky also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Although he allowed Gu Hai to stand in front of him, it did not erase the fact that Gu Hai was second on the treason list because he had not done anything. It's useless even if you talk. Treason is treason. It's not that easy to make up for your mistakes. Besides, your mistake is too big. Tai Chu sneered. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Taiwa, who was in pain. Speaking of which, Taiwa's misfortune today is partly because of me. Without me, Taiwa would not have taken out the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Without me. He could not have completed the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Guhai seemed to be fighting for himself. Are you trying to find excuses to clear your name? The cauldron of heaven and earth. Humph, because of you, the cauldron of heaven and earth was exposed by Taiwa. However, Dong Huang has been plotting for 800,000 years. Do you think he can't force Taiwa to take out the cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha 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 ha. Tai Chu sneered. Tai Chu's expression said, I've seen through you. The surrounding people showed some disdain at Gu Hai's continuous quibbling for himself. It turned out that Gu Hai was also so afraid of death. The cauldron of heaven and earth requires Taiwa's blood to be fully activated. Isn't it a little too slow to use the 10-direction annihilation nail to extract the blood? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Taiwa. Tai's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Not far away, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression, they just don't want to push me too far. If they push me too far, I'll just self-destruct. No one will have an easy time. At worst, we'll all die together. Taiwa, don't you dare. Tai glared at him. Taiwa looked at Tai ferociously. Ha, 800,000 years? Tai, I've long had a feeling that you had ill intentions towards me, but you didn't know that it was to use me as a blood sacrifice. Ha, I don't dare? Do you think I don't dare? Who can stop me? I'm begging for death. You can't stop me. Taiwa's eyes flashed with deep hatred. Taiwa, your blood will be used to refine the Longzhangwa. As long as the Longzhangwa dies, I'll let you go and never target you again. I'll set you free. I beg the heavens not to pursue you, Tai said grimly. That's right, Taiwa. Although you'll be sacrificed, you won't die. As long as the Longzhangwa is refined, we'll let you go. Don't do anything stupid. Alpha Primordium shouted, his expression changing. Taiwa glared at Tai and Alpha Primordium. If you die together, you'll be destroyed in both body and soul. The heavens won't spare your 3 souls. Tai said coldly. We only want your blood, not all of it. Don't mess around. Alpha Primordium said worriedly. So, you're worried that Taiwa will choose to self-destruct and destroy himself with her blood? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly flying toward Taiwa. No one dared to get close to Taiwa, worried that they would force Taiwa into a corner. Even though Alpha Primordium nailed Taiwa to the cross, he still did not dare to push too hard. This was because Taiwa could make a final counterattack and self-destruct before dying. Taiwa no longer had a good impression of anyone here. He was extremely wary and hateful. However, he did not hate Gu Hai as much as he did Taiwa. Perhaps Xiao's memories and her crush played a huge role in Xiao Chen's mind. As Gu Hai flew toward Taiwa, the others watched with narrowed eyes. Taiwa. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa. Why did you come out? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Even though Taiwa was nailed to the cross, he still cared about Gu Hai. Gu Hai is very grateful to Xiao for thinking so highly of me in the past. Gu Hai said, solemnly, Ha. Xiao? My reincarnated body, Xiao? Yes, she is indeed very foolish. I thought that she was insignificant. After all, I have reincarnated more than once in the past 800,000 years. However, I have never felt so emotional before. Xiao, when you first met Xiao, she was nailed to the wall like this, right? For Xiao, you could give up the most precious century lifespan immortality peach in the innate puzzle world. Xiao could give up her life for you. Although she could not say anything in the end, she changed me into someone else, Taiwa said with an extremely complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. I understand one thing now. You are Taiwa, but you are also Xiaoro, Gu Hai said solemnly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Xiaoro owes me a life. Right now, you are Xiaoro. I would like to borrow something from you. Gu Hai said seriously. What is it? Taiwa said with a frown. Your head. Gu Hai said solemnly. You. Taiwa's eyes suddenly widened as a monstrous killing intent shot out from her eyes. What? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kong Xian knew about Gu Hai and Xiaoro the best. Why would Gu Hai say something like that? Does he want to kill Taiwa? Taiyi's expression also changed. At first, he thought that Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to self-destruct, to destroy the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. However, Gu Hai wanted Taiwa's head, not her self-destruction. Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to die. What did you say? Taiwa said with a frosty expression. I said, you owe me a life. Now, I hope you can return it to me. Let me kill you and use all of your blood as a sacrifice to the furnace. Gu Hai confirmed again. In the distance, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Sima Zongheng, and the others were shocked. Gu Hai is currying favor with the heavens. Gu Hai is too ruthless in order to survive. He wants to beg the heavens for Taiwa's death. How shameless! Humph, Long Zhangguo actually likes such trash. Countless people looked at Gu Hai with disdain in their eyes. Gu Hai, however, stared at Taiwa. At this moment, Gu Hai did not beg or cower. He was very calm. This calmness made the murderous Taiwa feel suffocated. Gu Hai wants me dead? For some reason, Taiwa suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Perhaps it was because of Xiaoro's personality. At this moment, Taiwa suddenly felt very wronged. Extremely wronged. Wants me dead. Everyone could say it. Tai Yi could say it. Tai Chu could say it. Immortal Six Paths could say it. And Long Zhangguo could say it. However, Gu Hai could not say it. Why do you want to kill me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a lump in his throat, as if he wanted to see the reason from Gu Hai's eyes. However, there was nothing but calmness. Ha 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 ha. Taiwa suddenly laughed bleakly. As he laughed, Taiwa's eyes welled up with tears. After Big Brother Fushi died, Taiwa had been in a state of despair for a while. Then, he saw the world as gray. Only when Xiaoro met Gu Hai did the world slowly become colorful. Now, Gu Hai wants my life. That colorful world collapsed again, as if he had nothing left to live for. Taiwa, I'll borrow your head. Gu Hai said again. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Gu Hai and Taiwa. Ha 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 ha, you kill me? I told you to kill me, so you kill me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai, sadness flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai reached out and took out the life-killing saber. He really did slash at Taiwa. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Kong Xian, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Sima Zongheng, and even Zhang Yulian in the distance widened their eyes. Everyone looked at this strange scene. The saber was getting closer and closer to Taiwa. Tai Yi didn't stop him, because if Gu Hai could kill Taiwa, he could instantly extract all of Taiwa's blood. Long Zhangguo would definitely die. Tai Yi didn't stop him, and Tai Chu was also looking forward to it. Only Kong Xian looked confused. He was like a fool. In the past, to protect Tai Yi, he fought to the death with Gu Hai. Was there something wrong with his brain? He thought that Tai Yi liked Taiwa, so he wanted to help him get rid of his love rival, Gu Hai. Now, he realized that Tai Yi wanted to kill Taiwa, and Gu Hai wanted to kill Taiwa. This wasn't right. This was different from what he thought. Wasn't this change too fast? Gu Hai's saber slashed at Taiwa. Taiwa stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. At this moment, Gu Hai saw Xiaoro in Taiwa's eyes. Those were definitely Xiao Rou's eyes. Xiao Rou's eyes were filled with despair. Guhai, did you know? Before Xiao Rou died, she fused with me. Before she was swallowed by me, she said something. Did you know? Taiwa stared at Guhai with red eyes. Guhai's saber was getting closer and closer. It didn't stop. Xiao Rou said, I once loved you too. Taiwa said sadly, Buzz. The life-killing saber stopped between Taiwa's eyebrows. The moment the life-punishing saber stopped, a glimmer of light flashed across Taiwa's eyes. The moment the glimmer of light flashed, pissed, Guhai slashed at Taiwa's head. Boom! It was as if he had instantly crushed Taiwa's Niwen palace. Splash! 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 Blood spurted out of Taiwa's body. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cauldron of the universe. The surrounding people seemed to be suffocating as they widened their eyes. Killed! Killed! Taiyi's face stiffened. Did Guhai really kill Taiwa? Tai Chu was also shocked. How could this be? Kong Xian was even more confused. The life ender saber was pulled out from between Taiwa's eyebrows. Taiwa had a bloody wound between his eyebrows. His face immediately turned pale due to the severe blood loss. His eyes were still open, but they were no longer flowing with tears. Instead, there were two streams of blood tears. Buzz! Taiwa's immortal power surged into Guhai's body. The six-colored glow on Guhai's body suddenly soared into the sky. The terrifying power made Guhai's body swell. Taiwa was dead. He was killed by the man Xiao Rou loved the most. Before he died, his eyes were filled with despair and sadness. Two streams of blood tears flowed down his face. Everything was so sad. The great Taiwa died at the hands of a weak Guhai. He was hurt by love and died for love. Chapter 709. Taiwa was dead. She died in the hands of someone no one expected. Taiwa's blood was sucked dry in an instant, and Taiwa's body shriveled up. Guhai gently pulled Taiwa's body out of the cross. There was no blood, only a body full of holes. Buzz! After absorbing all of Taiwa's blood, the cauldron of heaven and earth shone with a dazzling light. The 8 trigrams diagram on the outside shone even brighter. The cauldron of heaven and earth became even sturdier. Although the sound of long zhangwa chopping could be heard, it was no longer able to shake the cauldron of heaven and earth. Guhai carefully placed Taiwa's body in a coffin and put it away. Only then did the surrounding people wake up from their daze. He really killed Taiwa? Taiwa had fallen out with everyone because of him. To clear his name, he even sacrificed the woman he loved. Shameless. Sure enough, the emperor is the most heartless. Countless voices of disdain rang out as countless gazes of disdain looked at Guhai. Tai looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. Tai Chu was also frowning at this moment. He had a bad feeling about this. Kong Xian clenched his fists, a blank look in his eyes. For some reason, he feared Guhai's ruthlessness. In the distance, Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng stared. They didn't expect Guhai to be so ruthless. Only Long Shenying's pupils shrank. He stared at Guhai's immortal energy. After killing Taiwa, all of Taiwa's immortal energy was taken by Guhai. No one noticed that only Guhai had more immortal energy than Guhai. Even Tai Chu wasn't as good. Unknowingly, Guhai had already become the second strongest person among all the people here. Guhai? Dragon God Ying's eyelids twitched. Dragon Shenying looked at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth, then looked at immortal 6 paths in the sky. Suddenly, he exhaled. Suddenly, Long Shenying bit his finger and drew a circle between his eyebrows with his blood. Then he chanted, Immortal of the 6 paths. With a single chant, a large amount of immortal energy appeared out of nowhere and filled Dragon Sheniying's body. The crown prince, the Deqian officials, all stared and exclaimed, "Betrayal? The crown prince also betrayed his holiness?" No. Boundless despair enveloped the heavenly court. Everyone had betrayed the Long Zhangguo. Was the Long Zhangguo doomed? You. Long Shenwen raised an eyebrow. Second brother, are you the only one allowed to serve the Immortal of Six Paths? Dragon Sheniying sneered. Humph, so what if I'm loyal? Your name on the traitor's ranking list hasn't been removed. You won't have a chance to make up for your mistakes. Long Shenwen said in a low voice. Everyone looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, Dragon Sheniying's name was still in fourth place. However, Gu Hai's name was still on the stone tablet. He was still in second place, but his name was much more blurred. Gu Hai killed Taiwa. You're really willing to do such a shameless thing to survive. However, it's not enough. Although your name is blurred, you're still in second place. That's not enough to make up for your mistakes. Tai Chu sneered. Yeah, it's not enough, but there's still a chance. Gu Hai sneered. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. At this time, what other way was there to make a contribution? Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai feels that Long Zhangguo is not dead. He's still in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. He might break the seal at any time. Everything is still possible. Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. The eye of heaven stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had indeed made a contribution by killing Taiwa, but the eye of heaven was still on guard against him, preventing him from saving Long Zhangguo. If Gu Hai dared to make a move on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, the heavens would kill Gu Hai instantly. Now, Gu Hai said that the dust had not settled yet. Indeed, the dust had not settled yet. However, the heavens did not want to talk to Gu Hai. On the side, Tai spoke on behalf of the heavens. Gu Hai, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that anything is possible before Long Zhangguo dies. If he breaks the seal, you alone are not enough. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Then what do you want? Tai said solemnly. The immortal power we borrowed from the heavens is too scattered. If this large amount of immortal power can be gathered in the hands of a few, solemnly, Gu Hai said, Gu Hai. Gathered in the hands of a few. Tai narrowed his eyes. Yeah, for example, if I kill Tai Chu, his power will be added to me, and I'll be stronger. If Long Zhangguo breaks the seal, I can help you deal with him. Gu Hai smiled. How dare you? Don't you dare. Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Tai's pupils constricted. You want to kill Tai Chu? Isn't that right? If the immortal power is too scattered, it won't be effective. Why not let it merge? If the power is divided between two people, it'll be too scattered. If it's concentrated on one person, the effect will be multiplied. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, you're a spy. You did this on purpose. You want to disrupt our cooperation. You want to destroy our unity. You're helping Long Zhangguo. Tai Chu said coldly, I'm helping Long Zhangguo? Ha! Absolute Beginning. I won't mention who framed me. Firstly, I'm innocent. Secondly, I have immortal energy. If I wasn't truly loyal to the heavens, then the heavens could destroy my soul with a single thought and make me explode. Why would I do this? I'm afraid of death. Gu Hai said coldly, the heavens can destroy me at any time. How can I resist? You, Tai Chu glared. Before we kill the dragon warring states, everything else is not important, is it? Tai is in charge of trapping and killing the dragon battle kingdom, and we are borrowing immortal power to assist from the side. But you have seen how strong the dragon battle kingdom is. Even if we help from the side, it's not enough, right? We can only strengthen ourselves, like this. As Gu Hai spoke, he raised the life terminator. He swung the saber, a massive energy saber slashed at one of the black angels. Boom! Purple light illuminated the world. Before the black angel could cry out, he exploded. The black angel's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's immortal power shone even brighter. How dare you? How dare you? Bastard! The angels, demon kings, Tai Chu, and the others widened their eyes and roared. They grabbed their sabers, wary of Gu Hai. Gu Hai attacked. Tai's expression also changed. However, the heavens did not stop him. They only watched coldly. To the heavens, everyone here was an ant. They could all die. As long as Long Zhanghua was killed, the lives of the others were not important. As long as it was beneficial to killing Long Zhanghua, it was fine. Before Gu Hai killed Taiwa, the heavens still did not trust Gu Hai. However, after Gu Hai's achievements, the heavens let down their guard. Dong Huang, Gu Hai is too presumptuous. I'm going to kill him. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai activated the chaos furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, but he did not interfere. It was as if he had silently approved of Tai Chu's actions. Tai Chu stepped forward, his body shrouded in black pillars. A powerful aura spread out, mobilizing the power of samsara to kill Gu Hai. The power of samsara. Ha! Tai Chu, are you really Long Zhanghua's spy? Gu Hai sneered. Your flowery words are useless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Tai Chu stepped forward. I'm saying that every bit of power used against Long Zhanghua is extremely precious. Immortal power can be taken away and transferred. It doesn't matter if it's transferred to another person. However, the power of samsara is used against Long Zhanghua not for you to waste. If you use the power of samsara to fight me, won't you be wasting the power used against Long Zhanghua? Gu Hai shouted. Tai Chu did not understand what Gu Hai meant. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the power of samsara was taken away. The heavens removed the power of samsara from Tai Chu, and the black pillars appeared behind Tai. Not only Tai Chu, but the black pillar on Kong Xian's body was also stripped away, and instantly appeared behind Tai Yi. Gu Hai was right. The power of samsara is not for you to waste. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, Gu Hai's saber slashed at him. Tai Chu hastily took out a huge sword and clashed with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. Hung! With a super loud sound, the huge sword in Tai Chu's hand exploded. Alpha Primordium was sent flying in an instant. Poof! Tai Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Without the power of samsara, his power was not as strong as Gu Hai's. Gu Hai was so strong. Was it Taiwa's power? He did it on purpose. Dong Huang, Tai Chu yelled. Gu Hai is going to destroy Solar Divine Palace. Tai narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai in the distance, but ignored Tai Chu. Immortal Six Paths was heartless, and Tai was also very cold. Gu Hai was right. Tai even thought of something deeper from Gu Hai's words. Killed everyone? Gather all the power in one body. That's right. What if everyone dies, and I'm the only one left? Help! Tai did not need help. If Tai wanted everyone to die and gather all the power in his body, wouldn't he have a higher chance of killing Long Zhanghua? He would do everything possible to kill Long Zhanghua, even if he had to sacrifice everyone. Otherwise, if Long Zhanghua could counterattack, he would be finished. Killing each other was a good thing. Gu Hai, no matter how he jumped around, it was useless. Immortal Six Paths power could control him, but Tai could control him too. Hibernating spirit soup. In the past, he'd sent Bingheim to Gu Hai's side to think of a way to make Gu Hai drink the soup. Originally, it was just to control Gu Hai and use it to threaten and trick Taiwa. Now, it seemed that it was better to use it here. Even if Gu Hai killed until the end, Tai could control him with the soup and make him come to die in front of Tai himself. He was supposed to drink 2 bowls, but Bingheim only gave Gu Hai 1 bowl. 1 bowl is enough. I don't need to control him for many years. A short while is enough. Tai Chu was loyal to Tai, but he might not be willing to let Tai take his life. But Gu Hai was different. What Gu Hai said makes sense. Gathering immortal power is better than scattering it. Tai suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Tai agreed to kill each other. The heavens let Tai take charge of the situation. Tai's words represented the heavens. Chapter 710. Tai agreed with Gu Hai's theory, which was equivalent to the heavens agreeing with Gu Hai's theory as well. Just as Tai was in disbelief, a miserable scream came from the heavenly court. In the distance, Dragon Sheniying grabbed Sima Zongheng's head with one hand and pierced through Sima Zongheng's chest with the other. His bloody hand came out from his back, and he was holding Sima Zongheng's crushed heart. Dragon Sheniying had just pledged his loyalty to Immortal 6 Paths and obtained immortal power. He had been waiting for this moment. When the battle royale started, Dragon Sheniying instantly attacked. He instantly pierced through Sima Zongheng's body and crushed it. You. Sima Zongheng spat out blood and looked at Dragon Sheniying's hand in disbelief. Sima Zongheng betrayed Long Zhanghua and was rejoicing when he saw that everything was about to be settled. How could he have thought that he would suddenly die? He betrayed Long Zhanghua and was killed by Long Zhanggua's son? Was this retribution? Grand Preceptor Sima, when I was young, you taught me. Unfortunately, what you taught and what you did were 2 different things. Don't worry, this time you sacrificed yourself to kill Long Zhanghua. Later, I will take care of all your Sima family members. Dragon Sheniying revealed a faint smile. The smile was very gentle, but this gentle gaze made Sima Zongheng suddenly tremble. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his face was filled with infinite horror. No. Boom. Sima Zongheng's head was crushed by Dragon Sheniying. In an instant, a large amount of immortal power surged towards Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying, you dare? Long Shunwen's expression changed. Dragon Sheniying coldly smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? I have already pledged my loyalty to the heavens. I want to redeem myself. I want to become stronger. I want to kill Long Zhanghua. What wrong did I do? My second brother. Dragon Sheniying looked at Long Shunwen and revealed a friendly smile. However, this smile made Long Shunwen's heart turn cold. No, your loyalty is fake. You are a spy. You are deceiving the heavens. Long Shunwen cried out and retreated. Deceive? Ha ha ha, you think too much. Do you remember Ao Tian Huang? If I were to lie, then I would have self-detonated like Ao Tian Huang. My body and soul would be destroyed, and I would be consigned to eternal damnation. How could I lie? I'm just like Gu Hai, eager to gain merit, my second brother. Long Sheniying stepped closer to Long Shunwen. Long Shunwen immediately panicked. Long Shunwen had immortal power, and his strength had increased tremendously. But no matter how much it increased, it was still not as good as Long Shunwen. Dragon Sheniying was stronger than Long Shunwen. The stronger one was the more immortal power one had. More importantly, Dragon Sheniying had just killed Sima Zongheng and robbed him of his immortal power. For a moment, Long Sheniying was much stronger than Long Shunwen. Now, Long Sheniying looked like he wanted to kill Long Shunwen. Seeing this, Long Shunwen was inexplicably terrified. All of a sudden, regret filled his heart. He had betrayed his father and pledged his loyalty to the heavens. Now, was he going to be killed in front of the heavens? No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Long Shunwen cried out in alarm. Dragon Sheniying punched out. Boom. Long Shunwen hastily dodged, but was sent flying by Dragon Sheniying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon Sheniying closed in again, killing intent shooting out from his eyes as if he wanted to avenge Long Zhanghua. That killing intent made Long Shunwen tremble in fear. No, don't, big brother. I'm your second brother, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother. Long Shunwen cried out in fear. Big brother? Ha 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 ha. Dragon Sheniying laughed sinisterly. When you betrayed your father, why didn't you think that he was your father and I was your big brother? When you betrayed your father and wanted to kill me, why didn't you think that I was your big brother? Dragon Sheniying ignored Long Shunwen and continued his pursuit. On the other side, Tai Chu's heart raced when he heard Tai's words. In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression turned ruthless as he slashed his sword at Kong Xian. Damn you, Tai Chu! Kong Xian's expression changed. With a swish, a wave of peacock feathers slammed into Tai Chu. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying, his face flushed red. A wound appeared on his body. Tai narrowed his eyes but didn't stop him. Kong Xian glared at him and roared, Tai Chu, you old thing, Gu Hai hurt you, so you went to kill Gu Hai. Why did you hurt me? You're a spy, Long Zhanghua's spy. Of course, I have to kill you first. Tai Chu glared at him. Spy, are you crazy? Kong Xian glared at him. You killed my son, Yi Hua. You were the one who asked Lu Ye to take away Gu Hai. That day, when Taiwa was fighting against the cosmic star formation, Gu Hai let it slip that you were Long Zhanghua's spy, right? You've been hiding in Solar Divine Shrine. Tai Chu roared. Kong Xian glared at him with bloodshot eyes. You're slandering me? You believe Gu Hai's nonsense? I've never been to Heavenly City. Who killed your son? It's you. Tai Chu stared at Kong Xian. Boom. In the distance, Gu Hai killed a monster king with a single slash. Be careful of Gu Hai, the monster kings exclaimed. In the midst of Gu Hai's slaughter, a large amount of immortal power was quickly plundered by Gu Hai. In the distance, Tai Chu, who was arguing with Kong Xian, suddenly changed his expression. All angels, come over and follow me to kill the spy, Kong Xian, Tai Chu said anxiously. Tai Chu could feel Gu Hai's determination to kill him. Gu Hai was already slightly stronger than him. If he allowed him to obtain more immortal power, wouldn't he? He didn't know what Dong Huang was thinking, but he actually allowed Gu Hai to wreak havoc in Solar Divine Palace. He had to be quick and obtain more immortal power as soon as possible. Yes, true lord. 50 black angels instantly flew in front of Tai Chu. They seemed to want to surround Kong Xian. Tai Chu, you lunatic! Kong Xian glared and tried to escape. After all, Kong Xian's strength was slightly weaker than Tai Chu's. Now, there were still 50 black angels. He had to escape quickly. Get ready, kill! Tai Chu roared. Yes, the group of black angels glared and pounced. The moment the black angels pounced on Kong Xian, Tai Chu suddenly attacked. He didn't attack Kong Xian, but the black angels. Tai Chu stretched out his hand, and 50 thin threads suddenly rushed into the heads of the black angels. Explode! Tai Chu roared. Boom! The 50 black angels exploded almost instantly. The moment they exploded, rolling immortal power rushed towards Tai Chu. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. At that moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that he was too naive before. Originally, he thought that he was already a great demon, a great fiend king. However, today, he discovered that this great demon was nothing before Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not hesitate to kill the women who liked him. In front of Tai Chu, he was nothing. He killed the angels who were loyal to him without hesitation. Was he too merciful? Rumble! The power of Tai Chu's body rose rapidly. The power of the 50 black angels suddenly more than doubled Tai Chu's power. On the other side, Gu Hai was also quickly chasing after the Monster Kings. His immortal power was also increasing. After killing the 50 angels, Tai Chu's power suddenly rose to the peak. The immortal power around him was even stronger than Gu Hai's. Tai Chu turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai killed another 3 Monster Kings. His immortal power was rising, but it was still a little weaker than Tai Chu's. Gu Hai? Huh. Tai Chu snorted and took a step forward, charging straight at Gu Hai. Boom! In an instant, Tai Chu's sword collided with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. This time, Tai Chu didn't retreat, and Gu Hai took 3 steps back. However, Tai Chu's sword was still a little weaker. It instantly exploded under the life-extinguishing saber. Tai Chu, Gu Hai's face turned cold. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Tai Chu said coldly. Treasure, please. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, and 3 bottle gourds flew out from beside him. Rumble! Rolling vines suddenly wrapped around him, and Tai Chu. At this moment, the power of the gourds was much stronger than before. Flames followed. In the flames, a golden immortal slaying flying saber instantly shot toward Tai Chu. Gu Hai and Tai Chu fought fiercely. The surrounding Monster Kings also quickly killed each other. Kong Xian! Tai Yi shouted. Yes, master. Kong Xian immediately answered. Kill them all. You are the person I trust the most. I hope you can get the most immortal power. Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Kong Xian answered and instantly pounced on the Monster Kings. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly realm, it was chaos. Battles broke out everywhere. Tai Yi was refining the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth while looking at 2 people, Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Fuxian soup. Gu Hai drank a bowl. Kong Xian also drank a bowl. Tai Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The battles were extremely intense. Gu Hai's treasures were also endless, making Tai Chu depressed for a while. When Kong Xian appeared, green light filled the sky. Peacock plume tore in all directions, and a large number of Monster Kings were killed. My lord, we're loyal to you. Kong Xian, don't kill me. My lord, save me. This subordinate is loyal to my lord. For a moment, the Monster Kings were shouting, but Tai Yi ignored them. He allowed Kong Xian to harvest the Monster King's immortal power one after another. The Monster Kings looked at Tai Yi in despair and immediately fled in all directions. Where you think you are going? Kong Xian immediately chased after them. There was only one battlefield left not far from Tai Yi. It was the battle between Gu Hai and Tai Chu. Zhou Tianlu, hung. With a super loud sound, the saber slashed down, but Tai Chu caught it in his hands, strenuously blocking the life-extinguishing saber. Life-extinguishing saber, good saber. The 3 gourds can only disturb me. Your life-extinguishing saber is the biggest threat. When I take out a treasure, it explodes. When I take out a treasure, it explodes a treasure. Life-extinguishing saber, heaven's retribution stone. Tai Chu looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Although Tai Chu caught the saber, Gu Hai still used the Zhou Tianlu's saber aura to slash down. Good saber technique. Unfortunately, your immortal power is not as good as mine now. You can only hold the saber hilt with both hands. If you withdraw your power, I can destroy you instantly, Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. The 2 of them stared at each other ferociously. Gu Hai suddenly said in a cold voice, who said I only have 2 hands. As he spoke, Gu Hai's chest suddenly tore open. 2 bones suddenly pierced out of Gu Hai's skin. The 2 bones emerged from Gu Hai's chest and slowly turned into 2 bony palms and 2 bony hands. The bony hands held a blood-red saber. When the saber appeared, a bloody light shot into the sky. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Slash. The 2 bony hands held the life-extinguishing saber and brazenly stabbed into Tai Chu's chest. Chapter 7:11. A pair of bony hands suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's chest, grabbing the Life Slayer blade and stabbing it into Tai Chu's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the Life Slayer blade absorbed it. The Life Slayer blade sucked up half of Tai Chu's blood in an instant. Tai Chu's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. Pull back and save himself? No. Absolute Beginning's hands were holding Gu Hai's life-slaying saber. If he withdrew his hands, the life-slaying saber would be able to cut him. If he didn't withdraw his hands, the life-slaying saber would tear him apart and drain his blood. When the life-slayer blade entered his body, Tai Chu seemed to see endless blood. A murderous illusion suddenly enveloped Tai Chu. Holy light! Tai Chu shouted. The rolling holy light kept expelling the illusion, but the Life Slayer blade was about to tear him apart. Crack! He barely used his muscles to lock the Life Slayer blade, but he knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Did this mean that he was about to die? Dong Huang, save me! Tai, save me! Tai Chu screamed in horror. Tai Chu's eyes were filled with regret. Why did he have to kill all the Black Angels? If he had the Black Angels now, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Tai Chu and Gu Hai had both done their best. If someone had saved him, Gu Hai would have been finished. Unfortunately, there was no one. In the distance, near the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Rumble! The chaos furnace of heaven and earth trembled. Oh no! Tai's expression changed. Long Zhanghua seemed to be about to break free. At this time, Tai Chu's roar came from afar. Tai looked over and saw Gu Hai's 2 blades. It seemed that he was about to put Tai Chu in a desperate situation. However, to Tai, how could Tai Chu's life compare to his? He only wanted Long Zhanghua to die. Tai, I know what you mean. Ha ha ha, spirit-fusing soup? You want to give me up for it. Tai, if you don't save me, I'll die with Gu Hai. You believe me? I'll self-destruct. Do you believe me? I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? You won't be able to get all of it. Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Tai roared, glaring. Did Tai Chu guess what he was thinking? I'm going to die. Worst comes to worst, we'll die together. Tai Chu roared. Wait, Tai said anxiously. In the sky, the eye of heaven was watching the battlefield, and when it heard Absolute Beginning's words, its eyes became gloomy. Don't worry. In this battle, as long as you are loyal to me, even if you die, I will resurrect all of you. Immortal of the 6 Paths suddenly said, the promise of the Immortal of the 6 Paths. It doesn't matter if you die. I can revive you. Do not fear death. Tai Chu's expression froze. Did you hear that? Tai roared. Tai, you won't die. Later, Taiwa, you, and the other angels and demon kings will all be revived. Don't do anything stupid. Resurrection? Tai Chu's expression changed. The Immortal of the 6 Paths would definitely fulfill his promise. It was easy for him to find the 3 souls of the dead. All he needed to do was to rebuild his body. He could be resurrected after death. Really? Tai Chu looked up at the sky. What a pity! Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! In an instant, the Life Slayer's saber slashed from Tai Chu's chest to his shoulder, as if cutting him in half. No! Tai Chu screamed weakly. The Life Slayer's saber slashed down. Purple light illuminated the world. Boom! Grand Primordium's body suddenly exploded. His body was shattered into pieces, but there was no blood. No one can revive the people I killed, Guhai said coldly. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and Solar Divine Palace's Grand Primordium died. Surging celestial energy immediately surged towards Guhai. However, there was no joy in Guhai's eyes when he obtained Grand Primordium's celestial energy. Instead, he showed some sorrow. Chiner, father took revenge for you. With reddened eyes, Guhai looked elsewhere. Dragon Sheniying dragged Long Shunwen to the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace. The officials watched in horror as Dragon Sheniying forced Long Shunwen to his knees. He stepped on Long Shunwen's shoulder and forced him to face the chaotic universal furnace in the distance. Big brother, let me go. Let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Long Shunwen screamed in horror. Dragon Sheniying sneered and ignored him. He faced the chaotic universal furnace as if he was facing the Long Zhanghua in the furnace. He wanted him to be executed in front of his father. Humph! Dragon Sheniying snorted. The saber slashed at Long Shunwen's head. Father, I was wrong. Long Shunwen screamed in despair. Boom! Long Shunwen's head flew, and blood splattered 100 feet high. Around them, Dragon Sheniying killed all the officials and soldiers who had betrayed the Long Zhanghua. On the other side, Kong Xian killed a large number of monster kings, and the immortal power around him surged. Rumble! Loud sounds came from the furnace. Tai couldn't hold it in any longer. Fu Shun, be subdued by me. Suppress Shun. Tai suddenly roared. Boom! In the distance, Kong Xian trembled. He emitted a dazzling blue light and turned into a towering peacock. Guhai hadn't been far from Tai when he killed Taichu, so he could still hear Tai's incantation. He suddenly remembered Taichu's words. Fushin soup? He seemed to have drunk a bowl too. Was Tai going to use the effect of the soup? Guhai didn't know what effect it had, but when he saw Kong Xian turn into a peacock and his eyes glowing red, Guhai guessed that Kong Xian had also drunk a bowl of Fushin soup. After drinking the soup, one's mind and what would be controlled? Ambush? Concealment? The curse hidden in one's body. Back then, Bing Ji had given it to him to drink. However, because of the Life Ender Saber's resistance, he didn't drink it. The second time, Bing Ji had taken the initiative to throw away the spirit-fusing soup. If he also drank the Fushin soup, would he? Buzz. Guhai immediately released his aura and condensed some red light in his eyes. In the distance, Tai looked at the two of them and sneered. Okay, come to me now. Quick. Whoosh. Guhai pretended to be muddle-headed and flew to Tai. On the other side, Kong Xian flapped his wings and approached at an even faster speed. Rumble! The chaotic universe furnace under their feet shook more and more violently. Tai's expression changed. Quick, come here. The moment Guhai and Kong Xian got close, Tai's eyes turned vicious. He spat out 2 fire blades from his mouth and aimed at Guhai and Kong Xian's foreheads. The fire blades were sharp and seemed to be made of the Grand Sun primordial fire. They seemed to be able to split Kong Xian and Guhai in an instant. At that moment, Guhai felt a great threat looming over him. Guhai swayed his body and dodged. Guhai didn't attack Tai and the chaotic universe furnace because he knew that the deity of the 6 paths was watching. If he acted strangely, Guhai could kill him instantly. However, dodging Tai's grandson primordial fireblade was nothing. Tai's expression changed. He looked at Guhai in shock. Guhai dodged, but didn't stay out of the way. Instead, he reached out and hit Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's body was sent flying by Guhai. Uffed! Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and regained consciousness. What? You weren't controlled by the spirit-fusing soup. Tai looked at Gu Hai in shock. I didn't drink it at all. Gu Hai said in a low voice, Bingheim lied to me? Bitch. Tai roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Kong Xian regained consciousness. Although he was injured by Gu Hai, he didn't care about Gu Hai's sneak attack. On the contrary, it was Gu Hai who saved him. And master, you fed me the spirit-fusing soup. You want to kill me? Kong Xian looked at Tai in disbelief. You only drank one bowl. Quick, Long Zhangguo is coming out. Give me your immortal power, and the heavens will resurrect you. Tai said anxiously, Kong Xian has been in Solar God's shrine since I can remember. My Peacock clan, my parents, my grandfather, and my grandfather have all pledged their loyalty to you. They fought for you and gave you everything they had. My Peacock clan has been loyal to you for generations. I even did everything I could to protect you. My master, all I got in return is that my master wants to kill me? Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. This time, it wasn't because he was being controlled, but because he was sad and desperate. Give me your immortal power. You can be resurrected. Tai roared. Resurrected? It's too late. My immortal dome, I'm very sorry. I want to destroy your world. I need the power of the entire immortal dome. The power of the entire world. Long Zhangguo's voice came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Tai's expression changed when he heard Long Zhangguo's voice. The pupils of the 10,000 eyes in the sky suddenly shrank. The dragon warring state is out. Seal him. Seal him. Immortal of the 6 paths seemed to have guessed something, and he suddenly screamed. Tai activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might. Chaos contains Pangu, split the heavens and earth, and break the primordial chaos. A loud roar came from the furnace. Hung. A loud noise came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, and a huge shock wave sent Gu Hai and Kong Xian flying. Even though they had a lot of immortal power, they couldn't stop the shock wave. Poof! Tai, who had activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai and Kong Xian, who were far away from the shock wave, saw a crack appear on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. With that crack, as the center, web-like cracks suddenly appeared. More and more cracks appeared, densely packed. It was as if the entire chaotic furnace of heaven and earth had shattered. Countless cries of grief came from within. Gu Hai knew that it was the cries of the people in the warring state's immortal dome. No, no, no. Immortal 6 Paths' terrified voice came from the sky. For the first time, Immortal 6 Paths showed such despair. Hung. It exploded. The chaotic furnace of heaven and earth exploded into countless fragments that shot in all directions. The fragments even soared into the sky. Hung, hung, hung. Countless fragments soared into the sky and instantly shattered the eyes in the sky. In an instant, the 10,000 eyes in the sky were pierced by the fragments. Some exploded, and some were blinded. Almost all the eyes were blinded in an instant. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Immortal 6 Paths' screams echoed in the world. Chapter 7:12. Chaotic Furnace of Heaven and Earth. The combination of the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the Apocalypse, which represented the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th treasures in the world, was instantly blasted apart by Long Zhangguo. Even though Tai was infused with the power of life and the hungry ghost Tao reincarnation, he was still blasted 1,000 feet away by this huge explosion. Uffed! The recoil was so strong that Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the eye of heaven was almost instantly shattered by the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the fragments of the apocalypse, those that were not shattered, were instantly covered in blood. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Immortal's 6 paths screams reverberated throughout the heaven realm. Screams of agony reverberated throughout the heaven domain. Not only in the heaven domain, but throughout the divine continent, the cries of the immortals of the 6 paths could be heard as well. Under the Fusang tree, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, and the Buddha of 3 worlds all stared at the sky with wide eyes. Rumble! The dark clouds that covered the divine continent turned blood red, as though the sky had been dyed red by the blood of immortal 6 paths. Amidst the rolling blood clouds, there seemed to be a smell of blood. Immortal 6 paths screams, blood dyed the sky red. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. Deqian, blood dyed the sky. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes, as though he was shocked by the battle. Longzhongguo's battle could actually injure immortal 6 paths so badly, no one was willing to leave for a moment. Looking at the blood-dyed sky, everyone was extremely tense. In the heaven realm, it's His Holiness. His Holiness is out of the seal. Countless Deqian officials shouted excitedly, "Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness!" Cheers sounded. In the black hole formed by the rolling explosions, Longzhongguo's figure slowly appeared. Behind Longzhonggua, the 3 black pillars of reincarnation were erected once again. Longzhongguo's long hair had turned pale and withered. There were countless wrinkles on Longzhongguo's face, as if he was about to reach the end of his life. His body was badly mutilated. Some places were charred, and some places looked like they had been bitten by evil spirits. They were extremely deformed. Clearly, he had suffered a great deal of damage in the primal chaos universal furnace. His left hand grabbed the shattered War Kingdom Immortal Dome. The bubble that had been there before had already been torn apart and shriveled up. Within the War Kingdom Immortal Dome, a series of loud booms rang out, followed by countless cries of grief. The warring state's immortal dome seemed to be about to be destroyed. Behind him, the 3 paths of reincarnation wobbled as if it was about to break free from Longzhongguo's control. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. However, the heaven-splitting axe was heavily damaged. However, no matter how damaged it was still the number 1 magic treasure in the world. His Holiness! Countless Deqian officials looked at Longzhonggua in shock. Although the 10,000 eyes of the heavens were all open now, almost all of them were crippled. Only one eye was still bleeding, and its pupils seemed to be slightly open. The eye of the heavens isn't completely blind. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tai Yi, are you dead? Hurry up and do it. He's at the end of his rope. I'll lend you all of the 3 paths of reincarnation's power. Immortal 6 paths roared anxiously. Wah! Tai Yi transformed into a 3-legged golden crow and pounced on Longzhonggua. The dragon warring state had just left the seal and seemed to have regained his senses before death. However, his face was fierce as he rushed toward Tai Yi. The calamity of the common people lies in the 6 paths. The sinner of the common people is you, Tai Yi. Die for me. Longzhonggua roared and swung the heaven-splitting axe at Tai Yi. The powerful aura forced Gu Hai and Kong Xian away. Tai Yi's expression was ferocious as he grabbed at Longzhonggua with his 2 giant claws. Hung! The heaven-splitting axe struck the path of Hungry Ghost's reincarnation and embedded itself in it. Tai Yi's 2 giant claws grabbed the heaven-splitting axe as well. With the 2 of them at the center, a huge storm tore apart the surrounding black holes, making them bigger and bigger. Immortal 6 paths stared at them from the sky. No one could get close. Boom! More cracks appeared on Long Zhanggua's withered palm. All that was left was a shriveled layer of skin. Rumble! Long Zhanggua's 3 paths of reincarnation broke free of his control and disappeared. 3 paths of reincarnation return to heaven and earth. Long Zhanggua, you're dead, for sure. Ha ha ha. Human path reincarnation, Azura path reincarnation, animal path reincarnation. Follow my command and assist Tai E. 6 paths voice rang through the celestial world. 3 paths of reincarnation appeared behind Tai E. Tai E merged with the path of hungry ghosts reincarnation. The other 5 black reincarnation pillars behind him pressed against him. Surging power surged toward Tai E and fought Long Zhanggua. Uffed. Long Zhanggua spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. His expression twisted. At this moment, Long Zhanggua had indeed reached his limit. Long Zhanggua, you've lost. Tai E snarled. Tai E felt that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. His current strength had completely surpassed Long Zhanggua's. Long Zhanggua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe, old friend, it's the last moment. I want to kill him. Kill him for me. Long Zhanggua's expression turned vicious. Surging power surged into sky-splitting axe. Uffed, uffed. Long Zhanggua kept spitting out blood. When the power surged into sky-splitting axe, it shook violently, as if grieving for Long Zhanggua's fate. Cracks appeared on sky-splitting axe, as if it was about to shatter completely. Despite the cracks, the power grew stronger and stronger. It hacked the black path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars deeper and deeper. Uffed, uffed, uffed. Long Zhanggua spat out blood as his body quickly shriveled. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? Was this the end of the line? In the distance, Gu Hai, Dragon Godding, Kong Xian, and Zhang Yulian all widened their eyes. Long Zhanggua was giving it his all, while Tai was shocked. Sky-splitting axe was getting closer and closer to him. His 2 golden crow claws were desperately holding on, but the axe was still getting closer and closer to his forehead. No, no, no! Tai roared in shock. Long Zhanggua's desperate counterattack had cut open the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars. No, even the 6 paths of reincarnation pillars combined couldn't stop Long Zhanggua. Even he and the life pillar couldn't stop him. Long Zhanggua was on his last legs. Was he going to die with him? Tai E, you're dead. I'll revive you. Don't be afraid of death. Fight for me. Immortal 6 paths voice was filled with fear. Long Zhanggua's will was so strong. He was on his last legs, but he could still kill Tai E. With Immortal 6 paths promise, Tai Yi's expression twisted. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag Long Zhanggua down with me. Immortal 6 paths will revive me. Boom. Tai Yi's 3rd golden crow claw suddenly reached out of the black pillar and went straight for Long Zhanggua's forehead. Millions of wraiths of the path of hungry ghost, follow my command. Attack Long Zhanggua's will. Go. Tai Yi roared. Boom. Under Tai Yi's desperate attack, the claw cut open Long Zhanggua's forehead. Ah. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Woo. Roar. Black smoke rushed toward Long Zhanggua's forehead. Countless wraiths followed it and rushed into Long Zhanggua's forehead. Kill. Long Zhanggua roared. Explode. Tai Yi roared. When Tai Yi was split open by Long Zhanggua's axe, he knew that he was going to die. With a roar, he activated all the power in his body. The power of life, immortal power, and 6 paths of reincarnation. With a super loud sound, the huge black hole seemed to have torn the entire heaven realm apart. The huge explosion caused countless black lines to appear in the void. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were all torn apart. Countless officials and civilians were killed. Dragon Godding reached out and waved his hand, saving some of them. Kong Xian and the surviving Fey kings quickly flew away. However, they were still hit by the aftershock of the explosion and spat out blood. Gu Hai flew to Zhang Yulian and shielded her. He carried Zhang Yulian and fled into the distance, blood spurting out of his mouth. Zhang Yulian hid in Gu Hai's arms. Seeing Gu Hai spit out blood, she was touched. The black pillar of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. The heavenly realm was torn apart, even under the Fusang tree. There were also aftershocks of the explosion where the Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the 3 worlds Buddha were. Cracks appeared in the heavenly realm. The powerful impact caused all the cities on the Fusang tree to collapse rapidly, causing the seawater in the 4 seas to surge. The Tongtian sect master and the others looked inside in shock. At this moment, no one entered. They could vaguely see that there was only one eye of heaven left in the sky of the heavenly realm. Even though there was only one left, it was filled with cracks and blood. Is he dead? Immortal 6 Paths' voice came from the heavenly realm. At the center of the black hole, Tai Yi exploded into pieces. Everything turned into nothingness. No, Long Zhanghua, he's not dead yet. Kong Xian shouted in shock. Such a powerful explosion. How much vitality did Long Zhanghua have? But at the center of the explosion, on Long Zhanghua's body, one could almost see his bones. The sky-splitting axe in his hand had shattered and exploded. His head was completely deformed. His left hand was holding the warring immortal dome, which had been reduced to skin. His entire body was convulsing. Countless black gas emerged from the glabella of Long Zhanghua's head. Evil spirits roared between his eyebrows. Ah, 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 ah. Long Zhanghua roared in pain. He's not dead. He's not dead. Kong Xian, Gu Hai, Dragon Godding, Zhang Yulian, and the other monster kings who were still alive were all shocked. Immortal 6 Paths also stared at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua's aura was extremely weak now. It was as if everything had been destroyed. However, none of the monster kings dared to approach. The will of endless evil spirits. Ha ha ha! Long Zhanghua has gone mad. He has gone mad. Now go and kill him. His strength is all gone. Kill him quickly. Immortal 6 Paths roared again. As expected, Long Zhanghua laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha! Who am I? Ha 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 ha! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Ha 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 ha! Long Zhanghua has gone mad. Gu Hai's face darkened in the distance. Long Zhanghua has gone mad. His strength is all gone. Quick, kill him. Go. Immortal 6 Paths roared. However, in the immortal world, no one dared to approach. All the monster kings and Kong Xian avoided Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua was an unkillable monster. Who dared to approach? Immortal 6 Paths was furious when he saw that no one dared to approach. Trash! Amidst his rage, rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. It was the celestial energy condensing once more. Within the immortal power, there seemed to be 3 souls gathering. They slowly took the shape of Tai. Wow! Apart from Tai, the monster kings and angels who had died earlier all gathered their 3 souls and were wrapped in immortal power. Thank the heavens for reviving me. Tai was overjoyed. Kill Long Zhanghua. He is now useless. Go and kill him. Immortal 6 Paths roared. Yes, all the resurrected demon kings roared in unison. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he immediately pounced on Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai was the closest. Although Tai was surrounded by immortal power, he did not have a physical body. He was not as fast as Gu Hai. Gu Hai arrived in front of Long Zhanghua. Looking at the crazy Long Zhanghua, he smiled bitterly. Long Zhonghua is not going to make it. Sigh. As he spoke, Gu Hai suddenly raised the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Dragon God Ing shouted in the distance. Gu Hai, are you going to kill Long Zhonghua? Tai's spirit was shocked. All the monster kings were also shocked. Rather than die at their hands, he would rather die at my hands. Long Zhonghua, I hope you don't blame me. Gu Hai sighed softly. Zhang Yulian hung from Gu Hai's neck. Her eyes widened as she watched Gu Hai slash at Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua had indeed gone crazy. He did not resist at all. Perhaps he was already at the end of his rope and could not resist at all. When Gu Hai slashed at him, he suddenly looked at Gu Hai for some reason. When he looked at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, who was hanging from the side, looked terrified. Long Zhonghua was awake. No, there were billions of evil spirits in his mind. Long Zhonghua seemed to be in great pain. When Gu Hai slashed, Long Zhonghua seemed to be relieved. For some reason, Zhang Yulian saw a trace of gratitude in his eyes. In his gratitude, Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai with a smile of relief. He extended his left hand. He handed over the shattered Warring States' Immortal Dome. Slash! Gu Hai roared. Boom! Long Zhan's body exploded with a loud boom. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. In the heaven realm, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene that was within their expectations, but they also didn't believe it. Long Zhongua's body exploded into pieces. He was killed by Gu Hai with a single slash, not only in the heavenly realm, but through the crack in the heavenly realm. The Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the Buddha in the outside world all widened their eyes. There was dead silence. Long Zhonghua was dead. He died under Gu Hai's saber. Chapter 7:13. The Long Zhonghua was smashed into pieces by the life-extinguishing saber. There was complete silence in all directions. The Tai spirit, Kong Xian, Zhang Yulian, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, the Buddha of 3 worlds, and even the Immortal of 6 paths were all silent. It was not that Gu Hai was very capable, but that no one expected Gu Hai to be the culprit. Wasn't he the person Long Zhonghua trusted the most? How could he die in the hands of the person he trusted the most? Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Boom! At this moment, in the land of the divine continent that was covered by blood clouds, there was a loud clap of thunder in the Deqian celestial empire. The people of the Deqian celestial empire, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. When they woke up, their bodies were still weak, but their hearts were suddenly empty. It was as if something that was controlling their hearts was suddenly gone. The empty heart was scarier than the weak body. Although they did not see the death of the Long Zhonghua, they felt it all at this moment. The Deqian celestial empire had collapsed. His Holiness! Someone suddenly cried out. His Holiness, woo 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 woo. Woo woo, His Holiness has boundless longevity. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness, woo woo. The cries came one after another. All the people in the 16 continents of the Deqian celestial empire started to cry. Many people knelt down with difficulty. Without the guidance of the sea of fake clouds, these cries could not reach the Long Zhonghua. However, even so, the cries of the countless people still seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, reaching the heavenly realm. Wicked people! The Immortal of 6 paths suddenly shouted. In the sky, only the last eye of the Immortal of 6 paths was left. This eye had a lot of cracks, and blood was flowing out of it. As time passed, the crack in the heaven realm slowly recovered. From the outside, the Tongtian sect master could no longer see what was going on inside. The Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, and the three worlds Buddha all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense today. Only Jiang Lianshan revealed a bitter smile at this moment, as if he was feeling sorry for Long Zhanghua. In the heaven realm, the lacerations were completely healed. However, Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven and said, "Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has shown his sincerity by killing Long Zhanghua. I ask for merit to atone for my sins." With Gu Hai's loud shout, everyone in the surroundings quivered and understood everything. Plotting against the rankings, Gu Hai was the second. No wonder he wanted to kill Long Zhanghua. In order to survive, he killed Taiwa and Long Zhanghua. This Gu Hai was really ruthless. Buzz. However, they saw that the stone tablet in the distance was still there. On the stone tablet, Gu Hai was ranked second. Suddenly, Gu Hai's name disappeared. Long Zhanghua was dead, but the hatred of the Immortal of the Six Paths did not decrease. The stone tablet enlarged again, as if it would continue to pursue the matter. Reporting to the heavens, "I am Dragon Godding. I ask for merit to atone for my sins." Dragon Godding suddenly shouted, "Huh, just you? You killed a group of people who betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire, and you want to atone for your sins?" Tai sneered in the distance. Reporting to the heavens, Long Zhanghua left a backup plan before this battle. If he failed, he could focus and be reborn. Therefore, he left a divine. "Will that only I know. I am willing to offer Long Zhanghua's divine, will to atone for my sins." Dragon Godding shouted. "What?" Tai's expression changed. Tai remembered how terrifying Long Zhanghua was. He didn't want to see Long Zhanghua again in his life. He still had a backup plan. The eye of heaven's pupils contracted. He saw Dragon Godding take out a jade box. The jade box opened. Buzz. A blue light suddenly came out of the jade box, and the unique energy of Long Zhanghua spread out. Long Zhanghua, the Immortal of the Six Paths, shouted. Boom! Dragon Godding reached out and exploded the box in his hand. Together with the blue light inside and Long Zhanghua's divine will, it exploded and turned into dust. "I am Dragon Godding. I ask for merit to atone for my sins." Dragon Godding shouted again. Buzz. However, Dragon God Ying's name suddenly disappeared from the steel, destroying Long Zhanghua's chance of resurrection. That was indeed a great contribution. Regardless of whether Long Zhanghua could return to his current height after his resurrection, the Immortal of the Six Paths was still afraid. Thank the heavens! Dragon Godding shouted. Reporting to the heavens, Solar Divine Palace has suffered countless losses this time. Countless monster kings and monster beasts have all died. Please go to the heavens and revive them all. The Tai spirit cried. Taiwa hadn't been resurrected. Tai Chu hadn't been resurrected. The 300 monster kings in the heavenly star array hadn't been resurrected, and his 10 golden crow princes hadn't been resurrected. The power of Solar Divine Palace couldn't be lost just like that. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the traitor list in the distance. Countless people had died on the list, and there were only 3,000 left. Listen to me. All living beings, listen to my orders. The names on the list of rebels will be hunted down by the whole world. Anyone who kills one of them will be granted a lifespan by me, from top to bottom. The lifespan will decrease by 3,000 years. The first person killed will be granted a lifespan of 3,000 years. The second person killed will be granted a lifespan of 2,999 years. Solar Divine Palace, Wanshou Taoist Sect, and Spiritual Mountain's Holy Land will hunt them down with all their might. Kill, kill, kill. The Immortal of the Six Paths roared. The giant tablet suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and suddenly flew out of the heaven realm into the divine continent and landed on the sea outside the Fusang tree. Hung, a bounty from the heavens. The Tongtian sect master, the Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji all stared. At the same time, in the heaven realm, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rolled up. In an instant, one soul after another appeared in the fog. I'm not dead. Wasn't I killed by Long Zhanghua? I'm resurrected. And the Golden Crow Princes, they're also resurrected. Greetings, Master. Under the envelopment of immortal power, the souls of Solar Divine Palace were all resurrected. When they were resurrected, they were extremely excited. Although they didn't have physical bodies, the three souls were enough. They could possess, reincarnate, and use energy to rebuild their bodies. Anything was possible. Countless demons were excited. The fog covered the surroundings. Everything in the heaven realm was moved to the outside world. The heavens sent us out of the heaven realm. Is this where the heaven realm is going to move? That's right. The location of the heaven realm is completely exposed. The immortal of the six paths must be extremely cautious. It's a pity that my bell of chaos is gone. Where's Taiwa? Where's Tai Chu? Where are their souls? Tai Yi's eyes widened as he looked around the fog in shock. However, the fog was rather thick, and he couldn't see the people around him clearly. In the fog, Gu Hai hugged Zhang Yulian and said, "Play the Taishang sound of longevity, and I'll take you out of here." "Ah, didn't the heavens remove your crimes?" Zhang Yulian took out her zither and looked puzzled. "Yes, I removed my crimes. However, the entire world wants to kill me now. Tai Yi wants to kill me, Dragon Godding wants to kill me, and Jiang Lianshan wants to kill me. Even the three Buddhas want to kill me. Perhaps the Tongtian sect master wants to kill me too. Once I leave the heaven realm, my immortal power will disappear. I'm no match for them. It's time to leave for a while." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ding, 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 ding. The Taishang sound of longevity rang out again. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal and activated the black chess piece on it. Immediately, the finger-sized black hole grew bigger and bigger. It grew bigger and bigger, and gradually it formed a passage that people could enter. What is this?" Zhang Yulian exclaimed. With Zhang Yulian in his arms, Gu Hai's figure darted into the black hole. Buzz! The black hole suddenly disappeared. "Where's Gu Hai? Search! Find Gu Hai!" Tai Yi suddenly roared furiously while glaring. "Gu Hai and Taishang are together. I just heard the Taishang sound of longevity. Over there. Kill him for me." Rumble! In an instant, chaos broke out in the fog. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian had already disappeared into the black hole tunnel. The black hole also disappeared. In the black hole, Zhang Yulian kept playing the Taishang sound of longevity, while Gu Hai activated the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The two of them moved quickly in the hole. Where is this? Where does it lead to?" Zhang Yulian asked worriedly. "Don't worry. You'll know when we get there. The place you dream of going is also the real secret of the Taishang sound of longevity," Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah, Zhang Yulian was confused. Playing with her hands had become a habit. Although Zhang Yulian did not know what Gu Hai meant, she did not ask too much because she would see it soon. "Gu Hai, there's something I don't understand. Why did you kill Taiwa? And why did you kill Long Zhanghua in the end? Are you really so afraid of death that you want to clear your name?" Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. "Kill Taiwa? I just didn't want her to suffer too much." "Long Zhanghua? That's right," Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. "What excuse is that? They died in your hands, and you still have the nerve to say that you don't want them to suffer too much?" Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai and felt uncomfortable. He was obviously trying to clear his name, but he made it sound so dignified. Did she misjudge Gu Hai? Was he a despicable person? At this thought, Zhang Yulian became even more irritated. Who said they are dead? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. You can't quibble. Wait, what did you say? Zhang Yulian stared in shock. Suddenly, the tunnel shook. Don't stop playing the zither, or we will all die in this tunnel. Gu Hai was shocked and shouted. Oh. Zhang Yulian quickly played the zither, and the tunnel stabilized again. What did you just say? They are not dead. Didn't you kill them? How could they not be dead? Zhang Yulian was surprised. If they were killed by others, their 3 souls would be crushed by the 6 Tao, or even destroyed on the spot. However, I am different. The 3 spiritual souls of the people I killed are with me. With the 3 spiritual souls, they will be with me. When we reach Earth, we will think of a way to reconstruct their physical bodies and revive them. Gu Hai said seriously. You stole the 3 souls of Taiwa and Long Zhanghua in front of the 6 Tao. Zhang Yulian suddenly opened her eyes wide. In my mind, the definition of death is the destruction of both body and soul. So, Taiwa and Long Zhanghua are not dead yet, Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Zhang Yulian was stunned. The next moment, Zhang Yulian paused again. You just said, when we reach Earth. Earth? Where? Chapter 7:14. The stone tablet of the Rebellion Ranking Board was enlarged 10,000 times and was inserted into the sea. The Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha all looked at the 3,000 names on the stone tablet. Looking at these names, Jiang Lianshan sighed, slightly. Rumble! Suddenly, the fog rolled, and the remnants of the heavenly realm were all exposed. There seemed to be many things falling in the thick fog. A commotion came from the fog. Almost all the monster kings of the solar divine palace had been revived. Oh, it's over? The heavenly realm has also escaped to another place? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian sect master waved his sleeve, and a black-purple gale suddenly appeared. Boom! The gale blew past, and the fog in all directions was swept up into the sky in the rolling storm. The fog rushed into the sky, revealing everything inside. Tai, the 10 golden crows, the monster kings, and all those who were killed by Long Zhanghua were all revived. The black wind swept up the countless fragments. Those fragments, the aura of the sky-splitting axe, the aura of the chaos bell, the aura of the cauldron of the universe, the aura of the 10 directions destruction. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Sky-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of the universe, the 10 directions destruction. Coincidentally, I still lack some materials for the 7 immortal slaying swords. Come. The Tongtian sect master suddenly shouted. Rumble! The black wind instantly swept up the fragments and rushed towards the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand. Boom! Above the sea, boundless sword Qi suddenly appeared. The sword Qi wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was setting up a super huge sword formation. 7 gigantic swords that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth stood vertically above the 4 seas, emitting a soul-stirring aura. Immortal slaying sword formation. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Under the immortal slaying sword formation, a powerful killing intent rushed towards everyone. Immortal slaying sword formation, the #1 sword formation in the world. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and retreated slightly. Rumble! At the center of the celestial slaying sword formation, countless sword Qis condensed into a sword Qi furnace. The fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of heaven and earth, the bell of chaos, and the apocalypse were instantly blown into the sword chi furnace by the black wind. Buzz. In the sword furnace, all the magic treasure fragments were stirred up by the sword chi, and then turned into streams of light that rushed towards the 7 Tongtian giant swords. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation exuded a monstrous aura. The 7 immortal slaying swords, which were formed from the fusion of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of Qianquan, and the Armageddon fragment, immediately caused the surrounding seawater to surge with monstrous waves. In the distance, Unity Supreme grimaced. "Tongtian, what are you doing? That's my treasure." Tai flapped his wings, and in the sky, the true sunfire suddenly surged down from the sun and entered Tai's soul. Instantly, Tai turned into a sun-like fireball and glared at Tongtian. "Now it's mine," Tongtian said coldly. "How dare you snatch Solar God Sect's treasure?" Unity Supreme glared. As Unity Supreme cried out, more and more flames rushed down from the sun, as if to mold the bodies of the monster kings. "It's not just your Solar God Sect's treasure. I want all of you too," Tongtian said coldly. "What?" Unity Supreme was stunned. As he spoke, Tongtian suddenly opened his mouth. "Roar!" Tongtian roared and blew out a gust of purple gas. Once the purple gas appeared, it instantly surged towards all the monster kings in Solar God Sect. Dong Huang, save me, save me." As the monster kings screamed, they saw that the purple gas in Tongtian's mouth had a suction force. Once the strong suction force appeared, all the monster kings immediately flew towards Tongtian's mouth. This suction force was so strong that it suddenly covered all directions. All the monster kings were sucked in. Tongtian. In the distance, Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew out of the range of the suction force. He looked at the Tongtian sect master in shock. "Tongtian!" Kong Xian barely managed to escape the suction force of the purple gas because he had a corporeal body. How could the other spirits and demon monarchs escape? They were quickly swallowed. Even Unity Supreme's expression changed drastically at this moment. He was being sucked in by this suction force. "Tongtian, you want to eat me? You dare to eat me?" Unity Supreme roared ferociously. In the past, during the Wanshou Taoism, there were many Tongtian sect masters. Didn't you tear them apart? Have you eaten them? Today, it's my turn to eat you. Tongtian sneered. "That's not me. That's your inheritance, not you. You're the first Tongtian sect master. I've never offended you. Why do you want to eat me? Refine my soul? How dare you?" Unity Supreme shouted. "So what if I want to refine your soul? There's no need for Apollo Palace to exist anymore." The Tongtian sect master said coldly. No, you want to refine me before you get rid of the rebellion? The Immortal of the 6 Paths won't let you go." He won't let you go." Unity Supreme shouted in horror. "Humph, it's just a rebellion. Without Apollo Palace, there's still Wanshou Taoism and the spiritual mountain. Do you really think you're indispensable? Primordial fire of the sun. Ha! Roar!" The Tongtian sect master roared ferociously. Boom! Unity Supreme was suddenly swallowed into the Tongtian sect master's mouth and stomach. It wasn't just Unity Supreme. The Golden Crow Prince, the monster kings of more than 300 monster planets, the souls of angels and monsters. As long as they were resurrected by the Immortal of the 6 Paths, they all entered the Tongtian's stomach. The fairy slaying sword formation absorbed the fragments of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 10th Dharma treasures in the world to refine itself and become stronger. The Tongtian sect master swallowed the entire Apollo Palace. Bingheim, who was not far away, gasped. Jiang, Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes but did not interfere. On the other side, Dragon Godding swept up some to Qian officials, and immediately flew into the distance. Dragon God Ying's name was not on the giant monument. Dragon God Ying left, but no one cared. Kong Xian and the 12 monster kings also wanted to fly out. But at this moment, the present Buddha made a move. The present Buddha waved his sleeve. A huge kasaya flew out. As soon as the monastic robe appeared, it covered the sky like a huge net. It instantly enveloped the 13 demon kings. The monastic robe immediately wrapped around Kong Xian and the 12 demon kings. Present Buddha, why did you capture us? Roar. Kong Xian glared in the kasaya and roared. The present Buddha rolled and pulled him back. In the kasaya, the 13 monster kings tore the kasaya violently. The future Buddha suddenly said, "Monster kings, the Buddha saw that all of you are fated with the spiritual mountain. Why don't you follow us back to the spiritual mountain?" "I'm not going, let me go," Kong Xian said in grief and indignation. The Apollo Palace was completely destroyed. All the monster kings in the Tai sect were eaten by the Tongtian sect master. Even the powerful monster kings who were alive couldn't escape. Were they all captured by the spiritual mountain? "Let you go? It's not up to you now. You are fated with the spiritual mountain. So don't resist. You will still have your status in the spiritual mountain. Great Myojin, the Buddha is merciful and can confer you the title of Mahamayuri. Why resist?" The future Buddha said with a smile. The present Buddha captured the monsters and handed them to the future Buddha. The future Buddha respectfully received them and held them in his hand. On the other side, the past Buddha walked to the Fusang tree. "Rise!" The past Buddha shouted. A strong force moved the Fusang tree. It was as if the Fusang tree was going to be uprooted. Rumble! The surrounding seawater shook violently, and the waves of tsunamis collided with the tsunamis caused by the celestial slaying sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. With loud sounds, the Fusang tree was slowly uprooted. The future Buddha waved his hand. Hum! The Fusang tree slowly shrank until it was 1 foot tall and landed in the past Buddha's palm. The past Buddha handed the shrunken Fusang tree to the future Buddha. The future Buddha received it respectfully. He held the 13 monsters in his left hand and the Fusang tree in his right hand as he stood beside the present Buddha. Boom! On the other side, the Tongtian sect master swallowed all the monster king's souls in one gulp, and black gas was emitted from his body. The heaven-splitting axe, chaos bell, cauldron of heaven and earth, and the fragments of apocalypse were completely melted by the sword furnace and integrated into the 7 celestial slaying swords. The present Buddha looked at the Tongtian sect master and narrowed his eyes. In the end, he smiled slightly. He nodded at the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, and matriarch Ji. The present Buddha flicked his sleeve and turned into a golden stream of light, shooting towards the west. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Buddhas left the sea area. The Tongtian sect master put away the 7 celestial slaying swords and looked at matriarch Ji and Jiang Lianshan. "It seems like the 2 of you have come for nothing. Ha 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 ha." The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly and flicked his sleeve, instantly shooting into the distance. The others from the Wanshou Taoism also quickly turned into streams of light and left. Only Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, and Bingheim were left. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan. "Dian, His Holiness, why didn't you fight for it just now? Why didn't you fight for it?" Jiang Lianshan looked at matriarch Ji with narrowed eyes. "You didn't fight for it, so I didn't fight for it." Matriarch Ji smiled slightly. Jiang Lianshan stared at matriarch Ji for a while and revealed a cold smile. "You are more shrewd than Long Zhanghua, much more shrewd. Dian, His Holiness is too kind. Matriarch Ji was not angry. Instead, she smiled slightly. Too kind? Ha ha ha. Everyone has their own way of doing things. I don't know if you are right or wrong, but I hope that you will not forget your original intention. My daughter, Jiang Yin, hates you to the core. She has already come out, so be careful, Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan flicked his sleeves and instantly shot towards the south, disappearing into the distance. When Matriarch Ji saw Jiang Lianshan leaving, her face turned gloomy. Jiang Yan? Ha, Jiang Lianshan, you really have a lot of schemes. Which part of the world doesn't have you? This time, Long Zhanggua's heaven-defying actions might be your doing, right? I hope that I am not your chess piece. All right, time to go, Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves and brought the puzzled Bingheim with her, instantly shooting into the distance. What was left behind was a mess. After the turbulent sea calmed down, the surrounding islands were all destroyed. The solar divine palace was completely reduced to history. Everything was gone, and only a huge Tongtian monument was left behind. On it were the names of 3,000 rebels. Chapter 7:15, Thousand Islands Sea, Heavenly Essence Island. As the Immortal Six Paths used the power of life and the power of the outside world, the dark clouds above Heavenly Essence Island vanished. The Immortal Six Paths drained the power of life and fainted. At this moment, a large fog appeared in the center of Heavenly Essence Island. On the other side of the fog was the innate puzzle world that Gu Hai entered in the past. The innate puzzle world, which opened only once every 2 centuries, opened once more. A group of black-robed people stood at the entrance to the innate puzzle world. The one leading them was the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder. The first elder stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the distant sky. After a moment of silence, he said, "The pavilion master's divination was right." The clouds parted to reveal the blue sky. "First elder, do you think that the Long Zhanggua can win?" Another black-robed person asked, feeling puzzled. The first elder shook his head. "The Long Zhanggua? If he cannot win, he used the power of life. It should be for Unity Supreme. The Long Zhanggua and Unity Supreme will end up severely injured at best. Even if the Long Zhanggua manages to kill Unity Supreme after being severely injured, it will not be enough. The Immortal Six Paths might go all out to wake up his slumbering body. The Immortal Six Paths can wake up on his own," an elder asked, feeling puzzled. The pavilion master divined that the Immortal Six Paths can wake up immediately after falling into slumber. However, the price is very high, so high that the Immortal Six Paths body will only have half of its power left. Half of its power? That is not something that the severely injured Long Zhanggua can compare to. However, the Immortal Six Paths is not willing to do that. If he loses half of his power, the Long Zhanggua will lose. The other powerful experts in the world might deal him a fatal blow, the first elder said. Oh, the first elder means that there will be Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the 3 generations of Buddha waiting outside the heavenly realm. If the Long Zhanggua forces the Immortal Six Paths to injure half of his body, will they make a move? A group of heroes slaughtering the heavens? An elder exclaimed. The first elder narrowed his eyes. That is just our guess. Then, nothing. The dark clouds above Sky Essence Island disappeared. That means that the Immortal Six Paths needs to find a place to treat his injuries. Even if the Long Zhanggua did not injure half of his body's body, he should have injured Immortal Six Paths. Maybe the Six Paths Immortal's eyes were injured. The great elder said in a low voice, "It's really the right time. It's exactly the same as what the pavilion master predicted back then." Another elder frowned. Indeed, The Pavilion Master's predictions all came true. The only time was when Gu Hai entered the innate puzzle world and disrupted the Pavilion Master's predictions. However, everything else was the same. The first elder nodded. There are already 2 souls in the body solidifying pool. An elder said softly, they have obtained the Pavilion Master's legacy and have the Pavilion Master's brand. After they died, their 3 souls instantly came to the body's solidifying pool, which can be considered as giving them another life. The Grand Elder said, solemnly, 2 souls. Although we can't read their memories, we can deduce their identities from the thoughts they leaked. One is the Qing Emperor, and the other is Gu Qin. The elder said, Qing Emperor, the Emperor Baron of the Dayan Imperial Dynasty. Oh, Gu Qin, what a familiar name. The great elder said doubtfully, he's Gu Hai's adopted son. The elder explained, Gu Hai? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Gu Qin, Qing Emperor? In another 1 or 2 years, they would be able to reform their bodies and be resurrected. At that time, their thoughts would only be loyal to the Pavilion Master. Only loyal to the Pavilion Master, any feelings he had for others would be gone. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, I wonder what kind of scene it would be when father and son kill each other. Ha 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 ha. The great elder laughed out loud. After the power of the common people was lent, a day later, the common people woke up one after another. In the sea where the solar divine palace was located, demons emerged from the bottom of the sea in an instant, including Chongming. Chongming came out of the sea and saw a large number of demons looking around in fear. What happened? Where's the solar divine palace? Why is the Fusang tree gone? A demon shouted in shock. I can't feel the solar divine palace's fate energy. I can't feel it. Is Dong Huang dead? What happened? Why did I faint? The demon cultivators were confused. Like the Deqian people, they suddenly felt empty in their hearts. They looked at the huge stone tablet in the distance. Although the Immortal of the 6 Paths had issued a reward a day ago, as long as the common people woke up, they suddenly seemed to hear that voice again. Common people, listen to my order. The names on the rebellion ranking list will be hunted down by the whole world. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with a lifespan of 3,000 years from top to bottom. The first person killed will be rewarded with 3,000 years of lifespan. The second person killed will be rewarded with 2,999 years of lifespan. The Solar Divine Palace, the Wanshou Taoism, and the Holy Lands of the Spirited Mountain will hunt them down. If they do not die within 20 years, they will receive the blessings of the 3 Holy Lands. Kill, kill, kill. The voice of the Immortal of the 6 Paths rang in everyone's ears. All the demons trembled and looked at the stone tablet in the distance. In the crowd of demons, Chongming's eyes widened and his eyelids twitched. Longzhonghua lost. After looking at the rebellion ranking list, but not seeing Gu Hai's name, Chongming secretly sighed. Your Majesty, Longzhonghua lost. How are you now? A hint of worry flashed in Chongming's eyes. Han Dynasty, infinite celestial capital. Buzz. One by one, the common people slowly woke up. In a daze, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and seemed to have no strength in their bodies. What's wrong with me? Destiny? Where's the destiny of the infinite celestial capital? Suddenly, a scream broke the drowsy infinite celestial capital. Everyone looked up at the sky and suddenly trembled. The sea of destiny clouds above the infinite celestial capital disappeared. Destiny? Not a trace was left. Everything was gone. What happened? Where's the sea of destiny clouds of the Han Dynasty? The sea of destiny clouds is gone. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that it was seized, And the other is that the emperor passed away? The territory is still there. It hasn't been seized. Could it be? The destiny disappeared. The emperor passed away. Your Majesty? For a moment, the infinite celestial capital was in a panic. Countless subjects cried out in alarm. In the chaos, more and more people were woken up. The moment they woke up, they were frightened by the disappearance of the destiny clouds in the sky. It was utter chaos. Chun Tianshan looked up at the sea of destiny in the sky. Gone. Not even a trace. His Majesty passed away? No, impossible. How could His Majesty pass away? His Majesty said that he would come back. He told me to guard the country until His Majesty came back. How? Chun Tianshan widened his eyes, revealing a look of horror. In all directions, there were endless cries and sorrowful cries. The officials and the common people were all immersed in the grief of His Majesty's death. In the formation above, Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshua, and Zhang Sanfeng were all shocked. Your Majesty, why did you leave? Chun Tianshan suddenly panicked. He stretched out his hand and took out the imperial edict. On it were the words ordained by the heavens, "Long live and prosperous." By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Chun Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. When I am not in the Dahan, the King of Tianshan will supervise the country and govern the country. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. By the emperor. This was the last imperial edict issued by Gu Hai. Looking at the imperial edict, Chun Tianshan knelt down with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I, Chun Tianshan, have been following Your Majesty since 9-5 Island. Although I am incompetent, Your Majesty has never despised me. I am so grateful for Your Majesty's appreciation that I can't even break my bones to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Why did Your Majesty pass away so early for me? King of Tianshan, when Your Majesty conferred the title, I swore that I would protect the Han Dynasty with my life. But, as Chun Tianshan cried, he suddenly gritted his teeth. How many times has it been? When has the emperor died? Even if he died, this official would protect the Han Dynasty for Your Majesty and wait for you to return. Even if Your Majesty reincarnates, this official would still wait. I would protect the Dahan for you. No one can think of taking away Your Majesty's things. Your Majesty, this official, Chun Tianshan, will definitely protect the Han Dynasty for you. I will not regret it, even if I die. Chun Tianshan wiped his tears. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, it's not good. His Majesty passed away. The Emperor passed away. My lord, the Han Dynasty is finished. Suddenly, a large number of officials rushed into Chun Tianshan's residence. All of them cried and complained, grief-stricken. Chun Tianshan's tears were already dry. He had already hidden his grief. He stood up and looked at the crying officials. Then he glared and said, "How presumptuous! Who said that the emperor passed away?" The grief-stricken officials showed confused expressions. The emperor is blessed. How could something happen to him? It is just that his luck disappeared. Is there a corpse of the emperor? You all have not seen the emperor's corpse, yet you are already spouting nonsense. Are you trying to disrespect the emperor? Why are you crying? Chun Tianshan glared. But, an official said worriedly, "Everyone return to your posts. At the same time, reassure the people. Just say that the emperor temporarily shifted his luck. When the emperor returns, the luck will return to the infinite celestial capital. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is not the first time. Didn't 1,000 islands, already shift the luck? Why are you shouting?" Chun Tianshan shouted while glaring. Ah, ah, oh, oh. Many officials nodded in confusion. But where did the emperor shift to? An official asked worriedly. What's wrong? Does the emperor need to report to you when he shifts his luck? Chun Tianshan retorted coldly. This subordinate does not dare. That official immediately lowered his head. Inform the city guard to monitor the infinite celestial capital. If anyone dares to spread rumors or incite chaos, punish them for treason. If anyone dares to start rumors, capture them and parade them through the streets before being executed by 1,000 cuts. Chun Tianshan said with a cold expression. Yes, Your Highness. All the officials shouted in response. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos. Now that Chun Tianshan was the Tianshan king, he was everyone's backbone. If the backbone did not fall, no one would panic. Chapter 7:16. In the Great Hall of the former Day One Imperial Dynasty. Although Chun Tianshan did his best to appease and suppress the news still quickly reached Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. When the two heard the zither figurine's description, their expressions changed. The luck disappeared. No, nothing will happen to His Majesty. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, We need to figure out what happened to His Majesty. Lord Mo, let's return to the limitless celestial capital immediately and take over the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Let's talk about it later. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Report. Suddenly, an official rushed into the hall. Huh. The two looked at that official. The limitless celestial capital's king of Tianshan has sent a letter. The official said respectfully. Read it. Mo Yike said seriously. To receive Day One Marshal Mo Yike and Deputy Marshal Gao Xianji. The Day One's heaven-defying battle is over. The result is already known to the world. Long Zhanghua is already defeated, and the Deqian imperial dynasty collapsed. His Majesty has not returned yet. The Emperor had not returned yet. Although the boundless heavenly capital's fate Qi had disappeared, this could not determine the Emperor's result. The two of you are the backbone of the Han dynasty, and the Emperor trusts the two of you. He hopes that the two of you will guard the army for the Emperor during this time of chaos and pacify the army to stabilize their morale. If the morale of the army is stable, the Han dynasty will be stable. Furthermore, he hopes that the two marshals will remember their original intentions. When the Emperor arranges tasks for you, the Emperor's orders are the priority. Tianshan awaits the two of you at the limitless celestial capital. That official said. This was Chun Tianshan's tone. When Mo Yike and Gao Xianji heard this, they both frowned. The two guessed that something might have happened. However, Chun Tianshan already made it clear. What can you do even if you return? The ruler's decree is right in front of you. Are you going to betray His Majesty without knowing the result? After a moment of silence, Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. There's still half of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's cities left. Gao Xianji will have to work harder from now on. Hurry up and conquer all of the Day One cities as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Dynasty. Mo Yike clenched his fists and said, Yes. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yaqing was still flying towards the limitless celestial capital. Montez also received the news, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could this be? The Emperor will be fine. Montez immediately became anxious. Montez had already tasted the taste of authority. With the Han dynasty around, he was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, and his authority was monstrous. Montez was afraid of losing his current authority, and he was even more worried about Gu Hai's safety. His providence was gone. Did something happen to the Emperor? Montez couldn't be sure, and his expression turned gloomy. Sir, the emperor won't. A embroidered uniform guard said worriedly. Shut up, the emperor is blessed. How could anything happen to him? Do what you're supposed to do. If I see anyone spouting nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues and feed them to the dogs. Montez glared and shouted. Yes, the embroidered uniform guard replied. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian shuttled through the tunnel for a long time, and their speed became faster and faster. 3 days and 3 nights later. Look, there's light in front. Zhang Yulian's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yulian had been extremely worried for the past 3 days because the tunnel entrance disappeared as soon as they passed through it. They could only go forward and couldn't go back. When would there be an end to this? Finally, there was light in front. We're here. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and there was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. Whoosh! The two rushed out of the tunnel, and the moment they rushed out, the tunnel entrance disappeared. Ah! Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Boom! The two seemed to have collided with a wall. In the outside world, under a scorching sun, a mountain suddenly shook. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian climbed out of a human-shaped hole in the wall. This place was like a cellar, and it was pitch black. Pa! With a crisp sound, the surroundings suddenly became bright. This is... Zhang Yulian was surprised. She didn't see any spiritual power fluctuations. This is an electric light. Gu Hai explained. Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai stopped at the same time. Gu Hai looked at his surroundings. Where was this? Gu Hai was too familiar with this place. When he was 30 years old, Gu Hai had transmigrated from here to the Divine Continent. The black chess piece had brought him to the Divine Continent, and he had used the black chess piece to return. He had returned to his original place. We're back. We're back. Gu Hai's eyes were slightly red. Zhang Yulian looked around. There were many shelves around. On the shelves there were many paintings, many Buddha statues, and many swords and seals. There was also a bookshelf densely packed with chess manuals. The chess manuals were in a mess. There was a leather sofa at the side, and a tea set on the coffee table. This is, Zhang Yulian asked blankly. This is my treasure trove. The treasure trove of the past. I collected the old items left behind by my ancestors from various countries. Gu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. He touched an imperial seal and some calligraphy and paintings. Gu Hai reached out. Instantly, the large number of items in the cellar were all stored in his storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the interior was empty. These things, there are no spiritual power fluctuations, right? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Yes, there are no spiritual power fluctuations, but they have culture and history. They were left behind by our ancestors for their descendants, but they were snatched away by outsiders. I'm just trying to find a way to bring them back to our country. Unfortunately, I didn't make it in time last time. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhang Yulian felt that she did not understand Gu Hai's words. Also, it's not that my artifacts don't have spiritual power fluctuations. It's that this world has no spiritual energy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, it was the same as in the dream. When he returned from the dream last time, there was no spiritual energy. It seemed that it was not a dream. Earth really had no spiritual energy. How can that be? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Without spiritual energy, you have to use the vital qi and vital qi in your body sparingly. No, don't expose yourself if you can. Gu Hai said, solemnly. What do you mean? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Conceal your aura, because someone might not want to see spiritual energy on us. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Zhang Yulian looked confused. The place that you dream of coming to might not be a good place. All right, we should go out. Come to my house and have a seat. Gu Hai invited. As he said that, Gu Hai reached out and opened the door of the cellar. When the door to the cellar opened, a gust of wind and sand rushed in. Whoosh! The wind and sand blew on Zhang Yulian's face with a scorching heat. Zhang Yulian frowned in discomfort. The two of them stepped out of the cellar. This is a cave. You made it into a secret room, but there's nothing around here. It's a barren, rocky, mountainous area. Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Is it because this place is hidden? Let's go, Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai jumped with Zhang Yulian and immediately jumped onto a road in the distance. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. It was scorching hot. Of course, this heat was nothing to the two of them. It was just that the surroundings were like a desert. Your secret room is really far. Zhang Yulian frowned. Ha! You don't know how precious this batch of treasures is. Gu Hai laughed self-deprecatingly. Rumble! Suddenly, on the road, dust flew, and an off-road car drove over. Oh, is that my car? Could it be that the two spaces are not symmetrical? I've been in the Divine Continent for nearly 50 years, and my car hasn't been scrapped yet. Gu Hai was puzzled. He saw that the car was speeding over. When it got close, it suddenly braked and stopped. What's this iron box? It can move on its own. There's no spiritual energy. Zhang Yulian was surprised. This is called a car. Oh, it's Tom. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The door of the car opened, and a muscular man walked out. The man had blonde hair and green eyes. He carried a long katana on his back. He had a pistol at his waist, and he stared at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian with wide eyes. Tom? What kind of weird name is that? Zhang Yulian was surprised. He's a mercenary. He used to be my personal bodyguard. I paid him 10 years of salary. Gu Hai laughed. Zhang Yulian did not understand many of the words Gu Hai said, but it did not stop her from sizing up the man in front of her. The lowest level of muscle, he walks unsteadily, and his eyes are dull. He doesn't seem to be very capable. This is your personal bodyguard. You hired this kind of person? Zhang Yulian was surprised. It's nothing to you, but he was the strongest mercenary I found at that time. His katana can even split neutron bullets. His nickname is Hell Swordsman, Gu Hai explained. Hell? Swordsman? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Oh, boss, you're still alive? I just heard a loud sound here. So I came to take a look. Boss, why are you still alive? Tom suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Tom looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was wearing very strange clothes. They looked like China's ancient costumes. Oh, there was a woman beside him. Could it be that they just... Oh, this woman is too smelly. I want her. When Tom saw Zhang Yulian's beautiful face and perfect figure, lust flashed in his eyes. The difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West was because there was no such beauty as Zhang Yulian. Tom walked over step by step and looked at Zhang Yulian greedily. Then he looked at Gu Hai. Boss, you're still alive. It's been 5 years since you disappeared. We have been looking for you for a long time. Tom walked over with a smile. 5 years? Not 50 years. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Just as Gu Hai frowned, a cold light flashed in Tom's eyes. Shing! With the fastest speed in his life, Tom instantly pulled out his katana and slashed at Gu Hai's head. At that moment, Tom swung with all his strength. His face revealed a ferocious expression because no one had ever received such a strike. All those who received this strike had gone to hell, including a mercenary king not long ago. The moment the katana slashed, Gu Hai did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. The speed of the katana was very fast, but in front of Gu Hai, it seemed to be in slow motion, approaching him bit by bit. Gu Hai stretched out his right thumb and index finger. He reached out and gently squeezed. Ding! Wung! The blade of the katana was pinched by Gu-Hai's fingertips. The part that was pinched did not move, but the blade trembled violently and stopped in front of Gu-Hai. Crack! The strength of the katana was too great. Tom's right arm was suddenly fractured by the katana. Hiss! Tom cried out in pain, but he relied on his strong endurance to not cry out. However, the katana that Gu-Hai casually pinched with his index finger and thumb made Tom's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the hell swordsman you were talking about." Chapter 7:17. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the hell swordsman you were talking about." Tom exerted all his strength, but the katana in his hand didn't move at all. Yet, Gu-Hai was able to pinch it with just 2 fingers? No, Tom shouted excitedly. This doesn't make sense. I am the hell's swordsman. Although Gu-Hai works out frequently, how can he compare to me? You caught my death god's edge with just 2 fingers? This doesn't make sense. Even though Tom looked like he had seen a ghost, Gu-Hai's fingers were still holding the katana tightly. Tom, you said I disappeared for 5 years? I paid you 10 years of salary and bought you out for 10 years. This is how you welcome me? Gu-Hai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom suddenly shivered because he had seen Gu-Hai's eyes many times 5 years ago. Is he going to kill me? Phew. He let go of the katana and reached for the pistol at his waist. You're a demon. Before Tom could aim his gun at Gu-Hai, the katana's hilt appeared in Gu-Hai's hand at some point in time. Gu-Hai grabbed the katana's hilt and pointed it at Tom's throat. Have you played enough? Gu-Hai said in a deep voice. The coldness at his throat made Tom's hair stand on end again. Is it Gu-Hai in front of me? No, it's all an illusion. Tom shouted in disbelief. He moved the pistol again and pointed it at Gu-Hai. Tisk! Ah! Along with a scream, Tom's left arm, which was holding the gun, was suddenly sent flying. After the scream, Tom endured the pain with great willpower and looked at Gu-Hai in horror. You? Okay, now it's time to talk. I was gone for 5 years. What happened? Why do you want to kill me when you see me? Gu-Hai looked at Tom coldly. Sorry, boss. Tom shouted in fear. Speak human language. Gu-Hai said coldly. So sorry, boss. A lot of things happened after you left. Mr. C betrayed you and teamed up with Hassan. Mr. C gave me double the reward. So, Tom begged for mercy. Fourth Master? Hassan? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Little Four. His older brother sacrificed himself to protect me. That's why I made him my follower. Little thing, you're really a wolf that can't be tamed. As for Hassan, there's a pirate leader here. I beat him up once before and destroyed 2 of his pirate ships. He can't beat me on land, so he's not allowed to come near my spice manor. Humph, did Little Four collude with him? Gu-Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm going to die. I'm still bleeding. Tom screamed in horror. Gu-Hai was in a huge manor in the distance. There were some huge buildings in the manor. Above a building, a man in red was looking at Gu-Hai with a pair of binoculars. Fourth Master, look, isn't that Gu-Hai? A subordinate next to him said in horror. Fourth Master held the binoculars, his eyes uncertain. It's really him. Have come back. So what if he's back? Now all of this is mine. Go, invite the 2 Sniper Kings in the manor. Yes, soon. 2 Sniper Kings crawled beside Fourth Master. It's the one in black. Shoot him to death. Fourth Master said coldly. Fourth Master, don't worry. With a range of 1,200 meters, he'll definitely die. A sniper sneered. Oh, that girl is really good. Fourth Master, that girl is mine. The sniper next to him suddenly said excitedly, "Whoever kills Gu Hai will get that girl." Fourth Master said coldly, "Okay." The two of them said excitedly. Suddenly, one of the snipers pulled the trigger. Xiao. Suddenly, a sniper bullet was shot at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai was interrogating Tom when he suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand. His hand was extremely fast. That extremely fast speed made Tom's expression change. Although it wasn't a knife, Tom could see that Gu Hai's hand speed was terrifying. It was even faster than his own knife. It was almost like an afterimage. How could Gu Hai become so strong in these 5 years? Also, why was Gu Hai waving his left hand? Pooh! A muffled sound was heard. Tom saw clearly that there was a bullet between Gu Hai's left index finger and thumb. There was even red paint on the bullet. This is a sniper bullet. Gu Hai caught a sniper bullet. It can't be? Tom's eyes also opened wide. What? The first sniper in the distance also changed his expression. The sniper next to him also opened his eyes wide. No. What's wrong? Fourth Master stared blankly. The two snipers didn't know what to say for a moment. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? I don't believe it. Let's shoot again. The sniper who shot first suddenly panicked. He grabbed the scope and stared at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance was looking at him coldly. It's 1,200 meters. It's impossible to see me clearly, right? The sniper didn't believe it. He aimed at Gu Hai. When he was about to shoot, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance gently flicked his finger and the bullet in his hand was ejected. The sniper suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiao! Boom! In an instant, the sniper's head was blown up by Gu Hai's sniper bullet. Oh no! Gu Hai is back with the sniper. Fourth Master's expression changed, and he immediately hid. One sniper died, but the other sniper next to him had a look of despair. This was because he had seen the entire process through the scope. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. Fourth Master, who had lowered his head, shouted, "Quick, quick, shoot Gu Hai. Shoot him to death. That girl is yours. Quick, aren't you the Amazon Sniper King?" No. The living Sniper King immediately refused, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Didn't you fight 10 snipers in the Middle East? Gu Hai has a sniper, but he's not your match. Quickly get rid of him, and I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. Fourth Master glared and shouted. No, 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 he's the devil. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The sniper threw down his gun in fear and fled into the distance. Humph! Pah! Fourth Master killed the sniper with one shot. Humph! Isn't it just Gu Hai? Everyone, load your guns. Kill Gu Hai for me later. Fourth Master glared and roared. Yes, around the manor there were a large number of people who looked like mercenaries. At this moment, they quickly set up an ambush. In the distance, Gu Hai ejected the sniper bullet and turned to look at Tom. He's so scared that he's bleeding from all 7 orifices? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Poison. There's poison on my knife, boss. Save me. Save me. I need the serum. Inject the serum into me. I'm going to die. Quick, this is the King Cobra's poison. Save me. Save me. Tom suddenly remembered something and screamed in horror. Let's go. I'll take you to try the car. Gu Hai laughed. No, boss, don't leave me behind. Save me. Tom screamed in fear. Gu Hai ignored him. If it wasn't for his extraordinary ability, the person who would be dead now would be him. With a trace of curiosity, Zhang Yulian followed Gu Hai into the car. The road here was very rugged, and there were many twists and turns. The two slowly drove the car towards a manor in the distance. So slow. Zhang Yulian frowned. It's very slow, but I haven't driven in a long time. I really miss it. All right, the manor is in front. We're within their firing range. Let's get out of the car and go. Guhai smiled and got out of the car. Everything here was very novel. Zhang Yulian listened to Guhai. The two walked towards the manor in the distance. At this moment, the manor was surrounded by a sea of beautiful flowers. What flowers are these? There are so many, so beautiful. Zhang Yulian exclaimed. This is called poppy flower. It's not a good thing. When I planted spices here, I gave a death order. Whoever dares to participate in the drug trade behind my back will all die. Guhai said coldly. Huh, drugs? This is poison? Where is this? Zhang Yulian looked at Guhai. The poorest and most chaotic country on earth, Somalia, Guhai explained. At this moment, in the distant building, Mr. C's eyes widened. They're in range. Quick, launch the rocket launcher. Beside Mr. C, a mercenary carried a rocket launcher and aimed at Guhai and Zhang Yulian. Boom! A rocket launcher was instantly fired at Guhai. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Guhai. Ha 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 ha, die! Mr. C laughed. Mr. C is too nervous. These two people, do they want us to be fully armed? They're dead. The rocket launcher will definitely kill them. Even if they have 4 legs, they won't be able to escape. The group of mercenaries was in a happy mood. Huh! Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They saw Guhai in the distance, grabbing the shaft of the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher's front collision detonator didn't touch anything, and the rocket launcher didn't explode. At this moment, it was in Guhai's hand. This rocket launcher, is it fake? Mr. C questioned. In the distance, Guhai turned the rocket launcher and threw it at the building. Whoosh! The rocket launcher was instantly fired at the group of mercenaries. No! Hung! Ah! 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 Instantly, screams filled the air. A large group of mercenaries was killed by the explosion. Mr. C's eyes were about to pop out. Release more! Release more! Release more! Fourth Master roared. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. These things can explode? That's right. They are called firearms. Guhai nodded. I don't like being passive. I'll help them. Zhang Yulian shouted. As she spoke, she stepped on a rock and crushed it. Then she lightly kicked it. Swish, 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 swish. A large amount of gravel instantly shot out like bullets towards the arrowheads and bombs in the mercenaries' hands in the distance. It was extremely accurate and instantly ignited countless firearms. Nanny? Mr. C's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. All the rocket launchers, bombs, and gasoline barrels exploded. The sound of the explosion soared into the sky, and flames shot out in all directions. The huge buildings of the manor instantly exploded in a thick fire. Chapter 718. Zhang Yulian kicked out, and the entire manor was blown up. All the mercenaries died in the fire. Guhai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. After the explosion, Guhai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the manor. 90% of the buildings were destroyed. After all, there was too much gunpowder stored here. Mr. C was also burned by a barrel of gasoline and turned into a charred corpse. All of them were wiped out. Guhai was speechless. What's in the ruins? Are you looking for it? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. I found it. A phone. Guhai found a phone and smiled. Zhang Yulian looked at Guhai blankly. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Who is this? 1,000-mile telepathy. You can do that without Reiki? What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Guhai didn't care. He took a deep breath and said, Director Zhang, it's me, Gu Hai. Oh, Gu Hai? You're still alive? A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in my Somalia spice manor. The things I gathered last time are all with me. Kangshi's imperial seal, Wu Daozi's painting, Su Dompa's manuscripts. I won't go into details. I need to bring them back to China immediately. The sooner the better. It's best if there's a flight today. Gu Hai said. Ah, they're all with you? Okay. But the flight to Beijing today might be a little. Director Zhang was in a dilemma. Get 2 fighter jets from the military. That's fine. I need to go back to China today. Time is of the essence. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Fighter jets? Brother, do you really think I'm the National Security Bureau? Director Zhang suddenly felt bitter. I don't want these treasures back to China. I'll give them to the Forbidden City Museum. Gu Hai said lightly, Huh, you don't want them? But I don't have the ability to get fighter jets. How about this? I'll inform the Somalia embassy and try to get helicopters for you. I'll also delay the flight to Beijing. That's all I can do, Director Zhang said. Okay, as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. While Gu Hai was speaking, he heard Superintendent Zhang's subordinate report from the other side. Chief, we've locked onto the position, but this spice manor seems to have just experienced a big explosion. The subordinate beside him said, strangely. Director Zhang was silent. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, All right, stop looking. I'm in this pile of ruins. Ah, not good. It seems that an armed force is heading in the direction of the manor. Chief Zhang, they will arrive at the manor in at most half an hour. The subordinate said anxiously. Director Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Hai said from the other side, It's Harsen's men. Don't worry. Hurry up and inform the helicopter to come over. Director Zhang was slightly taken aback and then smiled bitterly. Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang quickly made arrangements. Gu Hai also hung up and looked around at the poppy flowers. Is such a beautiful flower really poisonous? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Burn this thing that harms people. Gu Hai shook his head. In a hall full of precision instruments, there was a large number of display screens inside. A man in military uniform was looking at a display screen. There were men and women in military uniforms wandering around the hall, constantly busy. Chief, we've already notified. In 2 hours, the helicopter will arrive at the manor in the image. A man in military uniform said respectfully. The chief was Director Zhang in Gu Hai's words. Scholar Gu Hai, 5 years ago, who was responsible for searching for Gu Hai. Didn't they say he was dead? Director Zhang said in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Hai has been missing for 5 years. There has been no news. A subordinate said bitterly. Chief, Harsen's army must have seen the explosion in the manor, so they rushed over. There's also an armored car. Although the image is not clear, it's very sure that there are only 2 of them. Can they do it? A subordinate frowned. Xiao Li, what was your position when you were 30 years old? Director Zhang said lightly. I just entered this intelligence agency. How many elites were there to pick you out? You only entered our agency when you were 30 years old. Do you know what Gu Hai was like when he was 30 years old? When he was 30 years old, his business had already spread to 30 countries, all from scratch. He loved to play chess and collected chess manuals from all over the world. His business plan was to play chess. He would travel to the Middle East, Europe, the United States, and Africa several times a year. Every time he went out, he could magically double the scale of his business. Harsen? Gu Hai had fought with him a few times. It was not that he couldn't kill Harsen, but he wanted to use Harsen to block the harassment of other small forces. Harsen saw him as an enemy, but he only used Harsin as a watchdog to guard his spice manor. Do you think we still have to worry? Director Zhang said lightly. Yes, I think too much. Director Zhang nodded, but he still stared at the image. Even though Director Zhang believed in Gu Hai's ability, but there were only 2 people in the image. Chief, only the 2 of them are alive. There is no one else. The man in charge of the satellite video said respectfully, "Zoom in. The image can only be zoomed in to this extent. The satellite image, there is not enough." "Is there a record of the previous explosion?" Director Zhang asked. "No, that place is not a recording area. There is no record." Director Zhang's expression was weird. Half an hour passed in a flash. "Chief, look, Harsin's equipment is here." Looking at the surrounding fire, he seems to be angry. Gu Hai didn't hide. The previous subordinate was shocked. Also, the surrounding poppy sea is burning. Isn't the fire too intense? It's not normal. Why is it burning so fast? Another subordinate was curious. What are they doing? In the hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and opened their eyes wide, looking at the satellite image in disbelief. That woman, she lifted the armored car? Armored car? You lifted it. A soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh, she was thrown away. In the hall, almost everyone rubbed their eyes. That was not a few meters, but at least 1,000 meters. Is this a monster? Harsin's men are all dead. Why did they all suddenly die? Someone was surprised. Zoom in. I want to see Gu Hai clearly. Director Zhang said anxiously. Chief, this is the biggest. I really can't see clearly. Everyone is dead. It seems like Gu Hai is saying something to that woman. A subordinate said bitterly. The image slowly returned to normal, but everyone in the hall didn't know what to say for a long time. The scene just now was simply inhuman. Replay the image just now. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Xiao Li, you are an expert in behavioral psychology. Analyze what was the attitude of Gu Hai and that woman just now. Director Zhang scratched his head and frowned. Yes. Xiao Li nodded. After a while, Xiao Li said, the image is too blurry. I can't see the expression of Gu Hai and that woman, but from the position they were standing, they should be very relaxed and disdainful of Harsin's army. Harsin seemed to have said something in the armored car, which angered the woman. The woman was angry and lifted the armored car and threw it out. Gu Hai stretched out his hand as if he wanted to stop the woman, but it was all too late. Look, Gu Hai picked up a stone and sprinkled it in his hand. All the militants are dead. That stone should be crushed. And then, after Xiao Li finished his analysis, everyone was silent. This matter is sealed. Everything you saw just now, no one is allowed to speak of it. It is a national secret. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately, Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in shock. Continue recording, Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, 2 planes came to pick up Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai handed the antiques to the person in charge of the plane and then boarded the other plane with Zhang Yulian. The plane took off. Zhang Yulian was curious, but Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the manor again. The destruction of Harsin's army, the destruction of Little Four's army, and Tom's death should be investigated soon. However, Gu Hai didn't care. He wouldn't stay on Earth for long this time. After helping Long Zhanghua and Taiwo revive, he would find Laozi for a chat. Gu Hai was ready to go back. On the helicopter, a soldier in the co-pilot had received orders to observe and inquire about Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. However, he did not dare to say anything from the start to the end. This was because the doors of the helicopter were not closed. The strong winds from the propellers outside were very strong. However, Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai's hair seemed to be very heavy. They did not move at all under this strong wind. The plane was flying fast enough. Zhang Yulian frowned and said, "This plane? It's too noisy and slow. It can only seat a few people. It's not a good thing. It's not even as good as a crane car. Just put up with it. If you're bored, listen to some music." The one in front, do you have music?" Gu Hai asked. "Music? Zither?" Zhang Yulian's expression changed. The co-pilot in front suddenly shouted, "Yes, yes, I have music here." As he spoke, he quickly handed over his phone and a pair of earphones to Zhang Yulian. "Do you have classical music?" Gu Hai asked. "Huh, classical music? I didn't download it. I only have some rock music stored in my phone," the co-pilot said blankly. "Rock music?" Zhang Yulian was slightly surprised. "Rock music? Maybe she can't stand the stimulation. Do you have something else?" Gu Hai asked. "Who said I can't stand it? There's nothing in Zither that I can't stand. Give it to me," Zhang Yulian shouted. The co-pilot immediately switched to rock music. Zhang Yulian learned to put on the earphones and listened. As she listened, Zhang Yulian's face stiffened. "How is it?" The co-pilot smiled. It seemed that secretly downloading music was very useful. Previously, when the bureau chief called him, he almost peed in his pants. If not for the fact that the number was correct, he would have thrown the phone away and scolded him for being a liar. The bureau chief gave him a task to receive the two of them, but he didn't do anything. Finally, there was music as an entry point. "What are you singing?" Zhang Yulian frowned. "Katja!" Zhang Yulian crushed the phone. "My triple-proof phone." The co-pilot was in despair. Before the co-pilot could recover from the sadness of his phone being crushed, Gu Hai handed a shiny yellow object to the co-pilot. "Your phone is broken. This is for you." "Ayo!" The shiny yellow object was too heavy. The co-pilot almost couldn't hold it. It flashed, and his hand almost cramped. He looked down. "Is this a gold brick? So heavy? So big? Is it fake?" Yellow gold?" The co-pilot glanced at it, and his eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot hugged the gold and took a bite. Is it real?" The co-pilot was in a daze of happiness. I have a phone too. Why don't you help me crush it too?" the co-pilot said with a hint of envy. Chapter 719. Somalia, Gu Hai's Spice Manor. Not long after Gu Hai left, a large number of helicopters landed on the ruined manor. All the corpses were gathered on a square. A group of forensic doctors carefully examined the corpses. When they were examining the corpses, they were all shocked. "Sir, these people's eyebrows are all broken stones. They were killed in one hit." A forensic doctor reported to a man in a military uniform. "Sir, that's right." The armored vehicle flew over. There were no tracks on the way. The armored vehicle is a BVS-10 armored all-terrain vehicle. It weighs 5 tons, and can carry 4 people. A soldier beside him said respectfully, 15 tons? Threw it 1,000 meters away. The officer's eyelids twitched. All the forensic doctors and soldiers around them were at a loss. It was hard for them to accept this result, record everything, and report to the higher-ups immediately. The officer shouted, "Yes." Everyone answered, "Sir, your phone." A soldier beside him handed over a satellite phone respectfully. "Hello." Commander. "Yes, we are investigating the manor." "Yes, there is no report yet." "Yes, someone is here to take over. We should cooperate fully, but Commander, the chief asked me to." "Yes." The officer answered the phone. After a while, the officer said bitterly, "Yes, Commander, but they are not here yet." "Who's there?" Suddenly, the soldiers all around shouted loudly. They saw 3 men in black windbreakers standing in the middle of the corpses. The 3 of them were wearing sunglasses and seemed to be inspecting the corpses. Suddenly, a large number of guns were pointed at the 3 men in black windbreakers. The 3 men were not afraid at all and continued to inspect the corpses. "Who are you?" The officer stared at them. "You said it on the phone. I'm here to take over your mission. Please gather here." The leader, a man in a trench coat, said solemnly. At this moment, the officer also confirmed what the man in black said on the phone. "Yes, Commander, I will cooperate fully." The officer hung up the phone blankly. "How should I address you 3?" The officer frowned. "My name is Leo, but you won't remember it." The leading man in a windbreaker said lightly. The officer frowned slightly. This man in a windbreaker was very rude. "Where did you get your information from?" Leo looked at the officer and asked, "It's an order from the higher-ups. I don't know the details." The officer shook his head. "All right, then please stand here for a moment." Leo pointed at an empty space. Everyone walked over to him. "The commander asked me to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do?" The officer asked curiously. "Look at the pen in my hand. Look carefully." Leo laughed. All the soldiers looked at him. Bang! The pen in Leo's hand suddenly flashed like a flashlight. When it flashed, the pupils of all the soldiers suddenly shrank. Then, as if they were hit by a spell, they stood there stiffly. "Clean it up," Leo said calmly. "Yes." The 2 men in black behind him waved their hands. Buzz. In the sky above the villa, the light suddenly dimmed, revealing a huge flying saucer. Looking down from above the flying saucer, it was covered in white fog. Even if there were satellites, they couldn't see anything clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, the armored vehicles, corpses, and evidence on the ground were sucked into a large hole in the center of the UFO. In the blink of an eye, all the evidence below was gone. Leo walked to the front of the soldiers and said softly, "Forget today's mission. You didn't see anything today. Today, the military asked you to do an emergency training. After the training, go back and report immediately." "We are doing an emergency training," the previous officer said in a muddle-headed manner. Leo smiled faintly. Together with his 2 subordinates, they were sucked into the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, there was a group of people in black trench coats. One by one, they were constantly clicking on the precision instruments. "My lord, among these clues, there is a phone that made a call 3 hours ago. According to our investigation, the call should have been made to this person 3 hours ago." A man in black tapped on the keyboard and pointed to the big screen. On the big screen, Director Zhang's face slowly appeared. "Oh, Director Zhang?" Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. On the side, there was Director Zhang's resume. In the sky above, there is only an old China satellite that can't record the image. It seems that Director Zhang has all the records. Go and find him. Leo said in a deep voice. "Yes." This group of rats finally showed up again. "Huh," Leo sneered. "Show." The flying saucer instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Director Zhang sent the news, he had been staring at the satellite image. Gu Hai's manor had been locked on by the satellite. The military sent someone to check. But soon, a white cloud covered everything. "Can't see it," a subordinate said. "This cloud is too strange." Everyone nodded one after another. Director Zhang's face changed. "You all stay here and watch. I will go out for a while." Half an hour later, in a hall, Director Zhang looked at an old man in front of him. "Little Zhang, is what you said true?" The old man frowned. "Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly." "Chief, who are they? Will they really target me?" Director Zhang said blankly. When the immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That Gu Hai may have obtained an immortal fate. The old man sighed slightly. Ah, immortal fate? I don't understand. Director Zhang said blankly. Do you think that the ancient myths are all fake? The old man said in a deep voice. Myths? That's right. Those mythical characters are still alive. All right, don't worry too much. When the time comes, it's only a part of your memory that's sealed. Swallow this spirit protection pill. After 3 days of amnesia, you'll recover your memory. Remember, keep it a secret. The old man said in a deep voice. Director Zhang swallowed the pill handed by the old man. Chief, they are so powerful. Director Zhang was shocked. In your memory, they are as powerful as the immortals. To put it bluntly, at this time, the whole world is under their surveillance. The old man smiled bitterly. It can't be? Director Zhang seemed to be listening to a book. Just pretend that you don't know about this. Deal with it as you should. After this, if you are safe, I will let you enter an organization. As for Gu Hai, he obtained an immortal fate and is very familiar with you. In the future, you will be in charge of Gu Hai's line. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes, Director Zhang responded. Go back quickly. I will erase all the records of you coming out. Go back immediately. They may be here. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, in the hall where Director Zhang was, everyone was still there. At this moment, there was a group of uninvited guests in the hall. A group of people in black windbreakers. They pointed their guns at Director Zhang and the others. The group of people in black quickly operated the machine in the hall. Soon, the image of Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian was exposed. Sir, the image is not clear. Only 2 people can be seen. It shouldn't be wrong. It has been deleted. At the same time, all the emails have been recovered. A person in black said respectfully. Leo looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, it seems that what you said is true. Who are you? Impersonating the chief's orders and lying to me? Director Zhang stared. Look at my pen. Leo laughed. Pung. The pen shone brightly like a flashlight. Everyone was stunned. Okay, let's go. Leo said in a deep voice. A group of people in black followed Leo out. Director Zhang and all his subordinates were still in a daze. Sir, all the electronic devices along the way are controlled. There won't be any images of us. A subordinate said respectfully. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, investigate this Gu Hai immediately. Find out who he is. Yes. Also, immediately return to Somalia and intercept Gu Hai. Leo said coldly. Yes. Xiao. Everyone stepped on the UFO and instantly shot into the distance. An hour later, Somalia's capital, Mogadishu International Airport. In a hall of the airport, Leo looked at the image on the big screen. Gu Hai and that woman have already boarded the plane. Leo narrowed his eyes at the image. Yes, the plane took off an hour ago. A subordinate said respectfully, transfer all the satellites in the sky and quickly lock onto this plane. Let's go, Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, over the Indian Ocean, a plane was flying in the clouds. However, at this moment, there was a UFO floating above the plane. At the same time, a blue light shone down and enveloped the plane. A group of people in black flew down and strangely opened the cabin door of the plane. They entered. In the plane, there was a sudden scream. However, perhaps because of the blue light from the UFO, the things in the plane did not fly out due to the difference in air pressure. Leo led a group of people in black to check. Nothing. Didn't Gu Hai board the plane? Leo stared. I don't know. The stewardess and the captain both opened their eyes wide. "Sir, we have checked the black box and some recorded videos. Gu Hai did not board the plane." A man in black quickly stepped forward. "Oh no, Gu Hai is still at Mogadishu airport. Let's go back." Leo's face changed. A group of people in black swarmed out. "Look at the pen in my hand," Leo shouted. Pung. Everyone forgot everything that happened just now. All the data records were all changed by the people in black. Xiao. The UFO turned around and flew towards Mogadishu. The plane continued to fly. When Fei Dai was far away, two figures appeared at the bottom tail of the plane. "What was that just now?" Zhang Yulian was surprised. "The investigation is really fast. They have already found my whereabouts." Humph. Gu Hai looked at the UFO in the distance and snorted. "Do you want to chase after it and see?" Zhang Yulian frowned. "No need. I will return to China immediately. I have to meet someone. Earth? After all, there is no need to stay too long. The time here is different from the time in the Divine Continent. I have to return to the Divine Continent as soon as possible." Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 720. The plane landed at Beijing Airport. Gu Hai didn't contact his old friends and quietly left the airport with Zhang Yulian. He didn't use his old account. Gu Hai had a house in Beijing. Gu Hai drove a car and quietly left Beijing with Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai disappeared into the crowd. Leo, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. Lost? Gu Hai was lost just like that. Inform all departments to strictly guard Gu Hai's information. Planes, trains, hotels, as long as there is a record. Report it immediately. Leo said gloomily. Yes. A group of men in black responded. 3 days later, Director Zhang suddenly trembled. When he woke up, his mind suddenly recalled the previous scene. In a hall. "Leader, I remember now. Is it true? They all lost their memories?" Director Zhang said worriedly. "It's okay. They just had a part of their memory sealed." The old man nodded. "Then Gu Hai?" Director Zhang said worriedly. "Gu Hai's records have all been erased. He really knows how to hide. It's been 3 days, and there's still no news. Those people must be anxious." The old man laughed. "Gu Hai is gone. He just went into hiding. From now on, you'll be in charge of Gu Hai. Later, I'll bring you to a place, a secret organization, an organization that only targets these immortals." Solemnly, the old man said to Leo, "Yes, I've already transferred your phone. If Gu Hai calls you, it will be transferred to this phone. After all, your phone may be monitored." The old man handed over a phone. "Yes." Director Zhang nodded. "Chengdu City, outside Qingyang Palace." Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian wore hats, sunglasses, masks, and casual clothes as they stepped into Qingyang Palace. "The person you're looking for is here?" Zhang Yulian asked curiously. "Qingyang Palace?" "Yes, the last time I came back, it was Qingyang Palace." Gu Hai nodded. The surrounding tour guides kept explaining the culture of Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai looked at the statue of Laozi. Many people were saluting him. "Gu Hai, please meet Mr. Lier." Gu Hai bowed slightly to the statue of Laozi. "This is just a sculpture." Zhang Yulian frowned. Gu Hai waited for a while, but there was no response. After walking around the Qingyang Palace, Gu Hai walked out of the Qingyang Palace in confusion. "I didn't come out." The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Qingyang Palace with Zhang Yulian, a little Taoist child suddenly said to the two of them, "The two of you, is this considered marriage? My family's Taoist priest is very accurate in his calculations." Not far away, the security guard's face darkened. There was a fortune teller soliciting customers at the entrance of Qingyang Palace. It would affect the reputation of the Qingyang Palace. He was about to stop them. "Then please lead the way." Gu Hai smiled. The little Taoist immediately led the two of them away. Humph, don't let me see you again. The security guard glared angrily. The three of them walked away. After 7 or 8 twists and turns, they arrived at a quiet and secluded house. The two of you, please. The little Taoist child said respectfully. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the small courtyard. The little Taoist child immediately closed the door. In the hall of the courtyard, a white-haired old man was standing. He looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. However, since you left last time, the Qingyang Palace has been under surveillance, so I can only meet you here. Please forgive me. The white-haired old man immediately adjusted his attitude and smiled. Isn't this the sculpture just now? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Gu Hai recognized it at a glance. It was Lao Tzu, whom he saw last time. Gu Hai greets Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed solemnly to Lier. You actually returned with your physical body? Good, good, good. Lier's eyes flashed with joy. I am indebted to you for imparting the complete Tao Te Ching to me. I am very grateful. Gu Hai smiled. Tao Te Ching? He imparted it to you? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu and suddenly found that there was a strange aura on Lao Tzu. This aura was very similar to that of Wanshou Taoism. Lao Tzu transformed into 3 pure ones. He was the one who imparted the complete Tao Te Ching to me. Gu Hai nodded. Lao Tzu also looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. Little girl, your cultivation method is very strange. It is somewhat similar to mine. 6 Immortal Firmament, Taishang. Gu Hai introduced. Oh, Lao Tzu suddenly showed a trace of surprise. I am Zhang Yulian, a disciple of Taishang's lineage. If you are not Taishang, you would not dare to call yourself Taishang. Greetings to Lao Tzu, Zhang Yulian also said in surprise. So there is another Taishang? Haha, I am not alone. Lao Tzu suddenly laughed. Please take a seat. Lao Tzu invited. The little Taoist child quickly served fragrant tea. Lao Tzu looked at the two of them curiously. The two of them also looked at Lao Tzu curiously. How did the two of you come here? Lao Tzu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian took out a guqin and played it slowly. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, Taishang's long life sound came out. Gu Hai did not understand, but the one sitting in front of him was Lao Tzu. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully. He closed his eyes and did not say a word until the song was finished. Lao Tzu suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lao Tzu, this song is Taishang's long life sound. What do you think? Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu. This is a song of induction. Taishang's way to immortal firmament. Taishang, what a strange Taishang. He actually found a void, resonance, resonating with 2 immortal firmament. Lao Tzu said in surprise. Taishang's long life sound is a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Gu Hai smiled. No, it's not a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Logically speaking, at most, a thought can be transmitted. Your physical body can't come here, right? At most, it's just a thought. Moreover, one person has to listen to the way of Taishang of 2 immortal firmament at the same time, Lao Tzu said in surprise. Then, Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Only a thought can be transmitted, but our physical body can also come here, Zhang Yulian said in surprise. No, this song can only connect to another immortal firmament. It can't be transmitted. Mr. Good, how did you transmit? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and kept silent. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, "Play it again." Zhang Yulian played the Taishang's long life sound again. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the void. It was Gu Hai activating the heaven-suppressing divine seal. As soon as the black hole appeared, Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Whoosh! However, when he tried to search, he found nothing. The time is wrong. Although the channel is here, it's not at this time. Lao Tzu frowned. It can't be. Gu Hai stretched out his hand to touch. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Huh. Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes. Lao Tzu looked at this scene in surprise. Zhang Yulian and the Taoist child at the side also tried to touch it. However, they could not touch it. They could see it, but could not touch it. Only Gu Hai could touch it. That's weird. Lao Tzu frowned. Does that mean only you can go through the channel? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Only me? Is it because of the black chess pieces? Only the black ghost stones can construct the channel. And the Taishang's long life sound points the way? The black ghost stones can construct the channel. And only I can go through the channel? However, Zhang Yulian came with me earlier. The aura of a Go Dao formation. Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. My Go Dao is pretty good. This passageway is indeed related to the Go Dao. Gu Hai nodded. Is it the same as what Ichio said? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Ichio? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Ichio once said that the Immortal Dome is not unique. There are black and white in Go, Yin, and Yang in heaven. Naturally, the Immortal Dome has a positive and a negative. Our Immortal Dome is positive, so naturally there is an Immortal Dome that is negative. In other words, there is another Immortal Dome. Back then, no one believed his theory. Ichio? I remember that Ichio was the Go saint during the spring and autumn period. Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Back then, he exhausted his mental and physical strength to condense a black ghost stone. However, Sai, I'll look for his will and see if there are any other records. Lao Tzu said with a frown. Condense a black ghost stone? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Was it the one he condensed? It's a pity that the black ghost stone is gone. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and died. What a pity. Lao Tzu sighed. Gu Hai nodded in confusion. As for the black ghost stone that fused with the heaven-suppressing divine seal, Gu Hai did not mention it. By the way, why did you come back to me this time? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. I have 2 souls here. I want to revive them. Mr. Lao Tzu, do you have any resurrection items? I can borrow them from you. I will repay you generously in the future. Gu Hai said solemnly. 2 souls? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Yes, one of them is a female soul. There is a corpse, but no blood. The other one is a male soul. There is nothing else. Gu Hai nodded. May I know who it is in the 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Is there anyone similar to it in our Immortal Dome? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. One is Taiwa, with a human head and a snake body. The other is the emperor of a generation, Long Zhanggua. Gu Hai explained. Taiwa? Nuwa? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Maybe, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Maybe it's a coincidence. Nuwa died, but there is her blood. I can take you to find it. Another emperor? Long Zhanggua. What did he do? Lao Tzu frowned slightly. Long Zhanggua, the emperor of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has 33 heavenly cities, the Imperial Court Hall, and the Lingshao Palace. It's a bit like the legend of the Jade Emperor on Earth. But it's just a legend. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Who said the Jade Emperor is just a legend? Lao Tzu shook his head. Oh, Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The Jade Emperor? It's a bit troublesome. If you want to reconstruct the body according to his conditions, you will need some very special materials. But luckily, Sakyamuni and Jesus have them. Borrow them from them, Lao Tzu said after thinking for a while. Sakyamuni? Jesus? They're still alive? Then, should I go to India and Vatican City to find them? Guhai asked with confusion. No. Lao Tzu shook his head. Then how? Guhai was confused. Lao Tzu waved his hand. The little Taoist beside him took out a computer and typed quickly. Soon, 2 videos appeared in front of Guhai. Just a video chat. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu looked at the 2 videos on the computer and comforted Guhai. Guhai was speechless. Chapter 7:21. Soon, 2 men came to Laozi's small courtyard. One was a burly Indian. He walked barefoot on the ground, but he was clean. The other was a skinny Westerner, dressed in white, emitting a soft white light. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they looked at Guhai with surprise. Laozi spoke casually in the video, but the 2 were shocked. Another perfect immortal dome, almost at the same time. The 2 threw away their computers and rushed over. Guhai from another immortal dome. The burly Indian asked with a smile. Another immortal dome really exists. The Westerner in white was also curious. Before Guhai could say anything, Zhang Yulian raised her eyebrows. The aura of Buddha, the aura of Tai Chu? Guhai, nice to meet you, Mr. Shakyamuni and Mr. Jesus. This is Zhang Yulian, Taishang from the 6 Immortal Dome. Guhai bowed slightly. Guhai, Zhang Yulian, 6 Immortal Dome. The 2 were surprised. Okay, let's talk later. Did you bring the thing? Laozi asked. Of course. Shakyamuni nodded and smiled. Jesus also nodded. Let's go. Laozi waved his hand. Whoa! A void gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This is... Zhang Yulian was confused. Laozi, the Taoist boy, Shakyamuni, and Jesus all entered. Guhai followed them, with Zhang Yulian. Whoa! The void gate suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared above a sea of clouds. It was a huge floating island with many palaces around it. Outside, it was a sea of clouds. A large number of cranes were flying in the distance, and the sun shone down. It was very dreamy. Floating island? This is not the Earth just now. This is an immortal dome. Zhang Yulian looked around in surprise. It's not an immortal dome. It's a world that we refined together, a place to hide. Laozi smiled bitterly. Guhai looked at the palaces on the floating island. There was a plaque on the biggest palace. Tushita Palace, Old Lord Taishang's residence. Guhai looked at the plaque in surprise. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. From the inside, a large number of Dao children walked out. The one leading them was an old man who looked a little like Laozi. Is it really Sage Taishang? Guhai asked with a strange expression. Then Elder Taishang walked in front of Laozi and bowed respectfully. Taiching, Dao greets Laozi. Laozi nodded and said, Taishang, please go to the Niwa temple and ask for Niwa's holy blood. Bring it all here. Yes, Old Lord Taishang replied. As he spoke, Old Lord Taishang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao, xiao, xiao. As if sensing their arrival, streaks of light shot over from afar. Swish. The first to arrive was a black-robed man. He emitted a torrential sword, aura. Tongtian sect master? Why are their auras so similar? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhang Yulian in confusion. Then he bowed respectfully to Laozi and said, Shangqing Lingbao greets Laozi. A white-robed man beside him said respectfully, Yuqing Yuansher greets Laozi. Zenyuanzi, Longevity Mountain, greets Senior Laozi. A few Taoist experts bowed respectfully to Laozi. Xiao. In the distance, a golden light approached. Tathagata greets Venerable Shakyamuni. A man who looked similar to Shakyamuni said respectfully. Streams of golden light shot over. Buddhas appeared one after another and bowed respectfully to Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni nodded. Xiao. More streams of white light shot over. It was a white-robed man. Confucianism. Kongqiu greets sages. Mahists Mod greets sages. Legalists Hanfei greets sages. All the famous people that Gu Hai knew in history flew over. Gu Hai looked at everyone curiously, but he didn't ask in detail. It wasn't the time yet. Xiao. Taishan Laozi suddenly flew back with a group of women. He bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi, Nuwa died. Her blood is all here. Didn't you say that Nuwa couldn't be revived? Taishan Laozi asked curiously. Laozi shook his head and didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams pill furnace of Tushita Palace was moved out. Taishan Laozi assisted from the side. Mr. Good, who should we start with? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Let's start with Long Zhanghua. Okay. Laozi nodded. Quam. The furnace opened. Shakyamuni, Jesus, thank you. Laozi looked at the two of them. Shakyamuni nodded and took out a golden lotus. Jesus also took out a golden cup full of liquid. Reincarnation golden lotus and holy water, please pour into the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Huff. The two of them quickly poured into the furnace. Laozi also threw a bunch of things into the furnace. Mr. Good, Longzhang was 3 souls. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai curiously. Ha! Gu Hai opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white gas. Longzhang was 3 souls? Because Gu Hai practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, there was a heaven healing pool in his dantian. As long as someone was killed by Gu Hai, his sins and 3 souls would be absorbed into the heaven healing pool. After being refined into the heaven healing pool, the 3 souls would be controlled by Gu Hai. Gu Hai could refine and store them. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua. Laozi waved his hand. Xiao. The 3 souls of Long Zhanghua, wrapped in white gas, entered the furnace. Start the furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Boom. Taishan Laojun quickly activated the true Samadhi fire and began to refine it. In an instant, the 8 trigrams furnace was wrapped in fire. The materials that were used to reconstruct the body were being refined inside. After 49 days, Long Zhanghua will be able to reconstruct his body. Laozi solemnly said. 49 days? That long? Gu Hai's eyes widened, showing a trace of worry. Don't worry. A day on earth is a year in this world. Laozi smiled. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he nodded. In that case, Gu Hai waited patiently. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 days. 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more and more experts arrived at the floating island of Tusita Palace. Many legends and historical figures that Gu Hai was familiar with were here. They bowed to each of them before arriving, but they didn't interrupt. Ha! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the furnace. Boom! The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace exploded. Immediately, 2 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Withdraw! Taishan waved his hand. Suddenly, the fire disappeared, revealing a strong man inside. The man walked out of the furnace naked. The man's eyes were glowing with golden light, and they shone in all directions. Fiery golden eyes? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai recognized the man when he saw him. Where is this? Why am I here? Gu Hai? The man raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Hai. Congratulations, Dakianching. You have been reborn, Gu Hai said with a smile. While smiling, Gu Hai took out a dragon robe and handed it to the man. The man was Long Zhanghua. He put on the dragon robe and looked at everyone around him with narrowed eyes. Everyone was so unfamiliar, except for Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. He didn't know anyone. Where is this? Now, Long Zhan had lost all his cultivation base. But even so, he still had a dragon aura around him. It was as if he was born with it. The fearsome dragon aura caused the faces of the gods and Buddhas around him to change. This was the aura of an absolute superior, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Who? Why haven't we heard of him? This aura could only be felt by the Jade Emperor who had fallen in the past. Do you remember that I told you that there might be other perfect immortal domes besides the 6 immortal domes? Gu Hai said solemnly. Other perfect immortal domes. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. This is where I was born, Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi looked at Long Zhanghua and said, unyielding might, unyielding to the heavens, the 6 immortal firmament, the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanghua, Mr. Gu has already told me about the 49 days you spent rebuilding your body. I admire you. Oh, Long Zhanghua looked at Laozi. These are the seniors in my immortal domes who fought against the heavens to protect the common people. Gu Hai explained. Lier, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Shakyamuni, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Jesus, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Kongqiu, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Solemnly, everyone bowed to him. Long Zhanghua's eyes were full of surprise, but he also bowed to everyone. After that, Long Zhanghua suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am not destined to die yet. Gu Hai, my spiritual light has indicated that you can be trusted. You are indeed a big variable. Dakianching, you flatter me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. The Qian is no longer here, so you don't have to call me Dakianching. Just call me by my name, Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua sighed. All right, Gu Hai nodded. These are, Buddha now? Tongtian sect master? Their auras? Long Zhanghua looked at Tathagata and Primogenitor Lingbao. Not only the 2 of them, but there were also some others who were familiar with them. In the immortal world, there will always be similarities in the process. Laozi nodded. Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't rush to ask for details. He just nodded gently. Long Zhanghua is resurrected. Next, please help me resurrect Taiwa. Gu Hai said solemnly. While speaking, Gu Hai took out a huge coffin. Lying in the coffin was Taiwa, who was stabbed to death by him. In the past few days, Gu Hai had already mended the hole in his forehead with his heaven-replenishing energy. His physical body is still here, so it is much easier. Laozi nodded. When the coffin opened, there was an uproar. Goddess Nua's physical body is still here? Some immortals at the edge of the crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 722. Do Shui Palace Square. Although Taiwa had a physical body, it was much harder for him to revive compared to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua rebuilt his body and lost his cultivation, while Taiwa had his own physical body and could retain his cultivation. In the furnace of 8 trigrams, Taiwa's physical body, Nua's blood, and Taiwa's 3 souls were fused in. Gu Hai and the rest waited patiently. The furnace of 8 trigrams would take 64 days to revive Taiwa. With Taishang Latsu controlling the fire, Gu Hai and the rest were assured. Immortal children brought chairs over. Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus conversed while waiting for Taiwa to revive. All around them, all the immortals and Buddhas listened respectfully. Primeval Lord of Heaven, go and find all of Ichio's records and last words. Laozi ordered. Yes, primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven nodded and left. Long Zhonghua gradually understood as he conversed with the rest. Isn't this the Immortal Dome? Is this a world you created yourselves? Long Zhonghua looked around. Yes, the Immortal Dome is only born once every 1,000,000 years. How can it be so easy? Last time, the Immortal Dome fell short of success and completely collapsed. Laozi sighed slightly. My Immortal Dome is also broken. What a pity for the people there. Long Zhonghua sighed. Your Immortal Dome is broken? What a pity. Laozi sighed. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The shattered Immortal Dome was in Gu Hai's hands. When he killed the War Dragon Kingdom, he obtained the shattered Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome was shriveled and completely broken. Gu Hai threw it into the Heaven Mending Pool, hoping that the Heaven Mending Pool would be able to repair it. It was still soaking in the pool. Earth? Who's heaven? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. His name is 30. Perhaps our universe can also be called the 30 immortal skies. Laozi sighed slightly. 30. Gu Hai was puzzled. Have you fought with 30 before? Long Zhonghua asked in a deep voice. Yeah, it's a pity that no one is his match. He has collected all the rules in the world, and there is no spiritual qi. If we didn't make the arrangements earlier, this world would also... Laozi sighed slightly. What kind of world is this? I saw a lot of immortals from Earth. Gu Hai asked curiously. This is a world that we created together, a world that exists in the minds of all living beings. As long as all living beings live, this world will exist forever. It is modeled after the Immortal Dome. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome is too difficult to construct. Laozi shook his head. To be able to do this, it is already extraordinary. It's not inferior to my Immortal Dome. In fact, it's even more perfect. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. Then the 3 pure ones here, Tathagata, did you guys create it as well? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Them? When this world was first created, we all separated a strand of our divine thoughts. Just like the 3 pure ones, they were formed by my qi and slowly became what they are today. Laozi nodded. Before I came here, I was also targeted by someone, a group of people in black. Gu Hai asked curiously. They are just the lackeys of heaven. The one who chased you is called Liu. Heaven gave them some special magic weapons that conceal a part of a person's memory. They are committing crimes everywhere. However, apart from us, there are still people from other countries who are enlightened. They set up their own mortal organizations to deal with Liu. Unfortunately, they are just mortals after all. Laozi sighed slightly. You don't support those mortal organizations that are fighting against heaven's lackeys? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Good and bad people are mixed together. No one can guarantee that there are no spies from heaven. Therefore, we didn't contact them at that time. Even if we did, they were not allowed to enter this world. Laozi shook his head. Then those myths and legends on Earth all happened in this world. Journey to the West. Investiture of the gods. Gu Hai asked in confusion. Some are real, some are fake. Investiture of the gods. In this battle, many characters were real. However, it was not a battle between the Jia sect and the Chan sect. It was a heaven-defying action. In the end, it failed and countless people were killed. Our world almost fell short of success and was completely destroyed. Nvaiwa was also unfortunate after that. Alas, Laozi sighed slightly. Jia-in, Zhuanti also. Shakyamuni sighed slightly. Lucifer also. Jesus smiled bitterly. Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. So many people were killed. Who was the leader at that time? Gu Hai asked in confusion. It was the Jade Emperor. He also died. He protected our world with his life. Laozi sighed slightly. The Jade Emperor? Isn't he the one in the journey to the west? Gu Hai was confused. That was spread by Wu Qinzhen. Ha! Do you think the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of all immortals, is so weak? Laozi laughed. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The Jade Emperor died a long time ago. The journey to the west described only a trace of his remnant thoughts. Moreover, his temperament has changed greatly. He is not the original Jade Emperor at all. Laozi said in a low voice, "A world that can hide from the heavens. You are extraordinary. Even the heavens can't find you." Longzhan was said in a low voice. Shakyamuni shook his head. A few years ago, something happened. Now, our world is constantly investigating, hoping to find the source. I am worried that this world has been exposed. Oh, Gu Hai's face fell. Tathagata, you say it. Shakyamuni looked at Tathagata. Yes, Supreme One. Tathagata stepped forward. It started from last time. Goddess Nuwa left a piece of 5-color stone. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gave birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey was unique. Patriarch Bodhi took it as his disciple and taught it some skills. The monkey was also amazing. In a short time, it learned a lot of skills. However, it was wild and hard to tame. I spent a lot of effort to seal it under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Tathagata said, solemnly, Sun Wukong, it's in the journey to the west. Gu Hai said blankly. Tathagata nodded. You've read The Journey to the West. Well, it's that Sun Wukong. Didn't you notice the difference when he was sealed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Before, he dared to fight the immortals and gods. After he left the 5 Fingers Mountain, his strength was not enough. Tathagata explained. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. In fact, not long after he was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Sun Wukong disappeared. We thoroughly searched the entire world, but there was no trace of him. Later on, we found an ordinary monkey demon to replace him in order to lure him out. However, my disciple, Golden Cicada, walked the entire journey to the western heaven, accompanied by so many gods and Buddhas, but he did not show up. Tathagata Buddha said with a frown, Sun Wukong, we have to be careful when he disappears. Shakyamuni sighed. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have created Sun Wukong in the infinite celestial capital with the formation. That Sun Wukong was different from Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Not only did he not listen to his orders, but he could also escape the formation and fly away? No way. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confusion. Ah, it's you? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the group of immortals. Neza, don't be presumptuous. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li shouted. Gu Hai looked at the shocked Neza. Third Prince Neza, you've seen me before? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, I don't remember clearly. I think it was you. I seem to have had a dream in a dream. Maybe I remembered wrongly? Neza shook his head, not daring to speak. There were so many immortals here. He had no right to speak. In a dream, Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Apart from Sun Wukong, he had also created Neza to deal with the Qing Emperor. At that time, Neza was also a little strange, but he returned in the end. Mr. Good, did you see Neza in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Laozi asked. Jesus and Shakyamuni also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. I'm not sure. Maybe it was him. Gu Hai frowned. Oh, everyone's expression changed. While everyone was puzzled, Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly returned. Deity, this is the will of the chess saint. Ichio, Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, said respectfully. Laozi's expression changed, and he quickly spread out the will. With everyone's eyesight, they read all of them almost instantly. Soon, he saw a special place among them. The first go is the beginning. The two go pieces are yin and yang. The path of the immortal dome is like a chessboard. The right moves and the wrong moves, and the wrong moves and the right moves. The right moves can't be missing, and the wrong moves can't be missing. One replaces the other to make up for the balance. This immortal world was created by the previous sages, and new laws can be integrated into it. Ichio is not talented, so he integrated the Go Dao array into this world. If someone in the anti-mortal dome uses my Go power to set up an array and summon me, I can increase and decrease my Go power. But what can I do? My Go power may never enter the anti-mortal dome. I'll just treat it as a joke and keep it as a memento. Those were Ichio's original words. Gu Hai, Laozi, and the others' expressions changed, and then they all looked at Gu Hai. This world has the array set up by Ichio. As long as you set up a similar array in the 6 Immortal Dome, you can exchange people. Laozi looked at Gu Hai with a change in expression. Gu Hai's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly. I did summon Sun Wukong, but the time was wrong. I only summoned him a few years ago, but I had the journey to the west when I was on Earth. No, the time of 2 immortal domes may not be the same. Perhaps there is an irregular difference. Laozi shook his head. So, Sun Wukong was summoned to the 6 immortal dome by you? Shakyamuni asked doubtfully. I summoned the real Sun Wukong, not the cloud beast. Gu Hai was also stunned. According to Ichio's theory, he had indeed integrated his own Tao of chess into it. Furthermore, his Tao of chess came from the 100,000 remnant pieces on Earth. The black chess piece was refined by Ichio, and it had helped him refine his Tao of chess. Did Ichio help him with his Tao of chess? You can't lack the right, and you can't lack the wrong. One exchange, one supplement. Only then is there a balance. In other words, you can only summon one person. If Sun Wukong is summoned by you, then Neza can't go and can only dream about it. Unless Sun Wukong comes back, you can only summon one person? Jesus asked doubtfully. The balance of the immortal dome can't be broken, so you can only summon one person? So, if you return to the 6 immortal dome and send Sun Wukong back through the array, you can still use the Go Dao to summon another person? Laozi's expression changed. Chapter 7:23. The balance of the immortal dome cannot be broken. You can only summon one person? So, if you return to the immortal dome of the 6 paths and send Sun Wukong back through the formation, you can use the Tao of chess to summon another person? Laozi asked. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Gu Hai remembered the black hole that appeared when Zhang Yulian was playing the zither. Zhang Yulian, play the Taishang tune of longevity again. Gu Hai frowned. Everyone was confused, but Zhang Yulian suddenly played the zither. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither rang out. Gu Hai waved his hand, and another black hole appeared in front of him. This is the passage to the anti-mortal dome. Jesus' expression changed. The entrance to the immortal dome of the 6 paths. Shakyamuni also touched it expectantly. But Shakyamuni could not touch the black hole at all. Shakyamuni was surprised. The entrance. Long Zhangwa also touched it. Long Zhangwa also missed. Zhang Yulian, you didn't touch it that day. At Laozi's residence? Try again. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang tune of longevity while touching it, but still could not touch it. Gu Hai picked up Zhang Yulian. No. Zhang Yulian blushed. There were so many people here. Keep playing. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian did not stop playing. Gu Hai carried Zhang Yulian and stepped into the black hole. Zhang Yulian fell to the ground. You can't go in? Why can't we enter? Gu Hai's brows furrowed. Why can't I go in? I came with you just now. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Can't I return to the divine continent? One for one, one for the other. That's how the balance is. Because Sun Wukong is in the 6 Dao Immortal Dome. That's why you can bring one back. Laozi frowned and analyzed. The 6 paths of immortal firmament now has Sun Wukong, and the 30 paths of immortal firmament now has Zhang Yulian. One for one, one for one. Is this a trade? Gu Hai's expression changed. I can't go back. Zhang Yulian said in shock. Maybe. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Zhang Yulian couldn't go back. If I can't go back, then what about Long Zhanghua and Taiwa? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. They are different. They have already died before, no longer humans, but rather mortals, so they are not included. Furthermore, even if the Long Zhanghua was reborn, everything he had accumulated would be gone. He was no longer the Long Zhanghua of old. If my guess is correct, Taiwa's resurrection will definitely be different. They are now members of the 30 Immortal Firmament. Laozi shook his head. Then what about Gu Hai? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Why could Gu Hai go back? Mr. Good, he might have another adventure. Unfortunately, this adventure can only be returned by himself. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Laozi guessed that Gu Hai had an adventure, but he didn't ask. Since Laozi didn't ask, the other immortals around were curious, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Mr. Laozi, have you ever thought of going with me? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Obviously, Gu Hai also understood what Laozi had guessed. Laozi even guessed the black chess piece. Laozi shook his head. The immortal firmament is a cage. What's the difference between going and not going? Since Taishang appeared there, it means that Taishang is there, and he can't do anything. If I go, everything will start again? It's not necessary. What's the difference between going and not going? Sakyamuni and Jesus heard Laozi's words, smiled bitterly, and nodded. Gu Hai, however, bowed slightly to Laozi and the others to express his gratitude. Perhaps you were able to obtain each Xiu's inheritance because of each Xiu's wishes. We deliberately messed things up, but it might not be better. Your luck is also your suffering. Bear it yourself. Laozi solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do you have to go back? Jesus asked curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. My family is there. I'm worried. I have to go back. You want to go back? Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, and she looked anxious. In the past, Zhang Yulian didn't care about Gu Hai's feelings. But now, when the two of them were about to be separated into 2 different worlds, Zhang Yulian finally panicked. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Long Zhanghua, I'm very sorry to bring you here. You may not be able to go back. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I've already died once. It's the same wherever I go. Long Zhanghua shook his head. Can you bring your soul back? Like how Long Zhanghua came here? Jesus asked with a frown. Maybe, but are you willing? Sakyamuni smiled. Jesus paused slightly. Commit suicide and let Gu Hai take him away? Rebuild his body in the 6 paths immortal dome. His 3 souls were controlled by Gu Hai, and he might not be able to adapt to the 6 paths immortal dome. Jesus smiled bitterly and shook his head. It won't work. My rebirth this time seems simple, but it's extremely dangerous. Long Zhanghua shook his head. Oh, everyone was puzzled. During the days when I died, I passed out for a period of time. No, it should be that my soul fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. I don't have the concept of time and space. I have a feeling that I've brushed past destruction. Long Zhanghua shook his head. In other words, there's a certain probability that you'll be worn away by the void while crossing the two immortal domes. Laozi frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They no longer had the idea of going to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. You can only summon others after you capture Sun Wukong and send him back with the Go Dao formation. Laozi shook his head. Gu Hai, when will you go back? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. The time in the two immortal domes is irregular, so I'll go back as soon as Taiwa is resurrected, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Before you go back, I'll write you a few letters. I hope my trusted followers won't hate you to the core. Long Zhonghua smiled bitterly. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhonghua, since you're staying here, I can't help you with the things in this mythological world. But I still have some properties on Earth that I can give you, Gu Hai said. Long Zhonghua nodded. Zhang Yulian felt lost. Although she couldn't go to the Six Paths Immortal Dome with Gu Hai, there was still a way. Maybe Gu Hai could summon her in the future. Maybe Gu Hai could come to see her through Lin Wanner's Taishang Sound of Longevity. Everything was decided by Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai didn't decide? Zhang Yulian's heart was in a mess. Mr. Good, since some things are similar in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, why don't you ask Tathagata and Yuanshi to tell you about their cultivation? It'll be convenient for you to rely on when you go back. Laozi said. Thank you. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Some things aren't very useful. Everyone walks a different path. You can only use them as a reference, but you can't make them your own. Sigh, what a pity. As for those divine weapons and magical treasures, you can't take them with you. The two immortal domes need to be balanced. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. In the following days, the immortals explained their cultivation methods and experiences to Gu Hai. Indeed, Gu Hai couldn't do these cultivation methods. They weren't on the same path, but that didn't stop Gu Hai from using them as a reference. Gu Hai listened to the immortals' descriptions while organizing Ichio's will. Ichio didn't leave behind any chess records. This was what Gu Hai found most regrettable. Long Zhonghua was also quickly learning about Earth, constantly enriching himself. Long Zhonghua was the same as Gu Hai. They were both good at learning. They didn't stop for a moment and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. 64 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly opened, and the fire was put away by Taishang. Hey! A woman's voice came from the 8 trigrams furnace. While the immortals were waiting outside, Zhang Yulian flew into the furnace with a set of clothes and put them on Taiwa. Who are you? Taiwa's voice suddenly came. You don't recognize me? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. My head hurts so much. Taiwa seemed to be in pain. Gu Hai was worried outside the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what if you leave? What will happen to your 2 women? Mr. Laozi, did you misunderstand? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Misunderstanding? Not really. I don't know about Taiwa, but we've seen Zhang Yulian these days. She cares about you. Can't you see it? Laozi said with a smile. Gu Hai sighed slightly, then smiled bitterly. But they can't go back. We can only think of a way in the future. Only in the future. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yulian is fine, but Taiwa is not suitable to appear in the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths. Otherwise, when the Immortal of 6 Paths investigates, it will be, alas. Then what are you going to do? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, I have a presumptuous request. Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Oh, Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian is Taishang of the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths. I have no one to protect me when I leave this time. Please accept Zhang Yulian as your disciple. Maybe you don't like Taishang of the Immortal Dome of Six Paths, but I can rest assured if she becomes your disciple, Gu Hai said solemnly. You're worried about Zhang Yulian too? Laozi smiled. Kind of. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll think about it. Laozi shook his head and did not agree immediately. At this moment, Taiwa put on her clothes and was taken out of the furnace of 8 diagrams by Zhang Yulian. As soon as she came out of the furnace of 8 diagrams, she was slightly nervous. She was a little scared when she saw so many gods and Buddhas around her. Taiwa, scared? Gu Hai's expression changed. Is it really like what Long Zhangwa said? My soul was injured when I crossed 2 immortal dominions? She is Taiwa. Taiwa looked at the others and was a little scared. Suddenly, she saw Gu Hai. Benefactor, is that you? Taiwa saw Gu Hai, and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Gu Hai. Benefactor? The surrounding people were confused. Even Long Zhangwa and Zhang Yulian were curious at this moment. I'm Xiao Ro. Benefactor, don't you recognize me? Taiwa looked worried. Chapter 7:24. On the square of Tushita Palace. At this moment, all the deities had left. Only Laozi, Long Zhangwa, Gu Hai, Shakyamuni, and Jesus were left. Taiwa doesn't remember the past anymore. Does he only remember that he is Xiao Ro? Long Zhangwa looked at Gu Hai with interest. Maybe there was an accident on the way between the 2 celestial dominions. Gu Hai shook his head. Or maybe Taiwa is disheartened and deliberately avoids life. That's why Xiao Ro is leading him. Long Zhangwa sighed slightly. Mr. Good, did you agree? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Agree? But that's not fair to them. I don't know when I'll come back. Maybe I won't come back for the rest of my life. Gu Hai frowned. If you want to come back, you will eventually come back. It doesn't matter if you come back late or early. People have to have something to look forward to. If you don't do anything, it's unfair to them. Jesus shook his head. I can see that Xiao Ro's feelings for you are the most sincere. She doesn't want anything else. Shakyamuni said with a smile, Monk, aren't monks supposed to be indifferent to worldly pleasures and stay away from women? Why did you? Gu Hai looked at Shakyamuni strangely. You can only let go after you have loved. Becoming a monk was because he once had a family. That was why he could become a monk. I've been there before. How can I not know? Shakyamuni said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. I know, but I can't let go of the celestial dominions of the 6 realms. So, then you have to cherish yourself more, protect yourself, and come back to see them. You have to live for them. Laozi said in a low voice. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Laozi. Laozi's words are the key. I hope the 2 girls can give Gu Hai a spiritual bond. However, it doesn't matter if Laozi says it or not. I can't let them go. Gu Hai, it's hard to repay a debt of love. If you care, then work hard. Don't learn from me and Murong Yen. I only know how to cherish something after losing it. Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. I asked for you. Laozi smiled. What? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Laozi. Zhang Yulian, I have already accepted her as my disciple. Why can't Master ask me? She agreed. As for Xiaoro, she also agreed. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, do you have to do this? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Zhangguo frowned and said, Stop being so wishy-washy. The 2 girls have already agreed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. I'm not being unreasonable. I also agree to this matter. However, if I leave this time, please help me protect them and wait for me to come back. Don't worry. The time of the 2 immortal firmament is not symmetrical. Perhaps you will leave today and come back tomorrow. Laozi smiled. Based on the time of your last departure, you have been away from Earth for 50 years, and you have only been on Earth for 5 years. If there is a pattern, the Sage of the Six Paths will wake up in another 50 years, and you have at most 5 years to grow up. At that time, everything will be clear. Long Zhangguo nodded. Don't worry. Jesus and Shakyamuni also responded. In that case, let's prepare. We will hold a grand wedding for you in the Lingshao Palace. Laozi solemnly said. Okay. Guhai nodded. Earth's immortal world, 3 days later. Lingshao Palace. At this moment, the Lingshao Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were countless immortals, groups of Buddhas, and countless Western angels. They all came to the Lingshao Palace to send their blessings to the grand wedding. Yu Lao was the wedding master. The goddess of flowers sprinkled countless petals all over the sky. Guhai was dressed in a groom's costume. Beside him, one on his left and one on his right, were 2 brides with veils. Long Zhangguo, Laozi, Jesus, and Shakyamuni were the wedding masters. They sat at the head of the table. Under the red veil, Xiao Ro had a silly smile on her face. She felt like she was in a dream amidst the congratulations of the gods and Buddhas. Under the red veil, Zhang Yulian's face was also red. She lowered her head, shyly, as if she was drunk. Congratulations to Mr. Good. Congratulations to Mr. Good, Miss Xiao Ro, and Miss Song. Congratulations. Amidst the countless congratulations, the 3 pure ones, Tathagata, Jehovah, Mary, Brahma, Vishnu, and countless other gods and Buddhas sent their blessings. The time has come. First, bow to the Immortal Dome and thank the Immortal Dome for its nurturing grace. Yu Lao shouted. Guhai and the other 2 bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to friends and family. Thank you for your blessings. Guhai and the other 2 bowed to the gods and Buddhas, led by Long Zhangguo, Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and the others. Solemnly, husband and wife, bow to each other. I wish the newlyweds a child soon, and that their marriage will last forever. Yu Lao shouted. Guhai faced the 2 women and bowed solemnly. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Yu Lao shouted. Under a burst of heavenly music, the 3 of them were quickly sent to the bridal chamber. Quam. The door of the bridal chamber closed. In the outside world, Laozi and the others hosted a huge banquet. Flat peaches, ginseng fruits, Bodhi seeds, happiness fruits, and all kinds of holy fruits, immortal fruits, and divine fruits were served. All the gods and immortals drank to their heart's content. In the bridal chamber, Guhai lifted the 2 women's veils. Benefactor, Xiao Ro said shyly in excitement. Are you still calling me benefactor now? Guhai said with a smile. Husband, Xiao Ro's eyes were a little blurred. Guhai looked at Zhang Yulian. At this moment, Zhang Yulian was a little shy. Husband, Zhang Yulian said, shyly with some expectation. Since she let go of the lock in her heart and no longer rejected her love for Guhai, this love had been growing vigorously. Now, it had already grown into a towering tree. It was just that she couldn't get rid of her pride. Now, at the moment of farewell, she completely broke out. Wife. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt and gentleness. Zhang Yulian couldn't forget that time when their souls merged. How could Guhai forget? Therefore, when Zhang Yulian didn't turn back, Guhai didn't hesitate. As for Xiao Ro, he had been avoiding Xiao Ro because he missed Chen Xian. At the moment of Xiao Ro's death, Guhai thought everything through. It was too late for regrets. Later on, he let go of his thoughts. Outside, countless guests. At the banquet, but some people pricked up their ears and listened to the movements in the bridal chamber. Among them, Neza and some other juniors were the most excited. Husband, love me! Buzz! Clap, clap, clap. The sound was blocked out by Gu-hai in the bridal chamber. But outside, Neza and the others pricked up their ears excitedly. Why is there no sound? Neza frowned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light covered Gu-hai's bridal chamber. No one outside could hear the sound inside. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Neza and the others immediately said respectfully, "It's not polite to eavesdrop," Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a smile. Yes, the immortals had a bitter expression. Laozi and the others sat in the middle of the banquet and waited. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 people in the bridal chamber had yet to come out. The immortals waited patiently until the 6th day. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It was as if a strong airflow rushed out of the bridal chamber. It instantly broke the soundproof barrier cast by Guanyin Bodhisattva. A strong aura was emitted. The immortals were confused. Gu-hai broke through? Longzhang's expression changed. Rumble! They saw a huge phantom of a yellow palace rushing to the sky from the bridal chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The palace kept growing bigger. Central Celestial Palace? Hall of Merit? Longzhang's expression changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the phantom of merit rose from the ground, a huge yellow phantom seemed to be squeezed into the palace. Gu-hai's Earth Soul? The massacre in the Azura secret realm has made it grow to the maximum. Longzhang's eyes flashed with expectation. Central Celestial Palace? This is the cultivation of the Earth Soul. The cultivation of the Earth Soul requires merit. Jesus frowned. Do we need to lend some to him? Shakyamuni frowned. Laozi shook his head. No, his merit is no less than ours. Oh. Longzhang looked at Laozi. Xiao Ro has fused with Nuwa's blood. Nuwa once mended the heavens, and Nuwa even sacrificed herself for the Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome has already bestowed countless merits to Nuwa. Even Fushi's merits were given to Nuwa. That's why there's no need to worry. In terms of merits, we might not even have more than Nuwa. Nuwa died, and her merits are in her blood. Because Xiao Ro was reborn, all her merits are in her hands. Gu-hai needs merit points. It's too easy. Laozi laughed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Central Celestial Palace continued to grow taller. As it grew taller, the celestial gods in the sky widened their eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how big is your Central Celestial Palace? Neza looked at the huge Central Celestial Palace in the distance in surprise. When I first broke through, it was only 1 zhang palace and 5 inches of Earth Soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head and praised. How about now? 300 zhang palace and 10 zhang Earth Soul. Guanyin exclaimed. Gu-hai's Central Celestial Palace had reached a height of 500 zhang and was still growing. Husband, I have merit points to help you break through. Xiao Ro's voice sounded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Central Celestial Palace grew taller and taller. Gradually, it reached a height of 100 zhang before stopping. Gu-hai's Earth Soul was also growing rapidly. It only stopped when it reached 64 zhang. Wong. Gu-hai's Earth Soul shone with golden light. It seemed to illuminate the surroundings in an instant. 490 zhang human soul and 64 zhang Earth Soul, they are both perfect human souls. The Central Celestial Palace has reached the limit of perfection again. Longzhang said with a wry smile. When others cultivate the Central Celestial Palace, they only need to fill up a pool of water. Gu-hai's Earth Soul is as big as a sea. How long will it take to fill it up? Neza looked at Gu-hai's huge human soul blankly. Lousy and the others were also worried. Others cultivated slowly. They first reached the central celestial palace and then went back to expand their human soul and earth soul. Guhai reached the central celestial palace in one step. If he wanted to upgrade, it would be harder than climbing the sky. Don't worry about him. When he was cultivating his human soul, we were also worried, but he reached the great completion of human soul in less than a year. Long Zhangwa shook his head. All right. Everyone sighed, slightly, and nodded with a trace of worry. Whoosh! Suddenly, the central celestial palace and the earth soul shrank back into the bridal chamber. Husband, how was it? Zhang Yulian's voice came from the bridal chamber. I broke through the first level of the central celestial palace. Thank you, my wives. Guhai's voice came from the bridal chamber. I don't know why, but just now, I also broke through the central celestial palace. Moreover, I have returned to the peak of the central celestial palace. I am only one step away from the central celestial palace. Zhang Yulian's voice came. I seem to have been going to the central celestial palace. Xiaorou's voice came. Your dual cultivation method. Zhang Yulian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 725. After the wedding, Gu Hai accompanied Zhang Yulian and Xiaorou for a year. Zhang Yulian's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace, and Gu Hai was relieved. A year in the Immortal realm was a day on Earth. During this year, Gu Hai did not return to Earth. During this time, Long Zhangwa had learned a lot about Earth. In just a year, Long Zhangwa's cultivation had reached the Yuanying state. You're leaving? Long Zhangwa looked at Gu Hai. Yes, I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll find a way to come back. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll inform Laozi and ask them to send you off. Long Zhangwa said, all right, but are you sure you don't want to cultivate in the Immortal realm? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangwa. I'll go to Earth and follow Earth's rules. Long Zhangwa laughed. Oh. Long Zhan said, last time I failed. This time I will naturally be different. Although this celestial realm is blessed by the heavens, it is still a bit fake. The outside world is the real thing. I just happened to reach a bottleneck. These are all my accounts. You can use the money in them first. I'll leave my businesses to you. Gu Hai handed over a book. Don't worry, they'll all be De Qian Group's businesses in the future. I promise you that your businesses will never stop, even if they're operating at a loss. Long Zhangwa laughed. De Qian Group? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, don't you need an identity to survive on Earth? Long Zhangwa laughed. A day later, Director Zhang received a call. Hello, is this Gu Hai? Where are you? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me, Director Zhang said excitedly. Over the past few days, he had come into contact with an organization and learned a lot of exciting news. This organization was formed by members secretly arranged by the governments of various countries. Although they had fought with the group of men in black many times, they had never won. However, the secret members of each country knew that there was a higher-level organization that was fighting against the men in black. They were the mythical figures of various countries: China's Laozi, India's Sakyamuni, Vatican City's Jesus, Greece's Zeus, and so on. A large number of historical and mythological figures existed, but there had never been a chance to connect with them. Although the organization had requested many times, the mythical figure had never bothered. Now, Gu Hai seemed to have made a connection. As for Superintendent Zhang, he had gotten in touch with Gu Hai. He was worried that Gu Hai would not contact him. Now that Gu Hai had contacted him, Superintendent Zhang naturally wanted to see Gu Hai immediately. Whether it was through patriotism or the sympathy of the oppressed people, he had to persuade Gu Hai to let the mythical figure get in touch with his organization. Director Zhang immediately found a fighter jet and flew himself to the East Sea. Above an island in the East Sea, the pilot looked at Superintendent Zhang blankly. "Chief, are you really going to jump from here? Don't talk nonsense. Go back by yourself and watch your mouth. Today is a secret mission. Don't leak anything," Superintendent Zhang ordered. "Yes," Superintendent Zhang replied. "Xiao." Superintendent Zhang was ejected. The plane quickly flew back. Opening the parachute, Superintendent Zhang headed towards the center of the island. The center of the island was already full of people at this moment. When the parachute fell, Superintendent Zhang began to rub his eyes. "Who is that? Buddha, Tathagata, and the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou, Third Prince Neza, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus, Angel." Superintendent Zhang felt that his heart was beating violently. Before coming, Superintendent Zhang thought that he would only see Gu Hai. If he wanted to see some mythical figures through Gu Hai, he would need a lot of time to get used to it. But now he had just arrived, and there were so many immortals. Could it be an imitation show? Gu Hai had only been here for a few years. How could he have such a big face to invite so many immortals? Who? The parachute landed in the center of the immortals. Gu Hai was comforting 2 beautiful women at this moment. All the immortals looked at Superintendent Zhang. Superintendent Zhang's expression was very strange. Gu Hai?" Superintendent Zhang called out with uncertainty. "Oh, Superintendent Zhang, you are here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Laozi. This is Shakyamuni. This is Jesus. This is Long Zhanghua." Gu Hai introduced a few important people. "Ah, Laozi? Hello. Shakyamuni? Sorry for not greeting you. It was really not my idea to destroy the temple last time. I will go to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense for you. Jesus? I went to the church to attend a wedding last month. You really look like the one on the cross." Superintendent Zhang shook hands with everyone with a strange expression. Looking around, if it was not an imitation show, then what he saw today would be enough to shock him for a lifetime. "Look, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. That is Buddha Tathagata. Was that Jehovah?" And Lao Jun Taishang, Director Zhang, was so excited that he felt dizzy. "Director Zhang, I invited you here this time because I have something to trouble you with," Gu Hai said. "No problem, Mr. Good, and all the immortals, just tell me," Director Zhang said excitedly. "This is my friend. His name is Long Zhanghua. Yes, he wants to register a company. Please help me with the procedures. Otherwise, it will be too slow." Gu Hai handed over a pile of documents. "Director Zhang." After receiving Gu Hai's materials, Superintendent Zhang had a feeling that this group of people had teamed up to trick him. A large group of immortals asking him to go through the back door to register a company? That didn't seem right. Let's call it the Qian Limited Liability Company. Also, we might need to set up some branches overseas. When the time comes, we will need some procedures and lawyers. Please help us, Gu Hai explained. The Qian Limited Liability Company. Huh, okay. Director Zhang was confused. He didn't know how he agreed. "Director Zhang, I'll have to trouble you next." Long Zhanghua smiled. The immortals in front of him said that there would be trouble. Director Zhang felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Okay, I'll do it well. Don't worry. But how do I contact you?" Director Zhang asked strangely. "Yes, I just asked someone to get a phone set up yesterday. We can just change numbers." Long Zhanghua smiled. Huh. Oh, okay. Director Zhang was in a daze. Were these people immortals? "It's about time, Yulian." Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Xiao Rou's eyes were slightly red. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible, Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, we'll wait for you. Xiao Rou nodded with red eyes. Husband, take care. Zhang Yulian didn't cry. However, Gu Hai felt the pain in Zhang Yulian's heart. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang longevity tune again. Gu Hai waved his hand. Wang. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Husband, this zither is for you. This zither is sealed with my Taishang longevity tune. As long as you carry this zither, it will keep vibrating the Taishang longevity tune for 10 days. Zhang Yulian handed over the zither solemnly. Gu Hai took the zither. No one played it, but the strings kept vibrating. Reluctance flashed in his eyes. He kissed Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou's cheeks. Take care. I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. The two girls nodded. In a modern room. Beep, 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 sir, there's news. Just now in the East China Sea, a China fighter jet deviated from its flight path and turned around above an island. The satellite image of that island is now covered by clouds. Someone might have gone there. A man in black rushed in front of Leo. Gu Hai came out. Haha, let's go. Leo stared. Xiao. Leo led a group of men in black onto a flying saucer and instantly flew towards the island where Gu Hai was. The flying saucer was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the island where Gu Hai was. On the island, there was a black hole. Gu Hai was carrying a zither and was about to enter. Flying saucer. Director Zhang's expression changed. Men in black appeared. What should we do? In the UFO, Leo's expression changed. What? They are all here? Oh no, there are so many of them. We can't stop them. Quick, let's go. Inform the others. Quick, quick. Boom. But at this moment, a red tasseled spear pierced through the flying saucer. No, no. The men in black screamed. The flying saucer was pulled over by Neza's red armillary sash. Seal the treasure. Don't let them reveal our tracks. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. TSK, 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 TSK. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly threw out a large number of sabers from his storage space. Boom. In an instant, all the men in black were killed. There was no spiritual chi on earth. However, Gu Hai's strength was extremely terrifying. The flying saucer was instantly torn into pieces. All the heads of the men in black flew out. Director Zhang's expression changed as he exclaimed, Gu Hai is so powerful. Just in time. I will take their souls and transmigrate again. Let's see what their souls will become. Gu Hai said. He wrapped his hand around the flying saucer and the corpses and pulled them into the black hole. Xiao. Gu Hai stepped into the black hole. The entrance of the black hole slowly disappeared. Husband, you have to come back soon. Xiao Rou said. Blarg. Zhang Yulian suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Laozi frowned. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yulian shook her head. See, I hang. Come and take a look. Laozi looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with a trace of expectation. Guanyin walked closer. Suddenly, a red light appeared in her eyes. She looked for a while and said happily, Congratulations, junior sister. You are pregnant. I'm pregnant? Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. She slowly touched her belly. Ha 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 ha, this is good news. Let's go back and celebrate. Laozi was the happiest and laughed loudly. Laozi didn't make any request for Gu Hai. However, this request was the biggest one. Laozi had been matchmaking Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, and Xiao Rou to be husband and wife in order to completely tie down Gu Hai's heart. Laozi had a vague feeling that perhaps Gu Hai could play a big role in the hope of the world. As long as Gu Hai's heart was tied down, he would never give up the earth. Now, Zhang Yulian was pregnant. This was what Laozi wanted to see the most. He waved his hand, and the entrance of the celestial realm suddenly appeared. A group of immortals and Buddhas entered. The entrance of the celestial realm opened and disappeared quickly. Director Zhang was the only person left on the island. He was at a loss. Slap. Director Zhang slapped himself. It was like a dream. Everyone is gone. Was I dreaming? Director Zhang was sure that he wasn't dreaming when he saw the document in his hand. The document said, De Qian Company, Limited, Chapter 726. In the tunnel, Gu Hai traveled for 3 days. Finally, he saw a bright exit. Gu Hai immediately flew out of the exit, and the exit suddenly disappeared. Bang! Gu Hai landed on a sea. It's this feeling of spiritual energy. I'm back. Gu Hai clenched his fists. Immediately, he took out a flying boat and flew up. On the flying boat, there was a pile of corpses. They were the corpses of Li O and the others. However, at this moment, they had strangely turned into a pile of bones. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Gu Hai checked the souls in the pool of retribution. After the death of the men in black, their souls were all thrown into the pool of retribution. But at this moment, this pile of souls seemed to have melted. They're all destroyed. Gu Hai's face darkened. The souls of Li O and the others were all melted into nothingness. It seems that this method still doesn't work. Back then, perhaps the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua and Xiao Rou were stronger, so they could barely pass through. Others... Gu Hai's face darkened. He reached out and burned the corpses. Gu Hai looked at the huge flying saucer. Rumble! Gu Hai quickly dismantled the huge flying saucer. There wasn't much that could be used. The flying principle was only some hydrogen energy, but it was far inferior to the magic treasures of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. The only thing that caught Gu Hai's attention was a pen. Liu's pen that made people lose their memories. I said that there's a trace of the sealing power of the time attribute mixed in it. Time attribute? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and carefully put it away. There was only one amnesia pen. Gu Hai didn't have the ability to analyze it for the time being, so he put it away for the time being. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked around. This is the sea where the Solar Divine Shrine is located. The Fusang tree is gone. That giant monument rebelling against the ranking list. Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. All of the names on the stele disappeared, and each time a name disappeared, the stele would be covered with blood. 3,000 people, all dead. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Guqin figurine. He wanted to contact the infinite celestial capital. However, when the Guqin figurine was taken out, there was no sound at all. Oh, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He had already set up the Guqin figurines in the vicinity of Solar Divine Palace. The Guqin figurines could send messages over 1 million miles, but there was no signal at all. Did that mean that all the Qin figurines within 1 million miles were gone? Gone. The principle that he had set back then was to spread the net all over the world. The Qin terracotta figures would only increase in number in the world and not decrease in number. What if the Qin terracotta figures nearby disappeared? Did something happen? Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed something. With Gu Hai as the center, a rolling golden aura suddenly gathered. Boom! However, the surging luck came out of nowhere, increasing in number. Amidst the rumbling, a storm-like luck slowly gathered above Gu Hai's head. After Gu Hai left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, the luck of the Han Dynasty disappeared with him. It wasn't that the luck had scattered, but that it couldn't find a person to gather it. Now, with the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof, as long as Gu-hai appeared and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, it would prove to the heavens and earth that Gu-hai had returned. With Gu-hai's appearance, the scattered karmic luck naturally gathered. That was not all. Apart from the luck of the Han Dynasty, the amount of luck in front of him was still increasing. It was the luck of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty that Gu-hai had seized when he killed the Long Zhanghua. There were two ways to increase one's luck. One was to slowly accumulate as the population of the country increased. The other was to expand the territory and seize the luck by killing the monarch. Long Zhanghua had the luck of the Deqian. After he was killed by Gu-hai, the luck of the Long Zhanghua naturally gathered in Gu-hai's hands. Although a lot of it had been seized after the changes in the Deqian territory in the past few years, Gu-hai had also obtained a lot more. More and more. The luck seemed to be slowly gathering, as if it was nurturing something. Nurturing a dragon. Is this the rhythm of the Jin dynasty? Gu-hai's eyes lit up. Although he was looking forward to it, Gu-hai still held back. He threw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The rolling luck suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal like the collapse of a heavenly river. The seal had the ability to store luck, so it was all stored in the seal for now. The rolling luck was vast, and it took an entire day for all of it to be stored in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Wang, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, gave off a dazzling golden light. Gu-hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I wonder how the Han Dynasty is doing. I have to go back quickly. Gu-hai said in a low voice. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Han Dynasty. After flying for an entire day, Gu-hai's Qin figurine suddenly sensed something. Oh! Gu-hai's eyes lit up. The fact that the Qin figurine sensed something meant that there were other Qin figurines. However, the words of the Qin figurine made Gu-hai's expression sink. The great Emperor dynasty has already sent troops to the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty has been defeated and is about to be finished. They are competing with the Sky Chess Pavilion, right? Takeshi Ryushin did not subdue the Dahan, so the Sky Chess Pavilion wants to use this opportunity to make a move. The Han Dynasty, they are so cowardly. Their treasures and territories are being snatched away, and they can only watch and not dare to send troops. Why don't we try too? It's not just you. The Han Dynasty is a juicy piece of meat now. Many forces want to take a bite out of it. Many forces have already started to move. Voices came from the Qin figurine, one after another. Gu-hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gu-hai did not know who used the Guqin figurine to send the voice transmission. However, he was sure that it was not someone from the Han royal dynasty. The Han royal dynasty had a very strict procedure for sending voice transmissions. Who sent the voice transmission? Why was there a Qin figurine here? If it was not from the Han dynasty, then there was only one possibility. The Qin figurine's message was exposed. Maybe the Han Dynasty figurine was stolen, or maybe Yunmo worked with someone else. Exposed? Gu-hai understood that the secret of the Qin figurine could not be hidden for long. After the Long Zhanghua found out, many people in the Deqian knew about it. Sima Changkong, Long Aotian, and the Long Sanqian all knew about it. Gu-hai's face was gloomy. Since the Qin figurine was exposed, Gu-hai would not use the Qin figurine to send a message. While listening to the Qin figurine's voice, he flew into the distance. On the third day, Gu-hai finally met a group of fox demons who were having a feast. Bang! Gu-hai suddenly descended from the sky. Who is it? Suddenly, the group of fox demons glared at him and shouted angrily. Only the Fox Demon King, who was the leader, suddenly showed a look of fear. Guhai? You know me? Guhai said in a low voice. Ah, is it really you? Guhai, you're not dead? The Fox Demon King exclaimed. King, this brat came out of nowhere. Let me kill him. A fox demon shouted. Shut up, all of you, back off. The Fox Demon King shouted angrily. Yes. The group of fox demons said blankly. Ancient Emperor, you are not dead. I used to be a little demon in the Solar Divine Palace. I have seen you before. Ancient Emperor, I am not targeting the Han Dynasty. I have never set foot in the Han Dynasty, the Fox Demon King said worriedly. You know me? That's great. Don't worry, I am not here to kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Guhai said in a low voice. Ah, yes. The Fox Demon King immediately said respectfully. How long has it been since the Solar Divine Palace was destroyed? Guhai asked. It has been 5 years since all the people fell into a coma. Ancient Emperor, you don't know? Are you in seclusion? The Fox Demon King said in surprise. 5 years? Guhai's face fell. The two immortal firmament realms were indeed not symmetrical in terms of time, and it was an irregular asymmetry. Although it had been more than a year in the immortal realm on Earth, it had only been about 10 days on Earth. Including the 6 days in the tunnel, it had only been about 10 days. 5 years? 5 years? Did something big happen? Guhai asked in a low voice. I don't know. I am just a little demon in the Yuaniing state. The Fox Demon King said in fear. Pick what you know and what you have heard. Guhai said in a low voice. Oh, yes, I know some news. It seems that the heavens are no longer monitoring Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Islands Sea. The Sky Chess Pavilion has reappeared and is recruiting disciples. Oh, right. I heard that the Qing Emperor has pledged his loyalty to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King recalled. Ridiculous. The Qing Emperor is already dead. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, I know. In Shenong City, the ancient emperor killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. However, the Sky Chess Pavilion used some unknown ability to resurrect the Qing Emperor. It's true. Now, everyone knows that in the Dayan Dynasty, the Qing Emperor's subordinates are overjoyed and have all gone to join the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King explained. The Qing Emperor has been resurrected? Impossible. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Guhai had killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. After being killed by Guhai, the 3 souls would enter the transformation pool. Guhai remembered that when the Qing Emperor's broken soul entered the transformation pool, he had completely refined it into the heaven-replenishing power. Resurrected again. That was impossible. It's true. Now everyone knows. The Fox Demon King said with certainty. Guhai narrowed his eyes and nodded. He did not argue. What others saw might not be true. There was definitely something wrong with the Qing Emperor. Perhaps he was not the real Qing Emperor. Continue. Guhai looked at the Fox Demon King. Yes, it's said that the ancient emperor killed the Longzhonghua in the end. After the Deqian Celestial Empire was destroyed, many forces wanted to divide the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, Longzhonghua's 2 sons mobilized the former Deqian Celestial Empire and established a new empire. The Fox Demon King explained. 2 sons? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, in the past, the Deqian Crown Prince, Dragon God Ing, established the Deqian Empire as the Ying Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire. In the past, the Deqian's 3rd Crown Prince, Takashi Ryushin, established the Deqian Empire as the Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire, the Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? He's still alive? Didn't he die in the Ten Suns sky crossing formation? Guhai frowned. Legend has it that the former Takashi Ryushin was only one of his clones. His original body did not participate in the War of the Heavens. Legend has it that he has been in seclusion for 100 years and has just come out. The Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? A clone? Guhai's face darkened. Takashi Ryushin did not participate in the destruction of the Solar Divine Palace. Then what he saw before was only one of Takashi Ryushin's clones. Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that martial emperors are extremely powerful. Not long ago, there was an emperor who coveted the North Sea Dragon Palace and wanted to conquer the dragons of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the martial emperor went and defeated the emperor in one move. He also subdued the North Sea Dragon tribe. The Fox Demon King explained. In emperor? Martial emperor? Ha! Long Zhanggua's sons are not easy to deal with. No wonder. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua had given him a few letters, but none of them were for his sons. He had even warned him to be careful of them. At that time, he found it strange. Wasn't Dragon God the only one who was still alive? He was him. Why did he have to add them? How is the Han Dynasty now? Guhai looked at the Fox Demon King. Chapter 727. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. The dragon throne in the Soaring Palace Hall remained empty. No one sat there, and no one dared to sit there. There was a chair under the steps of the dragon throne. Chun Tianshan sat on the chair, wearing long robes. He looked at the officials standing respectfully on both sides. At this moment, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez were not in the royal court, reporting to the Tianshan sovereign. The great martial dynasty has already captured Linqian City and Lining City in the north, an official reported respectfully with an unsightly expression. Got it. Is there anything else? Chun Tianshan asked indifferently. Your Highness, are we just going to ignore the great martial dynasty's invasion? Are we just going to let them capture the cities of my Han Dynasty one after another? That official asked anxiously. Chun Tianshan looked at that official with a sullen expression. Your Highness, when the emperor was around, when did my Han Dynasty suffer such humiliation? The great martial dynasty is strong, but my Han Dynasty is not that easy to bully either. This old official is willing to lead troops north to face the great martial dynasty's army. Your Highness, please allow it, that official said, solemnly. Military matters are not up to you to decide. Lord Zhang is a loyal patriot. This king will remember this. If there is nothing else, please return to your posts first. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Your Highness. That official appeared anxious, but could not do anything. Your Highness, including the great martial dynasty, there are already 6 factions invading my Han Dynasty. There are also 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties continuously invading my Han Dynasty's territory. Are we just going to do nothing? The great martial dynasty is strong, and we might not be able to do anything. However, why are those 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties not sending troops to stop them? If we send Lord Gao Xianji, she should be able to quell the chaos quickly. Another official said, anxiously. This king understands. Chen Tianshan said seriously, Your Highness, while the emperor is not around, 20 cities of my Han Dynasty have already been plundered. Even the zither figurines are being plundered by the various large factions. Are we just going to endure? How long can we endure? This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. Another official shouted, This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. This lowly official is willing to lead the troops to defeat the enemy. One by one, the officials requested to fight. "Shut up!" Qin Tianshan glared at him. The officials immediately stopped and asked for permission to fight. "Today's meeting will end here. This is a major military matter. How can it be a game? Without this King's Tiger tally, anyone who dares to mobilize troops will be treated as traitors." "Humph!" Qin Tianshan snorted coldly as he stood up. Qin Tianshan flung his sleeves and left. The moment Qin Tianshan left, there was an uproar in the soaring Heaven Hall. "Humph! Why did the emperor choose Qin Tianshan as regent? The king of Tianshan? You don't have any ability at all. When you meet with difficulties, you become a coward." "That's right. Gao Xianji wants to lead troops to quell the rebellion, but Qin Tianshan won't let her." "Why is Lord Mo unwilling to participate in politics? If Lord Mo were to lead the officials, it would definitely be better than Qin Tianshan." "That's right. The territory of the former Day One imperial dynasty was won by Lord Mo and Lord Gao. How can the king of Tianshan squander it as he pleases? How hard was it to conquer these cities? You just throw it away like that, and you don't care at all?" The officials grumbled. As Qin Tianshan walked out of the soaring Heaven Hall, he showed a bitter smile. Clearly, every court session was incredibly tiring for him. At Gao Xianji's residence, at this moment, a guest arrived. Solemnly, this person bowed to Gao Xianji. "Lord Gao, long time no see." "Mr. Sima?" Gao Xianji's expression sank. Sima Changkong was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He looked at the many scrolls in the study and smiled faintly. "Lord Gao, many factions have sent you solicitations over the past few years, right?" "Oh, Mr. Sima came quietly today just to tell me this?" Gao Xianji retorted coldly. "The disappearance of the Han dynasty's luck already explains everything. Although I admire Gu Hai's abilities, the facts cannot be changed. How long are you going to wait? Lord Gao, Gu Hai is already dead. After the heaven-defying battle at Longzhangua, Gu Hai has already fallen." Sima Changkong sighed softly. "How dare you?" Gao Xianji glared at him. "Lord Gao, actually you think so too, don't you? What's the use of lying to yourself?" Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gao Xianji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. If Gu Hai was still alive, he would have come back long ago. Seclusion? It might make sense for others, but you know Gu Hai so well. Why would he be in seclusion for so long? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. "Humph." Gao Xianji snorted coldly. "There is no need to doubt Lord Gao's abilities. Everyone knows that. With Lord Gao's abilities, he would be an honored guest no matter where he goes. Furthermore, Lord Gao has an army of 100,000 peak nascent soul realm or lower heavenly palace soldiers. It would not be difficult for him to start another dynasty. Why does Lord Gao need to wait in this Han dynasty? Why be willing to be inferior to others?" Sima Changkong advised. "You really know a lot." Gao Xianji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. "Gu Hai is already dead. The boundless heavenly capital is just Gu Hai's gravestone. What is the point of you guarding this gravestone? What is Qin Tianshan capable of? Is he as capable as you? He is muddle-headed, cowardly, and pedantic. Ha ha! Gu Hai made such a person the Tianshan king? Does Lord Gao not feel wronged? What is he capable of? How can he compare to you? Let an army mentor a government, even an army? Can he compare to you? You have 100,000 heavenly soldiers." Sima Changkong tried to persuade Qin Tianshan. Gao Xianji could accept Xiao Qin belittling Qin Tianshan earlier. However, when Xiao Qin mentioned his 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched involuntarily. I have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but Chun Tianshan has 500,000 heavenly soldiers. Mr. Sima, are you done? If you are, please leave. This humble one will not send you off, Gao Xianji said sullenly. Gao Xianji spoke very heartlessly. However, Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. Gao Xianji did not rebuke him. Did this mean that Gao Xianji's heart wavered? Lord Gao, I know that you are capable. With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to establish a dynasty. However, can you do what Gu Hai does? His Majesty is determined to get you. If you do not obey, His Majesty will destroy you at all costs. After all, you are too smart, Sima Changkong said sullenly. Takashi, Ryushin? Ha ha, he wants to kill me? Gao Xianji glared. Kill. It is not just His Majesty. The people of the various major factions think the same. If you do not join a faction, they will definitely destroy you to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, it will be problematic when you compete with them in the future. How can those dynasties and sects compare to my great martial emperor dynasty? Before this humble one left, His Majesty already said that as long as Lord Gao joins the great martial emperor dynasty, His Majesty will make you the top commander of the army. You will be below one person and above everyone else. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Ha ha, Takashi Ryushin really thinks highly of me. Gao Xianji narrowed his eyes. It is not that he thinks highly of you, but that he admires you greatly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Lord Gao, you can only bring out your full potential under the person who admires you the most. What can you do under Qin Tianshan? He is just a good-for-nothing. Don't you feel wronged? Even as an outsider, I feel wronged for you. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Perhaps this touched Gao Xianji's sore spot. Gao Xianji clenched his fists and said, Mr. Sima, please, I won't be sending you off. Gao Xianji was officially expelled. Sima Changkong also knew that it was about time. If he said anything more, it would be counterproductive. Standing up, Sima Changkong bowed slightly and said, In that case, this humble one will take his leave. Before you leave, I hope that Lord Gao will consider this. His Majesty has already made it clear that as long as Lord Gao is willing, the doors of the great martial emperor dynasty will always be open to you. Humph! Gao Xianji snorted coldly. Sima Changkong slowly left. Gao Xianji sat down, feeling somewhat tired. Gao Xianji looked in the direction of the royal court in the distance. He appeared somewhat confused. Gao Xianji's subordinate, Bai Liz Han, quietly walked over after sending off Sima Changkong. Lord, Mr. Sima might not be wrong. Chun Tianshan is not worthy of being above you. Bai Liz Han advised. Get out. Gao Xianji shouted. Yes. Bai Liz Han left bitterly. Gao Xianji sat alone in the hall, looking in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. At this moment, he felt bitter. Your Majesty, are you still here? Gao Xianji felt pained in his heart. Gao Xianji actually did not believe Qin Tianshan when he said that Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation and would return. His luck was gone, and there was no news of Gu Hai in the world. He was almost 90% sure that Gu Hai was already dead. Only a glimmer of hope supported Gao Xianji to believe that Gu Hai was still alive. However, could he really be alive? The study was already filled with invitations from many factions. Gao Xianji had not seen any of them. This was because Gao Xianji still had some faith. However, this faith was now wavering. It had been 5 years. 5 years. There was still no news of the emperor. The commoners had always said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon. However, it had been 5 years. Some of the commoners did not believe it anymore. Could the emperor still come back? Gao Xianji felt a little disappointed. Gao Xianji turned his hand and took out a few booklets. The booklets had the words Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, and Tian Xiyuan's Art of War written on them. Some books of the Art of War that Gao Xianji had never heard of were given to Gao Xianji by Gu Hai. Gao Xianji felt as if she had received a treasure and was very grateful. Seeing these booklets of the Art of War, Gao Xianji felt as if she had seen Gu Hai. Gao Xianji had been tempted by Sima Changkong's bewitchment before. However, when she saw these booklets, she suddenly thought of Gu Hai's cultivation of her. In addition to the kindness of recognizing her talent, he also taught her. 5 years? I can't even endure 5 years of the emperor's cultivation. Am I going to betray him? Ha ha ha. Gao Xianji, it has only been 5 years. Are you going to go back on your word? Is the emperor's grace of rebirth only worthy of you remembering him for 5 years? Gao Xianji's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her teeth. Even a pedantic person like Chen Tianshan can uphold his bottom line. How can I, Gao Xianji, not be loyal? Am I not even comparable to him? Your Majesty, I will continue to wait for you. Gao Xianji burned all the invitations from the various factions in the study. She did not receive any invitations from any faction. Similarly, she did not reject any faction. Chapter 728, Boundless Celestial Capital, Mo Yike's residence. Mo Yike sat by the pond in the courtyard. He held a fishing rod in his hand and caught the fish in the pond. Beside him was a go-board with 31 lines. The fish nibbled at the bait continuously. Pulling the line, now, was the easiest way to catch the fish. However, Mo Yike did not move. He just smiled as he watched the fish spit out the hook. It wasn't until the fish finished eating the bait that Mo Yike lifted the hook and put the bait back into the water. At this moment, the white-clad Qin Zibai walked over slowly. "Milord," Qin Zibai said respectfully with a complicated expression. "Zibai, there are no outsiders here. There is no need to be reserved. Come, accompany me fishing." Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, Sima Changkong came to visit, but I refused to let him in." Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Sima Changkong? His father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed the Longzhangua. Now, the Deqian people hate him to the bone. How dare he follow Takashi Ryushin?" Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, when the other factions sent people, it was fine if you refused. Now, Sima Changkong came. Why did you refuse to let him in?" Qin Zibai asked somewhat unwillingly. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at Qin Zibai. "Zibai, are you thinking of leaving the Han dynasty?" "Before my father passed away, he told me to follow Milord. I am slow-witted, but my father definitely would not harm me. Wherever Milord goes, I will go. However, the Emperor is already dead. I just feel that it is not worth it for Milord." Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. "Why is it not worth it?" Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. "Isn't it that useless Chen Tianshan? He is extremely pedantic. My Han dynasty is besieged on all sides, but he wants to be a coward and not let others do anything. How can he be conferred the title of Tianshan King? How can I be superior to Darren?" Qin Zibai said unwillingly. Mo Yike shook his head. "You're wrong. His Majesty's decision is correct. The Han dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Do you really think that sending troops to defend against the enemy is enough? It's not that simple. If His Majesty was in court, all of this would be fine. But now that His Majesty isn't here, the hearts of the people are scattered. Once the troops are sent out, they might not be able to return. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Ah, Qin Zi Bai was slightly stunned. The more troops we send, the faster the Han dynasty will scatter. Even though the Han dynasty is being attacked from the front and the back, Qin Tianshan is still able to preserve most of his strength. Mo Yike said solemnly. Really? Qin Zi Bai asked in a strange tone. Your Majesty is really good at judging people. Qin Tianshan was cowardly, afraid of trouble, and extremely pedantic. I knew that these were all flaws. However, they were great advantages for the Han royal dynasty. Due to Qin Tianshan's cowardice, he would not do anything rash. He does not know if his next step will be dangerous. He would rather not leave. Mo Yike sighed softly. Even if Milord says that Qin Tianshan can preserve the Han dynasty for a longer time, His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, what is the point of continuing to defend? Qin Zi Bai asked anxiously. Mo Yike raised his head and looked at the sky that had lost its luck and was now covered with dark clouds. He sighed slightly. Indeed, if Gu Hai died, what was the point of continuing to defend the Han dynasty? What was the point of defending for a long time or a short time? With Mo Yike's intelligence, he naturally saw through Qin Tianshan's thoughts. However, the more he saw, the more he felt that Gu Hai had no chance of surviving. Mo Yike didn't feel good either. Milord, previously you told me that a great calamity might befall the boundless celestial capital. Qin Zi Bai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike nodded. Why is that? Qin Zi Bai asked. After the Deqian Empire was destroyed, its territory fell into chaos. Hence, it did not pose much of a threat to us in the past 5 years. However, in the end, Long Zhanggua died at His Majesty's hands. The people that Dragon God Ing brought back saw it clearly. Long Zhanggua. Do you know how many loyalists he had? The Deqian Empire's territory gradually stabilized. Those factions and clans that were loyal to Long Zhanggua in the past will definitely shift their hatred to my Han dynasty. The Great Wu Celestial Empire sending troops is just the beginning. After that, there is still the Great Ing Empire and the surrounding factions eyeing us covetously. Huh. Mo Yike said bitterly, Milord, since that is the case, why are you still staying here? Right now, all sides are trying to recruit you. It is time for you to wait for the right price. His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, you have to plan for your own future. Even if it is not for yourself, you have to think for those who follow you. Qin Zi Bai said. Mo Yike put down the fishing rod and looked at the chessboard at the side. This was the chessboard that Gu Hai had left for him, 31 heavens and earth chessboard. After Gu Hai comprehended it, he did not hide it and passed it to Mo Yike. Looking at this chessboard, Mo Yike felt extremely grateful to Gu Hai. In these 5 years, Mo Yike had gradually comprehended the 31 chessboard. However, even after comprehending it, Mo Yike was even more reluctant to part with it. Milord. Solemnly, Qin Zi Bai bowed and requested. His Majesty is dead. Mo Yike was even more certain of this. However, even though he was certain, Mo Yike still felt the most uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Why? Qin Zi Bai asked, feeling confused. In this world, I only submit to His Majesty. Those factions are not qualified for me to submit to them. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Yes. Qin Zi Bai sighed inwardly and nodded. Although Mo Yike was not willing to interact with outsiders, he did not reject them. This made Qin Zi Bai feel much more at ease. At the very least, Milord was not as stubborn as Qin Tianshan. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters in boundless celestial capital, Montez sat in the main seat. 2 rows of embroidered uniform guards stood around him. At this moment, a man covered in blood, who had just been tortured, knelt on the ground. Montez showed a sullen expression as he looked at the man, who seemed to have been tortured. "Humph! Hongang, this Great One has treated you well. You have been following this Great One since a long time ago, and this Great One promoted you. Now, you are the embroidered uniform guard's 10,000-man commander. To think that you dare to collude with the great martial emperor dynasty's people? Milord, milord, this lowly one was helpless. His Majesty has already passed away for 5 years. What is the point of guarding him?" Hongang complained in dissatisfaction. "How presumptuous!" Montez glared. "His Majesty has only left the court for 5 years. To think that you dare to commit treason and slander him, spreading lies to mislead the public. Men, beat him to death." Montez said while glaring. "Milord, milord, don't do that. This lowly one is doing this for your own good. In the past few days, many factions have sent people to invite you. However, you rejected all of them. Chen Tianshan is pedantic. Milord, why are you like this as well? We have followed you for many years, swearing loyalty to you. However, you cannot drag everyone into the fire pit. Our embroidered uniform guard system is only valuable now. Once the various factions divide the Han Dynasty, our embroidered uniform guard system will be useless. We will not be valuable anymore." Hongang said anxiously. "Beat him to death." Montez glared. "Yes." A embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and quickly beat Hongang with a heavy staff. "Milord, please reconsider. Milord, I am not wrong. I am not wrong. As long as you are loyal to the great martial emperor dynasty, you will have contributed greatly. You will still have a high position in the great martial emperor dynasty." Hongang said anxiously. "Beat him." Montez glared. Boom, boom, boom. After repeated beatings, Hongang was finally beaten to death. The other embroidered uniform guards felt fearful and did not dare to say anything. "If you dare to commit treason again, this will be your outcome," Montez said while glaring. "Yes." The embroidered uniform guards shivered and answered. After dragging Hongang away, the embroidered uniform guards also withdrew. Montez was left alone in the hall. At this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. He did not know if the emperor was dead. No, it was very likely that he was already dead. The various factions had extended olive branches, but Montez did not accept them. It was not that Montez was very loyal to Guhai, but that Montez knew his own ability. His ability was not strong, unlike monstrous geniuses like Gao Xianji and Nemo Yike. His ability was too replaceable. Only the emperor appreciated him. The other factions did not appreciate his ability, but the embroidered uniform guard system. As long as he joined a faction, once the embroidered uniform guard system was taken over, he would not be far from death. But if he continued to wait, it would be torturous. "Your Majesty, can you really return?" Montez's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Montez could only regain his high position because the emperor returned. However, if the emperor did not return, could he only wait for death, or hide his identity and start all over again? The various factions' letters of invitation lay on the table in front of Montez. He read them one by one. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone appreciating his ability. Humph! Montez tossed the letters aside, feeling depressed. Xiao Chen wanted to find a wise master, but it was hard to find one. He might as well waste his time here. At the very least, he had a high position and authority now. After the morning assembly, Chen Tianshan returned to his residence. A large number of cities fell in the surroundings. However, Chen Tianshan felt helpless. In the hall, Liangyi, are you looking for me? Chen Tianshan looked at a handsome man before him. Third grandfather. The man, Chen Liangyi, showed a somewhat awkward expression. What's wrong? Are you like those people trying to persuade me to join a faction? The great martial emperor dynasty? Chen Tianshan glared. No, third grandfather. I am not trying to persuade you to join a faction. Chen Liangyi immediately said. Oh, that's good. Chen Tianshan sighed softly. Liangyi, back then, your father's death attracted the emperor's attention. The emperor treated the Qin nation extremely warmly. Although you are not very capable, the emperor still conferred you a noble title. You should be satisfied. Do not be like those people, always thinking of betraying the nation. Chen Tianshan instructed. Chen Liangyi sneaked a glance at Chen Tianshan. Third grandfather, I know that you treat me the best. We are also the closest people. However, there are some things that I do not know if I should say. As long as it is not betraying the nation, you can say whatever you want. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Third grandfather, how could I possibly think of betraying the nation? All of this belongs to my Chen clan. How could I sell it? Chen Liangyi shook his head. Chen Tianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. He looked coldly at Chen Liangyi. Back then, I was the one who gave the Chun nation to the emperor in the Han dynasty. Now, third grandfather is the Han dynasty's Tianshan king. Now that the emperor has fallen, third grandfather is the most powerful person in the dynasty. Naturally, you should take back what belongs to my Chun nation. Third grandfather, don't you think so? Chen Liangyi whispered. Impudent! Chen Liangyi, how dare you? Chen Tianshan glared and immediately stood up in anger. Chen Liangyi fell to his knees. Third grandfather, what did I say wrong? Back then, Gu Hai was just a wealthy merchant of my Qin nation. Didn't it all belong to my Chun nation? Third grandfather, now that Gu Hai has fallen, all of this naturally belongs to us. You can also ascend the throne and rule the world. We will regain our nation's destiny, and we will no longer have to fear the 4 factions. Chen Liangyi shouted anxiously. Ha 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 ha. Chen Liangyi, you are really crazy. You actually want to swallow the Han dynasty? Ha ha ha. Men, send Chen Liangyi to the imperial prison. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes. A large number of guards immediately rushed into the hall and grabbed Chen Liangyi. Third grandfather, I am doing this for your own good. For your own good. Third grandfather, this belongs to my Chen clan. Third grandfather, don't arrest me, Chen Liangyi exclaimed in horror. Chen Liangyi, reflect on your mistakes in the imperial prison first. Humph. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Han dynasty can only be the emperor's Han dynasty. The moment it is no longer called the Han dynasty, it will be the end of the nation. Take him away, Chen Tianshan said with a glare. Yes, third grandfather. Chapter 729. As time passed, more and more Dahan cities were plundered by the 4 factions. Reports of defeat reached the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Dahan officials were very anxious. Within the Dahan, the citizens felt increasingly uneasy. Did something really happen to the emperor? Otherwise, why did the emperor not appear when so many cities were lost? Every day, there were arguments in the soaring palace hall. The people argued endlessly about sending troops to quell the attacks from all directions. Chen Tianshan endured tremendous pressure every day, if not For his inflexibility and stubbornness, he might have broken down long ago. Every day, he had to deal with the anxious officials and reports of defeat from all directions. Chen Tianshan also felt anxious. However, what could he do? Send troops to quell the rebellion? Indeed, if he wanted to, he could send Gao Xianji, or send another team, to quell the rebellion quickly. The emperor handed the Immortal demon army to him. That was an army that could suppress countless wars. However, Chen Tianshan did not dare to do so. He was worried that if he sent an army out, it would never return. Without the emperor, the people's hearts would scatter easily. As long as one army abandoned the Great Han, what followed next would be the collapse of the Great Han Empire. What Chen Tianshan needed to do was maintain stability. He needed to stabilize the Han dynasty, stabilize the Han officials, and stabilize everything in the infinite celestial capital. As long as he could stabilize everything, the Han dynasty would not fall apart. Lose the cities? Chen Tianshan could not care about that anymore. Furthermore, as long as the emperor returned, the factions that swallowed the Han cities would have to spit them out. Furthermore, they would spit them out several times over. As long as the emperor returned, wait. Just as Chen Tianshan was resisting the pressure from all directions, a figure appeared and disrupted the order in the infinite celestial capital. A large number of Xuanwu surrounded a black-clad man and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Montez, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others all walked out of their residences and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza, looking at this black-clad man who suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Crown Prince." Countless officials suddenly bowed in surprise. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. "Impossible! You're not the Crown Prince." Montez exclaimed in shock. The man in black was none other than Guqin. Guqin smiled at Montez. "Commander Meng, don't you recognize me? The Crown Prince was killed by Tai Chu. I was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it. Now, the whole world knows that the emperor was angry because of the Crown Prince's death. He personally went to the Heaven Realm to kill Tai Chu. You are not the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is already dead." Montez glared and shouted. When Montez shouted, everyone's face sank. "Who are you? You dare to impersonate the Crown Prince?" Chen Tianshan glared. All of the officials were doubtful. Their previous excitement had long disappeared, and they all looked at Guqin with gloomy expressions. Before Guqin could speak, a man in white behind him sneered. "What? The Han dynasty was no longer surnamed Gu? Or do you want to usurp the throne?" Huh. Everyone's expressions sank as they looked at this man in white. "Prime Fengyu, calm down. I'll do it." Guqin waved his hand. "Prime Fengyu?" Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. "The Silver Moon sees Prime Fengyu? Isn't that the Xuanwu race's prime?" Chen Tianshan and the others knew that the Xuanwu race's prime had died, and the Xuanwu god possessed Shanghai Hen. Shanghai Hen led the Xuanwu race to become the Han dynasty's nation beast. Unfortunately, the evil Prime Fengyu's consciousness still remained in the Xuanwu god. In the end, it separated from Shanghai Hen's body, giving the Xuanwu race 2 primes. Prime Fengyu? The Sky Chess Pavilion? Meng Tai, do you remember the letter I wrote to you? I don't know if you still remember. Do you remember how I wrote it? Guqin smiled. Huh. Montez was stunned. That letter, the Dahan is in a difficult position. Guqin, and Montez, if there are any mishaps, Montez, will not allow any small fries to disrupt the order of the court. When my imperial father returns, I will eliminate all evil. Guqin said. Meng Tai stretched out his hand and took out a letter. Then he carefully read it. As he read, his expression changed. Identical. Also, when you followed me to the solar deity shrine, I spoke with you alone several times. Guqin said one by one. How is that possible? How do you know? Montez looked at Guqin blankly. Montez's blankness stunned the others. Could it be that he was really the crown prince of Guqin? Lord Gao Xianji, I remember that I spoke with you alone before. The first time. Lord Mo, I remember the last time we went fishing together. At that time, I told you. Lord Chen, I remember that when we were mortals, you and I worked together seamlessly. Guqin continued to recall. At this moment, Gao Xianji and the others were shocked. Not a single word was missing. The things that Guqin said were all things that only the two of them knew. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tai bowed respectfully in shock. Greetings, Your Highness. The surrounding officials also bowed respectfully. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike frowned slightly. How did you come back to life? Gao Xianji asked curiously. That day I did die, but fortunately I received the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi and was one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Guanxi's mark allowed me to come back to life. Until today, I have returned to my original state. Today I have returned. Guqin smiled. Old Man Guanxi? Sky Chess Pavilion? Mo Yike frowned slightly. Yes, Guqin nodded. Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness has brought the Xuanwu clan here? Mo Yike looked at the large number of Xuanwu behind Guqin. Mo Yike acknowledged Guqin. The surrounding people also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Guqin nodded and looked at Chen Tianshan. Lord Chen, you have worked hard all these years. Although Chen Tianshan was not smart enough to tell if the crown prince in front of him was real or fake, he had learned to read people in the past 5 years. Even someone as smart as Mo Yike could tell that this was Guqin, so he could not be wrong. Greetings, Your Highness. Chen Tianshan said happily. It is natural for me to work hard. I am just a little tired. Now that Your Highness is back, it is great. Guqin nodded. Yes, I know that Lord Chen has worked hard all these years. However, Lord Chen, don't worry. You can rest now. Chen Tianshan was confused. The Han dynasty is still my father's dynasty. As a son, I have to share my father's burdens. Lord Chen took up the burden of the Han dynasty because he worked hard for the Dahan. I will remember this. Now you can rest. I will help you take care of the Han dynasty. They are attacking from all directions. It is time to take some of their arrogance. Otherwise, the Han dynasty will be too cowardly. Guqin said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to fight the enemy. It is great that Your Highness is back. That is great. We don't have to suffer from those bastards anymore. The warlike officials cheered excitedly. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez narrowed their eyes at Guqin. They felt that something was wrong, but they did not say anything. Chen Tianshan's face darkened. Now that the crown prince is back, he wants to seize power? No, the authority of the Han dynasty belonged to the emperor in the first place. The crown prince was the heir apparent. There was nothing wrong with him taking over. However, Lord Chen, do you have any objections? Guqin asked with a smile. Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched as he struggled in his heart. After a while, Chen Tianshan took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, you are the heir apparent. Originally, since the emperor is not here, we should listen to you. However, I would like to say this. In the end, you are just the heir apparent. We, the officials, Chen Tianshan said, we, the officials 3 times. After the 3rd time, all the officials looked at Chen Tianshan. not knowing what he wanted to say. We, the officials, are only loyal to His Majesty, Chen Tianshan shouted. Everyone's expressions immediately turned solemn. The crown prince wants to take over the authority of the Han dynasty. As long as His Majesty agrees, we will do our best to obey. Your Highness, may I ask, do you have His Majesty's imperial edict? Chen Tianshan shouted solemnly. Chen Tianshan's shout immediately suppressed the excitement of all the officials. Indeed, the officials no longer wanted to listen to Chen Tianshan. They had been looking forward to the crown prince's return. Finally, they would not have to suffer anymore. However, Chen Tianshan's declaration that they were only loyal to the emperor made all the officials revert to their original state. Who would dare to go against the emperor's orders? You all want to rebel against the emperor? Chen Tianshan showed a stern expression, and his tone was resolute. Many of the officials wanted to say something. However, as this involved the crime of rebelling against the emperor, they could not say anything. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji also looked at Chen Tianshan in shock. Perhaps they had looked down on Chen Tianshan in the past. However, Chen Tianshan's rejection made the two look at him in a new light. Even the two of them could not display Chen Tianshan's loyalty to the emperor. This was the crown prince. Gu Qin's expression turned sullen. Lord Chen, are you making trouble for no reason? Imperial father is not around, and you hold on to an imperial edict to do whatever you want. This crown prince is the heir apparent of the Dahan. Are you not paying your respects when you see me, or do you want to seize my Gu clan's empire? Gu Qin said coldly. Gu Qin's voice contained a questioning tone. Many of the officials looked at Chen Tianshan doubtfully when they heard that. The imperial edict is the decree of the ruler. Furthermore, I am the Tianshan king that His Majesty personally conferred. My status as a prince is no weaker than yours. Gu Qin's crown prince, if you are loyal to His Majesty, please guard the limitless celestial capital and wait for His Majesty's return. Chen Tianshan rebutted. Humph, Chen Tianshan, it looks like you really want to seize my Gu clan's empire. Today, this crown prince will represent my father in subduing you, a treacherous official, to restore order to the world. Gu Qin said coldly. Behind him, Feng Yu slowly released a strong aura that pressed down on Chen Tianshan. At this moment, the countless officials seemed to be divided into two factions, with many of them supporting Gu Qin. The Gu clan's empire? Ha ha ha! Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire, but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to seize the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had conferred upon him in the past. Then he glared at Gu Qin, opposing him. Chapter 730. The Gu clan's empire? Ha ha ha! Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire, but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to usurp the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had given him in the past and glared at Gu Qin, starting a tit-for-tat confrontation. The moment Gu Hai's imperial edict appeared, everyone's expression sank, turning grave. Feng Yu prepared to make a move. However, in the next moment, Gu Qin extended his hand and stopped her. The imperial edict was the ruler's decree. Even if it was Gu Qin, as long as he made a move, he would be rebelling against the ruler. Although the officials supported Gu Qin, they could not support him more than Gu Hai. No matter how much they supported him, they could not rebel together with Gu Qin. Chen Tianshan, Tianshan King, do you know that this crown prince has been supervising the nation for many years only because imperial father heard of this crown prince's death? You have an imperial edict, but so do this crown prince. Guqin smiled as he took out an imperial edict. Your Highness, you do have an imperial edict. However, Your Highness, this is His Majesty's final order. Your imperial edict is from the past and is no longer effective. Hence, I hope that Your Highness will not get involved in this matter and take care of yourself, Qin Tianshan said sullenly. However, this is an imperial edict in the end. No matter what, the ruler is not joking. The ruler's decree is like a mountain. Isn't that so? Guqin smiled. Huh. Qin Tianshan's expression sank. If the ruler is not joking, then this crown prince's imperial edict will always be effective. Various officials. Imperial father asked this crown prince to supervise the nation. Various officials. Are you willing to respect the imperial edict? Guqin suddenly looked at the others. This lowly official is willing to respect the imperial edict and listen to Your Highness's orders. This lowly official is also willing to listen to Your Highness's orders. A small portion of the officials immediately spoke up, willing to follow Guqin. After all, they had been too disappointed in Qin Tianshan over the years. He was too cowardly. Such a person is not worthy of leading me. However, some of the officials who were already disheartened in the first place agreed. Humph! It has been a long time since the Han dynasty has dealt with the opportunists. Qin Tianshan snorted coldly. The official who had just defected to Guqin immediately shrank back, but he did not dare to speak. Guqin looked at Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez. The three of you, if this consort were to once again oversee the Han dynasty, I would like to request the three of you to assist me. Guqin looked towards the three of them. Crown Prince. Qin Tianshan's eyes widened. You're starting to poach people? The three of them had great authority in the Han dynasty, and as long as they agreed, Guqin would be able to gather almost half of the officials, and they would be able to compete with him. Montez's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, if Guqin was sincere in his invitation, Montez would have agreed. However, Guqin was looking at Gao Xianji and Mo Yike with anticipation, so he could only treat it as an invitation. Montez's heart trembled, and he revealed a cold smile. The hint of intimacy he had prepared was instantly erased. Perhaps he did not have great wisdom, but Montez did not lack such petty tricks. Montez did not say anything, but he looked at Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook her head. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I only respect His Majesty. I only listen to His Majesty's orders. Guqin frowned slightly, but he did not refute Gao Xianji. She was a talented general, and she had 100,000 celestial army under her command. It would not be easy to subdue her. Guqin was more interested in Mo Yike because Guqin understood Mo Yike's ability. Lord Mo, the Han dynasty needs a wise man like you. It would be a waste of your talent if you continue to idle around in your residence. Guqin looked at Mo Yike. It was as if he was trying to sow discord between Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan. Mo Yike smiled. Your Highness, the King of Tianshan has already made it clear. The Han dynasty is the Emperor's, and the Han dynasty does not belong to the King of Tianshan or Your Highness. Moreover, it is a pleasure for me to idle around in my residence, and I don't feel that it is a waste of my talent. Mo Yike had rejected Guqin. Guqin's expression sank slightly. Your Highness, it is my Dahan's blessing that you are still alive. However, if you want to manage the nation again, please wait until His Majesty returns. This old official also wants to hand over my authority. However, this old official is even more loyal to His Majesty. Before His Majesty returns, this old official will not take a step back. Guqin said solemnly, Oh, if Imperial Father does not return, you will not let go of the Han dynasty? What if Imperial Father never returns. Guqin asked sullenly, "How presumptuous!" Chen Tianshan glared. "How can His Majesty not return?" The surrounding officials also burst into an uproar. "Humph! Chen Tianshan, stop lying to yourself and others. Also, stop lying to everyone. Imperial Father already fell in Solar Divine Palace. Why do you want to use Imperial Father's name to dominate the Han Dynasty? Are you trying to usurp the throne?" Guqin glared. His Majesty fell. The expressions of the surrounding officials immediately turned unsightly. Speaking of which, when Gu Hai's luck disappeared, all the officials had guessed it. However, no one was willing to accept this fact. Gu Hai was like a spiritual pillar supporting everyone. How could it disappear just like that? No one could take it anymore. Only when Chen Tianshan said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon did everyone find some hope. Even though some people kept saying that the emperor was dead, as long as the person in the highest position, Chen Tianshan, did not say so, everyone thought that those people were just spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. However, the person in the highest position, the crown prince, said that the emperor was dead. Was the emperor really dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Chen Tianshan was the crown prince. Would the Tianshan king dare to kill the crown prince to correct the people's hearts? Your Highness, what nonsense are you saying? His Majesty will definitely return. Are you trying to rebel? Rage flashed in Chen Tianshan's eyes. Rebel? Ha 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 ha. What a big accusation. Guqin, I am the crown prince of the Han dynasty. The current crown prince is the heir apparent, the Han dynasty's heir apparent. What does the heir apparent mean? Can you explain it to me? Heir apparent? Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched. The expressions of all the surrounding officials changed. The heir apparent is the reserve emperor. When the emperor dies, the heir apparent can ascend to the throne. He can ensure that the nation does not fall apart or fall into chaos. He can protect the Han dynasty and its eternal foundation. Guqin shouted, "How presumptuous! The emperor is not dead yet. Crown Prince, you dare to usurp the throne?" Chen Tianshan shouted while glaring. "The one who is trying to usurp the throne is you, Chen Tianshan. My father is already dead. Everyone knows that. The luck will not lie. You are using the imperial edict to deceive the officials and the world. Are you trying to change the Han dynasty?" Guqin said while glaring. "That is to say, Your Highness Crown Prince, you are bringing Prime Feng Yu and the Xuanwu race back to the Han dynasty to usurp the throne." Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. The Xuanwu race is the Han dynasty's national beast. It is only there to stabilize the foundation of the Han dynasty. When evil spirits wreak havoc, we should eliminate the national traitor. Today, this crown prince will eliminate the traitor on behalf of my father. Officials, today is the time for you to make contributions. Follow this crown prince and take down the national traitor Chen Tianshan. We will restore the might of the Dahan. Guqin shouted. Yes, the people who sided with Guqin earlier immediately shouted excitedly. However, the other officials were still in shock. They had not recovered from the shock of the emperor's death yet. Prime Feng Yu took the lead and instantly grabbed at Chen Tianshan. With Guqin's orders, she needed to eliminate Chen Tianshan immediately so that the other officials would not have a choice. Kill. Prime Feng Yu arrived at Chen Tianshan's side in the blink of an eye. Xing. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A white sword light instantly slashed at Prime Feng Yu in the sky. Who is it? Prime Feng Yu's expression changed as she struck out with her palm. Boom. The sword intent in the sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword chi charged at Prime Feng Yu. Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, and Shimin Chueshua attacked almost at the same time. All of them looked very sharp. Break! Autark Fengyue shouted. Boom! All the sword intent and sword chi shattered. Although the 4 experts were strong, they were only from the Middle Heavenly Palace. Prime Fengyue was from the Upper Heavenly Palace. Even so, they were immediately forced back by Prime Fengyue. The 4 of you, why are you protecting the traitor Chen Tianshan? Guqin asked with a glare. Shimin Chueshua and Duga Chobai's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also frowned as he looked at Guqin. Guqin's crown prince, Chen Tianshan, is not the traitor. You are the traitor. I have already seen that hypocrite Yu Buchuan. Do you think you can fool him? Humph. If Prime Fengyue makes a move on Chen Tianshan again, I will not protect him anymore. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Huh. Guqin appeared somewhat confused. The 4 of us will keep an eye on you and kill you. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. How dare you? The Xuanwu clan members immediately glared. Whoosh! Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez quickly shielded Chen Tianshan behind them. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Mo Yike said coldly. Although everyone did not like Chen Tianshan, at this crucial moment, they still stood on his side. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Indeed, only Imperial Father can make you submit. You look down on anyone and any faction. However, I will have to offend all of you today. Guqin said coldly after taking a deep breath. As Guqin spoke, he gently formed a hand seal. Buzz! The ritual array in the sky suddenly shook. Zhang Sanfeng, Shimin Chueshua, Dongfang Bubi, and Duga Chobai's figures swayed, and they nearly fell over. Guqin had reached out and grabbed a jade-green saber in the air. The saber gave off surging fog, connecting to the ritual array in the sky and controlling the 4 experts. The life entrapment saber. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Imperial Father taught me how to use the life entrapment saber. Now, these 4 sword cultivators can't help you, Guqin said coldly. Your Highness, we are willing to follow you. Your Highness, we are willing to serve your Highness. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, we are willing to serve your Majesty like dogs and horses. Many of the officials immediately surrendered to Guqin. Many of the embroidered uniform guards also turned their backs on Montez, willing to submit to Guqin. This immediately frustrated Montez. Guqin smiled coldly. Just as Guqin was about to continue killing, ha ha ha, I came at the right time. This is going to be a good show. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment, they saw a huge flying ship flying over. Several men stood on the flying ship. The one at the front was the former de Qian Marquis Haotian, Long Outyen. He was the son of the dragon godding. Long Outyen stood at the top of the flying ship. Behind him on the deck, there were many coffins lined up vertically. Long Outyen. Guqin's face darkened. Don't worry, Guqin. I am not going to fight for the country with you. I only want 2 people, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. I will take them with me. Long Outyen said with a sinister smile. Below, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at this uninvited guest. Chen Tianshan, Guqin, and Long Outyen suddenly entered a stalemate, facing each other head-on. Just as the 3 sides were facing each other, in a restaurant not far from the Soaring Palace Hall, a group of people in black robes stood in the restaurant. They were guarding the 4 corners of the restaurant, looking respectfully at the man in black robes at the very front. This man was none other than Gu Hai, who had rushed back. Gu Hai stood at the window with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dispute in the Soaring Palace Hall's square in the distance. He did not go forward, only narrowing his eyes. The person standing next to him was the black-robed man, Chongming. Your Majesty, this is the information I have collected. Now that the Crown Prince of Guqin has changed, do you want to? Chongming said respectfully, let's wait a little longer. I want to see what other evil spirits there are. Gu Hai smiled coldly.